This is a world where the martial realm and the imperial court coexist. Shen Yu has traversed into this realm, becoming the magistrate of Bai'an County while possessing a unique martial hero sign-in system. By upholding righteousness and aiding the needy, he can sign in to receive rewards. The court and the martial world are intricately intertwined. Within this strange martial realm, he experiences its dangers while also residing in the court, managing affairs for the people and etching his name into history. By punishing the evils of the world, he earns unparalleled rewards. This is the tale of a humble magistrate's struggle, as well as the rise of a martial hero. Why are you apprehending me? I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to sign in peacefully. If I don't apprehend you, how can I sign in? As for the martial hero bit, that's merely incidental. Chapter 1. You cannot escape justice. 2 days have passed. In the morning light, the courtyard of the magistrate's office in Bai'an County is lush with verdant bamboo. A young man, clad in a white robe, stands quietly, his fingers tucked within his sleeves as the gentle morning breeze ruffles his garment. Having arrived in this world for 2 days, Shen Yu still finds himself unaccustomed to this life devoid of mobile phones and computers, feeling as though monotony reigns supreme. This young scholar, named Shen Yu, has recently achieved the status of Jianghu in the 8th year of the Jinglong era and has been assigned as the magistrate of Bai'an County. In truth, he has only held this position for a mere few days. Due to his unfamiliarity with the locals, he finds it easy to navigate through the days unnoticed. Bai'an County is notorious, not for its wealth, but for having lost 3 magistrates in just 2 years. The first magistrate was executed for corruption. The second met an unfortunate demise at the hands of mountain bandits before even being sworn in. The third magistrate succumbed to illness after less than a year in office. Though these incidents may be deemed unfortunate accidents, they have rendered Bai'an County a place to be avoided. It was only after the imperial examinations that the powerless and unconnected Shen Yu was dispatched here, becoming a proud public servant. Upon his arrival, the unfamiliar Shen Yu wandered the streets to understand the local customs and unexpectedly witnessed a wealthy young master brazenly abducting a common woman. It is unclear what emboldened Hima, mere scholar, unskilled in combat who, without calling for assistance, rolled up his sleeves and intervened. The result was disastrous. He was swiftly knocked to the ground and beaten mercilessly. Had the county constable, Zhou Yuan, not arrived in time, he might have become the 4th magistrate to meet a tragic end in 2 years. Yet, this very incident paved the way for his extraordinary journey. In the past 2 days, beyond sorting through the memories of his predecessor, Shen Yu has also been delving into the sudden emergence of the martial hero sign-in system in his mind. It remains a mystery whether this system came with his arrival or awakened fortuitously afterward. In any case, when Shen Yu first opened his eyes in this world, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, witnessing the system binding to him. Once the binding was complete, he learned that this system was called the martial hero sign-in system, which suggested that by performing righteous deeds, he could sign in and receive various rewards. In these 2 days, Shen Yu attempted to test the system. When Aunt Zhang in the kitchen fell ill, he provided 2 taels of silver for a doctor's visit and received a sign-in reward of 20 taels of silver. He also chopped firewood for the ailing Aunt Zhang and received a small hammer, intended only for cracking walnuts. What sort of worthless system is this? Shen Yu lamented, having hoped to sign in for martial arts skills like the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques, aspiring to become a formidable master in this complex world. From his memories, Shen Yu understood that this world belonged to an ancient dynasty, yet it was not akin to any dynasty of ancient China. The Dashang dynasty had been established for over 2 centuries, with a flourishing martial culture. Moreover, while in the capital for the examinations, he had once encountered a group of constables pursuing a thief. They leapt effortlessly from the ground to the rooftops of 3 or 4-story buildings, leaving a lasting impression of their formidable prowess in his mind. These recollections made it abundantly clear to Shen Yu that he existed in a perilous world, rife with martial arts and treachery. Particularly for officials, it was a high-risk profession where one could unexpectedly become a target of vigilante justice. My lord, the young master of the Kai family has come to confess. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Shen Yu inhaled deeply. The Kai family young master was the very one who had attempted to abduct a woman in public and had assaulted him. After Zhou, the constable, had intervened, the Kai young master had fled upon learning Shen Yu's identity. Shen Yu had nearly forgotten this episode while acclimating to his surroundings and studying the system. To his surprise, the young master chose to turn himself in today. Yet, if he truly had such contrition, Why wait 2 days? Bring him forth. Your Excellency. Dressed in his official robes, Shen Yu sat solemnly in the hall. The imposing presence of the guards flanking him added an air of authority to the proceedings. As the low murmurs of respect filled the air, the young master strode into the courtroom. Meeting Shen Yu's gaze without flinching, a hint of satisfaction etched across his face. Such arrogance, was this truly a confession? One might think he was merely out for a leisurely stroll. Presumptuous. Seeing the young master's insolence, Shen Yu raised his voice. Who dares enter my court without kneeling before the magistrate? You. The young master glared at Shen Yu, taken aback by the lack of deference. Did he not know who he was? Ultimately, despite his unwillingness, the young master lacked any official title. Adhering to the rules of the court, he begrudgingly knelt. With a loud bang on the wooden bench, Shen Yu looked down at the young master and declared, Kai, 2 days ago, you brazenly abducted a woman in broad daylight. Are you aware of your crimes? Injustice, my lord. Upon hearing Shen Yu's accusations, Kai immediately protested, as if rehearsed. That woman is a maid bought by my family, with a contract to prove it. How can this be considered abduction? As he spoke, Kai produced the contract. Taking it in hand, Shen Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the assembled officials. The contract appeared genuine. The Kai family had been quite industrious these past 2 days. Moreover, such contracts required official processing through the court, suggesting that even the officials could not be entirely trusted. At that moment, the very woman who had been abducted slowly entered the courtroom and knelt with a thud. She was strikingly beautiful, with skin like jade and a delicate figure that seemed almost ethereal. Yet, the redness around her eyes betrayed her sorrow, rendering her a pitiable sight. No wonder the young master had resorted to such brazen actions. She was indeed captivating. But wait, she was the victim. How could scoundrels like Kai dare to prey upon such a fragile maiden? My lord, I am indeed a maid of the Kai family. I ran away, and it is only natural that the young master brought me back. I confess my wrongdoing. Miss, has anyone threatened you? Rest assured, I shall seek justice for you. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the young woman was coerced, and Shen Yu could not simply let this matter rest. No, I am indeed a maid of the Kai family. Please, my lord, see the truth. Esteemed sir, the deed of sale is in your possession, and she herself has confessed. Both witness and evidence are present. The events of that day were merely a misunderstanding. Casually cupping his hands in respect towards Shen Yu, Kai prepared to rise and take his leave. County Magistrate, since the matter has been clarified, I shall take my leave now. Haha, stop. Upon noticing Kai's intention to depart, Shen Yu emitted a cold snort and struck the bench with force. Kai, even if this woman is your family's maid, that does not absolve you of the crime of forcibly seizing a commoner. Kai, are you aware that you also assaulted this official on that day? In broad daylight, you struck a court official in the street. Kai, what punishment do you believe you deserve? Bring him here, apprehend him, and give him 30 lashes, followed by imprisonment for trial. Esteemed sir, think carefully. At this moment, the clerk hurriedly approached, whispering urgently to Shen Yu, Sir, he is the son of the Kai family, the nephew of the county deputy. And so what? Casting a fierce glare at the clerk, Shen Yu then bellowed at the constables. Why are you still hesitating? Strike him hard. The nephew of the county deputy? No wonder this scoundrel managed to secure the deed. Now that I am aware of his connections, I shall ensure he receives a more severe punishment, teaching him that I am not merely a figurehead as the county magistrate. Do you dare strike me? Kai looked at Shen Yu with disbelief. Having lived so long, he had always walked unchallenged in Bai'an County. Who would dare provoke him? Not even his own father had ever laid a hand on him. Step aside. Seeing that the constables were indeed prepared to act, Kai erupted in fury. You wretched lackeys, let's see who dares to lay a hand on me. Impudence. Though he had encountered arrogance before, he had never seen such brazen insolence. Shen Yu's temper flared, and he struck the bench again, shouting, This court is in an uproar. The crime is compounded. Bring him forth and give him 60 lashes. Strike him harder. Ouch. Oh no, you're really hitting me. Take it easy. Take it easy. Esteemed sir, I realize my mistakes now. Please be gentle. Only now do you acknowledge your faults? It is too late. Continue with the punishment. Not a single lash less. Hearing the pitiful wails below, Shen Yu could not help but smirk. Little rascal, let's see if I cannot deal with you. Initially, he had worried that the constables might go easy on him, but Kai had foolishly provoked them with his own words, and it would be a disservice not to punish him severely. He deserves it. System check-in. Check-in successful. You have acquired the complete true heart method. The complete true heart method? A secret manual? Wait a moment. At that instant, Shen Yu felt he had grasped a hint of the system's workings. Could it be that this was the proper way to engage with the system? Chapter 2. The success of the sign-in and the true heart method. As the sound of a successful sign-in echoed, a torrent of information surged into Shen Yu's mind. In what felt like an instant, he had comprehended the essence of this martial art, assimilating all the knowledge as if it had been seamlessly integrated, with only the passage of time required for mastery. Simultaneously, Shen Yu felt a tumultuous energy coursing through his veins, his blood ablaze with an intensity he had never experienced. Suddenly, a faint sensation began to coalesce, gradually circulating through his meridians before settling in his dantian. An indescribable pleasure spread from his dantian throughout his body, akin to the warmth of a fire on a frigid night, an ecstatic sensation that momentarily enveloped him before slowly dissipating. Clearly, within this brief span, the true heart method had already reached an introductory level, while others trained rigorously through the harsh winters and scorching summers for a minimum of 3 years to build their foundation and gradually cultivate their internal energy. Those with lesser aptitude might even be barred from entry. Yet, he had merely signed in to acquire a superior internal cultivation method, stepping directly into the realm of mastery. The efficacy of this system was truly formidable. Stop! Everyone, cease at once. Just as Kai was subdued, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. It was Kai Chong, the deputy of Bai'an County. The sight of him sent a tremor of fear through the officers, who immediately halted their actions. Deputy, who dares provoke you? Are they not afraid of the consequences? Witnessing this scene, Shen Yu furrowed his brow slightly and casually remarked, Deputy Kai, this is the court of law. I have already rendered judgment. Are you questioning my authority? I would not dare. Would not dare? Yet, I see the deputy's authority is quite formidable. With a cold snort, Shen Yu continued, First, you assaulted an official of the court in public, and now you roar in the court itself. Deputy, do you know the crime your nephew has committed? Please, esteemed deputy, my son is but a child, ignorant of his wrongs. I implore you to show leniency. A child? At this age, still a child? How shameless. Though he did not voice it, Shen Yu had long condemned such individuals in his heart. He never indulged those of this ilk. They simply had not faced the trials of society. A few more encounters would suffice for their growth. There was no need for courtesy. Continue the beating, do not stop. Wait. With his fist clenched within his sleeve, yet maintaining a facade of geniality, Kai Chong took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Shen Yu, saying, Esteemed county magistrate, what would you have me do for you to show mercy? Deputy, you are mistaken. I am merely executing justice. By the way, could you explain the matter of this contract of servitude? Magistrate, I do not comprehend your concerns. This contract is entirely lawful. Kai Chong's attitude shifted noticeably as he bowed again, declaring, This woman belongs to the Kai family. Even if she were beaten or killed, none would dare object. Ah, the Kai family is indeed formidable. With a cold snort, Shen Yu cast a disdainful glance at Kai Chong, who audaciously met his gaze without flinching. After a moment, Shen Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger bubbling within him. Deputy Kai, the matter concerning Kai, he can indeed be negotiated, but this contract of servitude, Magistrate, you are being courteous in that case. This maid shall be a gift to you, a present from the Kai family to celebrate your appointment. Ah, how can I accept such a gift? I'm not one to accept bribes. How about this? Seeing that the contract states a price of 1 tael of silver, I shall offer that amount to purchase her at the original price. Is that agreeable? Shen Yu was acutely aware of the nature of these individuals. If he did not clarify matters now, they might use it against him in the future. Although he had only recently assumed office, he had already grasped the general situation in Bai'an County. The county was essentially controlled by 3 main families. The Kai family, represented by Kai Chong, the Feng family, led by Feng Zhongyin, and the Sun family, the wealthiest in Bai'an County, along with the Feihu Hall, which dominated the underworld. 1 tael of silver? What a rogue! Despite his inner fury, Kai Chong maintained an outwardly grateful demeanor. Thank you, magistrate. At that moment, the girl who had been kneeling suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling. And my father is still at the Kai residence. Oh, is that so? Shen Yu cast a cold glance at Kai He, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Kai residence is quite powerful. Magistrate, do not jest. Quickly fetch him. Shortly after, Kai Chong ordered his subordinates to bring the man forth. a servant rushed in. "Master, it is bad. A message just arrived from the old master. He refuses to yield and has taken his own life." "What? Dead?" At this news, Shen Yu's expression darkened. "Today, I have witnessed the Kai family's principles. Bring the beating to a halt and continue punishing him." "Magistrate, you just agreed." "What did I agree to? I distinctly stated nothing. We have a fair transaction. Money exchanged for the contract of servitude. There is no deception here. The transaction is complete. It is too late for the deputy to have regrets." With that, Shen Yu ignored Kai Chong's increasingly grim expression and commanded the officers loudly, "What are you waiting for? Strike! Hit him hard!" "Magistrate, are you denying me face?" "Wrong. Deputy Kai, I am not targeting you, but rather upholding the law without leniency. I intend for everyone to know that since I have come to Bai'an County, no one shall oppress the common folk at will. Under the law, no one is exempt." "Ah, magistrate, you are indeed an admirable official for the people. I shall take my leave. Do take care." Casting a cold glance at Shen Yu, Kai Chong turned and left, his icy demeanor prompting those nearby to instinctively retreat. "Sir, you acted impulsively today." After Kai Chong's departure, the secretary cast a worried glance at his retreating figure. "No, you are mistaken. Serving the people is my duty. As I stated earlier, anyone who violates the law must face justice. Not only must you understand my intentions, but all the people must be aware." "Sir." The secretary shook his head, letting out a sigh. "You are still too young. The Kai family has deep roots in Bai'an County, already well entrenched. The families are interconnected through marriage, thriving together. As they say, a solid garrison, a transient magistrate. By not giving them face, they will not reciprocate. This new magistrate has narrowed his own path. He will undoubtedly face hardships in the future. It is best to maintain some distance from him to avoid being targeted. Young lady, here is your contract of servitude. What are your plans moving forward? I came to Bai'an County to seek refuge with my father, but now I am all alone and do not know where to turn." In that moment, the girl could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly. Her frail appearance evoked sympathy not only from Shen Yu, but also from the surrounding officers. Gradually, the girl ceased her weeping, wiped her tears, and looked up at Shen Yu, then suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "Please, sir, take me in. I can wash and cook for you." "Well, very well. For now, you may accompany me." Shen Yu understood that if such a delicate girl were to fall into the grasp of the Kai family, she might not even be allowed to leave Bai'an County. For the time being, he was her only refuge. If she wished to leave in the future, she could do so at any time. By the way, system sign in. Sign in successful. You have acquired the ianghu sword technique. The ianghu sword technique? As the system's prompt resounded, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. It was as if a figure was materializing before him, twisting and turning, with the glint of a sword exuding an inscrutable power. Years seemed to pass in an instant, and Shen Yu felt as though he had diligently practiced for countless hours, mastering the ianghu sword technique to the point of forging his own path. Coupled with his prior years of rigorous study as a devoted scholar, it appeared that this sword technique resonated harmoniously with him. Even his demeanor seemed to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, those around him perceived a sudden shift in Shen Yu, as if he radiated a majestic aura, an imposing presence that could overshadow mountains and rivers. The ianghu sword technique was not merely a martial form. It seemed to embody the essence of one's character, emphasizing righteousness and unwavering integrity. This technique surpassed Shen Yu's expectations, as it appeared to evolve in tandem with his own cultivation. Yet, he was acutely aware that the system's enlightenment merely rendered him a theoretical master. To truly internalize these teachings, he would need to engage in relentless practice. Indeed, my initial suspicions were validated. Did they truly believe I acted impulsively today? How else could I draw the common folk to report their grievances? By diligently signing in, I could consistently grow stronger, wielding my sword across the realm, with beauty at my side. I must not dwell on such thoughts. Why do I feel as though I have ascended to the pinnacle of life? Chapter 3. The ledger. With a deep breath, Shen Yu, elated by the rewards from his sign-in, ventured out to procure a sword. After dismissing everyone, he began his practice in the courtyard. Although Shen Yu carried a sword, no one found it remarkable. In these times, many with titles enjoyed the pretense of wielding swords alongside their fans, without any serious intent. They were well aware of the capabilities of the newly appointed county magistrate. Having been beaten by the inept Kai, a scion of privilege, it was clear that he was nothing more than a frail scholar, likely incapable of even besting a robust woman. What they were oblivious to was the fierce wind generated by Shen Yu's ianghu sword technique, each move exuding grandeur and vigor. Though still somewhat unrefined from his recent onset of practice, it would not be long before he truly mastered it. With a sudden step, a surge of inner strength coursed through him, leaving indents upon the solid ground beneath his feet. He then thrust forward with his sword, and with the enhancement of his inner power, the strike was akin to the sharpest arrow, propelled with immense force. The elegance of wielding the sword in conjunction with the Chuanjian heart method nearly ensnared Shen Yu in a trance of delight. Had there been admirers nearby, they would have erupted in cheers and applause. With another powerful step forward, the stone slab beneath him cracked audibly, momentarily startling him. Although he had attained some skill, he was hardly formidable. How could a mere step shatter the blue rock flooring? His inner strength was merely at the threshold, not sufficiently potent for such a display. Upon closer inspection, he noticed only faint imprints elsewhere, a curious anomaly indeed. Upon investigation, Shen Yu discovered a hollow space beneath the floorboards. No wonder it cracked so easily. The foundation was compromised. Yet, how could such a shoddy construction exist in the county office? Sensing something amiss, he drove his sword into the crevice of the stone slab, channeling his inner power to forcibly pry it open, revealing what lay concealed within. What was this? So meticulously hidden? Inside the slab was an object wrapped in thick oiled cloth. As he unwrapped layer after layer, he uncovered a ledger. Is this a ledger? At first glance, Shen Yu feared it contained some indecent material hidden away by a previous magistrate, but upon closer examination, he realized it was indeed a financial ledger. The meticulous wrapping and concealment piqued his curiosity. Bringing the ledger inside, he began to scrutinize it closely, discovering that it pertained to the financial records of the Bai'an County Treasury. Though his previous profession was not in finance, he had studied such matters. As he perused the entries, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. The ledger was clearly annotated, with many concealed accounts circled for emphasis. The handwriting bore a striking resemblance to that of the former magistrate of Bai'an County, given that remnants of the previous magistrate's calligraphy lingered in the office. Shen Yu was confident in his observation. After a moment of astonishment, Shen Yu meticulously reviewed the ledger from start to finish and recalculated the figures, feeling as though a veil had been lifted. The individuals behind these records had employed various means to obscure entries, inflate prices, and more, astonishingly. Over half of the Bai'an County Treasury had been siphoned away. They truly knew how to play the game. Fortunately, this ledger was evidently not current. It likely dated back 2 or 3 years. Wait, 2 or 3 years ago. Wasn't he that during a time Shen Yu had researched? The magistrate of Bai'an County from that period was regarded as a decent official, not particularly adept, but diligent enough to garner a good reputation. However, approximately 2 years ago, when a drought struck the Chongling area, the court ordered the opening of granaries, only to discover the treasury of Bai'an County was nearly empty. Furthermore, much of the grain was found to be spoiled. Such a revelation incited a tremendous uproar. Moreover, the lack of sufficient provisions nearly incited a civil uprising, prompting the court's ire. The then magistrate was swiftly disposed of. Corrupt officials met their end to the applause of the populace, who were infuriated by the famine that had claimed many lives. In retrospect, it appeared there was more to the story. The rapidity with which the treasury's emptiness was revealed and the magistrate's downfall seemed orchestrated, as though someone had been pulling the strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, Shen Yu recalled his predecessor, who had succumbed to illness less than a year into his term. Was it mere coincidence that this ledger bore annotations from him, only for him to fall ill shortly after? Such fortuity was suspect. For reasons unknown, Shen Yu felt an unsettling chill wash over him, as if an inexplicable dread enveloped him. This matter ran deeper than it appeared. Yet, a surge of determination surged within him, dispelling the cold. With the system at his disposal, what challenges could he not face? Moreover, his fervor had yet to wane. As the magistrate of county, it was his duty to govern wisely. Though he may not have had this opportunity before, now that it was within his grasp, he would strive to benefit the people, fulfill his obligations, and uphold justice. Thus, he would not squander this chance. Of course, he could also check in while he was at it. From Shen Yu's understanding, The cabal within Bai'an County was rife with unscrupulous characters. Particularly, the Kai family, where the county deputy resided, was notorious for their oppressive dealings, buying low and selling high, showing no regard for the welfare of the people during the 2-year drought as they hoarded resources. Shen Yu had no doubt they were aware of the treasury situation. These parasites must be rooted out entirely. Bring forth Captain Zhou and gather the constables. My lord. Soon, Captain Zhou arrived in a flurry, his expression puzzled, unsure of why Shen Yu had summoned all the constables. Recently, Bai'an County may not be entirely peaceful, but there have been no significant events. If there were any major happenings, surely I, as the head constable, would be aware. Have you arrived? After casting a glance at Zhou Yuan and the constables behind him, Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Let's go. All of you follow me. My lord, where are we going? To the treasury. Ah, to the treasury? Zhou, the head constable, was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yu's words. Just going to the treasury requires so many people. One might think we are planning a robbery. Indeed. Follow me quickly. Shen Yu intended to take a gamble, wagering that these individuals would remain as corrupt as ever. If they could embezzle from a treasury over 2 years ago, what assurance was there that they would not continue their thievery now? The old cat resting upon the salted fish might find itself left with nothing but bones. Though the approach of simmering frogs in warm water may seem more prudent for dealing with these people, Shen Yu understood that it already offended the Kai family, rendering such a strategy less effective. Besides, as a newcomer, he could not discern friend from foe. Thus, without a show of force, how could he expect them to emerge? A swift and decisive action could at least sever one of their limbs. Most crucially, dealing with corrupt officials might yield a substantial reward. In short, this endeavor promised no loss. Chapter 4. Do you know martial arts? Where is the treasury clerk? Open the door and bring me the account books. Without wasting words, Shen Yu led a throng directly to the treasury, demanding the account books from the clerk while instructing him to open the treasury for inspection. My lord, the treasury is a critical place and cannot be opened lightly. The sudden appearance of so many people visibly flustered the clerk, but he quickly regained his composure. Impudence. As the newly appointed official, it is only natural for me to inspect the treasury. Is there something amiss within? Stand azida, with a cold command. Shen Yu ordered the constables to push the clerk aside, then entered the treasury. However, the scene before him differed from his expectations. The granary was brimming with grain, and the treasury appeared to be well stocked, showing no signs of embezzlement. He casually pierced a rice sack with his sword, and the plump grains cascaded forth, prompting a smug smile from the clerk who followed him inside, as he bowed slightly to Shen Yu. My lord, the treasury has always been under the vigilant supervision of the county magistrate, and we have been meticulous in our duties. Rest assured, the treasury is absolutely secure, with not a trace of negligence. The clerk's triumphant demeanor was unabashed, as if anticipating praise from Shen Yu. Little did he know, such expressions only incited Shen Yu's desire to deliver a punch. Absolutely secure, is it? With a disdainful glance at the clerk and a survey of the abundant grain, Shen Yu waved to the constables. Come, clear away these outer sacks. I wish to inspect the grain within. My lord. Shen Yu's sudden decision startled the clerk, whose countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily protested. My lord, you may be unaware as a new official, but the treasury must not be disturbed lightly. If something were to happen, we would bear the consequences. Am I making you bear the consequences? If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility. Move it. With a commanding shout, Shen Yu ordered the constables to act. Soon, under his orders, the constables began to move the outer sacks aside. As they progressed inward, the clerks beside Shen Yu grew increasingly flustered, ultimately trembling in anxiety. This endeavor appears secure. He knew well that these individuals were incapable of reforming. They merely concealed their misdeeds with a thin veneer of respectability. With a swift motion, Shen Yu drew his sword and thrust it into one of the inner rice sacks, causing a cascade of dirt and stones to spill out. Is this your notion of absolute security? Turning back to the clerk, he snorted coldly, then continued to inspect each sack. The sound of dirt and stones falling echoed throughout the treasury. Shen Yu scooped up a handful, and his expression darkened. By heavens, these scoundrels are exceedingly audacious. Only a fraction of the outer grain is genuine. The rest is a facade, a blatant act of greed. Should this come to light, would I not bear the blame as the current county magistrate? Much like my predecessor, who met an untimely and unexplained demise. Furthermore, if I remain in this position long enough and cannot absolve myself of responsibility, these individuals could easily use this to coerce me. Should the treasury be found wanting, I would be helpless against their machinations. Otherwise, a mere report could lead to my undoing. Fortunately, I have only taken office a few days ago. No matter how I deflect blame, it cannot be placed upon my shoulders. Look at this treasury, which you boldly claimed was plentiful. What audacity you possess. Shen Yu hurled the dirt in his hand at their faces and shouted to the constables, "Seize them all." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the treasury. And soon, County Magistrate Kai Chong hurried in. Upon witnessing the scene and the dirt cascading from the rice sacks, the muscles in his face visibly twitched. What is happening? Where's the rice? In an instant, Kai Chong's face contorted with rage as he seized the clerk, his eyes ablaze with fury, his expression twisting as if he were ready to devour him whole. "Jianghu, how could you betray my trust, embezzling from the treasury? I shall kill you." In that moment, Kai Chong drew a blade from a nearby constable's waist and brought it down with lethal intent. At that instant, a sword appeared from the side, intercepting the deadly strike. "County Magistrate, are you prepared to eliminate witnesses?" "Eliminate witnesses? My lord, from where do you draw such conclusions? One may eat their fill, but words must not be trifled with. I act with integrity. How does their substitution of dirt for grain concern me? I am equally pained by this revelation. Kai Chong, prior to my appointment, you were responsible for the affairs of the county. How can you claim no connection to this? Moreover, now that the treasury is empty, the false reporting of accounts and the substitution of inferior goods are crimes that implicate not only them, but also you, County Magistrate." With a disdainful snort, Shen Yu swept his sleeve, granting no quarter. "This matter will be reported to the prefect, but before that, I ask you, County Magistrate, to remove your official robe." "What? You?" His eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura emanating from Kai Chong, his voice icy. "Do you not think your demands excessive? What? Do you have an opinion, County Magistrate? You must understand, regardless of the truth, your negligence cannot be overlooked. I merely ask you to remove your official robe. I have not imprisoned you. Do not make this difficult for me." "Very well." Casting a cold glare at Shen Yu, Kai Chong realized that this new magistrate had ignited the first fire of his tenure upon himself, and he feared that this young official would not be able to bear the consequences. Ignoring Shen Yu, Kai Chong turned his attention to the detained clerks, his icy visage now tinged with a hint of murderous intent. "You dare to tamper with the treasury? Do you know the gravity of your crime? The county magistrate will not spare you, nor will I. You had better consider your actions carefully, not only for yourselves, but also for your families. You know what must be done without my instruction." "Kai Chong, do you not think your words are excessive?" "What do you mean by that, my lord?" "I do not understand." Raising his head, Kai Chong smiled gently and said, "I am merely stating a fact." Just as his words faded, Jianghu suddenly broke free from the grasp of the constables and struck towards Shen Yu with a palm. Caught off guard, Shen Yu instinctively countered the blow. Stumbling back several steps, Jianghu, equally surprised, not only retreated 3 steps, but also felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. "Protect the official." At that moment, the head constable, Zhou Yuan, reacted quickly, delivering a kick that sent Jianghu flying. Several constables swiftly drew their sabers, encircling Jianghu. "Do you possess martial skills? You can actually fight." The most astonished among them was County Vice Minister Kai Chong. He never anticipated that this county magistrate would be proficient in martial arts, and seemingly quite skilled at that. It was known that Jianghu was already formidable. Even 6 or 7 burly men would struggle to approach him. Yet, here he was, at a disadvantage against a mere county magistrate. Had Jianghu not acted today, exposing the opponent's prowess, how long would they have remained in the dark? In an instant, a tempest of emotions surged within Kai Chong. The magistrate, capable of martial arts, was feigning weakness while being beaten by his own incompetent nephew. It was evident that he was hiding his abilities. Did his nephew's assault stem from a scheme orchestrated by this little scoundrel to draw them into a trap? The key was that the newcomer seemed to have sensed something from the very beginning and had now boldly entered the treasury. If this continued, they would all be in peril. Kai Chong clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, his expression fluctuating as he discreetly glanced at Shen Yu. Are the young truly this formidable? Chapter 5. It's time for medicine, my lord. Are you unscathed? After kicking Jianghu away, Zhou Yuan hurried to Shen Yu's side. anxious about any harm that might have come to him. The county magistrate was right beside him. If anything were to happen, he, as the head constable, would bear the brunt of the blame. However, he was taken aback to find that this seemingly fragile magistrate was entirely unharmed, not even out of breath. His strength was likely comparable to Zhou Yuan's own. Why then had he allowed himself to be humiliated in front of the Kai family, beaten in public while drawing laughter from the townsfolk? In that moment, Zhou Yuan pondered many things, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, though he outwardly displayed no sign of it. Having weathered many storms, he understood the value of maintaining a veneer of ignorance. He was merely a constable. All he needed to do was perform his duties quietly. The squabbles of those above him were of no concern. He would safeguard his own territory and strive to offend no one. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Shen Yu waved his hand to reassure Zhou Yuan and then turned his gaze towards Jianghu. Jianghu, the embezzlement of the treasury is a grave matter. You alone cannot shoulder the responsibility. I understand that you and your accomplices are merely pawns, not the masterminds. If you can reveal who is behind this, I assure you I will do my utmost to negotiate on your behalf, ensuring your lives and families remain unharmed. My lord, there is no need for further discussion. At that moment, Zhou Yuan leaned closer to Shen Yu and whispered, Fear not. Once they are imprisoned, even iron men can be made to speak. Jianghu, how dare you attempt to assassinate a court official? At this point, Kai Chong was drenched in cold sweat, but forced himself to regain composure. He then looked towards Jianghu and his companions, his eyes glinting with malice. As his words fell, Kai Chong roared and charged forward with a knife. One might think this Kai County Vice Minister was exceptionally brave and passionate. However, he had barely moved before Shen Yu swiftly yanked him back. You little rascal, daring to scheme under my very nose. Do you think I am merely idle? I have been wary of you all along. Unfortunately, without concrete evidence, capturing him outright would be premature. Despite being restrained by Shen Yu, Kai Chong did not relent. Instead, he shouted, Jianghu, you have embezzled from the treasury and attempted to assassinate a court official. Each charge is a death sentence and will undoubtedly implicate your family. This is your final chance. Do not be foolish. Kai County Vice Minister, you speak too much. Someone, take the County Vice Minister away. My lord, I am merely persuading Jianghu to turn back before it is too late. What harm is there in that? As he struggled against the constables trying to pull him away, Kai Chong defended himself, simultaneously shouting towards Jianghu. Jianghu. Suddenly, as if provoked by something, Jianghu, surrounded by several constables, began to thrash about wildly. He cast a heavy glance towards Kai Chong before, astonishingly, he thrust his chest forward, seemingly offering himself to the constable's blades. The knife plunged deep into Jianghu's chest, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. With wide eyes, Jianghu seemed to want to say something, fixating his gaze on Kai Chong. It was only after Kai Chong subtly nodded that Jianghu finally closed his eyes. After a brief struggle, he drew his last breath. County Vice Minister, such skillful tactics. Shen Yu understood that Jianghu might have been a direct line to Kai Chong, with all orders relayed from him. The remaining treasury clerks, even if they were aware of Kai Chong's involvement in the embezzlement, possessed no tangible evidence. Thus, with Jianghu gone, unless other irrefutable proof emerged, Kai Chong would only face charges of negligence. This scoundrel is indeed ruthless. Never mind, we have plenty of time. First, let's strip him of his official garb, leaving him without support. The rest we shall deal with gradually. System, sign in. Sign in successful. 10 years of inner strength acquired. Just as the system's alert faded, Shen Yu felt a surge of light flowing into his being, as if his very essence was boiling. In that moment, Shen Yu felt as though he were cultivating in a tranquil field, diligently honing his skills. The cycles of day and night, the passage of seasons. 10 years of arduous training flashed by in the blink of an eye. The strands of true energy, once meager in his dantian, transformed into a flowing stream, surging from his core, through his meridians, and throughout his body. In a heartbeat, his numerous acupoints were all unlocked. Exhaling deeply, Shen Yu slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had trained for a decade, though only a brief time had passed. Nevertheless, that decade of strength was undeniably real. With 10 years of power, he had ascended to the status of a second-rate master, and indeed, the pinnacle among them. Regrettably, the Chuanjin heart method is not one of the common techniques. It emphasizes the importance of gradual accumulation and steady progress. Thus, while his internal energy was profound, it required time to build, and the initial advantages were not overwhelming. However, the more he accumulated, the greater his achievements would become. Upon returning to the county office, Shen Yu immediately began drafting documents for reporting. Such a significant event required him to act swiftly to avoid being preempted by others. My lord, I have heard that you were ambushed today by thieves. Thankfully, you were unharmed, but I imagine you must have been somewhat startled. I have prepared a calming herbal brew for you. Please drink it while it's warm. Just as Shen Yu completed the document, the steward entered with a bowl of soup, wearing a smile that hinted at flattery. All right, I understand. Just set it down. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Nodding, Shen Yu gestured for the steward to leave. Being a humble scholar, he naturally had no steward at home. Before him stood an elderly figure within the county office, having lingered there for over a decade. Untouched by successive county magistrates. On one hand, he had become an integral part of the office, possessing an intimate knowledge of the affairs of Bai'an County, thus facilitating the magistrate's governance. On the other hand, his own capabilities were undeniable. Observe the keen insight he displayed. He immediately sensed the recent events and approached with an air of deference, a trait not common among ordinary folk. Were he lacking in skill, he would have long been ousted from his establishment. Your Excellency, the medicine must not be allowed to cool. It is best consumed while still warm. The steward, noticing Shen Yu's reluctance to take the medicine, gently prodded him once more. Yet, at that moment, Shen Yu was preoccupied with contemplating future matters, utterly disinterested in any medicinal concoctions. Having successfully removed Kai Zhong from his position and imprisoned several treasury clerks, he was merely waiting to unravel a larger web of conspirators. While the situation appeared promising, it also compelled him to be cautious, for desperation could drive even the meekest to act recklessly. What Shen Yu discerned was that Kai Zhong's involvement was assured through his actions within the treasury, yet the extent of others' complicity remained uncertain. The intricate connections among the families in Bai'an County were deeply entrenched, with three factions wielding considerable power, leaving Shen Yu with few trustworthy allies. Despite the apparent compliance of the head constable, Zhou Yuan, Shen Yu dared not place complete trust in him. Reliance on oneself was paramount. Your Excellency, please take the medicine. The elderly steward, unable to contain his concern, made another gentle reminder as Shen Yu remained motionless. Why are you still here? Shen Yu raised his gaze in surprise, irritation creeping into his voice. I will drink the medicine shortly. You may leave now. Nevertheless, despite his words, Shen Yu showed no inclination to consume the medicine. After all, he had suffered no loss today. Why would he subject himself to such discomfort? Yet, when Shen Yu lifted his gaze again, he noticed the steward had not moved an inch, merely observing him with an inscrutable smile. Your Excellency, the medicine must be taken while it is still warm. As I have prepared it with my own hands, the steward approached, holding the bowl of medicine with a solicitous demeanor. I said, step aside. Shen Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone turning stern. However, the steward seemed undeterred, advancing steadily with the bowl in hand. Your Excellency, it is time for you to take your medicine. Chapter 6. The poisonous jade, Pearl, who are you? Slowly drawing his sword, Shen Yu fixed a cold, wary gaze upon the steward as he drew nearer. There's no need to struggle. The steward continued his approach, unfazed. To him, Shen Yu appeared to be an easy target. Thus he felt no need to conceal his intentions. I understand that you possess martial skills, capable of contending with Jianghu and even wounding him. However, I have encountered Jianghu. He is merely a fledgling martial artist, having just begun to cultivate his inner strength. I, on the other hand, have devoted nearly 30 years to mastering my craft and am now a second-rate warrior. As he spoke, a sense of pride flickered across the steward's face, as though he reveled in his own achievements. Yet to Shen Yu, it seemed rather unimpressive. 30 years of toil for the modest rank of a second-rate martial artist hardly warranted boasting. Yet, considering his own mastery of the Taoist inner arts, far superior to ordinary techniques, he recognized that the steward's pride was misplaced. Come, Your Excellency, drink the medicine. Rest assured, you will not meet your end immediately. You shall simply become incapacitated before succumbing to your illness. The steward continued, closing the distance. You are not a local, and your frail condition is understandable. Bai'an County is remote and the environment is harsh, so it is expected that you would fall ill. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Shen Yu hesitated before inquiring. Was the previous magistrate's demise also your doing? Indeed, the steward, seemingly assured of his control over Shen Yu, nodded without reservation. The former magistrate was troublesome from the onset. Fearing his persistence, certain individuals orchestrated his downfall, leading to his untimely demise. Now, those same individuals wish to see you gone, which is why I have come to assist you on your journey. Ah, how curious the twists of fate. The steward mused, gazing at Shen Yu. When I was once a wanted outlaw, I never envisioned I would be involved in the assassination of officials. Yet here I stand, having eliminated two. Quite the accomplishment. An outlaw? The darkness beneath the lamp. With a moment's reflection, Shen Yu understood. A notorious bandit had transformed himself into the steward of the county office. A rare feat indeed. Who could have anticipated that a master of the underworld would masquerade as the steward of the magistrate, all the while maintaining an appearance of innocence? One must possess considerable skill to navigate such treacherous waters without falling victim to their own schemes. Can you tell me who seeks to end my life? It would aid my understanding. Gripping his sword, Shen Yu's demeanor remained tranquil as he regarded the steward. Your Excellency, do you not know who wishes you harm? The county vice magistrate warned you to remain compliant, yet you insist on stirring trouble. The steward's tone was laced with a hint of disdain. The vice magistrate has favored me, and I must repay that kindness. Furthermore, his price is quite generous. Zhong, the vice magistrate, was indeed behind this. Just as Shen Yu had stripped him of his official garb, he had unleashed a deadly scheme. With a second-rate warrior and the steward's identity, it was a significant undertaking. Moreover, this steward, having served for over a decade, possessed intimate knowledge of the actions of every magistrate during that time. It was no wonder previous officials had been manipulated so easily. Yet today, it seemed this pawn was destined to be shattered. Evidently, the magistrate was no longer willing to comply. Why must you persist in this? The steward scoffed, revealing his disdain as he observed Shen Yu draw his sword. If you cooperate, I assure you the process will be far less painful. Why must you endure hardship? Scholars like you are simply asking for a beating. A few more lessons, and perhaps you will learn to comply. As he spoke, the steward lunged at Shen Yu. Though he held Shen Yu in contempt, he remained vigilant. One does not survive in a perilous world without caution. At that moment, a brilliant flash of steel erupted, slicing through the darkness with an elegance that seemed to command the very heavens. The speed was akin to lightning, imbued with an overwhelming presence that bore down upon the steward, rendering him momentarily dazed. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back as the steward halted abruptly, as if defying the laws of physics, his body recoiling in fear. With a deft maneuver, Shen Yu narrowly avoided the sudden assault. And as the steward lifted his gaze once more, his face was now a mask of terror and disbelief. Your martial prowess? How is this possible? The steward's pupils dilated, grasping the peril he had just narrowly escaped. In that fleeting encounter, he was thrust back into a life where survival hinged on the edge of a blade. Every fiber of his being screaming at him to flee from danger, especially the sudden, terrifying aura that emerged from the opponent, which clearly surpassed his own by several folds. Hadn't Kai Chong mentioned that the opponent was merely a notch stronger than Jianghu? Was this truly just a notch? It seemed capable of effortlessly overpowering a multitude. Did this wretched official possess no discernment? It could cost him dearly. Ianghu sword technique. With a single stroke, Shen Yu did not pause, unleashing the full brilliance of the ianghu sword technique. Each move was a display of grandeur and fortitude, as if it sought to crush all in its path. The overwhelming momentum seemed poised to obliterate everything. This was Shen Yu's first actual combat experience since acquiring the ianghu sword technique, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he rapidly mastered the art amid the continuous exchanges. This, however, proved to be a torment for the steward facing him. Once a rogue in the Green Forest, he possessed no significant heritage, and his internal and external cultivation were of mediocre caliber. The disparity between the righteous sects and rogue cultivators was indeed substantial. Faced with Shen Yu's swordplay, the steward was already at his wit's end, quickly accumulating numerous sword wounds. Blood spilled forth as his body began to falter, and even his movements grew sluggish. A golden opportunity. Suddenly, a glint sparked in Shen Yu's eyes as he deftly pierced through the steward's defenses, launching a decisive strike. This blow resembled a meteor streaking across the sky, resplendent and colorful, yet imbued with inexorable lethality. With a singular thrust, it struck true at the throat. Blood gushing from the wound, The steward flailed helplessly for a moment, desperately attempting to grasp something, but ultimately succumbed in defeat, his life extinguished. Upon witnessing the opponent's complete silence, Shen Yu bellowed, "Someone, come here. My lord, what is this scene before us?" In response, the onlookers, drawn by the sound, appeared bewildered, gazing down at the steward sprawled on the ground. What had transpired? This man is a bandit, having infiltrated the county office for over a decade. Have Captain Zhou investigate. If verified, let it be displayed for all to see. And do remember to inform the county magistrate. A bandit? Kai Chong lightly tapped the table. And Shen Yu let out a soft huff. He had made a mental note of this name. System check-in. Check-in successful. You have received the anti-poison jade pearl. The anti-poison jade pearl. As the system notification faded, a translucent white jade pearl appeared in his palm, with a wealth of information flooding into his mind. This pearl possessed certain detoxifying properties and would change color in the presence of poison. If it turned blue, it could completely neutralize the toxin. In fact, the majority of poisons could be countered by the pearl. However, if it turned red, it indicated the presence of highly potent toxins, which the pearl could only suppress, not entirely cure. When faced with a red pearl, the best course of action was to flee swiftly. What a marvelous treasure, adorning the pearl upon himself. Shen Yu surveyed it with satisfaction. He couldn't deny that he felt a profound sense of insecurity. It seemed as though enemies lurked everywhere. Who knew when someone might conspire to poison him in the kitchen? With this artifact, he would no longer fear the threat of poison. Chapter 7. Let us see how you evade my lord. The county magistrate's mother is celebrating her birthday, and an invitation has been extended for you to attend the banquet. 2 days later, as Shen Yu was engaged in inventorying the treasury and auditing accounts, a surprise invitation from Kai Chong was presented to him. If one were to compile a list of those whom Kai Chong currently despised, Shen Yu's name would undoubtedly feature prominently. Kai Chong's official robes had been stripped away by Shen Yu, and now, as Shen Yu scrutinized the treasury, he was unreservedly targeting Kai Chong. If Kai Chong harbored any animosity, it was certainly directed towards Shen Yu. Their relationship was at best akin to fire and water. At this moment, Kai Chong must be seething with resentment. How could he extend an invitation to a banquet? Nevertheless, attending the banquet was not out of the question. Regardless of their strained relations, an invitation had been issued, and Shen Yu had no intention of shunning it. The crux of the matter was that he found himself rather financially embarrassed. Previously, Shen Yu was nothing more than a destitute scholar, with his largest sum of money being the 20 taels he had earned from signing in. Surely, one ought to present a token of appreciation for a birthday celebration, but a token that was too meager would lack sincerity, while a lavish gift was beyond his means. The 20 taels in his possession were far too precious to squander on Kai Chong's household. Was Kai Chong merely seeking to humiliate him under the pretense of an invitation? Never mind. He had no obligation to bring a gift. A simple handwritten note would suffice. After all, it is the thought that counts. When the time came, Shen Yu casually penned a note and made his way to Kai's residence. Upon the host's announcement that the county magistrate had sent a personal letter, Shen Yu distinctly sensed every gaze shift towards him. Yet, as the saying goes, as long as I do not feel embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Moreover, with nothing but fresh air in his pockets, he was indeed an incorruptible official deserving of pride. Who would dare to voice dissent? The county magistrate has graced us with his presence. It is an honor beyond measure. Please, make yourself comfortable. Upon Shen Yu's arrival, Kai Chong exhibited an exuberance that seemed overly enthusiastic, showing no signs of anger or impatience as he ushered Shen Yu to the seat of honor. Seated at the table were the most esteemed individuals of Bai'an County, including County Lieutenant Feng Zhong and the wealthiest man in Bai'an, Sun Huliang. Looking around at the other guests, they all held notable positions within Bai'an County. Among them, Shen Yu even spotted Captain Zhou, though his status was insufficient to warrant a seat at the same table. The county magistrate's visit amidst his busy schedule is a tremendous honor for us. Gulme, let's raise a glass to you. No sooner had Shen Yu taken his seat than Kai Chong lifted his cup, igniting a fervent atmosphere. Before long, others around them began to toast as well. Amidst the clinking of cups, several drinks were consumed, and gradually, Shen Yu began to exude an air of mild inebriation, his posture slightly swaying. However, only he understood that he remained quite sober. Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Shen Yu, appearing somewhat dazed, raised his cup and nonchalantly addressed Kai Chong. County Magistrate, are you aware of the significant incident that transpired at the county office in recent days? Our steward was revealed to be a wanted bandit, a fact confirmed by Captain Zhou. Oh, such a thing has occurred? Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Kai Chong feigned surprise, his expression betraying not a hint of flaw. I have been in seclusion these past few days for self-reflection and with preparations for my mother's birthday banquet. I have remained oblivious to external happenings. Is that so? Raising his cup, Shen Yu fixed his slightly dazed gaze upon Kai Chong. But how is it that I hear the bandit was, in fact, placed within the county office by you, county magistrate? My lord jests. How could I, a mere official, possibly be acquainted with such a rogue, let alone arrange for him to infiltrate the county office? This is clearly a case of deliberate framing. With that, Kai Chong maintained a demeanor of deep grievance, his acting skills and level of performance eliciting admiration. The news of the steward's demise had long since circulated. Who among them was unaware? One could not help but commend Kai Chong's ability to fabricate lies with such ease, skills that Shen Yu could scarcely hope to emulate. However, in that moment, Shen Yu seemed intent on not letting him off the hook, his gaze fixed intently upon Kai Chong. The murderous intent within his eyes, even shrouded by the haze of inebriation, remained unmistakably evident. Best it be so. I shall investigate, and I hope it aligns with what you, County Magistrate, have so fervently claimed. Foster father, esteemed officials, I humbly come to raise a toast to all of you. Just as the atmosphere reached a near breaking point, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tension and redirecting everyone's attention. Before me stands a woman clad in a delicate pink garment, her slender figure and exquisite features captivating all who gaze upon her. The depths of her clear, bright eyes exude a hint of allure. Every movement, every smile, seems to carry an enchanting grace. In that fleeting moment, she becomes the sole focus of my attention, eclipsing all else. Her beauty rivals that of the young maiden who was previously seized by Kai Haqiang. Both are strikingly attractive, yet the former possesses an innocent charm, while the one before me embodies seduction. This enchanting figure is Ru, my newly acknowledged adopted daughter. With a smile, I introduce her to everyone present, and Kai Chong promptly adds, Ru, come, raise a toast to our esteemed guests, especially to the magistrate, who has just shared a rather amusing jest with me. A toast, esteemed sir, she declares, raising her cup before Shen Yu, her sultry gaze laden with unspoken temptations, her voice laced with a sweet, almost intoxicating allure. To you, my lord. Very well, Shen Yu responds with a slight nod and a gentle smile, his attention soon drifting elsewhere, no longer fixating on this captivating woman. Indeed, she is beautiful, yet she belongs to the Kai family, an adopted daughter of Kai Chong, no less. We all understand the implications of such a relationship. As Shen Yu prepares to down his cup, the antitoxin pearl unexpectedly shifts to a pale blue hue, causing his countenance to subtly shift. What audacity Kai Chong possesses, daring to poison me. The color change in the pearl serves as undeniable proof that the wine in his hand is tainted. In front of so many witnesses, Kai Chong displays remarkable boldness. Is he prepared to sever all pretense? I am eager to see what further tricks you have up your sleeve. With a disdainful snort echoing in my heart, Shen Yu gently swirls the antitoxin pearl before drinking the poisoned wine in one swift motion. The enchanting woman departs soon after, while Shen Yu appears to grow increasingly intoxicated amidst the clinking of cups, eventually slumping onto the table. My lord, you are inebriated, Ru exclaims, supporting Shen Yu. Kai Chong, feigning concern, addresses the surrounding guests. Pardon us for a moment. I must escort the magistrate to rest. With that, he hastily guides a servant to support Shen Yu, leading him away. As they proceed, Shen Yu suddenly begins to froth at the mouth, his complexion turning ghastly. What could be the cause of this? Witnessing this alarming change, Kai Chong is taken aback. Is this not merely a soporific? How could this happen? Did he administer an excessive dose? Merely a soporific? How absurd. Realizing this, Shen Yu swiftly comprehends that he has not ingested poison, but a sleeping draught. Yet, what is Kai Chong's intention behind this? Merely to induce slumber? Before long, Shen Yu is taken to a resting chamber. Upon arrival, Kai Chong instructs a servant to strip him of his clothing and toss him onto the bed. Although Shen Yu feels the urge to retaliate multiple times, he refrains, curious to see what Kai Chong plans to do. Kai Chong, satisfied with Shen Yu's unconscious state, nods approvingly and commands a nearby servant, "Go, fetch Eru." "Yes, my lord." As the servant departs, Kai Chong can no longer contain his mirth, erupting into raucous laughter, his voice brimming with unrestrained triumph. In broad daylight, he dares to violate a virtuous woman. Shen Yu, Shun Hengji, how will you escape this predicament? Chapter 8. A joke on too far. Kai County Magistrate. Your laughter is rather unpleasant. With a swift motion, Shen Yu leaps from the bed, causing Kai Chong's boisterous laughter to abruptly cease, replaced by a look of sheer panic. You haven't lost consciousness? What of it? Shen Yu Kai Chong, who retreats in trepidation, the weight of dread making him tremble. Kai County Magistrate, you truly possess remarkable cunning. A misunderstanding, esteemed magistrate, merely a misunderstanding. Kai Chong sit down, retreating further as he desperately attempts to explain. Please allow me to clarify. Thud. Without further ado, Shen Yu strikes him with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. He then strips Kai Chong of his garments, positioning him face down on the bed, draping a blanket over him to obscure his identity. A fitting return for his treachery. With cold fury, Shen Yu gazes at the unconscious Kai Chong, filled with murderous intent. How audacious of Kai Chong to orchestrate such a vile scheme. To tarnish a virtuous woman's reputation during a celebration. What kind of beast would stoop to such depths? Should this misdeed come to light, Shen Yu would find himself imprisoned, stripped of his official robes, and subjected to a public disgrace. The repercussions could be dire, especially if the victim were to take drastic measures to preserve her honor. My lord, Miss Eru has arrived." Just then, a servant's voice calls from outside. Shen Yu smiles softly, then leaps through the window to observe discreetly. "Do not call. The master has likely departed." The servant waves dismissively. Eru stands at the door, her alluring gaze captivating the servant, who is unable to suppress his ardor and licks his lips. "Strike me. Hard." Suddenly, Eru commands, catching the servant off guard. Such a request sounds peculiar. Does the young lady harbor such peculiar inclinations? Huh? What? Hit me. Quickly. In the presence of such beauty, the servant hesitates. After a moment of internal conflict, he steels himself, closes his eyes, and delivers a resounding slap. A rosy imprint graces Eru's cheek, yet she merely touches her tender skin, chuckling lightly, seemingly unfazed. "Now, go to the main hall and inform the guest that the magistrate has become intoxicated and attempted to violate me. Urge the master to come swiftly." Understood. The servant nods hastily, stealing one last glance at the enchanting Eru as he departs, his heart aflame with desire. Such beauty belongs to the master. Even a fleeting moment of intimacy would be a treasure. He cannot help but marvel at the privileges wealth and power afford. However, this time, the master has confided in no one, leaving only him and Eru privy to the scheme. If all goes well, he is certain to reap the rewards, perhaps even securing a concubine for himself to indulge in life's pleasures. Taking a deep breath, Eru enters the room, stepping over the scattered garments, her face devoid of emotion as she silently undresses, tossing her clothes aside. By the end, she is nearly bare, slipping beneath the covers without drawing near, clutching the blanket tightly, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. As a woman, she sometimes finds herself with no choice. Is he inside? Yes, it is here. I witnessed the magistrate bullying Miss Eru. I dared not intervene and only came to inform the master and mistress. The county constable, Feng He, speaks up, having arrived with guests. For reasons unknown, Kai Chong and his cohorts have not appeared, compelling him to come directly. If he waits any longer, the situation may escalate. The guests at the birthday celebration are prominent figures of Bai'an County. Should Shen Yu bring disgrace upon himself before them, what could his talents avail him? At a banquet celebrating someone's longevity, such disgraceful acts would surely lead to ruin, even for a county magistrate. Hearing the commotion from outside, Eru seized a steel needle and plunged it into the back of the man, facing away from her. A scream echoed, and the man, who had been reclining, seemed to awaken, struggling to rise. "My lord!" Simultaneously, Eru began to cry out, "No, my lord, please spare me. I am innocent. Quick, hurry!" The voices inside were clearly audible to those outside, who rushed in like eager heroes ready to rescue a damsel in distress. Upon the door being flung open, Eru on the bed began to weep uncontrollably, her tears flowing like rain on pear blossoms, her voice laden with unspeakable grievance, stirring empathy in all who heard her. The scene before them made everyone who entered swallow hard. Ru, with her fair skin exposed and a look of both grievance and a hint of allure, exuded an irresistible charm. It was no wonder the magistrate could hardly contain himself. Young men, after all, are prone to folly. Yet, the handprint on Ru's face was painfully conspicuous. Such a delicate beauty deserved tender care, not violent hands. And he was a scholar. Did he not understand the value of cherishing a lovely woman? What transpired here? Though the situation was apparent, County Officer Feng, he still inquired, Miss Ru, speak freely. I will seek justice for you. My lord, I. At his question, Ru seemed to be overwhelmed by her grievances, her sobs taking over. Miss Ru, was he coercive towards you? Tell us. And even if it means shedding your official robes, I will ensure justice prevails. Yes, I was forced. My innocence has been tarnished. I cannot bear to live. Miss Ru, can you guarantee that every word you speak is true? This is no trivial matter. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd behind. This matter concerns my purity. How could I deceive you? I assure you, every word I utter is the truth. I implore you, gentlemen, to see justice. Very well. How shall I seek justice for you? From the crowd, Shen Yu stepped forward, appearing entirely sober. Upon seeing him, everyone widened their eyes. Wasn't it said that the magistrate, inebriated, sought to assault Miss Ru? Yet here he stood before them, who lay on the bed. Chaos ensued. Magistrate, how are you here? Who is that on the bed? Who lies on the bed? A mere glance would reveal. At that moment, the man who had been reclining, Kai Chong, turned over and lifted his head, bewildered by the surrounding clamor, utterly clueless about what was happening. Is this the county officer? This was indeed a grave jest. Kai County Officer. The realization struck, and a stir rippled through the crowd. With the moonlight and dim candlelight, they saw the face of the man on the bed, leading to a wave of commotion. If it had been the magistrate, they might have accepted it, but who could have imagined that it was Kai County Officer? Was he not the foster father of Miss Ru? Such moral decay, how could this be? The beauty was so carelessly treated. What a great pity. It seems Kai County Officer had a taste for such affairs, with his foster daughter and coercion. How naive one could be to misjudge character. My lord. The once crying Ru now seemed flustered. The man on the bed was not the magistrate. The script had gone awry. Fear not, Miss Ru. I shall seek justice for you. Approaching with a smile, Shen Yu glanced at the scene before him, then morphed into a visage of profound sorrow. Kai County Officer, I am truly disappointed to learn of your nature. At this juncture, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. Officer Zhou, arrest him. Yes, my lord. Responding to Shen Yu's command, Officer Zhou stepped forward with trepidation. Wait, my lord, there must be a misunderstanding. As Officer Zhou advanced, Mrs. Kai could no longer contain herself. Urgently interjecting, my lord, Ru is the foster daughter of my husband. He has always upheld his integrity and could never commit such acts. It was she who seduced my husband. I implore you to see the truth. Enough, Mrs. Kai. I understand your concerns for Kai County Officer. But in the eyes of the public, how can you deny the evidence? Cutting her off, Shen Yu continued coldly, Mrs. Kai, as the saying goes, one knows the face but not the heart. Despite sharing a bed for years, you may not truly understand the man your husband is. This occurrence pains me deeply. Yet the law is merciless, and I am powerless. Shaking his head, Shen Yu feigned great lamentation. Those unaware might truly believe him. Only those privy to the underlying circumstances would recognize the long-standing conflict between this young magistrate and Kai County Officer. Naturally, some matters are best left unspoken. You, Mrs. Kai, fully aware of the strained relationship between the magistrate and her husband, understood that his current actions were merely an extension of their discord. Relying on his support would be futile. It would be wiser to hope for collective blindness from all present. Struggling to maintain composure, Mrs. Kai turned to Ru, her voice dripping with authority. Ru, you must clarify whether this was your choice. Consider your words carefully. Rest assured, my lord will bestow upon you due recognition for what has transpired. Enough. Both Ru's cries for help and the mark upon her face are undeniable evidence. Consent? Do you truly think this is consent? With a cold scoff, Shen Yu would not grant them the chance to alter their narrative. He aimed to cut through the chaos swiftly. Should the tables be turned, he knew Kai Chong would show no mercy. Mrs. Kai, you stand before me and the gentleman, brazenly coercing and enticing. Where do you place the law? And where do you place me? Officer Zhou. Turning to Officer Zhou, Shen Yu commanded, ensure that Miss Ru is taken back to the county office, lest some resort to nefarious means to compel her to retract her statements. You. In that instant, Mrs. Kai's expression darkened significantly. Shen Yu intended to take no chances, denying them any opportunity to twist the narrative. Just then, Kai Chong, who had been lying on the bed, erupted into laughter, tinged with a hint of despair. After a moment of confusion, he grasped his predicament. His schemes had backfired, leading to his own downfall. Though reluctant, he had to concede defeat, undone by his own cleverness. Officer Zhou, take him away. Watching the frantic Kai Chong, Shen Yu said coolly, detain him for trial? Yes, my lord. Oh, and Officer Zhou, here are 5 taels of silver. Take the brothers out for drinks tomorrow. From his pocket, Shen Yu produced a pouch of coins, counting and reluctantly handing it over. My lord, it is unacceptable. Shen Yu's actions startled Zhou Yuan. In the past, it was always they who honored him. Never had they seen the county magistrate voluntarily offer them money. This was not a surprise, but rather a fright. Captain Zhou, this money is for the brothers to drink. Just accept it. Since I took office, I have yet to treat the brothers to a drink. However, this time, the drink cannot be had for free. Leaning closer to Zhou Yuan, Shen Yu whispered, I need you to spread the news about Kai Chong being dismissed from his post and imprisoned. Ideally, let the brothers embellish the tale, saying that I intend to take action against County Clerk Kai by tomorrow. I hope the entire Bai'an County will be aware of this matter. Captain Zhou, you would not let me down, would you? Yes, I understand. Zhou Yuan's body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Why did the silver feel so hot? He dared not accept it. As a local of Bai'an County, he was well aware of the Kai family's arrogance over the years. They had occupied land and bullied the weak without remorse. As one of the 3 prominent families in Bai'an County, Kai Chong held significant power and wealth, with many of his subordinates also abusing their authority. Once the news of Kai Chong's imprisonment spread, many aggrieved parties would surely take action. Even if they did not, others would find ways to incite them. As long as someone filed a complaint with evidence, the county magistrate would not let the matter slide and would investigate thoroughly. Furthermore, the Kai family had offended many over the years, and there were plenty of people envious of their fortunes. Now that Kai Chong had fallen, all these people would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Kai Chong going to prison would likely be a one-way ticket. The Kai family was finished. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan slowly calmed his racing heart and cautiously glanced at the young magistrate before him. He could not believe that everything was merely a coincidence. If this was indeed the magistrate's doing, it was terrifying, truly the act of a killer in the shadows. By the way, Captain Zhou, there is another matter. Please inform your men that as long as they follow me, they shall not suffer losses. However, from today onward, no one is permitted to abuse their power or oppress the good people. As he spoke, Shen Yu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a chill. If any of you bully the common folk, and I discover it, you shall face severe punishment. Yes, my lord, rest assured. We shall abide by your teachings and not overstep our boundaries. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, the silver offered by the magistrate was not easy to accept. Having witnessed the magistrate's methods, who would dare harbor other thoughts? No, he must have a serious talk with the brothers. They must not be caught off guard later. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Gained 5 years of inner strength. Inner strength again? The Kai family truly are benefactors. First Kai He, now Kai Chong. Each one is a prime source of wool, and the best part is, it can be harvested repeatedly. With such generous rewards, who else could target? Chapter 10. Public Sentiment, a first-rate master indeed. Slowly opening his eyes, Shen Yu smiled gently. When he initially gained 10 years of inner strength, he had already reached the pinnacle of second-rate mastery. Now, with an additional 5 years, he surged into the realm of first-rate master. Bai'an County was not a large place, and in this small territory, a first-rate master could walk with confidence. With such prowess, he need not worry excessively about personal safety. 2 days later, early in the morning, a crowd of townsfolk had gathered outside the county office, eager to witness the public trial of County Clerk Kai Chong. The citizens were not particularly familiar with the new magistrate, Shen Yu. Some were even unaware that a new magistrate had been appointed. After all, Shen Yu had only recently arrived, and even the office staff might not recognize him fully. However, news of the county office had circulated throughout Bai'an County, and it only grew more exaggerated with each telling. In any case, Shen Yu had become well known. It was hard for the townspeople not to recognize him after he had taken down the county clerk shortly after assuming office. Moreover, Kai Chong had served as county clerk for over a decade, and the Kai family was deeply rooted in the area. In Bai'an County, the Kai family was akin to a towering tree. They were notorious for their oppressive behavior, and many bore grudges against them. Yet, despite the storms they weathered, both the Kai family and Kai Chong had remained standing. Now, with the new magistrate taking decisive action against the county clerk, such a significant event naturally piqued the interest of many, prompting a swell of anticipation among the people waiting to witness the proceedings. Court is in session. As the situation stabilized, Shen Yu struck the wooden block and commanded, "Bring forth the prisoner." Soon, two officers dragged Kai Chong into the courtroom. The once proud Kai Chong now appeared dejected, his former brilliance extinguished. A single misstep had led to his downfall, and now he faced the reckoning. "Do you know your crimes, Kai Chong?" With a cold gaze fixed upon the defendant, Shen Yu struck the block once more and declared, as county clerk, "You have broken the law and sullied your own adopted daughter. This is a crime of the gravest nature. Bring forth 20 lashes to serve as a warning." Kai Chong uttered not a word as he received the lashes, the punishment intended for the townsfolk to witness. It was to demonstrate that he would not show favoritism towards Kai Chong and to clarify his stance. The lashes served as a reassurance to all who wished to accuse Kai Chong. My lord, I wish to lodge a complaint." A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Quickly, a figure resembling a beggar, with a disability in his legs, was brought forward. "Oh!" A slight smile formed on Shen Yu's lips. He understood that this was a dagger aimed straight at Kai Chong's heart. "Who speaks? Who do you wish to accuse?" "My lord, I am Liang Lu Jin from Liangjia village. I wish to accuse the Kai family." As he spoke, Liang Lu Jin raised a piece of parchment, his voice trembling as he proclaimed, "My lord, I have been wronged. 2 years ago, the Kai family steward set his sights on my wife and falsely accused me of theft, leading to my imprisonment. He then deceived my wife into believing he could clear my name, coercing her into signing a contract and purchasing 5 acres of our prime farmland for a mere 3 taels of silver. Afterward, the steward further threatened and coerced my wife, ultimately leading her to take her own life by drowning. Unable to endure the humiliation, my elderly parents succumbed to grief over this, and the Kai family even had my legs broken. I beseech you, my lord, for justice. Do you have any evidence? My lord, here is the contract from that transaction, and our neighbors can testify on my behalf. I implore you to see the truth and grant me justice. Bring it forth." Taking the contract, Shen Yu's brow furrowed slightly before he slammed the table. 5 acres of prime land, and they only offered 3 taels? Is the Kai family so gluttonous? Bring everyone from the Kai family here. Wait. Raising his head coldly, after enduring so many lashes, Kai Chong had not uttered a single sound. Compared to his incompetent nephew, Kai Chong was certainly more formidable. However, when Shen Yu ordered the entire Kai family to be brought forth, Kai Chong could no longer hold back. "Shen Yu, Shun Hengji, do you truly intend to uproot my Kai family? It is not my desire to uproot your family, but rather, your family has committed countless sins over the years, too numerous to count. If not eradicated, justice shall not be served, and the laws of the land will not be upheld. As the magistrate of Bai'an County, it is my duty to act for the people and seek justice for them. From today onward, anyone who oppresses the common people, regardless of their identity, shall not escape my judgment. Even if I were to shed this official robe, I would still ensure that the people receive an explanation." Well said. Truly, a paragon of justice. At that moment, the common folk gathered outside the court erupted in applause for Shen Yu. The true character of Shen Yu remained a mystery to the people. Yet with these words, his reputation was firmly established. After so many years in Bai'an County, a righteous official who champions the people's cause has finally emerged, and hope for better days has blossomed. Observing the fervent crowd, Shen Yu smiled subtly, recognizing that public sentiment could be harnessed. Moreover, in times of hardship, it is difficult to find those willing to offer aid, while many are eager to exploit the misfortunes of others. "Your Honor, I too have grievances. I wish to sue the Kai family for framing my father, seizing our tavern, and for the abduction of my younger sister, whose fate remains unknown." Quickly, more and more citizens came forth, brandishing their lawsuits, all directed at the Kai family. As Shen Yu received these documents, his expression grew increasingly somber. He had underestimated the Kai family's malevolence. Since Kai Zhong assumed the position of county magistrate, the Kai family had wielded their power with impunity in Bai'an County. Initially, they had exercised some restraint, but 2 years ago, their actions became brazen, revealing their true nature as local tyrants. 2 years prior, the previous county magistrate was executed for embezzlement and inadequate disaster relief, a fate that surely bore the fingerprints of Kai Zhong. With such ease, Kai Zhong had displaced the then magistrate, allowing him to shoulder the blame, leading him to believe he could act with total impunity in Bai'an County. Indeed, the Kai family had become arrogant. They not only bullied the weak but also sought to possess whatever caught their eye, resorting to outright theft. Instances of Kai brazenly abducting women in the streets were merely the tip of the iceberg, highlighting the Kai family's rampant misconduct over the past 2 years. With a resounding slap on the gavel, Shen Yu turned his gaze toward Kai Zhong, his expression tinged with displeasure. Kai Zhong, as county magistrate, you not only accepted bribes, but also exploited your position for personal gain. The Kai family has wrongfully seized the lands of the common folk and abducted their women, inciting widespread resentment among the populace. Such crimes are utterly unforgivable. I hereby declare that you, Kai Zhong, have committed heinous crimes and violated the law. Thus, I sentence you to execution after the fall harvest. The assets of the Kai family shall be confiscated, and all guilty parties will face the law. The core members of the Kai family are equally culpable and shall all be executed. Take him away. Shen Hongji, you have a ruthless heart. The verdict left Kai Zhong feeling a chilling dread, realizing that the entire Kai family was now ensnared. Young man, do you not understand the wisdom of leaving a path for retreat? Kai Zhong, it is not I who is heartless, but rather your family has been excessively cruel these past years. Look around at those harmed by your actions. Public sentiment speaks volumes. Approaching Kai Zhong, Shen Yu leaned in and whispered, I wish to know who else was involved in the treasury's mismanagement. If you cooperate, I can ensure the Kai family retains some semblance of dignity. Ha! County magistrate, do you not know that some matters are best left unexamined? Kai Zhong looked up, mocking Shen Yu before bursting into laughter. You should not have ignited the first spark against the treasury. Today, I am on trial, but soon it will be your turn. County magistrate, you are too young. Be cautious. Chapter 11. A generous reward, my lord. Everything has been accounted for. Good, you may leave. Waving his hand, Shen Yu held the account books, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. After presiding over Kai Zhong's trial, Shen Yu personally led a team to raid the Kai residence. It must be said that the wealth uncovered in the Kai estate was astonishing, amounting to nearly 200,000 taels in silver alone. This was merely the liquid assets. When factoring in land deeds, shops, and more, the total value was unfathomable. It is worth noting that the Kai family had once been a modest household. Yet since Kai Zhong's rise to power as county magistrate, their wealth had ballooned at an alarming rate. Kai Zhong's elder brother, the head of the Kai family, was incompetent in business, yet he possessed a knack for usurpation, a skill he had honed without any formal training. They would intrude upon any profitable business lacking powerful backing. And for those who resisted, they would simply seize control. If any of their women were deemed attractive, they would be abducted without remorse. It is easy to imagine the multitude of misdeeds the Kai family has accumulated over the years. Each coin is stained with the blood and tears of others. As the saying goes, the actions of the superiors reflect on their subordinates. The servants of the Kai family are cut from the same cloth. It can be said that among the Kai family, from the masters to the servants, a significant majority are unworthy of pity. Master, what are your orders? Immediately return all items the Kai family has unjustly seized over the years to their rightful owners. All remaining assets are to be deposited into the treasury. Yes, my lord. The assistant glanced at Shen Yu in surprise, initially expecting the magistrate to command that the wealth be appropriated for himself. Who would have thought this official would take nothing for himself? Before him lay a mountain of gold and jewels, and it was hard to fathom the immense shock it would evoke if he had not witnessed it firsthand. With such wealth before him, how could he remain unmoved? Surely, the magistrate must possess a heart of stone. The assistant could not help but sigh inwardly, already envisioning the hardships to come. This magistrate is intolerant of corruption, and the chances of skimming off the top in the future are likely negligible. Ignoring the assistant's growing dismay, Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction as he observed that most matters had been resolved. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward. Wind god legs. Wind god legs? What a generous reward. Hearing the system notification, Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then a wave of exhilaration washed over him. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Indeed, effort and reward were proportional. Having signed into the Kai family, he received the extraordinary reward of wind god legs. Though he currently held the position of county magistrate, he was navigating a perilous world where safety could never be guaranteed. History's bloodied lessons remind him that in this realm, agility is paramount. Without adequate agility, one cannot survive. Should he fail to fight back, he might find himself in a position of submission. The wind god legs represent an exceptional martial skill that allows for both offense and evasion, combining ferocity in combat with swiftness in escape. With this skill, he would significantly alleviate his weaknesses, granting him the ability to traverse walls and rooftops with the grace of a swallow. From this moment forward, he would no longer envy those knights errant who soared through the skies. He too could do so with elegance whenever he wished. As the system notification faded, a radiant light surged into Shen Yu's being, revealing a figure in his consciousness, swirling with an unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, as if several years had passed in an instant, he had effortlessly grasped the essence of this martial art. What remained was diligent practice to master it completely. It must be said that the Kai family had bestowed upon him a series of delightful surprises, yet regrettably, they had now all been apprehended and imprisoned. The wool had been thoroughly sheared from this particular sheep. It may now be time to find another to continue the process. As he pondered, a twinge of reluctance surfaced. As night fell, a gentle breeze brought a chill to the air. At that moment, Kaizhong sat on the floor of the Bai'an County jail, indifferent to the food laid before him. He, who had reigned supreme in Bai'an County for so long, never imagined he would find himself in such dire straits. Ultimately, it was a case of impatience. The years of smooth sailing, coupled with a dismissive attitude towards the new county magistrate, led him to forget the principle of proceeding cautiously. His momentary eagerness for success culminated in a disastrous outcome, leaving him with nothing but regret, though even now, no amount of remorse could redeem his total failure. Whom could he blame for this? Ah, the pain. Someone come quickly. The once tranquil prison echoed with agonizing cries, and the familiar voice sent a shiver through Kaizhong. It was the voice of his family. This sudden outcry acted as a signal, and soon, similar wails reverberated throughout the space, each cry resonating with familiarity. Yet, these voices quickly dwindled into muted tones, fading into silence. At that moment, a mouse scurried into view, climbing into the bowl that Kaizhong had carelessly tossed aside. The creature began to squeak and struggle, only to fall silent moments later. The scene before Kaizhong was steeped in bitterness. Since his imprisonment, he had devised countless plans, contemplating numerous possibilities. He had believed that even without merit, his hard work would not lead to betrayal. Yet, the result he faced was the worst of all. He had ultimately been forsaken. Gradually, the bitterness on Kaizhong's face transformed into wild laughter, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. It seemed as if he had made a resolute decision. He quickly composed himself, quietly removing his garments, and held his inner white clothing over the candle flame to dry. Soon, the fabric was covered with numerous tiny characters, and upon seeing these words, the previously calm Kaizhong became agitated once more. To kill kin and offspring, utterly heartless. What utter ruthlessness! What a bloody massacre! His fingers clenched the fabric tightly, turning pale from the pressure, as his eyes glimmered with determination. At this juncture, he had no other choice. To survive, I must live. In the future, I shall not spare any of you. One day, inevitably, just then, two figures clad in black appeared at the entrance of Kaizhong's cell, their faces obscured by dark masks, yet their chilling, murderous intent was palpable in the night. Master Kai, why do you not partake of this delightful meal? Must we brothers do the work ourselves? You? Kaizhong quietly lifted his head, devoid of any panic. How much have I sacrificed for the young master over the years? Does he truly not recall our past? Master Kai, you yourself stated that was the past. The moment you entered prison, you should have known you would not escape. Furthermore, there is no need to struggle. Your efforts are futile. The guards here have already fainted, so any cries for help would be in vain. Master Kai, we are merely following orders. The young master has instructed us to see you off. My apologies. As they spoke, the two figures produced a length of rope and approached him slowly. After being imprisoned, County Magistrate Kaizhong, unable to endure the humiliation, first poisoned his entire family, then took his own life out of fear of punishment. What a flawless plan. What an impeccable excuse. Since the young master shows no mercy, do not blame Kai for being ungrateful. With a cold smile, Kai Zhong abruptly gazed at the intruders, a flash of crimson in his eyes. The sudden intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down the spine of the cloaked figure, who felt an involuntary urge to step closer. Master, this is bad. In the early morning hours, before Shen Yu had fully awakened, the constable Zhou Yuan hurriedly arrived. Master, there's been a grave incident in the prison. Every member of the Kai family, except for Kai Zhong, has been poisoned to death, and Kai Zhong himself is missing. Moreover, 2 black-clad figures have appeared in the prison, but they are dead, and their deaths seem rather peculiar, as if all their blood had been drained. What? Without hesitation, Shen Yu sprang to his feet. Let us head to the prison at once. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's report, Shen Yu rushed toward the prison. This Kai Zhong, even in captivity, did not remain docile. Yet, all the Kai family members are dead, while only Kai Zhong is unaccounted for. Is this a case of murder to silence witnesses, or has he fled out of fear? But why would 2 black-clad figures be left behind? Are they amateur assassins, lacking in skill, blood-drained? It seemed the item he had been searching for had finally surfaced. Indeed, within the Kai family. After Shen Yu departed, a graceful figure stepped out from the shadows in the corner. It was Miss Aru, whom Shen Yu had brought back to the yamen. If that is the case, then I too must make my exit. Kai Zhong, how underestimated you were. I thought I had misjudged. Yet you have hidden yourself so well that I nearly faltered. Observing Shen Yu's retreating figure, Aru smiled softly. Her allure magnified in that moment. Any man witnessing the scene would find it nearly impossible to resist. Young county magistrate, one day we shall meet again. I hope that by then we shall not be foes. Chapter 12. It is you? How remarkable. Kai Zhong, how I underestimated him. At the drunken spring tower in Bai'an County, a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years held a wine cup, his eyes filled with fury. To him, Kai Zhong was merely a prisoner, easily dealt with. Yet, this very prisoner had cost him 2 of his finest generals and managed to escape, leaving him in a foul mood. For this alone, Kai Zhong deserved to die. He felt no remorse for his actions. Once the county magistrate's memorial was submitted, the Kai family's numerous crimes would be laid bare, and the capital would surely decree their downfall. Allowing someone to escort him was already a concession to Kai Zhong. Yet, Kai Zhong had shown ingratitude, killing his men and fleeing. He was truly deserving of death. Finding Kai Zhong and eliminating him was a task that could not reach his father's ears. Yes, young master. The shadow in the corner vanished silently, while the youth could no longer contain his rage, kicking over the table. The newly appointed county magistrate was a fool, incapable of managing even his own dog with efficiency. Bring me 2 more women. As the young master vented his frustrations, Shen Yu emerged from the prison, his expression grim. He had just examined the scene. Every member of the Kai family was dead from poisoning, while the 2 black-clad figures appeared as if all their blood had been drained. This was clearly no mere illusion. Contemplating the treacherous world of martial arts, Shen Yu felt an unsettling uncertainty. Who could fathom the myriad of strange techniques lurking beneath the surface? Was it possible that the individual he sought was hiding in Bai'an County? Might this person be connected to Kai Zhong? And would he seek revenge against Shen Yu in the future? These thoughts raced through his mind, leaving Shen Yu feeling helpless. He could not ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, let alone capture them. Ultimately, he ordered a manhunt for Kai Zhong. Though its effectiveness remained uncertain, perhaps a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead rat. At this moment, the priority was to find a way to bolster his own strength. Only by becoming formidable could he secure his position. Master, the county lieutenant and several local gentry request your presence at the drunken spring tower for a banquet. Just then, the clerk rushed in, holding an invitation. It was undeniable. With Kai Zhong's downfall, a complete reshuffle had occurred in Bai'an County. With everyone eager to curry favor with Shen Yu, the new magistrate. Drunken spring tower? A brothel. With a slight raise of his brow, Shen Yu accepted the invitation card, doing so purely to uphold the county magistrate's reputation, not out of a desire to witness the allure of the brothel. Yes, that was the primary reason. However, it must be noted that since his arrival in this world, he had yet to experience the essence of such establishments. Strangely enough, there was a hint of excitement fluttering within him. Ahem. After all, he considered himself a man of virtue. His intention was merely to familiarize himself with the gentry of Bai'an County, to forge friendships, nothing more. After returning to the county office to don the attire of a scholar, Shen Yu set out onto the streets accompanied by Zhou Yuan. The invitation specified an evening event, and since it was still daylight, it was likely that the Zhuai Chun Lu was not yet open. Shen Yu's strolls served a dual purpose: to gauge the sentiments of the populace and to seek opportunities for chivalrous deeds. Since there was ample time, he thought it prudent to gather some insights before heading directly to the venue. The brothel. He wondered what it might be like. Trailing behind Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan, dressed in plain clothes, felt quite helpless. The county magistrate's habit of bringing him along had utterly thwarted his aspirations of mingling freely. Now, he bore the unmistakable mark of the magistrate, a label from which there was no escape. This young magistrate, though not of advanced years, possessed a rather devious mind. Run. Why aren't you running? A harsh voice suddenly pierced the air. Following the sound, they beheld a group of 5 or 6 burly men surrounding a frail young girl. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, strikingly beautiful and innocent, with eyes that sparkled with a captivating allure. Most notably, she radiated a vibrant youthfulness, exuding a rare and refreshing vitality that drew people in. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? The girl, encircled by these men, exhibited a trace of panic. You're not afraid of the law in broad daylight? The law? Huh. In Bai'an County, our Feihu Hall is the law. Just as Shen Yu prepared to intervene, he couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity. Shouldn't he, as the county magistrate, declare that such audacity was intolerable within Bai'an County? Yet, while onlookers murmured and pointed, none dared to step forward to halt the unfolding scene, allowing the men to corner the vulnerable girl without intervention. What difference was there between rescuing her and leading a lamb to the slaughter? My lord, it's the Feihu Hall. The Feihu Hall? The most notorious gang in Bai'an County. Shen Yu's expression darkened as he waved his fan. The brazen behavior of the Feihu Hall in broad daylight, brazenly abducting a girl, was intolerable. My lord, you may not be aware, but the Feihu Hall has deep roots in Bai'an County, with hundreds of members and several second-rate masters. It is rumored that their leader is a first-rate expert. I regret to admit that despite years of training, I barely qualify as a second-rate practitioner. Previously, the county deputy, Kai Zhong, seemed to have made an agreement with the Feihu Hall to refrain from disturbances during the day. For reasons unknown, they had violated this pact and dared to commit such an act under the sun. Are you implying that I, as the magistrate, have caused this agreement with the Feihu Hall to collapse? I would not presume to suggest that. Disturbances are forbidden during the day. So, does that imply they may act with impunity at night? To conspire with a tiger is to court death. Very well, you may say whatever you wish. Zhou Yuan, listening quietly to Shen Yu, did not dare to interject. However, he could not deny the truth in Shen Yu's words. Though Bai'an County appeared peaceful during the day, by night it was a haven for rogues and chaos. Ordinary citizens dared not venture out, and even the county's constables were reluctant to roam freely. Come now, little girl, come back with us obediently, and you may avoid a painful fate. The men advanced toward the girl, their faces twisted in smug grins, as if she were already in their grasp. They had roamed the streets of Bai'an County for so long. When had they encountered such a prize? Whether for resale or to present to their leader, it would surely be a lucrative endeavor, especially since she appeared to be an outsider. Such a golden opportunity could not be allowed to slip away. Don't be fooled by her struggles. Once she enters the Feihu Hall, there will be plenty of experts to train her. Over the years, how many have professed to be virtuous maidens, only to submit in the end? As one of the men reached out, a sinister grin on his face, it seemed they envisioned their future promotions and reward from their leader. Stop! Just as the girl was about to be seized, Shen Yu stepped forth, raising his voice with authority. Holding his folding fan, he advanced with a gaze that exuded coldness. Coupled with the aura he had recently cultivated, his presence was indeed somewhat imposing. A mere scholar, attempting to play the hero? Little boy, have you weaned yet? Huh. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the men began to mock him, desperate to regain their composure. What is there to fear from a mere scholar? In these times, what can learned men do besides talk? They were from the Feihu Hall, after all. Brothers, let us break this little scholar's bones and take him along with the girl. Let the people of Bai'an County know that no one should meddle in the affairs of the Feihu Hall. Two of the burly men approached with menacing grins, surrounding Shen Yu. The scholar appeared to have delicate features and a smooth complexion, with a charm that could captivate many. Having been in this line of work for long, they recognized that not only beautiful women could fetch a high price, a handsome scholar like this was equally valuable, appealing to a certain clientele. Today, the scholar had presented himself on a silver platter. They would not show him any mercy. But how could this be? Just as the two men swung their fists, they were sent flying at an astonishing speed, blood spewing from their mouths, revealing that their chests had caved in slightly. Hardened thugs, we are from the Feihu Hall. Do you dare? I target only the men of the Feihu Hall. You dare to assault a magistrate in broad daylight? What is your intention? A magistrate? You can't be that little county magistrate. Indeed, it is I. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yu was already upon the men, and before they could react, they were forcefully hurled away, crashing to the ground moments later. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. A dazzling display of skill. Even Zhou Yuan, the constable, could only catch a glimpse of Shen Yu's shadow, failing to discern how he had achieved such feats. Such speed, could it be attributed to his single status that endowed him with such swiftness? Dare to abduct my aunt. You must be courting death. The girl, seemingly unfazed by the swift defeat of the men, stepped forward, eager to exact a revenge. The already injured men were subjected to even more brutal beatings. Initially, the girl struck with her fists and feet, but eventually, perhaps fatigued and with aching hands, she resorted to seizing a nearby stool from a tea stall, swinging it mercilessly. To make matters worse, hot tea from the stall splattered everywhere, the screams of the men sending chills down the spine. Witnessing this scene, both Shen Yu and Zhou Yuan gasped in shock. One should never provoke a woman. One could never anticipate the extent of their fury. Breathless after venting her anger, the girl collapsed onto the ground, suddenly recalling the presence of the two men nearby, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Just now I expressed my gratitude. My name is Lu Siyu. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, simply mention my name. Another wealthy young lady running away from home. Shaking his head, Zhou Yuan muttered under his breath, clearly not unfamiliar with such girls. In this world of martial arts, the constraints on women are relatively weaker. Moreover, with countless legendary warriors in the realm and the storytellers embellishing their tales of adventure, it is no surprise that many young men and women are drawn to the idea of leaving home to explore the world. He encounters a couple of affluent youths like her each year, so it is hardly remarkable. By the way, I just heard them say you are the magistrate of Bai'an County. How could bandits brazenly abduct women in broad daylight under your jurisdiction? Pray tell, how does a magistrate like you address this issue? Surveying Shen Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, the girl showed no sign of hesitation despite having just been rescued by him. Instead, she launched a tirade at him. Such emotional intelligence. She must be indulged at home, speaking and acting without a shred of consideration. How audacious! Our magistrate just saved you, yet you express no gratitude and even dare to speak. Zhou Yuan let out a cold snort, while Shen Yu slightly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, I acknowledge my shortcomings, and I apologize for any distress you have experienced. Now, that is a more appropriate attitude. Learn from him. After all, he is a magistrate, and you are merely a constable. It's because he has a better education. What else could it be? Zhou Yuan inwardly scoffed at the girl's words. Does a good attitude alone qualify one for an official position? That is absurd. As long as diligent study leads to success on the imperial examination, even a bookworm could become a magistrate. However, without the requisite qualifications, the officials in the court certainly will not recognize you. Of course, if your martial prowess is formidable enough to dominate a region, you need not be a magistrate. Even high-ranking officials will gladly accept your service. Magistrate, I am not saying that the security in Bai'an County is poor, but this young heroine's purse was stolen as soon as she entered the city, and I observed gang members collecting protection fees, beating those who refused to pay. Before I could act heroically, they had already set their sights on me, nearly capturing me as well. You tell me, is this not a failure on your part as magistrate? Indeed, it is a failure. Nodding, Shen Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the security in Bai'an County to be this dire. It seems to have reached an intolerable level. If one were unaware, they might think they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Sir, the issues on the streets have persisted for a long time. Numerous magistrates have failed to resolve them. And you have only just assumed office. Zhou Yuan hesitated, noticing Shen Yu's grim countenance. The last time he saw the magistrate display such a look was during the incident with Kai He, after which the Kai family was no more. Now, seeing this expression again, it is likely that someone is about to lose their sleep. Constable Zhou, immediately take your men to restore order on the streets, and find out who is causing trouble in broad daylight, as if I do not exist. Yes, sir, I shall do so at once. Stealing a glance at Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan hurriedly departed, returning after a considerable time. Sir, I have nearly ascertained the situation. It is the Flying Tiger Hall. Over the past few days, they have inexplicably become more brazen. Other small gangs and street thugs have also followed suit, leading to the current chaotic state of affairs on the streets. Moreover, cautiously eyeing Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan whispered, Sir, if you wish to maintain order, the current number of constables under my command may prove insufficient. The Flying Tiger Hall. Once again, the Flying Tiger Hall. Shen Yu let out a cold huff, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. They intend to give me a warning. To make me sign a treaty, like Kai Chong, do they? Sir, the Flying Tiger Hall is numerous and powerful. We must not underestimate them. I am well aware. Waving his hand dismissively, Shen Yu contemplated before continuing. Constable Zhou, immediately procure 200 soldiers from the county guard to maintain order, and also inquire whether the leader of the Flying Tiger Hall will be attending tonight's banquet. If he is unavailable, please extend an invitation on my behalf. Understood, sir. Sighing softly, it appears this impetuous young magistrate has chosen to bide his time. Whether this retreat is a strategic move or a step back remains to be seen. Watching Zhou Yuan hastily depart, Shen Yu gently clenched his fist, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Flying Tiger Hall. Humph. Meanwhile, within the Drunken Spring Pavilion, although it had yet to open its doors, that did not hinder some from reveling inside. Shen Yu would never have imagined that County Guard Feng Zhong was currently seated with He Ichio, the leader of the Flying Tiger Hall, and judging by their demeanor, it seemed he was ingratiating himself with a young gentleman. Young master. Slightly bowing, County Guard Feng Zhong spoke softly, seemingly somewhat deferential to this young gentleman. Young master, leader He, that little magistrate has just requested I dispatch 200 soldiers to maintain order, and he specifically wishes to invite leader He to tonight's banquet. It appears that little magistrate is feeling the pressure. Why not grant him the troops? The young gentleman replied with a light laugh, lifting his cup and downing its contents. At this moment, with Bai'an County in chaos, if you, Sir Feng, were to decline, that little magistrate might just report you, or even shift the blame onto you and take the opportunity to strike. Does he dare? Sir Feng, remain calm. The young gentleman waved his hand, continuing, Leader, you may call your men back. Allow Bai'an County's magistrate to help cleanse the streets of the minor gangs. Wouldn't he that save you the trouble of doing it yourself? Your wisdom is unparalleled. I raise my glass to you. To drinking. Cheers. Raising his cup, the young gentleman once again drank deeply, a look of uncontainable satisfaction on his face. Sir Feng, leader He, I hope you will teach this little magistrate the ways of the world, should he prove ungrateful. At this point, a cold light flickered in the young gentleman's eyes. He had accounts to settle with this magistrate. You two hold significant power. One as the county guard with military authority, the other as the leader of the Flying Tiger Hall with hundreds of followers. Together, your combined efforts would surely plunge Bai'an County into chaos, leaving this magistrate with no choice but to bear the brunt of the blame, likely resulting in his dismissal. With just a slight nudge from me, he would find himself in an untenable position. However, I would prefer he learn to recognize his situation after a good thrashing. After all, I am in need of a loyal dog. Chapter 14. The Pinnacle of Excellence. As nightfall descended, the sky became adorned with countless twinkling stars, and the moonlight spilled like water across the ground. A gentle breeze caressed the face, carrying with it a hint of sweet fragrance. Standing quietly on the street, Shen Yu calmly surveyed his surroundings, accompanied by 200 soldiers procured from the county guard, along with all the constables and officers present. Sir, everyone has been apprehended and imprisoned, yet it appears that the Flying Tiger Hall had received word in advance. Those we captured today were merely minor gangs and pose no real threat. Zhou Yuan reported softly, cautiously glancing up at the magistrate, who remained composed, showing no signs of urgency, as if he bore no animosity toward the members of the Flying Tiger Hall. It seems the Flying Tiger Hall was well informed and had already withdrawn their people. No matter. Hearing this, Shen Yu merely smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. Zhou, the head constable, today the brothers have all worked hard. Let us divide today's gains. Huh? Divide? Yes. At first, Zhou Yuan thought he had misheard, after confirming several times. He nodded eagerly. Today, they had swept the streets, capturing all those who took the opportunity to deceive and swindle, along with dismantling their petty gangs. Besides compensating the losses of the common folk, they had indeed gathered quite a bounty. If they were to share today's spoils, each man could receive at least several taels of silver, if not a minimum of 10. Their wallets would swell significantly. However, Zhou Yuan was somewhat puzzled. During the raid on the Kai family, which was overflowing with gold and silver, the county magistrate had not distributed a single coin. He had thought the magistrate was quite miserly, but now it seemed he was rather humane. With the money in hand, everyone wore joyous expressions. What could be more delightful than receiving money? Moreover, for all, the divided spoils represented a considerable income. Gentlemen, are you not thrilled, excited with the money you have received? Shen Yu shouted loudly before the soldiers and constables, ensuring his words reached every ear. Delighted, thank you, County Magistrate. Thank you, County Magistrate. Enough. With both hands motioning for silence to quell the rising chorus of gratitude, Shen Yu continued, are you really satisfied with such a meager amount? I believe this sum is insufficient, far from adequate. Shen Yu's voice resonated in everyone's ears, seemingly imbued with irresistible allure, drawing them in. Who does not wish to earn more? Who does not desire a little more meat on their plates? Then tell me, do you wish to earn a fortune, far exceeding the silver you hold in your hands? If you work a bit harder today, you can earn the money to marry, to support your family, money that would take you years to accumulate. With this money, you could afford new clothes for your children, buy jewelry for your wives, and enjoy lavish meals for months, even a year. Tell me, do you desire this? Yes. The response was a resounding chorus. The tangible silver had not only garnered gratitude from the soldiers, but also ignited their ambition to pursue greater wealth. Greed is indeed the finest motivator. Who does not yearn for riches? Especially under Shen Yu's leadership as county magistrate, they felt emboldened. Who dares to obstruct our pursuit of wealth? Let them perish. What was the county magistrate planning? Although his words sounded enticing, those like Zhou Yuan, possessing a modicum of sense, felt something was amiss with the magistrate's intentions. Observing the fervent eyes around him, Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed all those passionate speeches he had absorbed before his transmigration were not in vain. If you wish for wealth, follow me. I'll lead you to prosperity. My lord, are you not to attend a banquet at the Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight? Stealing a glance at Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan asked uncertainly. The county lieutenant and the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang are already waiting there. Have you changed your mind? Attends à banquet? Not tonight. Let the county lieutenant and the gang leader wait a while longer. With a light smile, Shen Yu softly declared, I must first eradicate the Flying Tiger Gang. What? Eradicate the Flying Tiger Gang? Shen Yu's words struck Zhou Yuan like a heavy hammer, leaving his mind buzzing. My lord, you invited the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang to dinner to lure them away, right? In an instant, Zhou Yuan grasped Shen Yu's intentions and understood why this seemingly intolerant magistrate had eagerly invited the gang leader to dine with him. It appeared he sought not to compromise, but to confront them head-on. My lord, think carefully. Although the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang went to the Drunken Spring Pavilion with several skilled fighters, there are still several second-rate experts and hundreds of followers left behind. On our side, while we have 200 soldiers and dozens of constables, we possess only one second-rate expert. Though a second-rate expert may not be significant in the wider world, in a small place like Bai'an County, they are indeed formidable. This young county magistrate is too impulsive. He makes decisions in a heat of passion. If a fight breaks out, we will surely suffer losses. No, it's not just losses. Being charged by several second-rate experts would lead to certain defeat. My lord, the Flying Tiger Gang has numerous experts. I implore you to reconsider. Enough, Zhou, the head constable. If I let the Flying Tiger Gang go, how can I justify it to the people of Bai'an County? How many more incidents like today might occur? Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu's gaze turned profound, as if piercing through the dark night. I have investigated crimes over the years. The Flying Tiger Gang has established brothels and gambling dens in Bai'an County, abducting women and children, harming the innocent with their audacity unmatched. Countless families have been shattered, yet no one dares to act against them. Zhou, I can wait, but can those suffering citizens afford to wait? Each word struck Zhou Yuan like a hammer, causing him to falter. As the head constable, He was well aware of these matters, having witnessed them firsthand more than once. Yet, what could he do? The Flying Tiger Gang was too powerful. He could only watch helplessly, hearing the wails of the people without recourse. "Zhou," patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder, Shen Yu added, "It is not that I do not wish to wait, but as long as a force like the Flying Tiger Gang exists, countless innocent lives continue to suffer. As the head of a county, I must do all I can to restore justice to the people." "My lord, I understand." Although Zhou Yuan knew Shen Yu's words were merely rhetoric, that such grandstanding would be of little use in a real conflict, he could not help but feel they carried weight. His blood surged with passion. "Very well, let us take the plunge." Looking up at Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan earnestly declared, "My lord, if things turn dire, I vow to protect you with my life. Rest assured, as long as I have breath in me, I will not allow any harm to come to you." "Excellent, Zhou. I truly did not misjudge you." Once more patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder, Shen Yu leaned in closer, whispering, "And let me share a secret. I have already reached the first-rate realm." "What? First-rate?" Chapter 15. Overwhelming Authority, a first-rate expert? Zhou Yuan's voice trembled like thunder. His gaze fixed on the calm and collected Shen Yu, nearly convinced he had misheard. A first-rate expert? The county magistrate? This was no jest. As far as he knew, the county magistrate was barely 20 years old, yet had already achieved such prowess? Even among the great sects of the martial world, he would surely be considered a prodigy. No wonder he dared to act so boldly. With the strength of a first-rate expert, he could indeed overpower several second-rate masters. With the only first-rate expert of the Flying Tiger Gang absent, and with their sudden attack, capturing them would be within easy reach. Casting a glance at the unusually young Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan could not help but reflect on himself. After years of hard work, he was already past 30, yet still lingered at the second-rate level. The disparity was painfully stark. It was one thing to be outclassed in skill, but the most disheartening aspect was that Shen Yu was a genuine scholar, while he had barely managed to learn to read. There was no point in comparison. To continue would only lead to despair. Truly, this was the embodiment of dual prowess. How could the differences between people be so vast? "Zhou, do you have any further questions?" "Without hesitation, my lord, I believe it is time to set forth immediately." With a first-rate master backing us, and the leader of the Flying Tiger Hall already having taken a few trusted aides to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, only a handful of skilled fighters remain in the Flying Tiger Hall. This presents an opportunity too enticing to ignore. Consider the long-standing dominance of the Flying Tiger Hall in Bai'an County, amassing untold wealth over the years. The county magistrate's intention to distribute the spoils seized from the Flying Tiger Hall among our brethren signifies a windfall. Inside the Flying Tiger Hall, the disciples were reveling, drinking heartily amidst a cacophony of laughter and shouts, the atmosphere brimming with exuberance. They were celebrating their commendable performance today, with the hall master granting them the liberty to indulge in merriment throughout the night. Oblivious to the impending threat, the disciples remained ensconced in their feasting, unaware of the approaching forces. Suddenly, the heavy door was flung open with a thunderous crash, and a throng of soldiers wielding sharp blades surged inside, stunning those who were drinking. The scene appeared frozen in time as they burst in with ruthless efficiency, swords descending mercilessly, blood splattering across the tables and igniting fury among everyone present. "Brothers, grab your weapons." With a rallying cry, the disciples of the Flying Tiger Hall were jolted into action, seizing whatever weapons were at hand and charging forth. How many years had it been since anyone dared to cause trouble within their domain? The officials of the court? A disdainful scoff escaped the lips of several high-ranking members of the Flying Tiger Hall, who quickly recognized the identity of the intruders, including Shen Yu and the constable Zhou Yuan by his side. Just days prior, they had shown this young magistrate their might, and now he was leading an assault against them. Realizing that their hall master had been invited to a banquet tonight, the leaders comprehended the magistrate's cunning strategy. This young man relies on deceitful tactics, yet he fails to grasp that in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are but futile. "Tonight, let me teach you a lesson." With a shared glance, they unleashed their strikes almost simultaneously. The air crackled with the intensity of their martial prowess, and where they tread, only cries of despair remained. This was the might of second-rate masters, particularly in the chaos of battle, where they dominated the scene as if it were their own realm. The demoralizing impact of such ferocity was palpable. Should they continue unchecked, the hall would soon crumble. Drawing his blade, Zhou Yuan prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation, having long endured the provocations of these men. However, at that moment, a hand pressed down upon his, restraining his drawn weapon. "Magistrate," Shen Yu said, "allow me to handle this." With a gentle smile, he leaped into the air, leaving only a blur of shadows in his wake. His speed was akin to a meteor, causing Zhou Yuan to widen his eyes in astonishment, igniting a fiery passion within him. He had never witnessed such lightness of foot, like a tempest unleashed. Shen Yu struck with ferocious force. His legs moved with the fury of a storm, executing the legendary wind god leg technique, an unparalleled martial art. In an instant, two skilled fighters from the Flying Tiger Hall were sent flying, their chances of recovery extinguished. The combination of a first-rate master's prowess and the might of the wind god leg established an undeniable dominance. First-rate master? The remaining few were taken aback. Wasn't this young magistrate merely a novice who had only recently begun to cultivate his inner power, whose foolhardy intelligence led them to believe he was inconsequential? Reflecting on the leg techniques he had just witnessed, they trembled in realization. His martial skills were akin to wind and rain, as swift as lightning, impossible to evade or counter. The disparity between him and their hall master was stark. What to do? In unison, the remaining fighters understood their predicament and swiftly turned to flee, abandoning their comrades. As long as they escaped, the Flying Tiger Hall could easily recruit new followers. They had no need for these misfits. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty. Self-preservation took precedence. Confronting Shen Yu directly? They chuckled darkly. Even their hall master would likely bow before him. Thus, this was not an escape, but a strategic retreat. Given the circumstances, they had no choice. Thinking of fleeing? A tempest shall sweep you away. With a fierce shout, Shen Yu spun rapidly, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that wreaked havoc in its wake. The path of the gale left devastation, and none could withstand its ferocity. Moreover, Shen Yu's speed was extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary person. To his opponents, he seemed almost monstrous. How could one possess such overwhelming offensive capability while moving with such swiftness? Blood spilled like water as those attempting to escape found themselves caught in a terrifying onslaught, unable to flee. In a world of martial arts, they had always anticipated such a day, yet they never expected to fall at the hands of a seemingly unassuming young magistrate. It could only be said that he was a master of disguise, with a mind far more formidable than they had imagined. Is this truly the end? Zhou Yuan pondered, still in disbelief. The performance he had anticipated had come to a swift conclusion. He had envisioned a fierce battle, even if the magistrate was indeed a first-rate master. Yet, these second-rate fighters could not withstand a single move from him, leaving Zhou Yuan to question the true might of first-rate masters. Before long, Zhou Yuan regained his composure, drawing his blade and charging forward. As he felled the remaining disciples, he shouted that the masters of the Flying Tiger Hall had been vanquished, and any who resisted would be met with lethal force. Caught between Zhou Yuan and Shen Yu, the disciples of the Flying Tiger Hall crumbled under the pressure. With each strike from Shen Yu, more fell, and soon, one among them, unable to bear the onslaught, discarded his weapon and cowered in submission. As the first surrendered, others quickly followed suit. Before long, the remaining disciples of the Flying Tiger Hall chose to capitulate, with only a few stubbornly resisting, who were swiftly dispatched. The Flying Tiger Hall was effectively finished. Glancing at the sky, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh. What he had anticipated as a grueling battle had transformed into a one-sided affair. How long had the entire ordeal lasted? Perhaps half an hour? Or merely a quarter? He hadn't even fully grasped the situation before it had concluded. Observing the surrendered disciples, who sat with their heads cradled in their arms, occasionally peeking up in fear, Zhou Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. Their actions seemed all too practiced. Chapter 16. Change. This young magistrate carries himself with great arrogance, making us wait for so long without showing up. At the drunken spring pavilion in Bai'an County, amidst a gathering of the wealthy and influential, the most beautiful and youthful maidens served them. The establishment spared no effort to please this table of esteemed guests. All present were prominent figures in Bai'an County, and they awaited the arrival of the county's foremost leader. While others remained silent, only Hiichio displayed clear impatience. The local gentry accompanying County Lieutenant Feng Zhong were utterly unaware that Hiichio was also attending the banquet. To be frank, everyone harbored a certain trepidation towards this formidable figure. Sitting beside him felt akin to having a thorn in one's back, as one feared inadvertently provoking his ire, which could lead to being targeted. Others at least adhered to some semblance of decorum, but Iichio had never been one to concern himself with trivial conventions. Should one provoke his displeasure, rest assured he would act swiftly, for the assets of the Flying Tiger Hall had always been acquired through force. Hall Master, Hall Master, a grave situation has arisen. Suddenly, a disciple of the Flying Tiger Hall rushed in from outside the Zue Chun Lu, his face a mask of panic, even stumbling as he ascended the stairs. This display of disarray immediately cast a shadow of disgrace upon Iichio, igniting his fury. Slap! Iichio merely hinted at his dissatisfaction, and his trusted aide instantly grasped his intent, stepping forward to deliver a brutal slap that left the disciple spitting blood. Several teeth knocked loose. You fool! Do you even comprehend where you are? Rushing about in such a manner. You had better provide me with an explanation, otherwise. Even if I spare you, the Hall Master will not. Deputy Hall Master. Hall Master. A dire situation has unfolded. Covering his face, the newcomer bore an expression of utmost distress. The county magistrate has surrounded our Flying Tiger Hall with a large contingent of soldiers. What? The unexpected news left everyone present utterly unprepared, especially Iichio, who narrowed his eyes, exuding a palpable aura of menace. What a splendid county magistrate! The local gentry exchanged bewildered glances, each observing in silence. Yet internally, a tempest of thoughts raged. Hadn't it been mentioned that the county magistrate would be joining them for the feast? They had even invited the Hall Master for this occasion. Yet now, the magistrate had turned and besieged the Flying Tiger Hall. The implications were staggering, and they needed to collect their thoughts. Fear not, Hall Master. Our Flying Tiger Hall boasts numerous experts. We shall not cower before a mere handful of soldiers. The disciple declared with bravado. You remain here. I shall take a few brothers to show him what sort of individuals ought not to be trifled with. Deputy Hall Master. After a moment's hesitation, the messenger lowered his voice. When I departed, several elders and stewards had already been slain, and it seems our brothers may have begun to surrender. At this moment, I fear though the disciple's words were somewhat vague, the meaning was unmistakable. The elite of the Flying Tiger Hall had been vanquished, and the remaining lowly members could hardly withstand the onslaught. What? Grasping the foundation of the Flying Tiger Hall, the Deputy Hall Master's cold gaze radiated a ruthless killing intent. Impossible. The elders are all second-rate experts, and the stewards and branch hall masters are merely third-rate. How could they possibly be killed? Are you spreading false information? Do you dare to challenge my wrath? Deputy Hall Master, even if you were to grant me 10 lives, I would not dare deceive you. Enough. Forcing down his rising fury, Iichio fixed a chilling gaze upon the messenger. I merely wished to know who instigated this. It was the county magistrate. He defeated the elders. The entire process unfolded so swiftly that we could hardly discern what transpired before they fell. And then our brothers were thrown into disarray. It must have been an expert of the first rank, but certainly no higher. With a violent crash, Iichio smashed his cup to the ground, surmising the opponent's level of skill. If they were truly of the postnatal realm, there would be no need to draw him out. They could have eliminated him outright. Begone! All of you leave. Casting a cold glance around him, the local gentry, upon encountering his frenzied gaze, promptly rose and hurriedly vacated the premises. They understood that the county magistrate had played a treacherous hand, and Iichio would undoubtedly be driven to madness. They wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Naturally, if the magistrate could decisively subdue him, that would be the most favorable outcome. With a resounding crash, Iichio overturned the table, scattering food and wine across the floor. His icy gaze fixed upon County Lieutenant Feng Zhong. Are you not going to provide me with an explanation? You brought your soldiers. An explanation? Feng Zhong, still grappling with the shocking news, bore a countenance of disbelief. Had it not been agreed that he would attend the banquet? How had he turned to assault the Flying Tiger Hall? This was not merely an attack on the hall, but a slap in his own face. County Lieutenant, we are inextricably linked. If the Flying Tiger Hall falls, you too shall suffer, especially considering the situation with the young master. Just then, a young nobleman stepped out of the room, having seemingly overheard something. He cast a quiet glance in their direction, and with that single look, Feng Zhong trembled. Who dares to offend me? In his heart, he cursed Shen Yu fiercely. How could he have anticipated that Shen Yu would summon troops by day to maintain order, only to strike at the Flying Tiger Hall by night? The invitation he had extended to Heiichio was nothing short of a cruel jest. Enough. Observing the two, the young nobleman then coldly commanded, act accordingly. Since he has shown no regard for etiquette, teach him a lesson on humility, and do not let me down. Rest assured, young master, by tomorrow, we shall make it abundantly clear who holds authority in Bai'an County. Both Feng Zhong and Heiichio spoke simultaneously, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if they wished to incinerate everything around them. If the county magistrate wished to play a game, they would gladly oblige, eager to see who would be burnt in the flames of conflict. Meanwhile, within the Flying Tiger Hall, Shen Yu was engaged in inventorying the hall's assets. Truly, it was fitting that the foremost gang in Bai'an County for many years possessed wealth rivaling that of the Kai family. Observing the items being carried out, the faces of those around him glowed with fervor. Even a fraction of this bounty would suffice to make them instantly prosperous. Zhou Yuan, my good man, tonight, you and the brothers have worked hard. Pointing to several chests nearby, Shen Yu remarked nonchalantly, distribute this wealth among yourselves. It is rightfully yours. Thank you, my lord. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Unwavering loyalty to you. Indeed, he nodded at them, pleased with their morale. Henceforth, these 200 soldiers and all the officers and constables of the Yamen would serve him, effectively rendering County Lieutenant Feng nearly obsolete. System check-in. Check-in successful. 10 years of internal energy gained. 10 years of internal energy? Previously, after leading a sweep of the streets and capturing numerous individuals, he had received a 5-year reward. Now, with this additional 10 years, he possessed a staggering total of 30 years of cultivation. As an intangible radiance surged into his being, he felt as if his entire body resonated with a violent roar, his blood coursing vigorously, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. His internal energy surged, creating waves that expanded at a visible pace. Soon, it seemed as though his internal energy had undergone a transformation. What once resembled a gentle stream now surged like a roaring river. Is this the postnatal realm? What an overwhelming sensation. Chapter 17. Some individuals are not to be provoked. County Lieutenant Feng Zhong, and even he, calmly sipping tea. Shen Yu perused the ledger he had retrieved from the Flying Tiger Hall, gently tapping his fingers against the table, his demeanor notably serious. This ledger had been discovered within a hidden chamber, well concealed. Had it not been for Zhou Yuan's apparent expertise in locating such items, they might never have found the chamber or the ledger in his hands. Through the entries in this ledger, Shen Yu could vaguely sense the heinous acts committed by the Flying Tiger Hall over the years. Each entry represented the blood and tears of ordinary citizens. The saying, even thieves have their principles, bore no semblance of truth in their case. The operations of the Feihu Hall encompass not only gambling and brothels, but also the heinous trades of human trafficking, coercing individuals into prostitution, robbing merchants, seizing fertile lands, and engaging in deceitful practices. They seem to spare no effort in their pursuit of profit, showing no fear in their undertakings. Each year, a portion of Feihu Hall's profits is allocated to a figure named Feng Zhong, and intriguingly, most of the profits are not retained by the Feihu Hall itself, but are handed over to an individual known as Gongzi. It remains unclear whether this title is a mere alias or a reference to a specific status. Regrettably, the previous night's operation was marred by the absence of Heiichio upon his arrival at the Zue Chunlu. Had he been apprehended, the mission would have been flawless. My lord, chaos has erupted. At that moment, Zhou Yuan burst in, his face betraying a mix of urgency and distress. What chaos? Sit down, have some tea, and speak slowly. My lord, the streets are in turmoil. Zhou Yuan gasped, neglecting the tea. This morning, an influx of people appeared on the streets, engaging in rampant violence and theft, even assaulting others. The entire city is in disarray. Casting a glance at Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan continued in a hushed tone. Though these individuals conceal their identities, I can assure you that most are affiliated with the Feihu Hall. Didn't Tiwi just eradicate them? Shen Yu exclaimed, discarding the ledger beside him and swiftly rising to his feet, striding out of the county office. However, the scene outside made him frown slightly. The vicinity near the county office remained relatively calm, as the authority of the court still held sway, preventing any blatant defiance. Yet, the further he moved away from the office, the worse the situation became, igniting his fury. My lord, even a rotten ship still has nails left. Although the Feihu Hall has been suppressed, numerous remnants remain. I suspect today's chaos is their act of revenge. Revenge? How dare they? The sounds of clamor and cries reached Shen Yu's ears as he witnessed passers-by being brutally beaten and robbed of their belongings. A young woman was dragged aside, subjected to wanton misconduct. The entire city appeared devoid of order, resembling a bandit invasion. No one was enforcing security, and chaos reigned, with screams of terror echoing in every corner. This was far from the peaceful Bai'an County he had first encountered. In that moment, Shen Yu felt a surge of murderous intent. Dispatch troops immediately to quell this uprising. All instigators shall be imprisoned and dealt with. Any who dare resist shall be slain. My lord, Zhou Yuan hesitated, his voice low. Upon discovering the situation in the streets, I promptly notified the county constable, but he claimed he had no soldiers to deploy. Preposterous. Does Feng Zhong wish to relinquish his position as county constable? Shen Yu slammed his palm against a nearby stone, leaving cracks in its surface, nearly shattering it. Zhou Yuan's heart raced. Such force could easily reduce a person to fragments if struck. Captain Zhou, utilize my order to summon men without notifying Feng Zhong. Go at once. My lord, it's futile. Zhou Yuan shook his head anxiously. I wanted to take the initiative and gather personnel, but upon inspection, I found that all the soldiers in the city are incapacitated with illness. They cannot respond. Illness? How coincidental. Shen Yu realized, following last night's events. The soldiers and constables had completely pledged their loyalty to him and would not feign illness. The only plausible explanation was that someone had administered laxatives to them, and Feng Zhong was certainly capable of such an act. The current chaos could not be divorced from the county constable's involvement, given that he too profited from the disorder. As the county constable was responsible for public safety, the turmoil in Bai'an County would inevitably reflect upon Shen Yu, leaving Feng Zhong no escape from culpability. It was a case of harming 1,000 while damaging oneself 800, unless he possessed a means of evading responsibility. My lord, the streets are not only rife with Feihu Hall's miscreants, but many are also taking advantage of the chaos, even invading the homes of citizens. If this continues, I fear it will lead to grave consequences. I am aware. Shen Yu waved his hand, his expression grim as he surveyed the tumult outside. He understood all too well that human hearts are susceptible to temptation. Once individuals tasted the sweetness of oppression during this upheaval, countless others would follow suit. The malevolent thoughts that had long been suppressed would likely amplify, with some believing that the law would not punish the masses. If everyone is doing it, one more person does not make a difference. Once wickedness is set into motion, it becomes inexorable. If the situation is not swiftly rectified, the longer it drags on, the worse it will become, potentially spiraling into an uncontrollable calamity. My lord, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan lowered his head and spoke softly. The county constable also mentioned that if you come to a conclusion, you should seek him at the Zui Chunlu. Mere jesters, how naive. Shen Yu scoffed, recognizing the constable's intent to manipulate him into submission. It appeared that Feng Zhong was not only entangled in this affair, but might very well be its instigator. To think he could compel him to yield was a fool's errand. They were unaware of the consequences of provoking him. Captain Zhou, rally the men and accompany me. My lord, what is it? Is there a problem? Shen Yu inquired impatiently, noticing Zhou Yuan's reluctance to speak. My lord, today numerous constables suddenly requested leave. Their faces pale. Initially, I assumed they had urgent matters at home and granted their requests, but now it seems there is more to it. The roots of the problem must be severed. Shen Yu's brow furrowed, piecing together the situation. It was likely a combination of coercion and bribery. The number of constables and clerks reporting to duty today would likely be minimal. How many personnel remain in the office? My lord, I just checked. Only a handful of clerks and a few constables are left, barely a dozen. More than I anticipated. Good. That will suffice. Bring them along. Enough? Zhou Yuan looked uncertainly at Shen Yu. My lord, are you certain you are not jesting? We are but a dozen, not hundreds. We will be easy prey for a surprise attack. I do not require you to engage in combat. Simply follow behind me and raise your voices in support while we deal with the aftermath. The rest is for me to handle. Gazing out at the chaotic scene, Shen Yu's face hardened, knowing that in the end, it would come down to brute force. He would demonstrate to these ruffians that there are some whom they cannot provoke. Chapter 18. The storm sweeps through what was happening outside. Within Bai'an County, The streets were in utter chaos, teeming with wrongdoers. Merchants took refuge in inns, contemplating their next move in a state of confusion. Fortunately, they possessed some means and had brought along a few guards, allowing them to withstand the initial onslaught. However, should the situation worsen, they feared that someone might indeed dare to breach their sanctuary. With a few drinks consumed, complaints began to surface. I heard that yesterday the county magistrate led a force to eradicate the Feihu Hall, and we thought it a cause for celebration. Yet today, the remnants of the Feihu Hall have retaliated. Indeed, the Feihu Hall has dominated Bai'an County for many years. We had to pay tribute to conduct our business here. Such a powerful force requires careful handling. I must say, the county magistrate is rather too impatient. Shaking his head, another voice chimed in, laced with dissatisfaction towards Shen Yu. Although they had long endured the exploitation of the Flying Tiger Hall, at least there had been some semblance of order. In contrast, the current state of affairs on the streets unsettled them even more. Did you hear? It is said that this magistrate has just taken office and has already dismissed the deputy magistrate, now turning against the Flying Tiger Hall. It is evident he seeks to achieve results in a short span of time. Yet, he did not anticipate such a backlash. I suspect this young magistrate will soon have to relent. If I were in his position, I too would yield for the time being. There will be ample opportunity to address matters later. There is no need to confront them head-on at this moment, as it could lead to dire consequences for oneself. Look at the chaos now, a bunch of weaklings. Listening quietly to the discussions around her, a young lady on the second floor wore a look of disdain, showing no interest in the sentiments of the crowd. Moreover, she curiously opened the window to gaze outside, unafraid of drawing the attention of those on the street. "Miss, this is dangerous. We should exercise caution." The girl was none other than Lu Xiyu, whom Shen Yu had previously rescued. However, she was now accompanied by two apparent bodyguards. With your protection, what is there to fear? Yet, despite her bravado, a gentleman would not place himself in perilous situations. I implore you, do not recklessly expose yourself to danger. I am but a young lady, not a gentleman. Observing the scene outside, Lu Xiyu furrowed her brows, pondering how the young magistrate would resolve this. If this farce did not come to an end, his position as magistrate would surely be in jeopardy. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise, her eyes widening as she beheld fleeting shadows on the street, accompanied by a menacing whirlwind. The shadows swept past, as if the very ground was ravaged by a tempest, akin to wind scattering clouds. The assailants, who had been robbing passers-by, were taken aback and were flung away by the gust, crashing to the ground with a thud. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, leaving onlookers, including the robbed common folk, bewildered and unaware of what had transpired. What was that? A master? A superhero? A monster? All who were causing chaos immediately ceased their actions and surrendered. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. Citizens who delivered miscreants to the magistrate would be rewarded 10 taels of silver for each confirmed villain. Just then, a series of loud shouts erupted from behind. Gasping for breath, Zhou Yuan glanced at the already distant Shen Yu, too hurried to wipe the sweat from his brow, and dashed after him. As he ran, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The streets hardly required their intervention. Wherever the magistrate passed, it was a scene of either death or injury, leaving the attackers too incapacitated to resist. Even an elderly person could easily subdue them, rendering them incapable of further mischief. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. While they followed the magistrate, he was fearlessly charging ahead, single-handedly confronting enemies, while they struggled just to keep up, splitting into several groups to barely manage the pace. In that moment, he comprehended the magistrate's initial intent. No compromise, just action. It was indeed bold of him to charge forth alone. To their astonishment, the magistrate had cut through the chaos, nearly traversing half of Bai'an County. Wherever he went, whether facing skilled fighters or petty thugs, none could impede his advance. It was a crushing victory, reminiscent of his assault on the Flying Tiger Hall, executed with little effort. His earlier concerns about maintaining order without soldiers to assist faded away with the magistrate's audacious approach. His worldview had been significantly shaken. Once martial prowess reached a certain realm, it could indeed be terrifying. From this day forth, it was likely that all criminals in Bai'an County would tremble at the sight of the magistrate. This day would undoubtedly haunt the hearts of all wrongdoers, becoming an indelible nightmare. For reasons unknown, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of bitterness as a second-rate master. The turmoil in Bai'an County should have been his moment to shine. Yet throughout the ordeal, he merely played the role of a loudspeaker, his voice hoarse from shouting. Alas, I do not wish to win by default. I too desire to contribute, but alas, the allies are too formidable. What can I do? I am utterly helpless. 10 taels of silver? Many citizens, hearing Zhou Yuan's shouts, began to ponder, for that sum of money held a considerable allure for them. Among the crowd, there were always a few daring souls. Some quick-witted individuals glanced at the wounded lying on the ground, a spark of inspiration igniting in their minds. With no one to escort these individuals away, it was akin to finding free silver. Each person was worth 10 taels. All it required was to transport these gravely injured perpetrators to the magistrate, and the rewards would be theirs in an instant. Those who had just inflicted pain upon them now appeared somewhat endearing upon closer inspection. Moreover, with Shen Yu having severely injured the majority of the wrongdoers, only a handful remained, hardly a threat. As long as a few brothers or fathers banded together, employing methods such as bludgeoning or restraining them, the ordinary street thugs would pose little challenge. Once the promise of reward was established, many would be tempted. When one person took action, others would surely follow, forming a torrent that would overwhelm the remaining or hidden miscreants. Miss, be cautious. That is a master. The vigilant bodyguards flanking Lu Xiu grew increasingly tense upon seeing Shen Yu pass by. A master? Just how formidable. It was likely he had already reached the acquired realm. Moreover, his martial prowess was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary techniques, and his combat abilities must be exceptional. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Watching Shen Yu's receding figure, the young lady smiled softly, her smile as radiant as a flower, captivating beyond words. Chapter 19. How is this possible? How could he achieve this? How dare he? At that moment, atop the Drunken Spring Pavilion, the unfolding events outside astonished the previously exuberant onlookers, particularly for Hiichio, who was so engrossed that he spilled wine on his garments, oblivious to the mess. Who could have anticipated that this young magistrate would take such an unconventional route, charging through and nearly subjugating half of Bai'an County in such a short time? The remaining forces of the Flying Tiger Hall had been utterly depleted, while this magistrate's reputation soared above all, even eclipsing the once glorious leader of the Flying Tiger Hall. Go, eliminate him. Send all your skilled subordinates. Hall Master, you too. Gradually folding his fan, the young gentleman's face now bore a frosty demeanor, almost explicitly displaying his displeasure. He had been pursuing for quite some time, his energy nearly expended. If he did not strike while the magistrate was still weak, his authority in Bai'an County would become unparalleled. He sought to establish dominance. But I shall cut him off at the knees. My lord. After a moment's hesitation, Feng He spoke softly, reminding him that he was a government official. And what is there to fear? Should anything happen, I shall take responsibility. Moreover, I am merely asking you to incapacitate him. If that fails, just obstruct him. I'm not asking for his life. Go quickly. Casting a cold glance around, the frigid atmosphere seemed poised to encase them all in ice. At that moment, the murderous intent within the young gentleman was nearly uncontrollable. I shall not repeat myself. The two exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the gravity of their situation. They had no choice. Should Shen Yu gain the upper hand, they would surely face dire consequences in the future. Moreover, it had become increasingly evident that the gentleman was enveloped in an aura of malice. His unpredictable temperament was troubling, and when he was angered, it instilled in them a palpable sense of impending danger. Thus, when the gentleman issued his command, they had no room for refusal. Master He, I shall dispatch all my elite subordinates to aid you. May you achieve swift success. Lord Feng, are you jesting? You must accompany me. Grasping Feng Zhong's arm, Hiichio leaned in and whispered, Lord Feng, do you think I am unaware? You have entered the first-tier realm, haven't you? His eyes narrowed slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Feng Zhong's gaze. Only a handful of individuals knew of his ascension to the first-tier realm, and he had never revealed it before outsiders. The fact that Hiichio was aware indicated that there was a traitor among them. How audacious to play such games amongst allies, when they had only moments ago embraced as brothers. Very well, he would remember this. Lord Feng, do not regard me with such eyes. I mean you no harm. I must inform you of something I overlooked. I have concealed an account book in the secret chamber of the Flying Tiger Hall. It meticulously records every benefit you have taken from me over the years. After the small county magistrate surrounded our flying tiger hall, I discreetly checked, and the secret chamber had been breached, the account book taken. You must understand the implications of this. If that magistrate survives today, it will be you and I who meet our demise. You. Well played, Hiichio. How very clever. Feng Zhong glared fiercely at his counterpart, his desire to consume him palpable. Although he was aware of their superficial camaraderie, Hiichio's underhanded actions had far exceeded his limits. As long as that account book existed, Hiichio held a significant advantage over him. Let us depart, County Lieutenant Feng. Though Hiichio was reluctant to take advantage of the situation and knew this would irrevocably damage their relationship, fear had taken hold of him. The small magistrate had effortlessly defeated several of their second-tier experts in mere moments. He recognized that he lacked such prowess. Moreover, the magistrate had just passed by, exhibiting martial skills that far surpassed his expectations. Even if the magistrate now appeared to be at his limit, he could not afford to gamble or act recklessly. Securing the company of a formidable ally was paramount, and the matter of betrayal could be addressed later. At this juncture, preserving his own life was the priority. Meanwhile, on the streets, Shen Yu stood quietly, his demeanor that of a solitary master. In less than an hour, the area had been largely cleared, and with his sword drawn, he surveyed the surroundings, finding no further threats. Thus, he decisively opted to register his presence. System, sign in. Sign in successful, granting 10 years of internal energy. Another decade of internal energy? Excellent. As the system's notification resonated, a surge of light flowed into Shen Yu's body, rapidly enhancing his vital energy, causing waves to surge through his dantian meridians. Every part of him, every single cell, seemed to exult in this newfound power, the sixth layer of the acquired realm. As he savored his current strength, a smile graced Shen Yu's lips. With this additional decade of energy, he now possessed a total of 40 years of cultivation. Admittedly, achieving only the sixth layer with such extensive practice underscored his lackluster aptitude. However, with the system at his disposal, it was conceivable that he might one day acquire elixirs or techniques to alter his innate talent. If not, the internal energy he gained through sign-ins could still elevate his realm, a fact that had never troubled him. Kill. Just as Shen Yu reveled in his ascension, over a dozen figures leapt down from the adjacent rooftops, unabashedly exuding their formidable presence. Leading the charge were 2 first-tier masters, accompanied by several second-tier and a dozen third-tier experts, forming a significant force in this modest county. Feng Zhong, County Lieutenant. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the cloaked figures, Shen Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The silhouette and features of the leader, obscured by a black mask, struck a familiar chord within him. With a moment's reflection, he confirmed the identity of the intruder. How deeply must they harbor animosity to send the county lieutenant himself? Had he stolen rice from their family or spied on their wives? You have mistaken me. My name is Zhang Yidao. Enough with the charade, Feng Zhong. You believe that masking your face and altering your voice would deceive others? Do you truly think yourself clever? Less idle chatter, brothers. Attack. A flicker of panic crossed Feng Zhong's eyes as he abandoned pretense and opted for immediate confrontation. At this juncture, whether Shen Yu recognized him or not, there was no turning back. If they did not reduce their adversary to dust today, it would be they who fell into the abyss. 3 waves. With his most potent technique unleashed, Feng Zhong executed his signature move, the 3 waves, each wave surpassing the last in power, culminating in a third strike capable of shattering stone and splitting mountains. Feng Zhong's movement acted as a signal, prompting the others to unleash their full strength. With over a dozen individuals attacking simultaneously, they effectively sealed Shen Yu's escape routes. Leading the charge, Feng Zhong wore a triumphant smirk, envisioning Shen Yu's lamentations beneath his might. Yet, moments later, disbelief and shock replaced that arrogance. Foolish jester, overestimating your worth. Wind godleg. With a disdainful snort, a torrent of power erupted from Shen Yu, cascading outward from his center like a colossal wave, sweeping away all in its path with unyielding force. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The world was dominated by the overwhelming surge of energy. The encirclement of over a dozen men was rendered as inconsequential as dust in the face of tempest, unable to stir even a ripple. The absurdity of their attempt to confront him was laughable. Once the storm subsided, only cries of despair remained. You are not even in the first-tier realm. You are merely in the acquired realm. Impossible. How can this be? The 22nd chapter. What use are they? In the state of acquired realm. Feng Zhong, unable to rise from the ground, gazed at Shen Yu as if confronting a terrifying entity. Had they known of Shen Yu's capabilities beforehand, they would never have dared to act so recklessly. Survival would have been preferable to disgrace. The acquired realm, in ordinary sex, was akin to the status of an elder, a level they longed for yet deemed unattainable. It was not their lack of effort, but rather the fact that they practiced mere third-tier techniques. In a small place like Bai'an County, possessing any technique at all was a privilege. To aspire for more was folly. Without exceptional talent, it was improbable to achieve the acquired realm through such mediocre arts. Had any of them possessed even a hint of greater aptitude, they would not be languishing in obscurity in such a backwater. Reflecting on the county magistrate's assumption of power, initially masquerading as a harmless scholar, they had let their guard down, failing to recognize the true nature of the jester before them. Now, one by one, they had leapt into a pit from which they could not escape, feigning weakness, luring them into a trap, and then ensnaring them all. What a masterful strategy. Behold, the heart of this county magistrate is indeed rather dark. It is you, Officer Feng. With a swift motion, Shen Yu tore away the veil obscuring his opponent's face, and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "When did Officer Feng abandon his honorable position to become a thief? Feng Zhong, you have brazenly conspired with the villains of the Flying Tiger Hall to assault this official. Coupled with the ledgers recovered from the Flying Tiger Hall, which meticulously document your acceptance of bribes and corrupt dealings, your fate is sealed. Officer Feng, remember the fate of Kai Chong. You are done for." Upon the mention of Kai Chong's demise, Feng Zhong couldn't help but shudder. He was acutely aware of this nobleman's ruthless nature. Once deemed useless, he would be discarded without hesitation, much like Kai Chong before him. For years, Kai Chong had laboriously served him under the guise of the county deputy. Yet upon his downfall, not a shred of assistance was offered. The Kai family was left with no survivors. The lesson was painfully vivid. Stealing a glance towards the distant Zui Chun-Lu, Feng Zhong felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Atop Zui Chun-Lu, the nobleman was observing, taking in everything with keen interest. As if sensing Feng Zhong's gaze, the young noble slowly unfurled his fan and gently waved it, a chilling expression gracing his features. This single gesture spoke volumes to Feng Zhong, who let out a resigned sigh, as if a decision had been made. Yet his face still bore the marks of grudging defiance, and his eyes towards Heiichio were laden with an unquenchable hatred. If only he had the strength, he would have fought tooth and nail against him. What a predicament! He had merely intended to send his subordinate, but this wretched fellow insisted on dragging him into the fray, leaving him without even a chance to escape. He bore no animosity towards Shen Yu, only towards this incompetent ally who had led him astray. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zhong closed his eyes, realizing he had little choice left. Perhaps, if he ended his own life, his family might find a way to survive. He bit down on his collar fiercely, and soon, dark crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his breath growing increasingly faint. Feng Zhong was not alone in this. Heiichio mirrored his fate, as if they had conspired together, and in an instant, silence enveloped them. Poisoned? Dead? This unexpected turn of events shocked Shen Yu, yet it was too late to intervene. Following the direction Feng Zhong had looked, he merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a vague silhouette before it vanished completely. System sign-in. Sign-in successful. Rewarded with the Divine Illumination Scripture. The Divine Illumination Scripture? Could it be true? In Shen Yu's recollection, this was an unparalleled martial art, rumored to possess almost miraculous powers of resurrection. Although its authenticity remained uncertain, it undeniably indicated the potency of this technique. Before Shen Yu could fully comprehend, a torrent of information surged into his mind. He felt as if countless figures were practicing some inner cultivation within his consciousness, and the various essentials of the Divine Illumination Scripture naturally surfaced within him. It was as though these insights and understandings of the technique were the fruits of his own arduous training, entirely grasped by him. This indistinct sensation of reality and illusion captivated him. The true energy within him began to flow along designated paths, quickly assimilating with his previous energy, becoming more refined and substantial, as if he had undergone a transformation. My lord, my lord. At that moment, Zhou Yuan hurriedly arrived, breathless. Upon witnessing the multitude of black-clad figures lying around, he hastily began a careful inspection, wiping the sweat from his brow. Were these individuals foolish? Wearing black in broad daylight, were they not simply declaring their villainy? Cloud entering hand, Hu Yun returns. 8-step iron fist, Sun Lin Jiang Sai. This was none other than the notorious leader of the Flying Tiger Hall, He Ichio. Gazing at the surrounding figures, Zhou Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. These were renowned masters of Bai'an County. This operation had effectively eradicated a significant portion of the county's notable experts. Casting a bewildered glance at Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan began to doubt. Could a first-rate master traverse the county so swiftly, leaving a trail of destruction? Could a first-rate master fight for such a duration without breaking a sweat? Could a first-rate master endure such heavy consumption, yet remain unscathed amidst a throng of formidable opponents? The prowess of his lord was undoubtedly beyond the realm of mere first-rate. If he were not first-rate, then could he be an innate master? Unthinkable. A 20-year-old innate master was an extraordinary talent, one that sex would vie for eagerly. If he possessed such capabilities, why endure years of arduous study to merely serve as a county magistrate? Being an ordinary county magistrate offered far fewer opportunities than remaining in the capital. Often, 3 years would pass only to see another 3, and promotions were elusive. Failure could result in dire consequences. Reflecting on the previous magistrate and the one before him, it was evident none had fared well. A 20-year-old innate master, if he joined the capturing gate or the blackguards, would undoubtedly rise to prominence. With wealth and power as mere starting points, along with numerous benefits and privileges, wherever he went, local authorities would have to cooperate and show deference. Such thoughts bewildered him. The disparity in human thought processes was unfathomable. Bring everyone back, dispose of the dead, and imprison the living. Then post a notice recruiting new yamen runners and constables. Yes, my lord. But wait, recruiting new personnel? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but raise his gaze, murmuring, "My lord, we are not short on manpower. Today's situation was unexpected, and most did not arrive. We truly do not need many recruits." Then inform those who did not come today that they need not return tomorrow. What? What do you mean? They all shrank back like turtles when faced with trouble. What use was such a yamen to me? Unable to suppress a cold snort. Even a resounding victory today could not quell Shen Yu's rising anger. He certainly understood that these constables might have been coerced or tempted, thus compelled to act as they did. But at the very least, they could have provided some hint while hiding. That would count as a contribution. Yet, when so many descended, not a single one spoke or offered any indication. It was only after the entire Bai'an County descended into chaos that Shen Yu became aware of the situation, unaware of how many had suffered. What use were such constables? They should be replaced as a warning to all. Chapter 21. A downpour, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a touch of warmth. The shadows of trees danced, accompanied by the chaotic chorus of insects. Gazing up into the distance, the majestic mountains rolled under the blue sky and white clouds, painting a vibrant and diverse tapestry. A month had passed since the turmoil in Bai'an County, and summer had now fully arrived. At noon, pedestrians hurried along the streets, seeking refuge from the sweltering heat. At this time, the yamen constables had all been recruited. Numerous individuals had signed up, and only the finest had been selected. Those who had survived the chaos were the only ones retained. All others had been dismissed. Despite their explanations and reassurances, Zhou Yuan dismissed them without exception. Even though they had been brothers for many years, how could he dare defy the orders of the county magistrate? Moreover, it would be impossible for him to harbor no resentment in his heart. Over the past month, Shen Yu's methods had become apparent. Having just quelled the unrest within the city, he swiftly enacted a strict crackdown across the entire county against the gangs and thugs that oppressed the common folk, initiating an unprecedented campaign of severity. Not only did he set targets for the constables and bailiffs, but he also introduced a series of reward systems, even going so far as to crazily install complaint boxes throughout the streets. The common folk could report issues under their real names or choose to remain anonymous. Those who reported under their real names would be rewarded upon verification. Of course, the constables were required to have solid evidence when apprehending individuals. Anyone daring to falsely accuse others would face severe consequences. Coupled with Shen Yu's decisive eradication of the largest gang in Bai'an County, the Flying Tiger Hall, both the county magistrate and the county lieutenant were apprehended, leaving the entire Bai'an County trembling under his authority, with no one daring to resist. Only those who once relied on extorting protection fees, exploiting laborers at the docks, and engaging in deceitful practices found themselves captured in droves within a month, prompting the county magistrate to consider expanding the prison. The crackdown was merciless, leaving even petty thieves in fear of capture, with the authorities seemingly ready to detain anyone spitting on the street. This led to widespread resentment and grievances among the populace. They lamented the past month, hiding in fear. The days of brazen arrogance were gone, and everyone walked carefully, often reporting those who had once bullied them, resulting in swift retribution that left little room for survival. Consequently, those who had been captured fled to neighboring counties, leaving Bai'an County remarkably cleansed, while Shen Yu's reputation soared, earning him the gratitude of the people. Bring forth 20 hard lashes, impose a fine of 10 taels of silver, and assign them to 3 months of hard labor. Shen Yu's voice echoed once again in the government office, a scene that had become nearly routine, to which the people had grown accustomed. Many citizens gathered to witness the spectacle, applauding as those who had once bullied them faced judgment and punishment. Such entertainment was unmatched. Daily visits to the government office brought them joy. System check-in. Check-in successful. Awarded 100 taels of silver. Another 100 taels secured. The court proceedings pleased the citizens. And after completing his check-in, Shen Yu felt a surge of happiness. Ever since he initiated the crackdown, rewards had been ceaseless, ensuring he would never worry about silver. Governing had its perks. If he were to act as a chivalrous hero, it would take ages to achieve such prosperity through personal effort alone. There was no need for corruption or bribery. Merely checking in yielded endless wealth, a life he had once only dreamed of. In addition to these assorted rewards, Shen Yu had also obtained a set of iron cloth and proficient skills in the complete true sword technique, as well as a manual on the mighty Vajra palm. He had even received items like the 9-flower jade dew pill and minor elixirs several times. Unfortunately, most of the apprehended individuals were of little significance, rendering the loot rather disappointing. Nonetheless, beyond the stringent enforcement, Shen Yu harbored ambitions, recognizing his role as the county's leader and feeling a responsibility to benefit the populace. Regrettably, his education had not focused on the sciences. He was utterly ignorant of glassmaking or cement production. As for the knowledge acquired in middle and high school, it had largely faded after his university years, leaving him devoid of practical skills upon entering society. He admired those predecessors who had successfully navigated such challenges. His current endeavors, aside from the crackdown, included developing local specialties to attract merchants and stimulate the economy. At least Bai'an County's public safety was far superior to that of other regions. Moreover, during this period, he had ventured beyond the county seat into the countryside. Compared to the city, the rural areas were in a far more dire state. While the roads were indeed traversable and one could hear the clamor of chickens and dogs, the reality was that many inhabitants appeared gaunt and ragged, resembling beggars. Those fortunate enough to wear clothes were in the minority, while many had none at all. Children often played outdoors in the nude. They resided in lowly thatched huts, subsisting on wild vegetables and coarse grains, frequently going months without meat. Even then, many struggled to fill their stomachs, laboring tirelessly with meager earnings. By the age of 40, their faces were etched with deep lines of hardship. The phrase to eat well and dress warmly appeared simple, yet its realization was extraordinarily challenging. Witnessing such circumstances made Shen Yu's heart ache. Thankfully, he had arrived as the county magistrate. Had he been an ordinary villager, his survival would have been uncertain, let alone engaging in acts of chivalry, when he could scarcely afford a meal or leave the village. Thus, in his spare moments, Shen Yu often wandered through the countryside. He had nearly exhausted the resources of the city, and the local bullies were equally odious, necessitating his educational intervention as the magistrate. Moreover, the common people genuinely suffered, and he was determined to assist them as best as he could. This also served to inspire him to devise better policies for the benefit of more individuals. At the very least, he aimed to ensure that more people could fill their bellies. "Sir, please take a moment to rest." After spending considerable time alongside Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan had come to respect him deeply. Having risen from constable to head constable and witnessed numerous magistrates, he had never encountered one quite like Shen Yu. Whether they were virtuous or corrupt, none had roamed the countryside tirelessly, continuously addressing the issues of the people without rest, earning the utmost admiration. Everyone understood that the new magistrate was a good man, and Zhou Yuan, who remained by his side, felt this truth more acutely. It was evident that over the past month, he had grown darker and thinner, prompting his wife to assume he had been forced into hard labor. If Shen Yu were aware of his thoughts, he would surely tell him, "Young man, you cannot imagine the joy of helping others." "Sir, it seems rain is approaching." Glancing up at the sky, which had just been clear, he now saw dark clouds gathering. The weather changed swiftly, and soon a heavy rain began to fall. Initially, it seemed the downpour would cease quickly, but unexpectedly, it persisted for several days, causing the river to swell dangerously. Shen Yu's face clouded with concern. Such torrential rain was hardly a good omen. What a fine rain, truly a magnificent downpour. In the drunken spring pavilion, a young gentleman stood quietly by the window, gazing outside with an excited smile. It was the first time in a long while that he displayed such joy, causing the nearby guard to lower their heads even further in response. This heavy rain was perfectly timed. Surely the riverbanks could not withstand it for long. Excellent. Let's depart. Chapter 22. In times of crisis the night was dark, and the relentless rain showed no signs of abating. Flashes of lightning illuminated figures scurrying between thatched huts, clad in raincoats and hats. Vivid red blood streamed from one hut after another, washed away by the torrential rain, disappearing almost instantly. The cries of infants and the pleas of adults were drowned out by the wind and rain. So much so that even the neighboring homes remained oblivious to the unusual happenings next door. Beneath the downpour, a young gentleman clutched a child of barely over a year, his face etched with cruelty and indifference as he disregarded the infant's desperate struggles. Power! What an intoxicating force! With a slight increase in pressure, the child's once struggling hands fell limp, devoid of any further life. The young gentleman smirked in satisfaction before moving on to the next dwelling. This scene did not elicit more than a deeper bow of the heads from the surrounding guards. No one dared to step forward to intervene, nor did anyone even utter a single word. The one who had just spoken was now lying on the ground, and how could they dare to speak out? The chill brought by the wind and rain made them instinctively wrap their garments tighter around themselves, yet they could not shake off the pervasive cold. As the young gentleman traversed from one house to another, the excitement on his face became increasingly evident, and his movements grew ever swifter. In the vast village, the wails of despair echoed from one home to the next, only to swiftly fade away, until the entire village was enveloped in an eerie silence. Amidst the wind and rain, an inexplicable terror permeated the air. Emerging from the last house, the young gentleman wiped the blood from his hands, yet the grin on his face was impossible to conceal, ultimately erupting into a boisterous laugh. Indeed, slaughter is the quickest path to forge one's body with blood, to nourish one's soul with killing. This bloodshed technique is certainly not a mere fabrication. To kill one is a crime. To kill thousands is to be a hero. To slay millions, and I shall be the number one in the world. This realm shall ultimately crawl beneath my feet. Who will dare impede my way then? Ha! Noticing the young gentleman's seemingly buoyant mood, one of the guards, after a moment of hesitation, finally spoke up. "My lord, this is an entire village after all. I am concerned." "Concerned about what?" With a cold snort, the young gentleman replied with a chilling smile. "Do you think I chose this moment to act merely by chance? It is precisely because of the torrential rain that has fallen for days. Now the rivers are surging." Gazing into the distance at the riverbanks, the young gentleman seemed to be envisioning something. The embankment had only recently been constructed over the past 2 years. "I'm all too aware of the character of those involved. This dam will surely be washed away, and then this place shall become a vast ocean." As if struck by an exhilarating thought, the young gentleman's spirit soared. What is this mere killing? When the floods arise, there will be famine and corpses strewn everywhere. Lives will be of little value. Thus, this is merely the beginning. When the time comes, I shall soar to great heights. "My lord," cautiously glancing at the young gentleman, a guard offered a wary reminder. "What if the riverbank holds steady?" "Steady." The young gentleman's icy gaze sent shivers down the spine of the guard. After a moment, his cold voice resounded once more. "Then ensure that it does not hold. Bring more men to guarantee absolute certainty." Caught between doubt and recognition, the guard hesitated but quickly closed his mouth upon meeting the young gentleman's almost ruthless gaze. The command was given, and they had no choice but to comply, even if they were reluctant. "Continue following me. We shall proceed to the next village. Tonight, I aim to step into the realm of the next stage. Power. I crave even greater strength. With that, the young gentleman mounted his horse and departed swiftly, an unmistakable ambition radiating from his eyes. Meanwhile, atop the embankment, Shen Yu was leading the assembled laborers, along with nearly all the soldiers of Bai'an County, in a vigorous effort to reinforce the riverbank. The unrelenting rain had caused the river to swell dangerously, thanks to his accumulated prestige, and primarily due to financial support from influential families like the Kai and Feng families, as well as the Feihu Hall. The county office had sufficient funds and credibility to mobilize a large number of workers in a short span of time. Just a month prior, during a tumultuous upheaval in Bai'an County, Shen Yu had offered a bounty of 10 taels of silver for the capture of a notorious criminal, promptly redeeming it afterward. This not only facilitated the apprehension of thieves, but also cultivated the reputation of the county office. With such credibility, Shen Yu was able to rally a substantial number of laborers. Even the elderly and women were eager to join in, primarily due to the county magistrate's generous rewards. My lord, it's not good. Look, as Shen Yu tirelessly patrolled the embankment, working alongside the laborers, Zhou Yuan rushed over with a grave expression, whispering urgently in Shen Yu's ear. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's expression mirrored Zhou Yuan's concern. Arriving at the southern slope of the embankment, the sight before him nearly caused him to lose his composure. He could not help but curse. These are nothing but rubble and straw bags? The embankment is made of rubble and straw bags? Zhou Yuan, is this what you call cutting corners? This is clearly playing with lives. These corrupt officials deserve to be executed, Shen Yu exclaimed through gritted teeth, never expecting that these scoundrels would dare to construct the embankment with such shoddy materials. How could a dam built with such materials withstand the raging flood? It might as well be swept away by a mere trickle. Immediately fill sandbags. Ensure everyone is prepared. We cannot allow the dam to breach. If a gap appears, we must block it with whatever we have. Yes, my lord, Shen Yu muttered to himself, hoping his worries were unfounded. But how could such a flimsy construction withstand the elements? A multitude of incompetent fools. As he anxiously surveyed the tumultuous river, Shen Yu remained vigilant over the embankment, fearing the worst. He had initially thought that after days of tireless effort, the embankment would at least be somewhat secure. However, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Reality had a way of delivering harsh truths. If only he knew who had constructed the embankment. If he found out, he would surely wield a blade against them. Time passed, and Shen Yu's anxiety only intensified. Yet, as fate would have it, his fears materialized. Under the relentless assault of the rushing waters, the soil and stones of the embankment began to erode. First, a small gap appeared, which soon widened, and it became evident that the river would soon breach through. It was surprising that a dam made from such inferior materials could hold out for so long. The builders were indeed a unique breed. Quickly, throw down the sandbags to block the breach. No, you throw the sandbags down and retreat swiftly. Wind godleg. Wind whirls the tower. With a gentle push off the ground, Shen Yu's figure soared upward, spinning rapidly, as a whirlwind suddenly erupted around him, lifting all nearby sandbags as though they were weightless. Under the influence of wind godleg, the sandbags were swiftly piled at the breach. Hundreds of workers struggled to keep pace with Shen Yu's speed, nearly unable to keep up. In a matter of moments, the newly formed gap was sealed by the sandbags, which continued to rise higher, almost level with the embankment. Letting out a sigh of relief, Shen Yu was grateful that a major disaster had been averted. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Had he depended solely on the laborers to toss the sandbags, the gap would have widened uncontrollably. However, while wind godleg was effective, it consumed an immense amount of internal energy. In a short time, he found himself nearly drained, utterly exhausted. This was truly a demanding role for a county official. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The days ahead promised to be even more arduous than Shen Yu had anticipated. The embankment was poorly constructed, and with each wave of flood, it began to crumble, creating one breach after another. Shen Yu, in desperation, could only patrol back and forth, sealing gaps wherever they appeared. In those 2 days, he had effectively become a human excavator. No, he was far more efficient than any machine. With wind godleg, dozens or even hundreds of sandbags could be dropped in an instant, quickly sealing any breach. The only drawback was the tremendous energy expenditure. He had nearly collapsed several times. Fortunately, he had previously procured some medicinal pills to replenish his strength. coupled with the rich and enduring energy of the Divine Light Sutra. He managed to endure through sheer willpower. The rain has persisted for several days, inevitably leading to a reduction in grain yield. However, if these river waters were to overflow, vast stretches of land will be transformed into an ocean, resulting in consequences far graver than mere crop failure. It would likely lead to widespread disaster and famine. The thought of such a scenario sent shivers down Shen Yu's spine. No matter what, he could not allow such a fate to unfold. For several consecutive days, he dared not sleep, and at one point, desperation almost drove him to plunge into the water to block the breach. Fortunately, everything ended without calamity. Even with his advanced skills, he could not be entirely certain of his own safety against the raging torrent. At last, the rain ceased. Suddenly, the shout of a laborer broke the silence. Covered in mud, Shen Yu lifted his head to observe the sky, which was indeed beginning to clear after the relentless downpour. A smile finally broke through the troubled expression on his face. These past few days had taken a toll on him, far beyond the toil of an ordinary worker. System. Let us sign in. Upon successful registration, he received the 9-in manual. In an instant, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind, and Shen Yu felt as though he were enveloped by an array of texts, a myriad of martial arts techniques materializing in his consciousness. It was as if this knowledge had always been inscribed within him, familiar and fully comprehended. He was merely recalling it now. Yet, he alone understood that this was merely theoretical knowledge. To truly integrate theory with practice, relentless training was essential. The 9-in manual was indeed profound and intricate, far surpassing his expectations. The overarching principles were arcane, while the 2 sections contained countless wondrous techniques, cloaked in mystery. Among them were methods to enhance one's aptitude, heal injuries, and even techniques for muscle contraction and breath control, along with hypnotic soul relocation methods. This was not merely a martial arts manual, but a veritable encyclopedia of martial knowledge. The creator of this art, Huang Shang, must have been pushed to great lengths to develop such diverse techniques, including those for muscle contraction and breath control. Fortunately for Shen Yu, such creations have been made available to him. With such a gain, his arduous efforts over the past few days were not in vain. My lord. Once the immediate danger had subsided, Zhou Yuan cautiously approached and whispered, "A person has come with urgent news for you. He insists on speaking with you directly." "Oh, who wishes to see me? Let him come." Shen Yu, though utterly fatigued, forced himself to sit upright. Soon, an elderly farmer hurried over and, upon seeing Shen Yu, immediately knelt. "Commoner pays his respects to you, my lord. You have worked hard. Old man, please speak freely. There is no need for such formalities." "Yes, my lord." The farmer wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling slightly as he relayed, "Someone has sent word that there are individuals attempting to sabotage the riverbanks. He advises you to be cautious." "What? Is this true?" Shen Yu sprang to his feet at the alarming news. While he had been laboriously sealing breaches, there were those working against him. "Damn it, where's my sword?" "My lord, I cannot confirm the truth of it. I was merely asked to relay a message." The farmer replied earnestly. "My lord," Zhou Yuan interjected, recalling something, "in the past few days, I have indeed noticed a few suspicious individuals lurking about. However, we have been preoccupied with sealing breaches and did not pay them much heed. It is clear now that someone is obstructing our efforts. Otherwise, how could there be so many gaps in the riverbank? Indeed, since someone has sent word, it must not be baseless. Find them. Go quickly and uncover their identities." Shen Yu's anger flared. He was not alone in his frustration. Everyone present was utterly exhausted, and upon hearing this news, they were eager to retaliate. They immediately began to scour the riverbanks, determined to root out the culprits. Before long, with Zhou Yuan's investigation, the offenders were located. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been discovered, believing they were concealed among the laborers. However, their morale was low. They had expected this task to be straightforward, to find a weak point and covertly create a breach, allowing the rushing waters to widen it. Yet instead of success, they had toiled relentlessly for days, achieving nothing. The county magistrate was a formidable opponent, employing superior martial skills to thwart their efforts. As the laborers, they felt powerless against such overwhelming force. Just as they were about to give up, a sudden voice pierced their concentration, causing them to freeze in fear. They looked up to find Shen Yu, whose piercing gaze resembled that of a predator. Surrounding him were officers, their expressions fierce, weapons drawn, ready to pounce. Caught off guard, the would-be saboteurs realized their cover had been blown. Chapter 24. It's you. Ah, splendid. Shen Yu's aura of menace began to seep forth as he gazed at the individuals below. He had been tirelessly working to seal the breaches, only to discover that others were clandestinely attempting to undermine his efforts. The riverbank was already a shoddy construction. With their interference, it would soon begin to leak. No wonder there were so many gaps. The realization fueled his anger. Kill. After a brief moment of eye contact, the culprits, emboldened, leaped forward, brandishing their weapons as if to defend the riverbank against Shen Yu. Their audacity was astounding, yet they were merely second-rate opponents, akin to infants in the presence of Shen Yu, despite his weariness. Within moments, the once formidable group lay helplessly on the ground, bloodied and defeated, lacking even the strength to struggle. The disparity in capability was insurmountable, plunging them into despair. Even with their utmost efforts, they could not gain the slightest advantage. Speak. Who sent you? Shen Yu's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light, causing the culprits to falter, their minds clouded. It was the young master. He requires bloodshed for his cultivation, and thus has been engaging in slaughter throughout the past few days. By now, he must have decimated 10 villages. To conceal these atrocities, he resorted to breaching the riverbank. What did you say? He has slaughtered nearly 10 villages? In an instant, Shen Yu grasped the crux of the matter, a frigid glint flickering in his eyes. Even if a small village harbors 100 souls, and a larger one several hundred, the murder of 10 villages could amount to thousands lost. Just like that? Scoundrel. He is utterly despicable. But why then did he breach the riverbank? Was it merely to use the ensuing flood as a cover for his heinous acts? Indeed, once the deluge struck, these areas might be submerged. And with the populace in dire straits, the authorities would be preoccupied with disaster relief. Who would have the time to pursue him? Is it possible that he seeks to employ the flood to cloak his crimes? Yes, the young master concluded. As long as the riverbank is swept away and the floodwaters rise, not only will his deeds remain hidden, but he could also capitalize on the chaos to enhance his own power. Thus, the riverbank must be breached, arrogant and ruthless, disregarding human life, in both past and present. This was the first time Shen Yu witnessed such blatant disregard for human existence, as if lives held no value whatsoever. To them, killing was as mundane as eating or drinking. Even the destruction of the riverbank, which could lead to a catastrophic flood and countless lives lost, mattered not to them. As long as they achieved their objectives, the number of lives lost was inconsequential. It seemed that dying for their cause was a mark of honor in their eyes. What audacity it takes to harbor such thoughts. Go, immediately investigate how many lives have been taken and how many villages have been destroyed. Shen Yu bellowed at the surrounding officers, then seized a few by the neck, his calm demeanor belied by a storm brewing in his gaze. Tell me, where is your master now? We have not seen our master for several days and do not know his whereabouts. Only that he should not be far from here. Good. With a swift motion, Shen Yu snapped the necks of those in his grip and turned to the crowd, his voice chillingly resolute. Zhou Yuan, find him at once. No matter what, I will have his head. Rest assured, my lord. Even if it costs my life, I will ensure he is found. Zhou Yuan replied, his own eyes ablaze with fury. The actions of these individuals had thoroughly ignited his righteous anger. He was determined to make them pay. At this moment, not far from the riverbank, in Jianghu village, a young noble laughed maniacally, wielding a long sword with reckless abandon, slaying the nearest victim with a single strike. He then descended into a frenzied rampage, consumed by the thrill of bloodshed, exuding an aura of malevolence that was unmistakable. Villagers fled in terror, yet one by one, they fell before his blade. Surrounding him, a dozen guards had already sealed off the village to ensure no one escaped. Yet, they did not intervene. They merely watched as their master wreaked havoc, feeling a pang of sympathy but resigned to their fate as servants. Unable to change the course of events, they had grown accustomed to this numbness. Kill, he shouted, targeting the fastest, most panicked individual, a cruel smile etched across his face. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself intoxicated by the ecstasy of slaughter, reveling in the despair of his victims. The more they feared, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, a sword flew through the air, deflecting his own. The man he'd been pursuing collapsed to the ground, desperately crawling away from the scene. Shen Yu, Shen Heng? The young noble squinted, recognizing the figure leading the charge. The moment he realized it was Shen Yu standing in his way, his previously restrained bloodlust erupted uncontrollably. With sword in hand, he charged toward Shen Yu, as if fixated solely on him. The remaining villagers, mere playthings in his eyes, were forgotten. Kill! The sword flashed, and a wave of malevolent energy surged forth, the terrifying aura of someone in the acquired realm radiating ominously, as if challenging Shen Yu. A thick scent of blood lingering in the air, reminiscent of a ravenous beast. The terrifying spectacle caused the officers accompanying Shen Yu to instinctively recoil, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Yet, Shen Yu stood unfazed, the sword hurtling toward him, swift as lightning and thunderous in its approach, lacked any finesse, appearing to be driven solely by reckless courage. To Shen Yu's discerning eye, the technique resembled that of a child at play. The acquired realm? Such a feeble manifestation of the acquired realm I have never encountered before. Unable to suppress a smirk, Shen Yu, though not particularly seasoned in the ways of the world, could plainly see that the opponent's condition was amiss. If his deductions were correct, the foe had likely employed some extraordinary method to forcibly elevate his power, bearing severe repercussions. To hastily force growth is to invite one's own demise. With a swift kick, he struck, exploiting the opening created by the sword's arc, landing a direct blow to the young noble's chest. The force sent him hurtling backward, crashing violently into a thatched hut. Protect the young master. As the young noble was sent flying, his guards rushed forward in a frenzy. Should anything happen to their master, they all knew they would meet a grim fate alongside their families. Coughing violently, blood gushed from the young noble's mouth as he struggled to rise. But every bone in his body felt shattered, robbing him of any strength. "Master, are you unharmed?" Emerged a middle-aged man from the corner of the hut, looking down upon him with a mocking smile. "Do you remember me? You? It's you. Gaizhong. Gaizhong? How could it be you?" As the saying goes, enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. When Kai Zhong fell into misfortune, the young noble had ordered the annihilation of his entire family. Now, faced with him again, the young noble felt certain that no sentiment of nostalgia would be shown. Struggling to rise, he desperately attempted to crawl away, but he was utterly devoid of strength, blood still trickling relentlessly from his lips. Throughout his life, he had never endured such torment. All because of Shen Yu, a mere county magistrate, dared to lay hands on him. He vowed to make him pay dearly in the future. "Master, why this demeanor upon seeing me? After all, we are old acquaintances." Kai Zhong stepped closer, looking down at the still struggling young noble with a cold smile, as if he were merely watching a sacrificial lamb. Then slowly, Kai Zhong reached out, gripping the young noble's neck. In that instant, the young noble felt his blood surge violently, as if boiling, racing uncontrollably, and then rapidly draining away. How can this be? How is this possible? The sensation of suffocation from Kai Zhong's grip filled him with panic. Yet the peculiar reaction of his body brought forth a deeper terror. He sensed that the power he had painstakingly acquired was dissipating before his very eyes. No, it cannot be said to be mere dissipation. It felt as if his strength was being siphoned away by Kai Zhong. "Ah, young master, you truly are remarkable, indeed ruthless. In such a short time, you have already achieved the acquired realm." Kai Zhong's face gleamed with a sense of satisfaction, as if indulging in an exquisite pleasure. You, the young noble stammered, his eyes wide with shock, a sense of dread enveloping him. He confessed that, at this moment, his heart was in complete disarray, and the wisdom he once possessed was now utterly obscured. "Young master, are you not surprised?" With a subtle lick of his lips, Kai Chong's expression became indescribably strange, his gaze toward him imbued with a mixture of hatred, pity, and contempt. "Do not be astonished, for your blood slaughter technique was deliberately discarded by me. Oh, young master, I have served you for so long that I know you too well. You are arrogant and self-important, yet you are coddled and unable to endure hardship. If there were a way to attain power without labor, you would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. Indeed, you are even more anxious and ruthless than I had imagined. With so many lives at stake, you strike without hesitation, your brow unwrinkled. In pursuit of better cultivation, you even dared to breach the riverbank." Suddenly, remembering something, the young master shouted with deep resentment, "Is it you? Is it really you?" "Indeed, it is I. Gaizhong not dead?" brazenly admitting that he had secretly informed the county magistrate of the disruption at the riverbank and had orchestrated a way to reveal your whereabouts to them. As he spoke, Kai Chong applied a bit more force, and the young master felt his strength waning rapidly, his heart swelling with panic. Young master, I have done so much for you. Not for glory, but out of toil, yet you seek to kill me. If you wish to end my life, so be it. But why do you not spare my family? Thus, I must take my revenge. You shall pay a price for this. Do you realize that this blood slaughter technique demands the killing of kin and offspring, devoid of compassion? Without a guiding principle, you will be overwhelmed by slaughter and ultimately lose yourself. You betray me? What of it? With a sudden slap to his opponent's face, Kai Chong felt an insatiable urge for vengeance, delivering 2 more resounding slaps. For years, he had longed to do this, and now he finally had the chance. It was cathartic. This was true liberation. No wonder ordinary people relentlessly pursue formidable power. Only with such strength can one act according to their desires. Young master, you are now deeply entrenched in the will to kill. Even without my influence, you would inevitably self-destruct. You will either descend into madness through slaughter or be discovered and exterminated by those righteous heroes of the realm. Ah, power is indeed a magnificent asset, yet regrettably, all your hard work has now been transferred to me. Taking a deep breath, feeling he could no longer absorb more, Kai Chong finally withdrew his hand in satisfaction. After all his arduous labor, it ultimately served to enrich himself. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. I shall be that oriole, perpetually satiated. Rest assured, I shall not take your life now, but I cannot guarantee that he will spare you. Casting his gaze outside, he saw that Shen Yu had already dispatched all the young master's guards and was approaching with a sword, emanating an aura of murderous intent. Young master, we shall meet again. As he spoke, Kai Chong's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only the young master wide-eyed and speechless, realizing that all his efforts had merely served to benefit another. Kai Chong, you shall pay for this. Lord Shen, upon seeing Shen Yu approaching, the young master immediately called out, My father is the governor of Bai'an County, and my uncle is the Marquis of Changing. Help me, and I assure you, you will ascend to great heights in the future. What the governor of Bai'an County? What of the Marquis of Changing? I care not who your father is. You have slain so many, and you must understand that a day of reckoning will come. At this moment, Shen Yu is genuinely enraged. The young master, having killed so many, showed not an ounce of remorse, but instead shouted about his father's status, a clear sign of having been spoiled beyond measure. For such a person, the best course of action was to send him to repent before the families of those he had killed, ensuring he could no longer commit evil. Slowly raising his sword, Shen Yu felt no hesitation regarding the young master's identity. He had resolved before arriving that no matter who the opponent was, they would not escape death. Even if he were the son of a provincial governor or a general, he would still be slain. Do you dare? My father is the governor of Bai'an County, and my uncle is the Marquis of Changing. Do you dare to kill me? Hearing this name, Zhou Yuan, who followed Shen Yu, suddenly turned pale and shouted, My lord. Think twice. This is disastrous. My lord. Rushing over, he glanced at the lifeless young master and worriedly said, My lord, the governor of Bai'an County has only one son, and his background is formidable. He will surely seek revenge. And what of it? I shall not feel at ease until he is dead. Wiping the blood from his sword, Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, If it comes to it, I shall resign from this office. I refuse to believe he could do anything to me. Damn it, forget it. I fear nothing. After a deep sigh, Zhou Yuan kicked the young master twice, finally feeling a sense of relief. My lord, I am willing to stand with you through thick and thin. System check-in. Check-in successful. Awarded 20 years of internal strength. 20 years of internal strength. This is no mere frivolous youth. This is a treasure of experience. A torrent of internal energy surged into Shen Yu's body, causing a colossal wave to roil within him. The flowing true qi expanded rapidly, akin to mighty rivers endlessly flowing. Soon, this energy coursing through his meridians converged in his dantian, compressing and gathering continuously. At this moment, Shen Yu felt as if he had gained a profound new insight. A formidable aura enveloped him, as if he had merged with the very essence of nature. Regrettably, the influx of power came to a sudden halt, and Shen Yu was compelled to open his eyes. He had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. a half-step to the innate realm. Feeling the potent aura radiating from him, the exhilarating sensation of rapid empowerment was indeed captivating. The only regret was that he had fallen just short of breaking through that barrier with his 20 years of energy. If he had truly achieved the innate realm, it would have been an entirely different world. Alas, it was just a hair's breadth away. Chapter 26. Capture him. My lord. At this moment, within the government office of Bai'an County, a sprightly elder was leisurely practicing calligraphy. His strokes flowed like clouds and water, exuding a unique grandeur. My lord. A figure resembling a secretary hurriedly approached, appearing quite distressed as he stood at the doorway, repeatedly opening his mouth yet unsure how to begin. What is it? Stammering like that? Is it yet another incident involving that rebellious son? That rebellious son constantly brings trouble upon me. With a cold snort, the elder did not even lift his head, continuing to wield his brush, clearly unperturbed by such matters. My lord, it is the young master. Has that rebellious son caused yet another calamity? Each time he stirs up trouble, it falls upon me to clean up after him. I have been here for so long without promotion, all thanks to this rebellious son. Now, just as I am about to ascend, he is still causing chaos. What nonsense! The elder paused momentarily, losing interest in continuing his writing, and coldly remarked, He has not returned home for months. Tell him to roll back to me. My lord, the young master has been killed in Bai'an County. With a thud, the secretary knelt, burying his head in his arms, too fearful to look up or meet the elder's gaze. Having known each other for many years, he was all too aware of the elder's ruthless methods, truly capable of killing without shedding blood. In comparison, the young master's petty misdeeds were mere child's play. Could they even be considered issues? The father and son were polar opposites. One was shrewd and deep, while the other was reckless and ostentatious. What? The brush slipped from the elder's hand, ink splattering across the pristine rice paper, completely ruining what had been a fine piece of calligraphy. The esteemed official, a magistrate of Bai'an County, has dispatched assassins, alleging that the young master has been practicing sinister techniques, wantonly slaughtering thousands of innocents. It is said that he even ordered the clandestine excavation of riverbanks, intending to unleash floods upon villages to conceal his misdeeds. When confronted, he resisted arrest, resulting in his immediate execution. Oh, my son, how it pains me! How it pains me! The elderly man clutched his chest, feeling a dull ache, and slammed his hand upon the table, a chilling, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the seemingly benevolent elder transformed into a bloodthirsty butcher. Go! Use my seal to summon the troops and bring him back to me. He must pay for his crimes. I demand blood for blood. Bai'an County Magistrate Shen Yu, you shall face the consequences. Yes, my lord. Bowing his head, the clerk hurriedly departed. The magistrate's vengeful demeanor was truly fearsome. Reflecting upon the magistrate's ruthless methods sent chills down the clerk's spine. The young master, being the sole heir, had long been indulged by both the magistrate and his wife. Growing up without restraint, although he had caused many troubles in the past, this latest transgression was egregious. Murdering thousands is a heavy burden to bear. Yet, was there no way for the magistrate to cover this up? Offending the prefect, he could hardly expect a favorable outcome. Did he truly believe that being a good magistrate was an easy task? The magistrate had served in Bai'an County for many years, establishing deep-rooted connections and influence. If the magistrate deemed you a good official, you were indeed a good official, but a mere whisper of discontent could render your position precarious. The youth, untainted by worldly experiences, had now played himself into a corner. However, at this moment, Shen Yu had no concerns regarding the prefect's retribution. Even before news reached the county seat, Shen Yu had already submitted a memorial, describing the prefect's son in the most damning terms imaginable. Though it is true that higher-ranking officials can wield significant power, the slaughter of thousands by this prefect's son would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm. Regardless of how formidable the prefect's influence may be, he would likely be unable to contain this incident. Should he seek to confront Shen Yu, it would be the prefect himself who would find his position in jeopardy. Furthermore, according to Zhou Yuan, the prefect had once served as the magistrate of Bai'an County, his predecessors. In fact, after a 3-year term, he was promoted to Tongpan and subsequently became the prefect of Bai'an County, a rapid ascent indeed. Shen Yu suspected that Kai Zhong and Feng Zhong were affiliated with the prefect, as they were individuals whom the prefect had personally elevated during his tenure in Bai'an County. They had received considerable favors from him. However, the prefect's son had become a liability. In his youth, his mischief had been minor and inconsequential, but as he matured, his transgressions grew increasingly outrageous. Even Shen Yu had to lament how remarkably one could be a burden to their father. Thanks to this son, the prefect often faced harsh criticism, enduring 8 years in his position due to his extensive connections. Had it not been for his substantial backing, he would have been dismissed long ago. However, his prolonged tenure and considerable skill had allowed him to establish a firm foothold, rendering him a dominant figure in Jianghu County. Thus, when Zhou Yuan heard the young master proclaim his identity, he hastily intervened. In Jianghu County, one could offend many, but never the prefect. Those who crossed the prefect had rarely met with a favorable outcome. Yet, Shen Yu would not coddle him, having been spoiled to such an extent. Even the formidable Master Yang of Thunder and Lightning would struggle to teach him properly. If that is the case, then let him not wreak further havoc upon the common folk. Nonetheless, having executed him, and thus gaining 20 years of internal energy, it was worth it. My lord, trouble approaches. A large contingent has entered the city under the banner of the prefect. My lord, they surely come with ill intent. Zhou Yuan reported hastily. Anxiety writ large upon his face. He had anticipated the prefect's retaliation, but was taken aback by the swiftness of their arrival, now bolstered by troops. This was a declaration of war. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall counter. When floods arrive, we shall dam. Without lifting his head, Shen Yu continued to review documents. For days, torrential rains had poured down incessantly. While Bai'an County had miraculously escaped disaster, reports indicated that many riverbanks elsewhere had collapsed, likely leading to an influx of refugees soon. Thus, it was prudent to stockpile provisions. Shen Yu diligently arranged for resources and instructed his men to procure grain, working tirelessly. Thanks to the substantial support from the families of Feng Zhong and Kai Zhong, Bai'an County had amassed sufficient funds and provisions. Such benevolent souls, even in death, would warm the hearts of the entire county. As for the prefect, Shen Yu paid him little mind. In this age, sheer strength was sufficient. With his perfected innate power, what was there to fear? If worse came to worst, he could relinquish his post. Moreover, given that he had raised such a son, it was questionable whether the prefect could retain his position. Shen Yu had long since submitted reports. He should have received a response by now. Suddenly, the doors of the county office were violently flung open, and a throng of individuals surged in. Their murderous intent was palpable, as if they had the words, "I seek trouble," emblazoned on their foreheads. Upon entering, the leading clerk barked orders, his arrogance nearly touching the rafters. "You are Shen Yu, the magistrate of Bai'an County?" he demanded, gesturing to a nearby general, then coldly commanded, "Seize him." How audacious! "Who are you?" Shen Yu's cold gaze swept across the room, his presence exuding an unyielding authority born from his time as magistrate. Though he suspected the identity of the intruders, he could not afford to lose his composure. "I am the clerk of the Jianghu County Prefect's office, acting on the orders of the esteemed prefect to arrest you." "Oh, acting on the prefect's orders? How laughable. My position is appointed by the imperial court. Do you truly believe you can seize me without official document from the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Justice? Then you possess neither." Unable to contain a scoff, Shen Yu replied coolly, "You come here empty-handed and still dare to act brazenly in Bai'an County? Is this not a farce?" Shaking his head in disdain, Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with derision. Not even the prefect himself would command his respect. He would not acknowledge such a clerk. This disdainful attitude infuriated the clerk, who felt his pride wounded. A mere fourth-rank official in the Prime Minister's court. "I have served the prefect loyally for many years, a trusted aide. In the past, my mere presence would command respect. Yet this young magistrate, so naive and inexperienced, does not understand the intricacies of human relations. If he had treated me with kindness, perhaps I would have spoken favorably of him. But now, after killing the young master, it is impossible for him to escape with his life. At best, he might suffer less. Yet now, this young magistrate dared to glare at him defiantly. Young man, you are narrowing your own path. Magistrate, do you truly believe that being addressed as my lord elevates your status? You still require documents from the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Justice. Absurd. In Jianghu County, the prefect's word is the law. Seize him. I dare anyone to try. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out from outside, accompanied by a multitude of county guards and officers, their arrival a dark tide. What is this? So many gathered here. Do you intend to rebel? Ah, esteemed clerk, do not misunderstand. They are not rebels. They are here to apprehend thieves, those brazen enough to defy the law. As he spoke, Shen Yu cast a cold glance at the clerk, inquiring icily, "Clerk, may I ask your rank and position?" "You." "I." The words struck deeply, for had he not failed the imperial examination, he would not have been reduced to serving as an advisor. An advisor, by nature, holds no official title, yet the distinction lies in whose side one serves. He is indeed affiliated with the governor. Does this mean he is without power? A mere advisor, daring to muster troops to apprehend a magistrate awaiting the orders of the court. Who grants you such authority? The governor, perhaps? Even he lacks the right to dismiss my official duties. You, how utterly audacious. And so, I am audacious. What of it? Observing the advisor's furious yet helpless demeanor, Shen Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. The fatigue of recent days seemed to dissipate as if swept away. How delightful it would be to land a couple of punches on that face. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the drum of the county office reverberated, causing Shen Yu to furrow his brow slightly. He had intended to press the attack further, perhaps even provoke this advisor to a fit of rage. But the drum sound interrupted his plans. With this signal, he was obliged to ascend and attend to official matters. "I shall not entertain you further." Turning away, Shen Yu paid no heed to the visibly displeased expressions of those present, adjusting his official robes as he strode out, leaving the advisor and his entourage gaping in disbelief. Such arrogance! I am eager to see just how long he can maintain it. Shen Yu paid no mind to the advisor's clenched teeth and muttered threats. Even if he had heard them, he would only have chuckled at the impotent tirade. As Shen Yu entered the grand hall, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Sun Helling, the wealthiest man in Bai'an County. What brings him here? As the richest man in the county, he was previously allied with the Kai and Feng families, forming a triumvirate of power. Who among the common folk would dare to provoke him? What could compel him to make such a grand entrance? Despite his multitude of questions, Shen Yu adhered to protocol and inquired, "Who stands before me?" "Your Excellency, Commoner Sun Helling seeks to lodge a complaint." "Oh, and whom does Master Sun seek to accuse?" "What matter is at hand?" "Your Excellency, I accuse the county magistrate Shen Yu of seizing a commoner's daughter and trampling upon lives." Upon uttering this, Sun Helling immediately bowed low, avoiding eye contact with Shen Yu. "Accuse-me?" Shen Yu could scarcely believe his ears. Although he had recently removed Kai Chong and Feng Zhong from their positions, he had never laid a hand on the Sun family. Sun Helling, the wealthiest man in the county, had always been compliant, unlike the arrogant Kai family. The sudden accusation left Shen Yu astounded. Such nonsense. Sun Helling, do you understand the consequences of slandering an official? Who emboldened you to such audacity? Every word spoken by the commoner is the truth. Just days prior, Your Excellency visited my home, and, upon seeing my newly acknowledged goddaughter, disregarded all objections and forcibly took her to the county office. I learned through the county office's maid that my goddaughter resisted fiercely. In a fit of rage, you callously tossed her into a well. My daughter. Oh, how unfortunate you are. What? Sun Helling's words sent a tremor through Shen Yu's heart. Yet the performance was too theatrical. Such howling, yet no tears to be found. Brother, could you not put in some genuine effort? It seems these wealthy individuals are fond of adopting goddaughters. Kai Chong did so, and now Sun Helling follows suit, all the while attempting to shift blame onto me. No, this is a disaster. In an instant, Shen Yu felt a sense of foreboding. If Sun Helling dared to come forward with such accusations, it could not be without preparation. The timing of his arrival was suspiciously convenient. With a slight furrow of his brow, Shen Yu discreetly glanced at Zhou Yuan beside him. Zhou Yuan seemed to understand immediately and prepared to leave quietly, only to be intercepted by another. You are the head constable of Bai'an County, are you not? Where do you think you're going? Are you attempting to destroy evidence? At that moment, the county office's advisor arrived with soldiers, blocking Zhou Yuan's path. Rest assured, I come on behalf of the governor. You may voice any grievances you possess. With a disdainful huff, the advisor strode forward, exuding an air of righteousness. I have grievances. Seemingly finding a pillar of support, Sun Helling declared loudly. I accuse the county magistrate Shen Yu of forcibly taking my adopted daughter in front of my servants. When she refused to comply, he, in a fit of rage, threw my poor daughter into a well. Oh, do you have evidence? Yes. My servants can testify to his abduction of a commoner's daughter. The maid from the county office witnessed my poor daughter being thrown into the well. They all stand ready to testify. A shocking and lawless scene unfolded, with the two of them performing in tandem, the advisor feigning deep sorrow, as if he were an avenger of justice. How could the honorable magistrate commit such acts? To know a person's face is not to know their heart. Who could discern the true nature of these individuals behind closed doors? The unfolding drama incited fervent discussions among the onlooking citizens, clearly orchestrated to sway public opinion against Shen Yu. It must be said, the common folk are easily led astray, often swayed by the tide of popular sentiment. Impossible. The magistrate would never do such a thing. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in fury. It was evident that this was a trap set by someone, and he was well aware. Shouldn't we conduct a search to ascertain the truth? The accuser claims his adopted daughter was thrown into the well. If we find nothing, it will prove he is slandering the magistrate. However, if we do find her, Your Excellency, well then, it shall not bode well for you. Men, search at once. We cannot allow Master Shen to be wronged. Chapter 28. Offending the Excellency and still wishing to depart? Quickly, search thoroughly. Leave no detail unchecked. Yes. At the advisor's command, the soldiers surged into the rear residence, relentlessly seeking the so-called evidence, as if they had rehearsed their roles. Very well. This spectacle ignited a fire of indignation within Shen Yu. If they dared to come, it was clear they were well prepared. The tactic of framing him, though old, proved effective. If they were to uncover any alleged evidence inside, Shen Yu would find it impossible to absolve himself, and the hard-earned reputation he had built in Bai'an County would crumble overnight. A silent assassination. Only now did Shen Yu truly comprehend the terrifying nature of that governor. It was not merely the cunning of the man, but also his iron grip over Chongling Prefecture. With a single command, he had coerced the wealthiest man in Bai'an County into compliance, and not a whisper of dissent escaped his lips. Your Excellency, you are a rare and noble official. It is my honor to serve under you. I will do everything in my power to obstruct them. You must leave at once. Zhou Yuan's hand rested lightly on the hilt of his dagger, his face a mixture of trepidation and resolve. As the head constable, he was acutely aware of the games being played. He knew well what was afoot. It was a pity that such a commendable official, having only just begun to fulfill his ambitions, now faced a conspiracy. However, if these men wished to take the magistrate, they must first reckon with his resolve. After striving for stability for so long, only to have it rendered futile, this time he would reclaim the fiery passion of his youth. Master Shen, what do you mean by placing your hand on your dagger? Zhou Yuan's small gesture could hardly deceive a veteran like the advisor. After casting a glance at Shen Yu, the advisor turned his icy gaze upon Zhou Yuan. What? A mere head constable dares to harbor ulterior motives? Haha, you jest, advisor. As a head constable, I often deal with criminals, and thus I find myself lacking in security, which is why I prefer to keep my hand on the hilt of my dagger. Some habits, once formed, are difficult to break. Quietly approaching Zhou Yuan, I gently removed his hand from the hilt of the knife. Then, I patted his shoulder and instructed Captain Zhou, immediately gather some fine wine to honor our esteemed guest from the county office. My lord, Zhou Yuan could not help but look up, quickly realizing that the county magistrate intended to dismiss him, leaving him to face the situation alone. See, how can I change this habit? With a swift motion, I slapped Zhou Yuan's hand off the knife and said calmly, Go now. Your presence here will only distract me. You know my capabilities, so rest assured. Noticing Zhou Yuan still hesitating, I furrowed my brow and asked, What? Captain Zhou, have you decided to disregard my orders? My lord. Sighing deeply, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of frustration at his own inadequacies, lamenting that with his mediocre skills, he could be of little help. At that moment, the assistant, accompanied by soldiers, rushed in, panting heavily. Without wiping the sweat from his brow, he leaned close to the assistant's ear and whispered urgently, We searched everywhere, but found nothing. Indeed, the assistant initially nodded with satisfaction, but then questioned in disbelief, What do you mean, nothing? Have you searched thoroughly? We searched meticulously, sir. There is only one well in the residence. It's impossible to be mistaken. We have scoured every other corner and found no signs of anyone. Impossible. How can we not find anything? As he spoke, the assistant shot a fierce glare at Sun Helling. He had overseen every aspect of this operation. Mistakes were inconceivable. and if there were errors, they must lie with others. Under the intense scrutiny from the assistant, Sun Helling appeared utterly bewildered. "What are you looking at me for? I'm just here to provide personnel. The rest is your responsibility. If something went wrong, it has nothing to do with me." Not found. Both I and Zhou Yuan shared a look of confusion, realizing that none of us had taken any action. Especially for me, who was entirely unaware of these events beforehand. I was left in utter bewilderment. The absence of a corpse raised the possibility of their own oversight. The assistant's competence was indeed questionable. Assistant, if nothing was found, does that not imply the magistrate's innocence? Sun Helling is clearly slandering him. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "I recall that some time ago, the Kai and Feng families were raided, and their extensive businesses were seized. Sun Helling sought to claim them for himself, but the magistrate refused. His resentment, stemming from this incident, drove him to seek revenge at this opportune moment. His intentions are treacherous." "That's not true. I didn't tea." Upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhou Yuan appeared honest, yet he could spin tales with great fervor. Given the recent downfall of the Kai and Feng families, as one of the last 3 prominent families, Sun Helling would surely wish to hide rather than show his face before me. "Is it not true?" Drawing my dagger from my waist, I positioned it threateningly against Sun Helling's neck. "Then tell me, who instructed you to slander the magistrate? Who is it? If you do not speak, do not blame me for being merciless." As I spoke, I applied a slight pressure, the blade grazing Sun Helling's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The pain made him panic. This individual was ruthless and truly willing to act. He feared that a moment's slip could bring the blade down upon him. Life was too beautiful. He had not yet enjoyed it fully. No one instructed me. Perhaps I was mistaken. Yes, I must have remembered incorrectly. That day, I had too much to drink and cannot recall clearly. It was not the magistrate who took my goddaughter. It must have been someone else. Fool. As soon as Sun Helling uttered these words, the assistant realized that their plan had unraveled completely. How could such a fool have amassed wealth? Oh, right. It seemed he had once offered his daughter to the magistrate, so it was not surprising. But returning to the matter, how could a man of such appearance have a daughter as beautiful as a flower? How could he curry favor with the magistrate? He was certainly fortunate. "My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I will leave. I must leave at once. Do you think this county office is a place you can come and go as you please?" I blocked Sun Helling's escape with my dagger, offending the magistrate, and still wishing to leave? What a joke. "Captain Zhou, what is the penalty for slandering a court official?" "Your Excellency, under our current laws, false accusers face retribution, and slandering a court official incurs even greater punishment." What? Overwhelmed, Sun Helling collapsed onto his seat, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. To be charged with false accusations meant he would bear the consequences of whatever crime he falsely attributed to another. He had already accused me of forcibly taking a commoner and committing murder to silence witnesses. This was a capital offense. Should the penalty be increased, he might not escape a confiscation of assets. The empire he had painstakingly built could crumble before he even had a chance to enjoy it. This merciless county magistrate had only just arrived in Bai'an County, and already it seemed he aimed to obliterate the 3 prominent families of the area. In that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Today, he could have sent his steward, yet he had come to impress the magistrate instead. What was supposed to be foolproof had turned into an accusation, dragging him down into the depths. Take him away and throw him into prison for thorough interrogation. As I spoke, I cast a scornful glance at the assistant and others. I have heard that Lord Sun has always been honest. Perhaps this is just someone manipulating him from behind the scenes. Captain Zhou, ensure that Lord Sun is well protected. We cannot allow him to come to harm. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard Lord Sun. After bowing to me, Zhou Yuan turned to Sun Helling and said, "If you confess promptly, it may be considered voluntary surrender, which could mitigate your punishment. You might even preserve your life. But if you refuse to speak, it will be your own burden to bear. The confiscation of assets and the murders will be your responsibility." Assistant. Faced with the mounting pressure from both me and Zhou Yuan, Sun Helling could no longer hold his composure and looked desperately to the assistant for help, only to receive an exasperated eye roll in return. I have seen foolishness before, but never such sheer stupidity. You are, after all, the wealthiest man in Bai'an County. Do you not have a modicum of discernment? It was also due to his daughter's favor with the magistrate that this fool felt untouchable in Bai'an County. Kai Zhong and Feng Zhong were both loyal to the magistrate, and they would not dare to scheme against him. Even if someone sought to undermine Sun Heling, Kai Zhong and Feng Zhong would surely offer him timely warnings. If he failed to treat the magistrate well, and if word spread that his side was not adequately cared for, it would spell disaster. The power of influence can be boundless, with a magistrate's backing. Sun Heling faced little opposition from merchants. Wherever he sought to expand, merchants would retreat without question. Consequently, Sun Heling's business endeavors were always effortless. What? You say business requires intellect? What intellect? In our family, we simply take what we desire. Who would dare contest us? Alas, unable to suppress a heavy sigh. The secretary felt weary. Dealing with such incompetent allies was indeed exhausting. Yet, no matter how much he lamented the lack of capability, there was little he could do. For this individual was the father-in-law of the governor. Although he might be younger than the governor, his shamelessness was remarkable as he offered his own daughter with both hands. Such audacity commanded a grudging admiration. Master Shen, did he not just claim to have mistaken someone due to drunkenness? That could be considered somewhat excusable, the secretary remarked. Did Shen intend to imprison him without regard for human feelings? Excusable? Was the secretary questioning my authority or the laws of our dynasty? Master Shen, youthful impetuosity is not always a virtue. Leaning closer to Shen Yu, the secretary whispered, "Do you dare disregard the governor's face? Have you considered the consequences? My loyalty lies with the court. I recognize only the law, not individuals." Shen Yu retorted sharply, turning to the secretary and whispering, "Is there still room for negotiation with the governor? If you act rashly, do not blame me for retaliating." Upon learning that this Sun Diguan was the governor's father-in-law, Shen Kang's expression swiftly shifted to one of icy disdain. "Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough interrogation, ensuring he reveals what he ought to." "Shen Hengji, do you dare?" "Well then, let us see if I dare," Shen Yu replied coldly, addressing Zhou Yuan. "Captain Zhou, take him away for a rigorous interrogation. If he remains silent, you know what to do. Rest assured, once he is in my custody, even an Iron Man will speak." Zhou Yuan sneered at Sun Heling. "A day is more than sufficient for someone like Sun Diguan. You all." Sun Heling trembled under the chilling gazes of Shen Yu and Zhou Yuan. Understanding their intent, faced with the myriad tortures of the prison, he feared he would not survive. His frail constitution could hardly endure such treatment. "Secretary, you must save me. You promised it would be foolproof." But Sun Heling faltered as he caught sight of a pair of murderous eyes. "Sun Diguan, one may indulge in food, but some words should not be carelessly spoken." The secretary slightly bowed, lowering his head as he exchanged a meaningful glance with a nearby guard. The guard nodded in understanding and stealthily approached Sun Heling. As he neared, the guard suddenly sprang forth, drawing his knife with a fierce intent. "I have searched for you for years, only to find you hiding in Bai'an County. You murdered my family. This enmity is irreconcilable, and I demand your life. Who are you? I do not know you. Do not approach." With a cold smile, Shen Yu threw a wooden block with great force. The small object, empowered by his internal strength, soared through the air with an overwhelming force, seemingly unstoppable. The guard, quick-witted, raised his knife to block, bringing it down with great ferocity. The clash of blade against wood raised a cloud of dust, and soon after, the guard spewed blood, sent flying by the impact. This scene left the secretary and others speechless. The guard was a personal attendant of the governor, one of the most capable individuals by his side. How could he be so severely injured without even engaging in battle? What is the secretary attempting to do? Does he intend to commit murder in front of me? With a cold smile, Shen Yu rose and slowly approached. His imposing aura erupted, suffocating his adversaries and instilling panic among them. "A master." The expression of the officer beside the secretary changed dramatically. Although he did not know Shen Yu's exact prowess, he recognized it surpassed his own. Who had spread the word that this new county magistrate was merely a weak scholar? What did that make them, half-wits? "Secretary, your man is openly committing murder in front of this official. Do you take me for a fool? Seize him. Do you dare? Watch me. Wait." As tensions escalated, the guard who had been thrown aside struggled to rise and shouted, "Master Shen, this Sun Heling murdered my family. This grudge is irreconcilable. In my fury, I took it upon myself to kill him. It concerns no one else. If you seek an explanation, I shall provide one." With that, The guard swiftly placed the knife against his own throat, and, with a fierce thrust, blood gushed forth, staining the floor of the county office. This act made Shen Yu narrow his eyes slightly. If all the governor's subordinates were as ruthless as this one, it would indeed be terrifying. Well, well, Shen Yu exclaimed. Master Shen, are you satisfied with this outcome? The secretary seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet he was wary of Shen Yu. He understood the guard's actions were not for him, but for his own family. The governor's terrifying nature could only be fully grasped by those close to him. If this matter went awry, his entire family would face consequences. The governor never sought explanations. Only results mattered. Not just the guard, but even he could face the same fate. If he failed to resolve the issue today, despite being the governor's confidant, he would surely suffer upon his return. Such frustration. We shall depart. Master Shen, take care. The secretary cast a wary glance at Shen Yu. A county magistrate was not frightening, but one with formidable strength and cunning was indeed fearsome. He did not wish to endanger himself in this matter. Decisively, the secretary led his men away. Since there was no turning back, they would have to bide their time for another opportunity. However, this young magistrate would likely prove far more challenging than anticipated. Shall we simply let them go? One asked, but what about the governor? Otherwise, this person is not easy to deal with. Today, we shall not resolve anything. The youth, believing he has some power, does not understand the gravity of the situation. It is truly laughable. There will be plenty of time in the future. We shall take our time. Let him revel for a few days. He will surely weep in due course. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yu watched them leave, narrowly avoiding being ensnared. He wondered who had aided him. If he learned their identity, he would certainly express his gratitude. Master, shall we let them go just like that? Let them go? With a cold sneer, Shen Yu gazed at the retreating figures of the secretary and his men. Though he did not speak, a chilling smile formed in his heart. I never let vengeance linger overnight. As the sun rose and set, and night fell, the secretary did not hurry back after leaving the county office, but instead chose to camp nearby. To return in such a dismal manner would likely result in severe repercussions. Especially now that the governor had lost his beloved son, his mood was undoubtedly affected. Furthermore, as the governor's most trusted confidant and advisor, if he could not even manage this trivial matter, his standing in the governor's eyes would undoubtedly diminish. Thus, he must ensure the situation was handled impeccably before returning. On a quiet evening, a pot of wine and a few small dishes were set before the scholar, who sat alone by the window, sipping his drink and contemplating strategies under the moonlight. In his heart, he believed that the youth remained just that, a youth, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, and thus manageable. As the wine warmed his spirit, he felt a slight inebriation when suddenly a faint sound broke the stillness. Instinctively, he looked up and was startled to see a face emerge from the moonlight. No, it's you, Shen Yu. What do you want? In an instant, the scholar was jolted from his reverie, staring in disbelief at the figure before him. Just that day, they had crossed paths, and the memory of this adversary lingered in his mind, filled with resentment. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unaccompanied, devoid of any guards, merely an aging scholar. Faced with someone like Shen Yu, even without martial skills, he felt utterly outmatched. What do I want? I forgot to mention something to you. I do not postpone my revenge, Shen Yu declared, and with that, he struck the scholar with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. In a fluid motion, he hoisted the limp figure and leaped out the window, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Where am I? After an indeterminate time, the scholar began to regain consciousness but remained disoriented. Before him, he saw a pair of dazed eyes, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Master, how many unlawful deeds has the prefect committed over the years? How many secrets does he harbor? A gentle voice echoed in his ears, causing confusion as he instinctively sought to respond. But just then, a chilling awareness pierced his mind, akin to a haunting scream, jolting him awake. Gasping for breath, he was drenched in cold sweat, as if awakened from a nightmare. For a long while, he struggled to regain his composure. At that moment, he felt a deep-seated anxiety. He bore a secret method within him, akin to a psychological suggestion, implanted by a powerful figure close to the prefect, intended to prevent him from revealing forbidden truths while in a dazed state. Now, that secret was suddenly triggered, and he understood that this was all orchestrated by Shen Yu. This young man was far more resolute and cunning than he had ever anticipated. Having failed, The soul-transferring technique of the 9 scriptures had faltered, leaving Shen Yu momentarily stunned, his admiration for the scholar growing. Who would have thought you possessed some skill? Shen Hengji, spare your efforts. We scholars are imbued with integrity. How can we be swayed by your vile tricks? But before he could finish, Shen Yu swiftly slapped him across the face and, in a fit of rage, delivered 2 more resounding blows. How dare you claim to be righteous while serving such a corrupt master? You shameless wretch, have you learned integrity at all, or merely perfected the art of disgrace? Bloodied and with teeth loosened from the blows, the scholar erupted in laughter. Shen Hengji, the prefect has shown me kindness. I was once a destitute scholar, unable to afford a meal, and it was he who lifted me from obscurity and entrusted me with responsibilities. I can never repay this debt. You will never persuade me to betray him. In mere moments, the scholar's complexion turned ashen, his vitality waning. The earlier blows had allowed him to discreetly bite down on something hidden within his mouth. He knew that he could not withstand torture, and therefore, decisive action was his only recourse. From the day he began serving the prefect, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Has he truly taken his own life? Such resolve, wasted effort on my part. System register. Registration successful. You have obtained the celestial sword technique. What? What sword technique? Could it be that a mere scholar can achieve such extraordinary results? Chapter 31. A fool indeed. The celestial sword technique proved to be immensely powerful. Although he had not extracted the desired information from the scholar, the reward from the registration filled Shen Yu with satisfaction. He had not anticipated that a mere scholar could yield such remarkable treasures. This is what one might call fate. In his exhilaration, Shen Yu spent the entire night practicing the sword technique in the woods, feeling no fatigue, until dawn broke and he hurriedly returned to Bai'an County. Upon his return, instead of going to the county office, he headed straight to the prison, where Zhou Yuan was tirelessly watching over Sun Helling, concerned that someone might silence him. Throughout the day, Zhou Yuan had remained vigilant, even tasting Sun Helling's food to ensure it was not poisoned. The treatment he received was hardly befitting a prisoner. It was more akin to that of a lord. However, since the scholar had left, Shen Yu had kept a close watch, dispatching several individuals who attempted to return, all of whom he swiftly dealt with. Thus, Zhou Yuan's efforts proved futile, as no one came. My lord, upon seeing Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to view Shen Yu as a steadfast anchor. My lord, throughout the day, Sun Helling has divulged nothing. Perhaps I should apply some torture to ensure he speaks? Let's not rush. Though torture can yield results, we cannot ascertain the truth of his words. Furthermore, if he is determined to conceal certain matters, we would remain in the dark. For now, follow my lead. Shortly after Shen Yu arrived, a prisoner was introduced into Sun Helling's cell. Initially, Sun Helling had been held in solitary confinement and had paid handsomely for favorable treatment. But now, with the sudden arrival of a burly man, his single cell became a shared one. The newcomer wasted no time, kicking Sun Helling off the bed and claiming it for himself. Sun Helling, a man of some standing, was infuriated by the lack of respect shown to him. Do you know who I am? I am Sun Helling, the most prominent gentleman in Bai'an County. Do you dare treat me this way? Have you a death wish? Sun Helling? So what? I've heard you're sentenced to death. So what airs are you putting on? The burly man scoffed, indifferent to Sun Helling's outrage. I too am facing death. Do you think I fear you? If you wish to contest this, we can settle it man to man. Casting a disdainful glance, the brute showed no intention of moving aside, instead seizing all of Sun Helling's belongings. You brute. Recognizing his own frail stature compared to the imposing figure before him, Sun Helling chose to retreat, sulking in a corner. Mealtime. Just then, the jailer opened the door, bringing in a feast. Sun Helling, seizing the opportunity, discreetly produced some valuables from his person to offer as a bribe. Sighing at the table laden with food, he lamented the indignity of his situation. How had he, once a man of influence in Bai'an County, found himself reduced to bribing a jailer for basic decency, bullied by a mere thug, with scarce possessions? He wondered how long he could maintain this charade, and whether the jailers would continue to grant him special treatment. The air was thick with tension as the robust man, seemingly oblivious to the anger radiating from Sun Helling, surged forward, drawn irresistibly by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the table. With a primal instinct, he tore off a chicken leg and devoured it, exclaiming, "This is mine. All of this is mine. Yours?" Call them to you and see if they respond. Sun Heling seethed, watching in disbelief as the man gorged himself, his mouth glistening with grease, taunting his adversary with every bite. It was a testament to Sun Heling's robust health that he remained unscathed, for had he been in any weakened state, he might have succumbed to the fury that filled the air. Suddenly, a muffled groan echoed from the man, cutting through the bravado. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, froth escaping his lips, his face contorted in agony. Sun Heling's heart raced as he witnessed this harrowing scene, realizing that had the food not been stolen from him, he could very well have been the one lying lifeless on the floor. Panic seized him, his complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he bellowed for help. Someone, help! They're trying to kill me. His cries soon attracted the attention of the guards, and Zhou Yuan hurried to the scene. Upon seeing the lifeless body, a pall of dread enveloped the room. He is dead, Zhou Yuan exclaimed after a cursory examination, shaking his head grimly. Poisoned, just like Kai Zhong's family. Kai Zhong, the former county magistrate? Sun Heling recalled the grim tales of Kai Zhong's family, all perishing after being imprisoned, not a soul left alive. Zhou Yuan casually remarked about the once illustrious Kai Zhong, now reduced to a mere memory within these very walls. Once a household of dozens, now silence forever. A chill ran down Sun Heling's spine as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. The sinister implications of Kai Zhong's demise loomed large. Perhaps he had possessed some incriminating evidence against others, leading to this orchestrated silence. In that moment, he understood the stakes. If Kai Zhong had not been eliminated, others would have faced the same fate. As Zhou Yuan prepared to leave, Sun Heling's desperation escalated. Wait, I will tell you everything you wish to know, but you must let me leave this place first. And please, ensure my family has safety. Zhou Yuan appeared disinterested. What do you have to say? I don't have many questions. Please, just tell the county magistrate I am willing to cooperate, as long as he protects me and my family. Sun Heling implored, his voice rising in urgency. Very well, Zhou Yuan replied with a nod. The magistrate has already expressed that as long as you cooperate, he will ensure your safety. I will escort you to a secure location. Follow me. Gratitude poured from Sun Heling as he trailed behind Zhou Yuan, every shadow seeming a potential threat, every corner a possible ambush. Meanwhile, the man who had feigned death, now risen from the ground, wiped the froth from his mouth and turned to Shen Yu with an exuberant grin. Did I perform well? Quite commendably, Shen Yu responded, tossing a few coins toward him as a reward. Thank you. If there are more such tasks, I assure you, I will fulfill them to your satisfaction. Chapter 32. A gamble, my lord. What do you wish to know? I assure you, I will hold nothing back. Sun Heling exclaimed with fervor upon encountering Shen Yu again, eager to divulge every secret he held. Son, tell me what you know about our esteemed magistrate. Shen Yu probed casually, though he listened intently, wary of missing any crucial details. In a world where one wrong move could lead to disastrous repercussions, Shen Yu understood that precision was paramount. His recent investigations had revealed the magistrate's formidable background and unparalleled cunning, a man whose affairs were meticulously concealed, leaving little room for scandal. The magistrate has not burdened our family with many tasks, only requesting that I stockpile grain and regularly deliver supplies to designated locations. Most of our income is dedicated to this endeavor, Sun Heling explained, his voice steady. I suspect these grains are sold to merchants, especially given the frequent floods in our region. When disaster strikes, the value of these supplies skyrockets. Do you have any evidence? Perhaps ledgers? Shen Yu inquired. None. The offerings to the magistrate were never documented. Even if they were, they could easily be dismissed as fabrications. We merely transported the grain. Who received it, and when remains a mystery to us, Sun Heling replied, his honesty disarming. How forthright of you, Shen Yu remarked, bemused. With such a lack of knowledge. It seemed Sun Heling's family was merely a pawn in a larger game, their involvement obscured enough to absolve the magistrate of any wrongdoing. However, the situation was inherently perplexing. Why would the magistrate delegate the grain trade to Sun Heling, a merchant, rather than managing it himself? It seemed more efficient for the magistrate to utilize Sun Heling's resources, pocketing the profits without the risk of exposure. It appeared that the magistrate harbored secrets of his own. Sun Heling, sensing a shift in Shen Yu's demeanor, realized that the magistrate's interest in him was waning, a dangerous realization, given the precarious nature of his existence. My lord, although the governor possesses no incriminating evidence against him, your son has engaged in numerous reckless acts over the years. I have ample evidence here. Should you require it? No need. He waved his hand, abruptly interrupting son Helling's words. If the governor's son, guilty of slaying thousands, cannot be touched, then it is futile to consider the rest. What use are these proofs? Noticing that Shen Yu still appeared disinterested, son Helling hastily added, My lord, if you have any thoughts, I shall cooperate wholeheartedly to ensure your satisfaction. Are you suggesting I frame him? You underestimate me. He scoffed, curling his lip. Even if I were to ensnare him, I would not consult someone like you. It is not that he looks down upon son Helling, but a brief acquaintance reveals that he is evidently inept. How could such a person become the wealthiest in Bai'an County? My lord. At that moment, Zhou Yuan approached quietly, saying, The son of the Sun family wishes to see you. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. The son of the Sun family? Your son? He chuckled and shook his head. If the father is thus, how capable could the son be? Nevertheless, Shen Yu gestured for him to enter. After receiving Shen Yu's consent, Zhou Yuan brought in the Sun family as son. To be frank, the young man bore little resemblance to son Helling. He was tall and vigorous, radiating an air of confidence that nearly rivaled Shen Yu himself. It is rumored that the daughter of the Sun official is extraordinarily beautiful. Otherwise, how could she have been taken into the governor's household and pampered so? Are they truly his own? Greetings, my lord. Enough with the formalities. What brings you here, young master son? Esteemed lord, I have come to present something to you. As he spoke, the young master son handed over a ledger, softly stating, It is an account book. I believe it will be of use to you. An account book? Accepting the ledger, Shen Yu meticulously flipped through it. It clearly recorded the quantities of grain purchased by the Sun family over the years, including the time, place, and the individuals responsible for receiving it. The quantities of grain were substantial. Even if examined individually, they did not appear trivial. My lord, this reflects the financial dealings of our Sun family with the governor's office over the years. I have documented everything. Moreover, according to my discreet investigations, the individuals receiving the grain are actually from Floating Cloud Mountain, and these provisions are ultimately being transported there. Floating Cloud Mountain? Are you certain? I recall that it is infested with the notorious bandits of Jiangnan. Are you sure? Indeed, it is the Jiangnan bandits. Young Master Sun nodded, bowing deeply to Shen Yu. Every word I speak is the truth. I would not dare deceive you, my lord. Are you implying that he is harboring bandits for his own gain? Shen Yu set the ledger aside, frowning slightly. It seems normal for those in power to employ thieves for their purposes, as there are matters they cannot address directly. However, the Jiangnan bandits are different. They're the largest and most ferocious group in the surrounding 3 counties, numbering in the thousands, fierce in combat, and swift in their movements. Furthermore, there are dozens of mountain strongholds affiliated with them, totaling at least 10,000, coupled with the treacherous terrain of Floating Cloud Mountain. Attempts by the court to eradicate them have repeatedly returned empty-handed. This is not merely a matter of harboring bandits. It is a scheme of significant consequence. Setting the ledger aside, Shen Yu regarded the young master's son intently. Why are you revealing this to me? Do you not fear that I might perceive this as collusion between officials and merchants? My lord, it is simply because I wish to survive. Nothing more. Lowering his gaze, the young master's son exhibited a bitter expression. When the governor took a liking to my sister and forcibly brought her into his household, from that moment, we had no choice but to align ourselves with him. Huh. Shen Yu chuckled at the young master's words. His information indicated that this young lady was actually sent by son Helling himself. Of course, it is also possible that the governor took a fancy to her, and son Helling, eager to curry favor, simply went along with it. Given the character of the elder son, it would not be surprising if he were capable of such a thing. Then why are you voluntarily handing over this ledger now? Are you not aware of my current relationship with the governor? I am aware, and it is precisely because I know that I have come forth. The governor's affairs have grown too large. It involves the Jiangnan bandits, which our Sun family cannot afford to bear. Should this come to light, our family, being related by marriage, would undoubtedly face repercussions. So you have long wished to distance yourself from the governor, yet lack the opportunity? Shen Yu nodded slightly, unable to help but regard this young master son with newfound respect. No wonder the Sun family has amassed such wealth, despite son Helling's unreliability. This son is certainly not to be underestimated. Are you not afraid? What if I were to lose to the governor? Have you considered the consequences? Is fear of any use? From the moment my father fell into your hands, our family had no choice. After speaking, the young master's son bowed deeply before Shen Yu. Whatever you wish for our family to do, just command us, and we shall exert every effort. Regardless, I must take this gamble. I shall ensure you understand that your wager shall not be in vain. Chapter 33. A hint, my lord. There is someone outside the county office who has entrusted us with a letter for you. Oh, who would send me a letter? Upon returning to the county office from the place where the Sun family had gathered, Shen Yu was promptly handed a letter by a clerk. Upon receiving the letter and opening it, he furrowed his brow slightly. The letter detailed how the governor's secretary and his associates had conspired and when they had acted, nearly spelling out that they had secretly aided Shen Yu. Had they remained anonymous in their good deeds, Shen Yu might have felt grateful. However, the overt implication that they had assisted him made Shen Yu uneasy, fearing that their acts of kindness might come with strings attached. Wanyan Tower. The letter invited him to meet at Wanyan Tower. Although unsure of their intentions, he felt compelled to go out of respect for their assistance. Upon arriving at Wanyan Tower, it was mealtime. Wanyan Tower is the finest establishment in Bai'an County, and it would typically be bustling with patrons at this hour. Yet it was eerily quiet, with only a few individuals seated on the second floor, clearly awaiting his arrival. Given this setup, one could only hope it was not a banquet of treachery. Yet even if it were, he had no fear. Clenching his trusty sword, he radiated an aura of confidence. He was no longer the powerless scholar he had once been. Lord Shen, it has been a long time. Upon his arrival, a young lady seated in a prominent position greeted him with a radiant smile, akin to the warm sun of early spring, evoking a flutter in his heart. However, Shen Yu felt puzzled. He could count on one hand the beautiful young ladies he knew, and this one did not appear to be among them. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she seemed familiar, though he could not recall when he had met her. Could it be a common affliction among men to feel a sense of familiarity upon encountering a lovely young lady? Surely not. Am I truly that untrustworthy? Lord Shen, you have not forgotten me, have you? Noticing Shen Yu's reaction, the young lady expressed a hint of disappointment. Surely, she thought she was not so forgettable. Lord Shen, think carefully. I was surrounded by the Flying Tiger Hall, and it was you who came to my rescue. Lucy, you? So it is you who came to my aid. With this reminder, Shen Yu immediately recalled that the radiant girl before him bore little resemblance to the disheveled figure of that day. He was immensely grateful for her assistance. Is that all? Just a simple thank you? He mused. But what else can I offer? I am but a humble man, devoid of possessions, and certainly, I cannot repay you with my body. I am a respectable person. While I can accompany you with laughter, I cannot offer myself. He subtly teased. Yet his heart was filled with caution. Though she had aided him, he could not compromise his principles. Beauty traps were unacceptable. Of course, if it truly came to offering himself, he might consider it. After all, he did not disdain such a proposal. Bah, who would covet your body? Regardless, since you have helped me, let us consider ourselves even. Although your character leaves much to be desired, you are indeed a commendable official who does not deserve to be wronged. Thank you for your compliments, she replied. But if you had not tirelessly guarded the riverbank for several days, do you think I would have come to your aid? You flatter yourself. Miss, be cautious with your words. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside Lucy Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, drawing Shen Yu's attention. Instantly, he became alert. He had previously overlooked this man, but now, upon closer observation, he sensed an air of danger about him. A master, and a formidable one at that. I am surnamed Chen, the man introduced himself. Ah, Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I trust my affairs are not without your assistance, and I am grateful for your support. Shen Yu expressed. It is nothing. Young Master Shen is quite accomplished. Even without my aid, you would surely navigate your trial successfully. Mr. Chen complimented. However, you must remain vigilant. If one scheme fails, another will surely follow. Moreover, a pressing matter looms over Chongling County. Are you referring to the floods? The refugees? At once, the term flashed in Shen Yu's mind. After days of torrential rain, the riverbanks, constructed poorly, were failing. While Shen Yu tirelessly held the fort in Bai'an County, other areas were not so fortunate. The floods wreaked havoc, inevitably leading to a surge of refugees. Such an influx would be a significant strain on any region, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Indeed, it is the refugees. Mr. Chen nodded approvingly, pleased that Shen Yu grasped the situation so swiftly. This young man was certainly not an insipid scholar. With proper guidance, he could become a strong ally in the future. However, he still needed to be tested. Currently, he lacked the qualifications. Does young Master Shen have a plan to address this? This is simple. We can employ the refugees to repair the riverbanks, widen roads, and cultivate wasteland. This not only provides them sustenance, but also benefits the community, keeping them occupied and preventing unrest. Employing labor in exchange for relief? Brilliant. It was only then that Mr. Chen truly scrutinized Shen Yu, his fervent gaze making Shen Yu feel a chill, reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. And if the refugees were to incite discord, leading to civil unrest, what would you do then, young Master Shen? Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing that he was being tested. Historically, the refugee issue has always been significant. Any miscalculation could ignite a major upheaval. The authorities would not be lenient on those deemed responsible for such turmoil. To quell unrest, one must act decisively to prevent the exploitation of vulnerable individuals by malicious actors, which could exacerbate the situation. From what Shen Yu had encountered, it was clear that the governor of Bai'an County was a cunning individual. A father willing to commit atrocities for the sake of his son's training, and a son who might retaliate at any cost, were not surprising, especially since these displaced individuals were already fragile. With a little provocation, they could easily be incited to revolt, serving another's vengeful aims while bloodlessly achieving their objectives. Severe measures are necessary in chaos. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu calmly stated, "If someone deliberately stirs conflict and incites unrest, we must strike hard to deter the refugees. Following that, we can divide and conquer, defeating them one by one." Excellent. When a decision must be made, it must be firm, Mr. Chen exclaimed, clearly impressed by Shen Yu's response. The youth's decisiveness and lack of hesitation indicated great potential. Typically, a conventional scholar may think to win them over with righteousness and compassion. Nonsense. When people are starving, who will heed your empty rhetoric? If unrest is not quelled at the outset, it will only escalate. Fear, after all, is contagious. It seems young Master Shen is quite assured. However, do remain cautious. One must never let their guard down. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chen. Have you ever heard the saying, "What cannot defeat you will ultimately make you stronger"? Shen Yu smiled softly, his eyes sparkling with a powerful confidence that seemed to radiate from him, leaving Mr. Chen momentarily speechless. Well said. The people of Bai'an County are fortunate to have an official like you. Not at all. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. It is you who is erudite and unparalleled. As Shen Yu listened to Mr. Chen's praises, he felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if he had been too ostentatious. Young Master Shen, Uncle Chen, are you two really going to keep flattering each other like this? Chapter 34. Assassination. The youth of today are remarkable. Observing Shen Yu's departing figure, Mr. Chen could not help but exclaim. Initially, he sensed that Shen Yu harbored some wariness towards him. However, after some time spent in conversation, they found themselves increasingly in sync, discussing poetry, state affairs, and even Shen Yu excitedly sharing some of his plans for governing Bai'an County. By the end, Mr. Chen nearly detained Shen Yu, having assumed he was merely a rising star, a diligent official who could use a helping hand. He had not anticipated this young man's profound insights, which left him feeling as though they had met too late. Even he felt that, in terms of perspective, he was slightly outmatched. This was still Shen Yu holding back, not expressing any outrageous opinions. What Mr. Chen did not know was that someone like Shen Yu, seasoned by the vast network of knowledge available, could engage in conversation for days without repetition. After all, the internet is filled with talent. One can find anything there. What is so remarkable? He is merely a county magistrate. Lucy Yu scoffed, unimpressed by the exchange between Shen Yu and Mr. Chen. She had expected a simple meeting, yet the two had conversed for several hours, leaving her unable to interject. To her, Shen Yu was merely a novice in the bureaucracy, while Mr. Chen was a seasoned advisor to her father, a figure feared by many. It was perplexing that they could connect so well. Ordinary magistrate? Miss, you misunderstand. His capabilities far exceed my expectations. Mr. Chen chuckled, shaking his head in wonder. Possessing such remarkable abilities at such a young age indeed elicits a profound sense of reflection on one's own advancing years. The future, after all, undeniably belongs to the youth. Should he successfully navigate this challenge, he is destined to soar to great heights, with a future of limitless potential. Alas, This individual harbors considerable ambition, and it remains uncertain whether he can be of service to the esteemed ones. With a gentle sigh, Mr. Chen turned his attention to Lu Xiyu, smiling as he remarked, "Miss, we have assisted in this endeavor, and all necessary warnings have been conveyed. It is time for you to return with me, is it not?" "Return? Well, about that. Fear not, Mississippi. The esteemed one has decreed that as long as you do not abscond from home, you shall not intervene in your marital affairs for the time being." Gazing toward the departing figure of Shen Yu, Mr. Chen suddenly smiled softly, casting a teasing glance at the nearby Lu Xiyu. "Miss, I find that Lord Shen is truly commendable. Should he be invited as a suitor, I believe the esteemed one will be quite pleased." "That one? I think not," replied Lu Xiyu. "Uncle Chen, I have gone to great lengths to be out here. I shan't return." "Miss, I cannot defy the esteemed one's orders. Do not place me in a difficult position." Meanwhile, Shen Yu, having left Wanyan Tower, cast a discreet glance back. His enlightening conversation with Mr. Chen had entirely dispelled his biases against this era. In this time, there exist exceptional talents whose wisdom and insights surpass ordinary comprehension. Even he felt a refreshing clarity in many aspects. Mr. Chen, without a doubt, was no ordinary individual. However, his warnings were well-founded. Particularly after the outbreak of civil unrest, the means to act are manifold. Whether it be intentionally inciting disputes among the populace, spreading rumors, or even poisoning the food supplies meant for the starving, any of these tactics could lead to dire consequences. One cannot rely solely on passive defense. It is a well-known truth that it is far easier to commit theft than to guard against it. Mr. Chen may assist him once, but he cannot be expected to offer perpetual support. Thus, proactive measures are imperative. "Waiter, a bowl of vegetarian noodles." Upon entering a tavern, Shen Yu casually called out. After conversing with Mr. Chen for an extended period, he had yet to receive even a morsel of food. While his companions may not have felt hunger, he was genuinely famished, having anticipated a complimentary meal at Wanyan Tower. What stinginess! "Esteemed sir, your noodles." In a short while, a steaming bowl of noodles was presented to Shen Yu. The fragrant dish, adorned with a sprinkle of scallions, instantly whetted his appetite. However, just as he reached for his chopsticks, a flicker of bluish light caught his eye, an indication of the anti-poison jade bead. There are always cunning individuals seeking to harm this official. Shen Yu mused bitterly, observing the now glowing jade bead. It seemed even dining was fraught with anxiety. Yet he paid it no mind and devoured the noodles, even drinking the broth at the bottom of the bowl. With the anti-poison jade bead in his possession, as long as it did not turn red, a mere trace of poison posed no significant threat. Exquisite craftsmanship, delightful noodles. He could not help but exclaim, then turned to the nearby waiter, who was watching him intently, and inquired with a bemused smile, "Do you have a matter to discuss? You've been staring as I eat. Is the establishment not busy?" "Esteemed sir, it is our honor to have you here. We must serve you well. The proprietor instructed me to attend solely to you." "Is that so?" With a swift motion, Shen Yu drew his sword and placed it across the waiter's neck, scrutinizing him closely before huffing. "Why do I sense you harbor ulterior motives? Look at you. Despite coming to assassinate me, you have failed to disguise your intentions. Observing the calluses on your hands, it is clear you wield a blade, and your attire bears no trace of the kitchen. You are riddled with flaws. How dare you? I can see at a glance you are no good. You." The waiter, already embarrassed by being exposed without having acted, felt further humiliation as Shen Yu criticized his lack of skill. This was simply intolerable. Yet suddenly, the waiter noticed Shen Yu's furrowed brow, as if he were suppressing something within, a sign of distress. Instantly, the waiter concluded that Shen Yu had been poisoned and began to shout, "He has been poisoned. He is merely bluffing. Act quickly." With that, several figures sprang forth from all directions. The once observant waiter's demeanor shifted dramatically, brandishing a dagger that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, disregarding the sword still at his throat, and lunged fiercely for Shen Yu's heart. Taken aback by the waiter's desperate attack, Shen Yu swiftly maneuvered his sword, unleashing a brilliant flash of steel. The blade gleamed like a comet, illuminating the entire hall with its dazzling radiance. The chilling aura of lethal intent seemed to pierce through the air, revealing the hidden peril beneath the exquisite swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, as everyone processed the unfolding events, the once ambitious waiter lay sprawled on the ground. blood flowing from his severed limbs in a most undignified manner. The other assailants, too, found themselves sprawled in pools of blood, all dispatched within a mere exchange. Shen Yu remained standing, seemingly unaffected by the chaos that had just transpired. "Speak, who sent you?" "Oomph." Even as pain coursed through his injured limbs, the waiter remained silent, offering only his silence as a response. Moments later, his face contorted in darkness, he fell silent entirely. Dead? Another poison mouthpiece? A death soldier? This governor has indeed sunk to such depths. His lack of principles is astonishing. Shen Yu mused. It appears I must act swiftly. System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained a sad breeze of grief. Chapter 35. The overbearing technique as night enveloped the land. The inky sky sparkled with countless stars, and the forest echoed with the serenade of insects, their sounds mingling with the rustling shadows of trees swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a shadow darted past, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Even if one were to glimpse it, they might mistake it for a mere illusion perceived in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few leaves to drift down in its wake. This must be the lair of the notorious bandits of Jianghu. After a prolonged and rapid advance, the shadow finally halted, concealing itself in a corner as it surveyed the towering gates of the bandits' stronghold not far away. The terrain here was treacherous in some narrow passages. Only 2 or 3 individuals could pass at a time. The surrounding cliffs were steep and perilous, where even the slightest misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Approaching the bandits' stronghold revealed a barren landscape dominated by stone, devoid of any cover. It was evident that any appearance above ground would immediately attract attention. No wonder the imperial court's repeated assaults had yielded no success. With such a defensible position, only a master of unparalleled prowess could eradicate these bandits. Otherwise, ordinary soldiers would find it nearly impossible to achieve victory. Despite the formidable reputation of the Jianghu bandits, they did not warrant the dispatch of the Empire's elite. The Empire's territory was vast, likely surpassing that of his previous life by several-fold. Numerous bandit factions like Jiangnan existed in abundance. If the court were to send top-tier experts against every such group, they would be overwhelmed. Besides, such esteemed individuals typically would not deign to engage with the likes of them. Enough reconnaissance. After observing the situation, Shen Yu had a general understanding of the guard placements. Seizing an opportunity, he silently infiltrated the stronghold under the cover of darkness. Entering the base of the Jiangnan bandits was inherently a perilous endeavor. However, Shen Yu was unwilling to wait any longer. It was common knowledge that the governor was a cunning and scheming individual, likely devising a plan to ensnare him even now. Furthermore, he had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt at noon, most likely orchestrated by that despicable man. Regardless of whether it was indeed his doing, in Shen Yu's mind, he had already made that determination. As the saying goes, one should not come empty-handed. Shen Yu was not the type to passively endure. When he decided to act, he would do so with lethal intent. Did they truly believe him to be easily bullied? After all, they had long since crossed the line into a deadly feud. In truth, Shen Yu had contemplated eliminating him outright. However, considering the governor's significant position, such an action could provoke the wrath of the imperial court. The various enforcement agencies like the Capture Gate, Tiger Tooth Guard, and Black Clad Guards were not to be trifled with. If one had a strong backing, it would be manageable. But for someone like Shen Yu, who relied solely on his own efforts, there was a high risk of becoming a scapegoat, likely to be dragged into a scandal. At that point, he might not only lose the opportunity for a stable position, but also his very peace of mind. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he could not act rashly. The best course of action was to ensure the governor's demise within the bounds of the law. What could be a more grievous charge than collusion with the notorious bandits of Jiangnan? With thousands under their command, any suspicion of treachery would be devastating. If the governor had indeed engaged in such activities, evidence would surely exist. Each party involved tends to have leverage over the other. Otherwise, what would prevent one from discarding the other when they deemed them useless? Shen Yu did not believe for a moment that these bandits were innocent lambs, nor did he think they would be caught off guard by a governor. If that were the case, the Jiangnan bandits would not have grown to their current size. Of course, Shen Yu held his own confidence. Ever since he acquired the wind god legs, he had diligently honed his skills. Now, with a nascent mastery of the wind god legs, he had developed a unique grace. His speed was as swift as a meteor, and his strength akin to raging fire and thunder. coupled with the spiral 9 shadows and the translocation techniques from the 9 scriptures. It was no exaggeration to say few could keep pace with him. Even if he encountered trouble here, his long legs would afford him a measure of safety. Though outnumbered, if they cannot catch him, they would only be left gaping in frustration. Thus, to survive in the underworld, one must possess exceptional agility. Consider figures like Chu Liuxiang, Bai'an Tong, Duan Yu, and Tian Boawang. These individuals initially relied on their lightness of foot to evade danger. The blood and tears of countless predecessors have taught us that while one may be unable to fight, one must certainly excel in lightness of movement. Upon entering the bandit stronghold, he encountered hundreds of houses rising and falling in the midnight air. Most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber, rendering the stronghold eerily silent, save for a few places that appeared brightly lit. Following the moonlight towards the sources of illumination, Shen Yu lightly alighted on a rooftop. He carefully lifted a tile, revealing a small opening through which he cautiously peered inside. It appeared to be a grand hall, with a candlelit bonfire flickering a few paces away. As Shen Yu gazed within, a haunting melody drifted through the small aperture, a sound that oscillated between pleasure and pain, gradually growing sharp and piercing to the ear, evoking the sensation of enduring some unspeakable torment. For someone like Shen Yu, who had been solitary for quite some time, this was akin to a form of torture. He had been a county magistrate for a while, yet no one had dared to attempt to seduce him, nor had anyone flung themselves at him. Shen Yu longed to tell them that he was more than capable of resisting such temptations, particularly the allure of beauty. He had no qualms with an abundance of such charms. Yet, something about the voice seemed off. Though high-pitched, Shen Yu discerned that it was unmistakably a male voice. Could it be that the Jianghu bandits were indulging in such debauchery? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. However, curiosity compelled Shen Yu to look further, and soon he grasped the situation within. There were indeed 2 individuals entwined together, but it was a man and a woman, contrary to Shen Yu's initial assumptions. A grown man producing such sounds. What a pitiful state he must be in. Suddenly, Shen Yu's brow furrowed. The man appeared to be visibly withering away before his very eyes. The vigorous energy that had previously coursed through him was seemingly dissipating. No, more accurately, it was being absorbed by the woman. In the end, the once robust man was reduced to a mere shadow of himself, a sight that sent a shiver down Shen Yu's spine. What a domineering technique of ianghu cultivation. What a terrifying woman. The scene before Shen Yu no longer stirred any excitement, but rather compelled him to draw a sharp breath. By the end, it seemed as though the man's essence had been entirely siphoned away, leaving nothing behind. The potency of such a technique was formidable. Shen Yu had only heard of it before, but witnessing it firsthand was a chilling experience. Useless waste. Someone drag this good-for-nothing away and bring me a medicine slave. Hurry, otherwise I might lose my patience. The sultry voice echoed through the hall, imbued with an irresistible allure that left even Shen Yu, who was covertly observing, feeling parched with desire. Damn, what a potent charm. Almost lost in temptation. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu forced himself to suppress the heat rising within him and furrowed his brow. A medicine slave? Were the Jianghu bandits not mere brigands? Why would they engage in such practices? Third master, come in, take him away, and quickly bring the medicine slave. Yes, third master. After the woman summoned someone, a figure soon entered. Though he tried to conceal it, the fervor in his eyes was undeniable. Yet, he did not dare to look up, fearful of succumbing to the allure and throwing himself at her. This third master was notorious for her insatiable appetites, accepting all who approached, regardless of their affiliations. Those who could not resist had long since become mere bones scattered in her wake. Thus, despite the allure of the third master and his own desires, he had to maintain restraint. There were plenty of women outside. He could not risk everything for a fleeting moment of indulgence. The exchange was swift, a blur that suggested an urgency akin to a looming crisis. As one of the third master's subordinates, he understood that if he hesitated, she might indeed lose her composure and seize someone from outside, regardless of whether they were allies or foes. What a troublesome lot, each one more difficult to please than the last. Another cowardly man who lacks the courage to meet my gaze, a pathetic bunch, with a disdainful huff. The woman draped a blanket over herself, concealing her fair and exquisite skin, then adjusted her hair and smiled at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly lost in self-admiration. Who could have imagined that the third master of the Jianghu bandits was a woman? Moreover, it was evident that she was not only ruthless, but also rather vain. Yet, despite her beauty, she was a dangerous flower that devours those who approach. Meanwhile, Shen Yu quietly retreated, following closely behind the departing figure. The term medicine slave was not one that boded well. As the stronghold of the Jianghu bandits, this place was vast enough to accommodate thousands. Following the footsteps of the man, Shen Yu wound through a maze of paths until he arrived at a highly concealed area. Fortified with rigorous defenses and numerous skilled fighters, seemingly the core of the bandit organization's secrets. With the agility of a wind god and Shen Yu's cautious approach, they fortunately went unnoticed, successfully finding a spot that allowed for both observation and concealment. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Shen Yu discerned a dense area that appeared to be filled with red vines. The darkness obscured some details, but it seemed to be a vast plantation. Could this be a medicinal garden, with the so-called medicine slaves merely cultivators of herbs? Did the notorious Jiang also dabble in herbalism? Their operation seemed far too extensive, suggesting a self-sustaining system. Yet, were they not known for their pillaging? Upon closer scrutiny, Shen Yu noticed a flicker of lanterns as individuals entered, illuminating the area just enough for him to grasp the alarming reality. The moment he comprehended the scene before him, his heart jolted, and his eyes widened in shock and fury. Confirming his observations, he dared to fully accept what he saw. Beneath those vines lay living, breathing individuals. The vines, resembling blood vessels, had burrowed into their bodies, intertwining with their very lifeblood. So this was the true nature of the medicine slaves. In an instant, Shen Yu was engulfed by a torrent of emotions. These sanguine vines appear to sustain the slaves, yet they might also be nourished by the essence of these very slaves. Alternatively, the relationship could be symbiotic, with the red vines enhancing the slaves while simultaneously drawing upon their vital energies. Regardless of the scenario, the fate of these medicine slaves was grim. They would ultimately be harvested when the time was ripe, much like the fate of that third chief. Shen Yu had recently witnessed the third chief's technique of siphoning vitality. Perhaps her ability to absorb others' essence stemmed not merely from her formidable skills, but also from the quality of her nourishment. These were, after all, slaves cultivated by the vines. Before him lay not just hundreds or thousands, but potentially countless victims, many of whom had already perished. Jianghu truly epitomized wickedness. The expressions on the faces of these individuals were vacant, as if they had lost all semblance of emotion. Yet, when others entered, a flicker of fear crossed their features. It was not solely the slaves who exhibited trepidation. The newcomers bore anxious expressions as well. Ordinary individuals would likely have faltered upon witnessing such a sight. Despite their frequent encounters, fear clung to them like a shadow. Who would willingly descend into such a den of iniquity if not compelled? Each leader was more demanding than the last, not to mention their depraved tendencies, treating humans as mere plants. Who could remain unscathed in such an environment? Having seemingly identified a target, Shen Yu observed as several individuals retrieved a porcelain vial, pouring its white powder over the vines. Almost instantly, the sanguine tendrils withdrew from one victim, and Shen Yu could hear their agonizing cries from a distance. He witnessed the individual convulsing, their body contorting grotesquely. It was evident that the process of the vines retracting was not as simple as one might imagine. It was accompanied by unbearable agony. Without granting the victim any respite, the others dragged him away, treating him as if he were no more than a lifeless object. Perhaps, in their eyes, these so-called medicine slaves were merely raw materials. Once the area was cleared, Shen Yu stealthily infiltrated the space. The moonlight cast a soft glow, illuminating the scene. As he ventured deeper, a chilling sensation washed over him, fueling his burgeoning wrath. Initially obscured, the reality became starkly clear. Only a small fraction of those imprisoned were adults. The majority were youths and children. Had they truly begun raising these individuals from childhood? If they were inserted with vines from such a young age, enduring years of harvesting, how much suffering had they endured? Devoid of light, hope, or future, each day must have been steeped in despair for them. Perhaps, having been captured in their infancy, they were too naive to comprehend the concept of hopelessness. While Shen Yu had originally sought to retaliate against the provincial governor, the sight before him now filled his heart solely with a desire for vengeance. The Jiangnan brigands showed no mercy, even to children. They were utterly depraved and deserved eradication. Nevertheless, this realization only heightened Shen Yu's caution. Although he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, it was sufficient to indicate that the Jianghu bandits were far from ordinary. They were likely not mere thieves. Chapter 37. What of this thought? Under the shroud of darkness, Shen Yu silently navigated through the stronghold, soon arriving at another brightly lit area. This time, the figures present were not enchanting beauties, but rather a rugged, bearded brute, with a menacing visage and an aura that suggested danger. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Beside him lay a withered figure. If Shen Yu were to guess, this too was a so-called medicine slave, illustrating their complete dehumanization. Suddenly, the burly man, who had been meditating to process his gains, opened his eyes and exhaled contentedly, seemingly satisfied with his progress that night. "Bring the next one in and fetch 2 more snacks," he commanded. "Second chief." As his words echoed, several individuals entered, bowing respectfully. They quickly dragged away the emaciated corpse, only to return shortly with 2 children no older than 3 or 4 years. Were these so-called snacks truly the children? The unfamiliar environment sent the children into fits of wailing, a cacophony that irked the second chief, who, in a fit of rage, lifted them by their necks. His grotesque expression resembled that of a malevolent spirit, instilling fear in any onlooker. Outside, Shen Yu quietly drew his sword, unable to ignore the sight of these innocent children facing imminent death. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Second chief, the chief requests all leaders for a meeting." This announcement seemed to dampen the second chief's enthusiasm. He had been engrossed in his practice, but the chief's orders left him no choice. "Understood," he barked, carelessly tossing the children aside before striding out the door. In the thick of the night, a dozen lackeys brandished torches, clearing a path for him. Though he was not particularly impressive in stature, the pomp surrounding him was substantial. Along with the second chief were several others heading toward the central courtyard. As they converged, they exchanged fleeting greetings, each face bearing a hint of animosity, knowing that their relationships were fraught with intrigue and rivalry. All were ruthless, and the prospect of familial bonds was a distant fantasy. Shen Yu had encountered the second and third leaders of the Jianghu bandits, both of whom were grotesque figures, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. The remaining members were likely no better, and he lamented his own lack of strength. If only he possessed the prowess of Yi Guqing or Shimen Chue Shui, he would not need to hide, but could storm the stronghold directly. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that time was on his side, and there was no need to rush. Quietly following behind, Shen Yu slipped into the central courtyard, which surprisingly resembled an exquisite garden belonging to wealthy merchants rather than a bandit lair. It was evident that the inhabitants here knew how to indulge themselves, likely at a considerable expense. The Jianghu bandits had pillaged for years, amassing great wealth. Upon entering, a few individuals respectfully addressed a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, their tones devoid of any insincerity and tinged with a hint of trepidation. Clearly, this leader commanded significant respect among the Jianghu bandits. A skilled individual indeed. After merely casting a glance, Shen Yu promptly averted his gaze, grateful for his restraint in not acting impulsively, as the aura of menace emanating from the leader compelled him to be more cautious. It was only natural that a bandit group as formidable as the Jianghu would be led by a capable figure. However, this leader appeared more like an erudite scholar than a ruthless bandit, exuding an air of intellectualism. If not for his own eyes witnessing the scene, it would have been difficult to reconcile the two personas, especially considering the depth of his martial prowess, which seemed unfathomable. This leader was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, having cultivated the Jianghu bandits into their current state and maintaining their dominance over the years. He was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Shen Yu felt no overwhelming fear. Even if he could not defeat this leader, he was confident in his ability to escape. "Brother, what urgent matter summons us at such a late hour?" The leader responded. "There are 2 matters at hand." After a nod from the approaching men, he continued, "The first concerns Su Mufeng. His son has been killed by a minor county magistrate, and he seeks our assistance." "Su Mufeng? Why doesn't he handle it himself?" "He is merely a minor magistrate. Does he require our intervention?" It was evident that a connection existed. Shen Yu held his breath, eavesdropping on the conversation. The Su Mufeng they referred to was indeed the governor, making the magistrate who had slain his son none other than himself. I've heard of this situation. The magistrate is no simple figure. Su Mufeng has suffered several setbacks at his hands and has even hired assassins from Jianghu, yet they were reportedly dispatched with a single blow. The governor was in dire straits, as Jianghu was seeking trouble with him, believing his provided intelligence and compensation were misaligned. Thus, he turned to us for aid. What a useless fool. Even a trivial matter like this requires us to intervene. The second-in-command remarked disdainfully. He is merely a governor. Who does he think he is? He owes much of his position to the Jianghu bandits. Enough. The leader raised a hand, commanding immediate attention from all present. He stated that Su Mufeng must pay in blood for his debts, and, as a condition, he would supply us with 200 young boys and girls. Such a number was considerable. Damn! Shen Yu could not help but curse silently. Su Mufeng was engaged in the despicable trade of human trafficking, supplying the Jianghu bandits. To offer 200 children so casually would devastate countless families. The implication is that we are to take action. Indeed, our collaboration with Su Mufeng has been quite fruitful. We eliminate his adversaries and pave the way for him while he gathers provisions and supplies intelligence for us. Over the years, we have both benefited significantly. With news of his impending promotion, we must assist him. Moreover, this minor magistrate has taken down the Kai family, the Feng family, and our own Flying Tiger Hall, as well as the Sun family, who have been supplying us with provisions. We have suffered considerable losses. Brother, allow me to handle this. I've heard this magistrate is rather handsome. The third-in-command chuckled lightly, revealing a seductive smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Others feared her, and truth be told, they were also wary of her. Engaging with her could leave them nursing their wounds for a month or two. Reflecting, they found the gentler ladies far more appealing. Yet her beguiling allure often left them powerless. Why stir chaos among our own? If trouble arises, what then? Patience, we shall act. But we must ensure no traces lead back to us. Eliminating a mere magistrate is easy, but attracting the attention of the authorities will be troublesome. With a slow flick of his fan, the leader continued, I have heard of the recent torrential rains. Many regions have been submerged, and soon there will be a multitude of refugees. Revolts among the populace are common. It is not inconceivable that they might storm the county office and slay the magistrate. What do you think of this idea? Chapter 38. All our tools. This idea was utterly unappealing. Listening to the individuals inside discuss, especially their intent to exploit the refugees against him, left Shen Yu feeling quite uncomfortable. It was already a hardship for the people to afford food, and now these bandits sought to manipulate them. When civil unrest erupted, it would inevitably lead to significant casualties. Naturally, the Jianghu bandits were unconcerned, but he could not turn a blind eye. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. With your intervention, that mere magistrate will be easily subdued. As soon as the leader finished speaking, a chorus of flattery erupted within the room, catching Shen Yu by surprise. These were notorious, reckless individuals, yet they unabashedly lavished praise. The leader's reputation exceeded his expectations. Enough, the leader commanded, clearing his throat before adding, the first matter has been addressed. Now on to the second, which also pertains to the refugees. Our Fuyun Mountain has amassed ample arms and provisions through the years. With the floods ravaging the land and the refugees rising, it is an opportune moment for us to expand our strength. The individuals in the room exchanged glances, and the second-in-command cautiously inquired, Brother, have you not always advised us to tread carefully and avoid attracting attention? If we expand recklessly, we risk unnecessary scrutiny. That is precisely why I summoned you. The leader, fanning himself lightly, surveyed the 8 present with an air of authority that commanded respect and made the others straighten up. You have all grown strong enough to establish your own factions. What? His words caused an audible gasp among them. An unease rippled through the room. Did he suspect they harbored ulterior motives? Brother, who dares to speak ill of us in your presence? We are unwaveringly loyal to you and would never dream of establishing our own factions. Yes, brother, we pledge our lives and loyalty to you, without a trace of disloyalty. Soon, the heads of the household within the room hastily knelt down, nervously expressing their loyalty. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, yet none dared to wipe it away. Not even to move a muscle, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Though they appeared fierce, none could rival the ruthless nature of their leader. Compared to him, they were merely innocent little lambs. This leader was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also possessed unparalleled cunning, coupled with a cold-hearted disposition. The slightest misstep could lead to their tragic demise. Over the years, several heads of the Jianghu bandits had been replaced, most of whom met their end at this leader's hands. "Enough, Rise. I trust in your loyalty," he said, nodding slightly, seemingly pleased with the scene before him, as he gestured for them to stand. The heads exchanged glances before daring to rise, now more cautious than when they arrived, fearful that a misplaced word might lead to their undoing. "I have previously advised you all to act with utmost caution and to avoid haste. We must develop our strength without drawing attention. Thus, I propose that you establish your own factions to expand our power." Understanding dawned upon them as they wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing that their leader's intent was to alleviate the constant tension of facing him daily. To lead their own factions meant freedom to act as they pleased, leading a carefree existence. Observing their changing expressions, the leader smirked coldly, fully aware of their thoughts. How foolish to think they could outsmart him, take advantage of the current unrest among the refugees to recruit personnel and develop gradually. It would be best if you could occasionally engage in skirmishes with one another, ensuring that no one suspects your connections while providing you with a reason to expand. Perhaps the officials will even seek to recruit you for their own agendas. At that time, you may keep the benefits for yourselves, with everything else left unspoken. With the leader's words concluded, the others chuckled, their smiles tinged with anticipation as they envisioned a vibrant future. The leader's cunning was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the leader's tone grew icy, an invisible aura of menace causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Every individual present shuddered involuntarily. "Sixth brother." The sudden call caused the sixth to tremble, responding stutteringly, his demeanor betraying his fear. The others watched with schadenfreude, knowing that someone was about to suffer the consequences. "Not long ago, did you act on your own accord, seizing the Nan Yu merchant group's convoy, slaughtering everyone, and even committing heinous acts against the young lady?" "Brother, Enough." The leader's disdainful response was a clear admission of guilt. Rising abruptly from his seat, he advanced toward the sixth, who, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Do you wish for next time?" The leader extended his hand, an overwhelming force lifting the sixth as he struggled in vain. "Third brother, tell him, what is the penalty for acting without my command?" "Death." The third's voice quivered, stripped of its earlier allure, filled only with dread. The leader's actions evoked a terrifying realization among them. They trembled at the thought of witnessing a death right before their eyes. "Sixth brother, you heard it, death." The leader's words were chilling, and with a slight exertion of power, an invisible force surged from the sixth's body, flowing inexorably toward the leader. "Brother, spare me." In moments, the sixth's form visibly withered, shriveling until all life ceased, his pleas abruptly silenced. Understanding dawned on the observer outside, their eyes narrowing. Though the heads of the Jianghu bandits treated their subordinates as mere tools, they were no different in the eyes of their leader. All were but instruments to be utilized. "You must remember, I can give and I can take away," the leader warned, casting a cold gaze over them, the pressure palpable, suffocating. "Should anyone entertain treasonous thoughts, I can reduce you to nothing in an instant. Now rise. Prepare yourselves." As the heads trembled, the leader smiled faintly, relishing in the necessity of keeping them in check. They fancied themselves significant, yet they were merely chaff, easily reaped and regrown. With the right resources at hand, cultivating such subordinates was a trivial task. Within the Jianghu bandits, there could only be one true leader. Hearing the leader's command, the remaining individuals shakily rose, exchanging anxious glances before departing in trepidation. Their earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by a cautious demeanor. The observer on the roof departed lightly, following closely behind the second brother. Now that the leader's bloodlust had awakened, regardless of his initial intentions, the second brother's life was forfeit, not due to his looks failing to impress, but because he had dared to practice his skills on children, crossing an unforgivable line. After witnessing the leader's brutal display, who could predict how he would retaliate? The thought of the struggling children weighed heavily on the observer's conscience, compelling him to act first against the second brother. Unbeknownst to the second brother, his fate had already been sealed. His anxious expression revealed his distress as he hurriedly made his way to his quarters, lacking the inclination to engage with others. "Bring me another subordinate," he commanded upon his return, collapsing into his chair and pouring himself a generous bowl of wine, hoping to calm his nerves. The second in command, bound by the regulations set forth by the chief, could only employ 2 servants per day unless permitted otherwise. Today, he had exhausted his allocation. He contemplated expressing his anger, but the mere thought of the chief rendered him weak-kneed, forcing him to swallow his ire. The constraints imposed by the second in command were indeed frustrating. Very well. Fetch me those 2 pastries. I shall make use of them, he commanded. Yes, second in command. Soon, several individuals retreated, returning shortly with 2 young children in tow, who quietly departed, closing the door behind them. The 2 children, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar surroundings, erupted into loud cries, which only served to further infuriate the already irate second in command. He forcefully hurled his wine bowl to the ground. Why are you crying? It's utterly bothersome. Grabbing each child by the arm, he lifted them off the ground. His face twisted in a cruel grimace. At that moment, he felt a sharp sting in his eyes, as if tears were beginning to flow. Tears. It had been years since he had shed such a thing. No, something was amiss. Suddenly, he sensed a drastic reduction in his strength, rendering him incapable of holding the children aloft. They fell to the ground, their cries growing louder, yet the onlookers remained indifferent. They were all too familiar with the pitiful wails of children delivered to the second in command. Who could it be? The second in command soon realized he was utterly immobilized. Even a fool would have recognized that this was no ordinary misstep in training. He had been ensnared. Just then, a window swung open, and a refreshing breeze swept through, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a gleaming sword. The brilliance of the blade was blinding and swift, leaving the second in command only with the dazzling light of the sword in his vision. It was a breathtaking display of swordsmanship he had never anticipated. Striking like a bolt of lightning, the chilling aura of death seeming to freeze his very marrow. What a beautiful sword! As the radiant sword light pierced him, the icy energy surged into his body, shattering his internal organs and extinguishing his life force entirely. Pathetic. Wiping the blade with a silk cloth, Shen Yu glanced at the still-crying children with a hint of exasperation. He could only render them unconscious to cease their wailing. Subsequently, Shen Yu whisked them away to a safe location, taking the second in command with him to avoid the discovery of his corpse, which would lead to unnecessary trouble. However, Shen Yu's concerns were unfounded. The hierarchy of the bandit chief was stringent. None dared to intrude upon the quarters of the chiefs without explicit orders. Even if an occupant remained inside for days, the outside world might raise an eyebrow, but would not act rashly. System, sign in. Upon successful registration, a notification chimed. 10 years of internal strength acquired. 10 years of internal strength? As the system's message echoed in his mind, Shen Yu perceived an ethereal glow surging into his being. In an instant, he felt himself immersed in an endless expanse of time and space, diligently meditating in solitude. Time seemed to stretch on. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. His internal energy rapidly accumulated, akin to a roaring river, and the sensation of merging with the cosmos enveloped him, igniting a spark in his eyes. Now was the moment. With a sudden surge of power, Shen Yu unleashed his internal energy upon the wavering meridians within, resulting in a thunderous resonance throughout his body. The torrent of energy coalesced into a complete circuit, circulating swiftly within him. His internal energy surged again, swiftly transforming into true essence, nourishing every part of him in a ceaseless flow, as if it were inexhaustible. He opened his eyes wide to the outside world. Only a fleeting moment had passed, but for Shen Yu, it felt as though eons had elapsed. This step taken, he was irrevocably transformed. Was this the innate realm? Indeed, it was a wholly different domain. Gradually restraining his internal energy, he grasped the formidable nature of this realm only after experiencing it firsthand. Previously, the acquired realm relied on the power of blood and energy to cultivate true energy. Now, he was one with the universe, drawing strength from nature, as ceaseless as the flowing rivers. Should he encounter his former self, Shen Yu would confidently declare, "I could take on 10 of you." Wiping his sword clean, Shen Yu cast a cold smile towards the bandit stronghold of Jianghu. Let us see how many rounds he can withstand. At this moment, the urge to kill surged within him. One by one, he intended to confront the chiefs of Jianghu. He resolved to eliminate one and sign in after each victory. Although the prospect of signing in after vanquishing them all promised greater rewards, he could not afford to be choosy at this juncture. Despite entering the innate realm, he felt little confidence against the unfathomable chief, compelling him to seek ways to enhance himself. If signing in was an option, he would seize it without hesitation. With the second-in-command dispatched, who remained? Perhaps the third-in-command, with her enchanting skills and techniques of yin and yang, was equally deserving of demise. After all, they were acquaintances of sorts. He ought to extend some consideration. If the third-in-command were to hear Shen Yu's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff in disbelief. Who are you to consider me a friend? I have never laid eyes upon you. Yet, Shen Yu paid her no mind, swiftly making his way towards her. A shadow flitting through the darkness, silent yet exuding an air of chilling menace. Chapter 40. Abundant rewards. Another lonely night unfolded. Would no one come to keep me company? Amidst the dim glow of lanterns, a graceful silhouette was cast long, the solitary figure exuding an air of desolation. Yet, none dared to underestimate this presence, for its owner was known not only for her allure, but also for her lethality. Once targeted, one would find it impossible to escape, akin to a fish caught on a hook, infamous as a femme fatale. At this moment, the third-in-command gazed into a mirror, lamenting her fate like an aggrieved young bride. Yet, the deep-seated fear lurking in her eyes was inescapable. She yearned for someone to vent her frustrations upon, to dispel the dread that clung to her heart. But alas, everyone kept their distance. A bunch of unrefined fools, unaware of the beauty in dying beneath a peony blossom. If it weren't for the depletion of my servant quota today, you wouldn't stand a chance. Such a grand opportunity wasted on timid bandits. Just then, the candlelight flickered slightly, as if a gentle breeze had passed through. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had appeared in her chamber. Who are you? Sensing someone nearby, the third-in-command sprang to her feet, facing the suddenly materialized Shen Yu. Though her heart raced with caution, a radiant smile graced her lips. Every frown and smile, every movement exuded an irresistible allure, accompanied by a voice that dripped with honeyed temptation, her very being emanating an intoxicating fragrance. Young sir, on this long, lonely night, have you come to share a delightful evening with me? As she approached Shen Yu, her smile blossomed further, confident in her exquisite charm. Over the years, countless souls had succumbed to her irresistible allure, captivated, enchanted, and willing to forsake everything for her. She ascended to the position of the third leader precisely because of this, instilling in her a profound confidence in her allure. It was said that not even a brash young lad, nor an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s, could escape her charm. Once she set her sights on someone, no one had ever managed to flee. However, what unsettled the third leader was that the individual across from her, Shen Yu, appeared utterly unaffected, far from the expected state of intoxication and helplessness. On the contrary, this young man not only had his eyes shut, but was also holding his breath and covering his ears. No wonder he was impervious to her allure. He was indeed formidable. Yet, with such captivating charm, how could he not even lift his gaze to glance at her? At that moment, Shen Yu lightly smiled, an expression that seemed to radiate endless mockery. With his eyes firmly closed, he raised the sword in his hand without granting the third leader a moment's respite. I have no interest in you. This wilted flower holds no allure for me. However, I am quite interested in taking your life. How about relinquishing yours to me? The audacity to become the third leader, she possessed not only her beguiling skills, but also a fair share of true prowess. Yet, as she attempted to summon her full energy, she suddenly felt tears streaming down her face, her body convulsing as if rendered utterly powerless. Why you poison me? She trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Shen Yu, completely unaware of when she had been poisoned. By the time she realized, it was too late. Now, she found herself devoid of strength, feeling as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Young man, you lack martial ethics. Wasn't this supposed to be a duel? Shen Yu had no need to adhere to the so-called codes of the martial world when dealing with such brigands. Was this his first day in the underworld? With that thought, his sword was drawn, and a dazzling light suddenly burst forth, akin to a soaring swan cutting through the sky. Such speed, such beauty, clutching her neck, where blood flowed uncontrollably. The third leader sensed her consciousness rapidly fading. Her vision narrowed, leaving only the stunning brilliance of the blade. Another one, retracting his sword. Shen Yu turned away without hesitation, casually calling out, "System, sign in successful," obtain the Yuanhong sword. With a flash of light, a beautifully crafted long sword appeared in Shen Yu's hand. As he unsheathed it, a chill enveloped him. The blade, reflective as a mirror, shimmered with an edge that seemed to dance with a cold light, flowing as if alive. The long sword he had previously wielded, although decent, was effortlessly severed upon mere contact with the Yuanhong sword. It sliced through like butter, a true fine sword indeed. Gently caressing the Yuanhong sword, Shen Yu felt an attachment. He had long yearned for a treasure of such caliber. Though the long sword he once possessed was commendable, it paled in comparison to the treasure he now held. Thus, he resolved to proceed to the next target, allowing the blood of these scoundrels to sharpen his new blade. Following the direction of the flickering lights, Shen Yu continued onward. In the dead of night, any room illuminated was likely to belong to the leaders of the Jianghu bandits. Poisoning before attacking ensured absolute certainty. It also prevented any struggle from alerting others. Should the entire Jianghu bandit group be roused, it would pose a considerable headache. Shen Yu had grown adept at this sequence of actions. The bitter, colorless poison was like a gentle breeze, imperceptible to those it affected. By the time the third leader realized something was amiss, Shen Yu's sword was already upon her. Navigating through the Jiangnan bandits' lair, Shen Yu harvested his foes without hindrance. The entire process was so seamless that it left him questioning. After all, he bore the title of leader, yet each seemed more ordinary than the last. Of course, it wasn't that his adversaries were weak. Rather, Shen Yu had grown immensely powerful, capable of decimating these ordinary masters with ease. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Gained 10 years of internal energy. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Obtained a Huandan. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Acquired the storm pear blossom needles. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu had been running for quite some time, having dealt with all the leaders of the Jianghu bandits. Not only had he avenged himself, but he had also amassed considerable rewards. After becoming a congenital master, he had received 2 sign-ins yielding 10 years of internal energy each, totaling an impressive 20 years, which elevated his cultivation level to the 3rd stage of congenital mastery. Other rewards, such as the Da Huandan and Storm Pear Blossom Needles, were equally substantial. While these scoundrels were indeed despicable, their demise still contributed something. Now, only one major leader remained a threat among the Jiangnan bandits. With Shen Yu's current strength, coupled with his colorless, odorless poison, it seemed a matter of time before he subdued this last leader. However, this leader was unlike the others. His strength was unfathomable, and he was exceedingly cautious. Dealing with such a person required utmost care. Thus, Shen Yu reserved him for last, exercising far more caution than with the others. The major leader? Allow me to escort you on your journey. Go reunite with your brothers. This place is long overdue for destruction. Chapter 41. Such a fine treasure was there truly no one? Traversing through the buildings, Shen Yu searched room by room. Not only was there no sight of the major leader, but even his personal guards were conspicuously absent. After a thorough search, Shen Yu grew bold and cautiously entered a room to rummage through. Regardless of whether he could find the major leader, he needed evidence of Su Mufeng's collusion with the Jiangnan bandits. Shen Yu was confident that, given the major leader's nature, any incriminating evidence would be in his possession alone and not entrusted to anyone else. It seemed the other leaders held little authority. While they were referred to as leaders of the Jiangnan bandits, in the eyes of the major leader, they were likely no different from dogs. Their lives were arguably lesser than those of common brigands. A secret passage. After searching for quite some time, just as Shen Yu was about to give up, he unexpectedly found a protrusion beneath the bookshelf in the main room. Upon pressing it, a hidden door swung open. The dark, deep passageway led to an unknown destination, appearing to stretch far beyond, shrouded in darkness with only a few flickering candlelights barely visible. What purpose did such a secret passage serve? To guard against thieves? Alas, was he not a thief himself? After a moment's thought, Shen Yu decided to cautiously proceed. Following the passage for an indeterminate length, he discovered several secret chambers along the way, filled with gold and jewels that dazzled the eyes. So much wealth laid before him could easily overwhelm an ordinary person's resolve. After years of plundering, the Jiangnan bandits likely amassed a significant portion of their ill-gotten gains here. In this time of unrest, if these treasures were used to recruit soldiers, one could swiftly assemble an army of 100,000. Indeed, it seemed that stealing was the quickest way to riches. Yet, these treasures were not the focal point of the secret passage. It continued to descend. As he ventured further, blood-red vines began to emerge from the walls, encroaching upon the dark corridor. Shen Yu was cautious, deliberately avoiding contact with these vines as he continued onward. After a while, he suddenly found himself in a vast expanse. Red light flooded his vision, transforming the underground space into a veritable sea of blood. Before Shen Yu's eyes, a dense mass of blood-red vines intertwined like enlarged blood vessels. Under the illumination of dozens of braziers, the scene appeared extraordinarily eerie. It was the chief. With keen eyesight, Shen Yu immediately spotted the chief encircled by countless vine roots. At this moment, the chief's eyes were tightly shut and the thick vines had penetrated his body, evoking a chilling sensation from afar. The crimson liquid within the vines flowed as if it were blood, clearly visible in the flickering firelight, continuously streaming into him. The chief's face bore a distinct expression of pain, indicating that the process was far from pleasant. What kind of perversion is this? The upper drug slaves were pierced by the vines, while the chief below was similarly invaded by the roots, as though he were a plant, with the vines absorbing energy and ceaselessly supplying it to the roots. This chief was undoubtedly the ultimate beneficiary. However, to employ such a method, this chief was indeed ruthless, showing no mercy to himself. Drawing out the poison of the bitter mist-clear wind, Shen Yu smiled faintly, uncorked the vial, and quietly directed the gas towards the chief using his internal energy. Shen Yu had not anticipated that he would stumble upon the chief in the midst of his training, seemingly at a critical juncture. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, it would feel like a disservice to himself. Just then, the chief suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a cruel smile as he glanced in Shen Yu's direction. Before Shen Yu could react, countless vines sprang to life as if resurrected, resembling a blood-colored ocean surging with towering waves, seemingly intent on engulfing him completely. Discovered. The sudden turn of events startled Shen Yu, causing him to swiftly unsheathe the abyssal rainbow sword, unleashing a flurry of over a dozen strikes in an instant. The air was filled with shimmering sword shadows, the gleaming sword light flashing like thunder in the dim underground space. The icy, piercing sword energy surged forth, releasing astonishing power, and the encroaching blood-red vines were torn to shreds in an instant. The combination of the ethereal swordplay and the abyssal rainbow sword's formidable edge provided Shen Yu with an enhancement far beyond mere arithmetic addition. My blood vines! A chilling snort escaped the chief's lips as he mourned the destruction of so many vines, his gaze fixed on Shen Yu with gritted teeth. A congenital master, and yet one dares to trouble me. Casting a cold glare at Shen Yu, the chief refrained from acting rashly. The hardness of the blood vines rivaled that of iron. Yet under the opponent's sword, they felt as fragile as tofu, compelling him to proceed with caution. The chief narrowed his eyes slightly, his murderous aura unabashedly radiating, especially as the terrifying momentum he exuded steadily escalated, pressing down on Shen Yu like a massive mountain. Such an anomaly made Shen Yu understand that his adversary was no ordinary foe. Fortunately, the chief's realm seemed not to exceed the congenital level. Although the sense of threat lingered, it lacked the initially unfathomable fatality. I clearly administered the bitter mist clear wind, and yet you remain unscathed? I practice with blood vines. My blood has long merged with the essence of the vine juice. My blood is the most lethal poison, making me naturally immune to toxins. Your poison has merely reached here, only to be absorbed by the blood vines. A miscalculation. Furrowing his brow slightly, Shen Yu realized that his attempt to poison had inadvertently revealed his presence, alerting the chief. In light of this, he had no choice but to endure. Countless vines encircled him, and the chief coldly inquired, "Who are you? I do not recall ever offending you." "I am the county magistrate of Bai'an County." Silently gathering his sword intent, ready for the final explosion, Shen Yu returned the cold gaze, stating, "You and your bandits in Jianghu have committed innumerable atrocities. It is my duty to eradicate you for the people." Bai'an County Magistrate? Who is that? The title left the chief in a daze. Having plundered for so many years, he had committed countless misdeeds, but could not recall offending a magistrate from Bai'an County. Yet this title sounded oddly familiar. No, wait, Bai'an County Magistrate? It's you. Suddenly, the chief remembered where he had heard this name before. Wasn't this the fierce magistrate who had eliminated Su Mufeng's son? That scoundrel Su Mufeng. How dare he bring me such a formidable enemy. One might say a magistrate should not meddle in martial affairs, but rather indulge in poetry and songs. What need is there to practice swordplay and martial arts, daring to challenge me to a duel? Seeking death. Speaking of which, if you wish to cause trouble, do so. But I abhor these scholars who must prattle on before a fight, acting as if they stand on a moral high ground, nearly shouting, in the name of the moon, "I shall vanquish you." Hypocritical and disgusting. Who needs your representation? Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, the chief secretly sighed in relief, his earlier worries dissipating. "Since you're not from the authorities, then I can rest easy. You may die now." A storm of blood vines surged forth, an endless stream of power flooding into the chief's body in an instant. Moments later, the blood vines became limp, as if drained of strength. Yet his own momentum seemed to surge within a short time. The terrifying aura he exuded felt suffocating. As the vine roots withdrew from the chief's body, he gradually rose to his feet, empowered by newfound confidence. He felt that even facing an existence beyond the congenital level, he possessed the strength to contend. He would tear the little county magistrate before him to shreds. However, what awaited him was a small box, seemingly inconspicuous, yet exuding an aura of lethal danger. What is this? The stormy pear blossom needle. Now, this is a fine item. Chapter 42. A colossal entity, the stormy pear blossom needle? Before the chief could fully comprehend, Shen Yu had already pressed the switch. Renowned as the king of hidden weapons, though its reputation may be exaggerated, the 27 silver needles were swift and fierce, each shot guaranteed to draw blood, truly rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, Shen Yu himself did not remain idle. As the silver needles were launched, he swiftly drew his sword, unleashing the long-accumulated sword force in a radiant burst of brilliance. The agility of the wind god leg, combined with the spiral movement of the Nine scripture and the art of shifting through space, rendered his movements unpredictable and difficult to counter. Coupled with the ethereal swordplay, the power released was beyond imagination, akin to the most spectacular fireworks illuminating the sky, heralding the approach of death. Puff! The silver needle pierced within. Despite the chief's desperate attempts to evade, he could not escape the onslaught of the stormy pear blossom needle. The title of the king of hidden weapons was not mere bravado. It was earned through bloodshed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Even before the battle commenced, he had already sustained a grievous injury. Pain radiated throughout his body, making it difficult to endure. Yet before he could react, another swift sword light surged toward him. Just as he prepared to desperately fend it off to catch his breath, the figure before him seemed to split into several indistinguishable forms, leaving him bewildered. What kind of martial arts is this? This is utterly unfair. At that moment, a sword flashed through the air as if transcending time and space, suddenly appearing before him. He had nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. The blade sliced through, blood spilled, and the ground blossomed with crimson plum blossoms. What a swift sword! The agony at his neck made him acutely aware of his life ebbing away, an unbridgeable void that could not be sealed. Vitality, consciousness, and strength were all rapidly dissipating. His greatest frustration lay in the fact that the newly acquired power he had just gained had yet to be unleashed before being utterly vanquished. His grand ambitions, his meticulous plans, all reduced to mere empty talk. This battle, fought under such duress, had obliterated his future entirely. At this moment, the leader's mind was consumed by curses directed at Su Mufeng. Collaborating with Su Mufeng was the gravest error of his life, having provoked such a formidable enemy. What a blunder! He is dead, finally dead. Observing the lifeless form of the leader, Shen Yu finally sighed in relief. Just moments ago, the leader had absorbed the power from the blood vine, dramatically enhancing his strength, which posed an escalating threat to Shen Yu. Had it not been for the rain pear blossom needle obtained through prior check-ins, resolving this conflict would have likely demanded a hefty price, if not resulting in a loss. Fortunately, everything unfolded splendidly, and the formidable foe was ultimately vanquished. System check-in. Check-in successful. You have acquired the 8th level of the Golden Bell Shield. As the system notification resonated, a radiant light seemingly surged into Shen Yu's body, plunging him into a profound meditative state, immersing him in the vast ocean of martial arts. Diligently honing his skills day after day, year after year, time flowed like water as decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Golden Bell Shield finally reached its 8th level through relentless training, and Shen Yu opened his eyes, his aura surging dramatically. At this moment, he had fully mastered the first 8 levels of the Golden Bell Shield. The technique he possessed was not a mundane practice, but rather a supreme martial art that harmonized both internal and external cultivation. The initial levels primarily focused on external techniques, rendering their power less impressive, thus appearing somewhat commonplace. By the 6th level, aside from a vulnerable point, other areas became nearly impervious to ordinary metal weaponry. Upon reaching the 8th level, only a mere 3 inches remained exposed, and even the most powerful attacks would be met with an equally fierce counterforce, establishing Shen Yu as immensely formidable. With each subsequent level, the power of the Golden Bell Shield intensified. Upon attaining the 12th level, the vulnerable point would vanish entirely, rendering the practitioner truly indestructible, impervious to poison, fists, feet, blades, or swords. However, possessing the first 8 levels had already bestowed upon Shen Yu significant benefits. As long as he safeguarded the exposed area and avoided encounters with formidable weapons such as the Abyssal Rainbow Sword, he would be nearly invulnerable, greatly enhancing his self-preservation capacity. Indeed, the greater the malevolence of his adversaries, the greater his rewards. This recent adventure had proven to be exceedingly lucrative. With the greatest threat neutralized, Shen Yu felt a profound sense of relief and began contemplating how to eradicate the pernicious blood vine. With a swift sweep of his sword, he severed the roots of the vines, resolutely believing that severing the roots would ensure their demise. What was this? As Shen Yu meticulously cut through the tangled roots, he suddenly discovered a large iron chest concealed amidst the layers of blood vine. Once the outer vines were cleared, the chest appeared before him. He cautiously sliced through the iron lock and stepped back, unleashing a wave of sword energy to pry open the chest, wary of any hidden traps or poisons that might spring forth. In the end, his fears proved unfounded. There was no threat within. After a prolonged wait for any unusual occurrence, Shen Yu approached the chest. Inside, the most conspicuous object was a blood-colored token, accompanied by a set of crimson garments and a matching cloak. This was a complete ensemble, evidently hidden with the utmost seriousness. The title of Elder of the Thousand Blood Sect sent a shiver through Shen Yu. He had heard of the Thousand Blood Sect before. It was a colossal entity that had dominated several states 30 years ago. During a devastating drought, many regions suffered from famine, while unscrupulous merchants hoarded supplies, leaving the populace to starve. The roads were littered with the deceased. Although Shen Yu had not witnessed the horrors described in the texts, he could vividly imagine the despair that engulfed the people. Amidst this hopelessness, the Thousand Blood Sect seized the opportunity to rise. Their doctrine emphasized self-preservation through violence. To save oneself, one must first eliminate threats. Thus, the mantra became one of survival through slaughter, with initiates pledging their blood in a fraternal bond, rapidly attracting numerous followers. Rumor had it that the sect offered rapid cultivation techniques, enhancing one's strength through continuous bloodshed. In such chaotic times, the sect thrived, amassing power and resorting to increasingly brazen acts of aggression against the starving populace. As recorded at its zenith, the Thousand Blood Sect boasted an army numbering in the tens of thousands, filled with numerous experts, and had repeatedly decimated imperial forces sent to quell them. Ultimately, their arrogance led them to antagonize powerful sects and clans, inciting the wrath of many, resulting in their eventual downfall through united effort by the imperial court and the martial world. Now, it seemed that this leader of the notorious bandit faction was indeed an elder of the Thousand Blood Sect, with the ability to command thousands. It became evident that although the sect had ostensibly vanished, it had not been entirely extinguished and could potentially rise anew. The remaining contents of the chest were various correspondences, which Shen Yu perused. Among them were letters from Su Mufeng, the provincial governor, alongside many others from high-ranking officials, even military generals. The collusion between officials and bandits was alarmingly evident, leaving them vulnerable to exposure. This clearly indicated that the leader harbored grand ambitions. With these documents in hand, he had effectively seized leverage over these individuals. Should the leader choose to rally his followers, these officials would find themselves with little choice but to comply. One could only wonder how many others like this leader of the bandit faction were embedded throughout the region. A chill ran down Shen Yu's spine as he realized he had inadvertently unearthed a significant conspiracy, leaving him with a sense of unease. Chapter 43. Unexpected gains. Let me take a closer look. After organizing the items within the iron chest, Shen Yu noted an abundance of letters, some of which were communications between the leader and his superiors, sufficient to confirm his identity as an elder of the Thousand Blood sect. Although the identity of this superior remained unknown, it did not hinder Shen Yu from utilizing this information to his advantage. The other letters served as evidence of collusion between the leader and various officials, the contents of which were truly shocking. The leader's operations were far from ordinary. His activities spanned a wide range, from robbery to eliminating political adversaries and gathering intelligence, creating an extensive network of illicit enterprises. It was no wonder he could lure so many into his schemes. Such a significant matter was beyond Shen Yu's current martial prowess and official capacity to resolve. So he resolved to hand it over to those capable of dealing with it. He had already devised a plan for where to deliver these incriminating letters, ensuring that none of the individuals mentioned would escape accountability. After securing the letters, Shen Yu turned to exit. With the leader eliminated, only the thousands of bandits outside remained. And they were far from innocent. The bandits of the southern chapter had wreaked havoc for years, leaving countless innocent families in ruin. Each of their recruits was required to pledge their loyalty through blood, marking their names on the wanted lists, thereby ensuring they had no avenue for retreat. Thus, each of these individuals outside was deserving of their fate. While he might exercise caution against a master like the leader, dealing with the disorganized rabble outside, especially now that their chief had been slain, would require only himself and his sword. As Shen Yu stepped outside, a hint of chaos began to unfold in the surroundings. However, the turmoil had yet to escalate, as it was evident that these individuals remained oblivious to the total annihilation of their leaders. A breeze began to stir. Truly, fortune favored me. Feeling the sudden gust of the night wind, Shen Yu smiled gently, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Standing in the windward position, he uncorked the vial of the bittersweet breeze potion and gave it a gentle shake. The colorless, odorless gas wafted into the entire stronghold, while those within remained blissfully unaware. They were still reeling from the shocking news they had just received, unable to react in the moment. What on earth had transpired? What had happened to everyone? How could they not know that the fifth leader had been murdered? The fifth leader had a habit of having his potion delivered at a fixed hour each day. Today, the attendant discovered the fifth leader unresponsive and realized he had been slain. What? The fifth leader was killed? At this moment, the members of the infamous Jianghu bandits began to stir, taken aback by the sudden revelation. The murder of a leader within his own quarters was no trivial matter. They had stood unyielding for nearly 20 years. Who dared to create chaos in their midst? Yet, even as the unrest began, no one dared to seek out the other leaders to report this grim news. These leaders were known for their volatile tempers and propensity for violence. Approaching them might result in one's own demise. Thus, they could only wait for the leaders to awaken before delivering the news. Hey, why are you crying? Suddenly, someone noticed an anomaly. The individual across from him had begun to weep uncontrollably. The fifth leader is dead, but is it necessary to weep so profusely? Is this some kind of performance? We are all in this together. Why must you put on a show of mourning? I am crying. Initially, the man did not perceive his own tears, but upon being called out, he realized his face was streaked with sorrow. He had no particular affection for the fifth leader. His death should not have moved him to tears. Wait, you are crying too. At that moment, he noticed that the person opposite him was also drenched in tears, leading him to wonder how deeply they were affected. What? I am crying as well. He touched his face, and the traces of tears sent a shiver through him. Looking around, he saw that many others were also weeping, causing him a sudden panic. What was happening? Even if the fifth leader had garnered the people's affection, it could not explain the tears of so many. Moreover, the individuals surrounding him were known for their ruthless nature. It was inconceivable that they would mourn for another's demise. Besides, the fifth leader was not particularly admirable. Just then a distant sound echoed, the unsheathing of a sword, followed by a cacophony of frantic cries. They are attacking the stronghold. Everyone, grab your weapons. What? This unexpected outcry tightened everyone's hearts. What was happening today? Did someone truly dare to provoke the Jianghu bandits? No, I feel weak. Me too. Could it be? We've been poisoned? Poisoned? Surely not. Who would be so dishonorable? Brother, we have also used poison in our raids. The rising panic spread, and each person realized they felt increasingly feeble. The weapons they once wielded with ease now felt unbearably heavy, almost impossible to lift. Hurry, go find the leaders. At this point, they thought of nothing else. With an attack on their stronghold imminent, the leaders would surely understand their plight and not hold them accountable for the current chaos. Thus, some rushed to seek out the leaders. However, even more alarming news followed from all directions. The fourth leader is dead. The eighth leader has also perished. The seventh leader is gone as well. This is truly the end. Reports of the leaders being killed or missing sparked a wave of terror among the Jianghu bandits. Fear and anxiety gripped them all. At this moment, no one of sufficient authority emerged to unite them, much less to lead them against their assailants. The most pressing concern was the realization that their limbs felt weak. It was as though their entire bodies were paralyzed. They were in no condition to fight back, let alone flee. We are merely trying to survive. We never anticipated it would come to this. Kill! A thunderous shout rang out, and all eyes fell upon Shen Yu. Clad in black, wielding a gleaming sword as he ruthlessly dispatched those around him. Crimson blood quickly stained the ground. In that moment, the once mighty Jianghu bandits appeared as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. They could only stand by, watching their comrades fall one by one, knowing that they might be next. Fear and unease permeated every corner. Unable to fight back or escape, many were on the brink of collapse. Some knelt in supplication, while others wept loudly, displaying the myriad of human emotions within the stronghold. Yet none of this could impede Shen Yu's advance. He was determined to eradicate this place, ensuring that those stained with blood received their due punishment. As time passed, blood dripped continuously from Shen Yu's dark attire. He had long lost count of how many times he had swung his sword, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. Behind him lay a river of blood. He should have brought others along. Relying solely on himself proved to be exhausting. However, the once mighty Jianghu bandits had become history from this day forth. Even if there were any survivors, they would be insignificant. System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained a storage space containing 100 cubic meters. Storage space? What a delightful surprise. Chapter 44. Strike relentlessly. The Jianghu bandits were indeed immensely wealthy. With a single sword, Shen Yu decimated their vast organization, thoroughly scavenging the spoils. He knew they were affluent, but he had not anticipated their wealth to be so abundant. Within the stronghold, he discovered not only a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels, but also the bandits' granaries and armories. The granaries were piled high with grain, while the armory was filled with swords and blades. Such provisions and armaments could easily equip thousands, revealing the grand ambitions of their leader. Yet, despite the leader's painstaking accumulation over 2 decades, Shen Yu had swept it all away in one fell swoop. One could only wonder how furious the leader would be if he could witness this loss. Utilizing the newly acquired storage space, Shen Yu swiftly gathered everything of value. The mountains of grain were too much to fit entirely, so he made several trips, hiding them in secret locations. With the rise of refugees, these supplies were a lifeline. Even if he could forego the gold and jewels, he was determined to secure the grain. As for the weapons, Shen Yu had no need for them, and thus left them untouched. They served as evidence sufficient to condemn the Jianghu bandits. The military supplies meant for thousands. What were they planning? Once he had gathered nearly everything, Shen Yu hastened to the governor's office in Tanzhou, aiming for the local constabulary and the blackguard. Both the constabulary and the blackguard operated under the imperial authority. The former typically dealt with conflicts among martial factions and pursued high-profile fugitives, maintaining significant ties with various sects, wielding considerable influence in both the court and the martial world. Given the uproar caused by the blood cult in the past, it was only natural that they were a primary target for the constabulary's pursuit. The black-clad guards are shrouded in even greater mystery. Their responsibilities extend beyond merely monitoring the various sects of the martial world. They're also tasked with overseeing officials, military generals, and nobles across the regions, while simultaneously apprehending notorious criminals. Among them are numerous skilled individuals who hold significant power, instilling fear in many. Although both organizations are violent in nature, they are equally concerned with their political achievements. After a year, one cannot expect promotions or additional funding without a record of accomplishments. Should they learn of the happenings involving the bandits of Jiangnan, their excitement would surely keep them awake at night. The capturing division and the black-clad guards maintain outposts in every county, occasionally establishing bases in counties rife with martial factions. However, the main stronghold of the capturing division and the black-clad guards lies at the state capital, where they command the entire regional force. Shen Yu's arduous journey of over 1,000 miles to the state capital was motivated by the inadequacies of the capturing division and the black-clad guards in ordinary counties, particularly in dealing with the formidable Jianghu bandits. Despite the bandits merely being a group of thieves, their leader possesses considerable prowess, having ensnared numerous officials in his web, even managing to corrupt members within the capturing division. Over the span of 2 decades, he meticulously crafted an extensive network. For an ordinary individual to confront such a vast array of entanglements would likely result in severe injury or worse. However, the capturing division and the black-clad guards at the state capital thrive on the size of such networks, as it signifies greater accolades in the end. Particularly for the black-clad guards, their very existence revolves around such endeavors. They are unperturbed by complications. Rather, they relish the intricacies of the task at hand. Upon locating the capturing division's headquarters, Shen Yu discreetly observed the surroundings before producing several letters, which he affixed to throwing daggers and cast into the vicinity, swiftly making his escape before anyone could react. This was the headquarters of the capturing division, where the head of the regional force resided, and even the gatekeepers were top-tier experts. Yet, Shen Yu had no intention of engaging with them, as his actions could easily be construed as dereliction of duty. He repeated a similar act at the outpost of the black-clad guards, tossing the neatly organized letters without a backward glance before hastily retreating. The evidence contained within the letters was unmistakable. Shen Yu had already resolved the matter concerning the Jianghu bandits. If the capturing division and the black-clad guards failed to handle the subsequent developments, their formidable reputations would be rendered meaningless. Before long, the letters found their way into the hands of the state commander of the black-clad guards and the chief of the capturing division. As these documents were laid out, the two individuals, whose mere stomp could shake the entire region of Jianghu, simultaneously glimmered with excitement. Finally, after a prolonged period of dullness, a major case had emerged. With the involvement of the Bloodthousand sect, both the capturing division and the black-clad guards had corresponding responsibilities. They immediately commenced a frenzied reallocation of personnel, their actions inevitably drawing mutual attention. After deliberation, the guards recognized the formidable strength of the Jianghu bandits, alongside the many experts within the Bloodthousand sect, necessitating precautions. The prospect of shared glory incentivized collaboration, leading to a decisive alliance between the two factions. A substantial number of skilled individuals were swiftly assembled and directed toward Floating Cloud Mountain, with some personnel from the black-clad guards dispersing to various locations to apprehend officials in collusion with the bandits. In comparison to the capturing division, the black-clad guards, possessing insights into the authority wielded by local officials, stood to gain the lion's share of accolades from this endeavor. Nothing could be more exhilarating than raiding a criminal's lair. A mere slip could lead to untold riches. When Shen Yu observed a contingent of black-clad guards hastening toward Chongling County, he knew the operation was secure. Governor Su Mufeng was cornered. Seeing everything unfold according to his expectations, Shen Yu finally felt at ease and hurried back to Bai'an County. Several days had passed since his escapades began, and it was time for him to rest. Moreover, he needed to arrange for the recovery of the provisions he had hidden away. Upon his return to Bai'an County, before even entering the county office, Shen Yu was met with a cacophony of accusations. "Where have you been, County Magistrate Shen? Are you aware of the consequences of concealing information?" Upon returning to Bai'an County, I heard a loud shout. Following this was a barrage of questions aimed squarely at me. "Zhou Yuan, you're also a county head. Do not mislead yourself. I ask you, has Shen Yu accepted bribes, oppressed the good, and freely amassed wealth since taking office?" Ridiculous. The magistrate serves the people wholeheartedly, never oppressing the innocent, nor taking a single coin that does not belong to him. You shall not slander him. Shen Yu recognized the voice of Zhou Yuan, and the man did not disappoint him. "Master Son, what do you say?" I must inform you, my lord. That county magistrate, Shen, indeed coerced the common folk into offering gold and jewels for his indulgence." The sudden emergence of this voice made Shen Yu's brow furrow in dismay. At that moment, he understood that this spineless individual had once again capitulated, proving to be a useless lump of clay. As the head of the capturing division, I have come to Bai'an County to pursue the notorious bandit. Not only have I discovered the collusion between the county magistrate and this bandit, but I have also uncovered his corruption and bullying of the oppressed. The evidence is overwhelming. Zhou Yuan, the loathsome voice rang out again, now laced with a hint of coldness. As a county head, you not only failed to distinguish right from wrong, but also shield this corrupt official, refusing even to speak the truth. Seize him. Beat him ruthlessly until he is willing to confess. Stop. Who dares to act so recklessly in Bai'an County? Hearing the impending violence against Zhou Yuan, Shen Yu forcefully pushed open the door to the courthouse and strode inside, eager to uncover the identity of the audacious individual daring to shout in his domain. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man clad in the attire of a head constable, with an iron badge at his waist. This man appeared to be the chief constable of the capturing division. However, this iron badge constable was quite portly, a stark contrast to Shen Yu's expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The capturing division at the state capital was composed of elites. It was not surprising that some less competent individuals would occasionally emerge among them. My lord, upon seeing Shen Yu, Zhou Yuan, who was being restrained by several men, initially expressed joy but quickly shifted to panic. My lord, flee. They are framing you. Nonsense. I am the upstanding head constable of the capturing division, the epitome of fairness and integrity. How could I frame another? Everything I say is backed by solid evidence. With a fierce shout, the middle-aged constable directed a cold gaze at Shen Yu, his face filled with derision. You are Shen Yu, the county magistrate of Bai'an? Your misdeeds have come to light. You have not only conspired with bandits, but also extorted the good people of Bai'an County. Your actions are well documented. Do you not recognize your guilt? Get down. Is that where you belong? In response, Shen Yu's reply was not one of quaking pleas, but a chilling roar. I command you to get down. Before the middle-aged constable could react, Shen Yu's icy voice reverberated once more, and in an instant he had closed the distance, extending a hand toward him. This seemingly simple gesture felt to the constable as if a colossal mountain were descending upon him, rendering him utterly powerless. Without even engaging in combat, he had already suffered a crushing defeat in terms of momentum, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. A master. At that moment, the sole thought in the middle-aged constable's mind was this. In the next instant, an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying. The middle-aged captain fell clumsily to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. He had stationed in Chongling County for many years and had never encountered such an insolent county magistrate, nor had he ever been brought to such a state of disgrace. Shen Yu, how dare you? I am the Iron Badge Captain of the Capture Department. And so what? I am a distinguished scholar, a county magistrate appointed by the court. You are merely an Iron Badge Captain, and you have no right to occupy this position. After throwing the middle-aged captain out, Shen Yu straightened his attire and sat confidently in the seat. You, what of it? As the captain of the Capture Department, you indeed have the authority to apprehend bandits, but you likely have no jurisdiction over the internal affairs of this county. Moreover, you are merely an Iron Badge Captain. Do you think you are part of the blackguards? You. Stammering under a barrage of questions, the middle-aged captain felt as if he might suffer internal injuries, particularly from the last remark that struck deep. Though the Capture Department sometimes collaborated with the blackguards, it was often a rivalry over power and profit. However, the Capture Department seemed to be at a disadvantage when facing the blackguards, for the latter held the duty of supervising all officials, while the Capture Department was also under scrutiny. Shen Yu spoke the truth. Although the Capture Department possessed various privileges, it had no right to interfere in the affairs of local offices. Of course, if one's fist was strong enough, others would hesitate to speak out. After all, in this world governed by martial prowess, strength was the ultimate authority. Shen Yu, you conspired with bandits to harm the innocent. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you intend to resist arrest? Resist arrest? Huh, what joke. Although you are an Iron Badge Captain, nominally of the same rank as I, most county magistrates would feel intimidated by such a violent organization. Yet, Shen Yu appeared utterly unconcerned. They were clearly here to stir trouble. Should he offer them a smile instead? Not having them beaten out on the spot was already showing considerable leniency. An Iron Badge Captain of the Capture Department? I am unaware of any law in this dynasty that grants you the authority to apprehend an official appointed by the court. I wonder, who gave you the audacity to overstep your bounds? You. Is that all you can say? Slamming the table, Shen Yu shouted to those around. As the captain of the Capture Department, you ought to pursue bandits, yet you audaciously meddle in the affairs of this county. What punishment do you deserve? Guards, take it down. You dare? The capture department operates with the obligation of cooperation from all levels of offices. I have not refused to cooperate, but you are the one overstepping. If you dare to act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Raising his head, Shen Yu's icy gaze fell upon the middle-aged captain, his murderous intent starkly evident. Fresh from a bloody confrontation, the aura of death surrounding him was palpable. Under the suffocating chill of his glare, the middle-aged captain broke into a cold sweat, as if even moving had become an extravagant luxury. This primal fear, born from the depths of one's being, was unimaginable unless personally experienced. It was over. He had truly encountered an immovable obstacle. The most ferocious bandits he had ever faced paled in comparison to this seemingly frail county magistrate. How could a mere county magistrate exude such a formidable aura of death? Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a bandit disguised as a magistrate? What if the other party truly intended to kill him to silence him? I merely sought to make a profit. I never intended to put myself at risk. Just then, the county office's door was suddenly and violently swung open, and a group of bailiffs rushed in. Leading them were two iron badge captains, similarly attired as the middle-aged captain. Upon seeing them, although he did not recognize them, the middle-aged captain felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. We are all from the capture department. We are family. Excellent, brothers. Come quickly and help me apprehend this person. At that moment, the middle-aged captain believed his suspicions to be true, and various thoughts raced through his mind. Upon noticing the insignia on the newcomer's attire, he immediately recognized they hailed from the headquarters in Jianghu. Clearly, this county magistrate was embroiled in trouble, and his actions must have attracted the attention of the capture department, prompting them to dispatch a team specifically to capture him. No, this was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself at headquarters. Resolute, the middle-aged captain drew his sword, coldly glaring at Shen Yu as he shouted, "Brothers, this corrupt official colludes with bandits, and the evidence is irrefutable. I suspect he himself is a bandit masquerading as a county magistrate. Let us seize him together." The newly arrived team of captains did not respond to him. The two leading Iron Badge captains surveyed him with icy eyes before gently waving their hands to apprehend him. "Yes, take him down." With one hand wielding a sword, the middle-aged captain cautiously glanced at Shen Yu. However, before he could react, two iron chains suddenly appeared from behind, binding him tightly. Then, several gleaming blades were placed against his neck, rendering him incapable of making even the slightest movement. This was not the script he had anticipated. Were they not supposed to capture the county magistrate? "Brothers, you must have apprehended the wrong person. Indeed, we have captured the right one. You are the Iron Badge Captain He Tsuenchang of Chongling County, and you have committed crimes that require you to accompany us." "Nonsense. I, He Tsuenchang, am upright and just. Why are you arresting me? I will report you to the chief captain." "Enough, He Tsuenchang. Are you not embarrassed enough?" The two leading Iron Badge captains shot him a frigid glance, devoid of any emotion, causing He Tsuenchang's heart to quiver. "He Tsuenchang, you conspired with the notorious bandit Jiang Nan to harm the innocent, even providing them with intelligence in exchange for personal gain. How can you still claim to be upright? Do you know that the Jiangnan bandits are plotting rebellion? With your connections, you cannot escape culpability." "What? Rebellion?" It was over. Upon hearing the accusation of his involvement with the Jiangnan bandits, He Tsuenchang realized that his misdeeds had surely been exposed. The mention of rebellion nearly made him lose control of his bladder. The Jiangnan bandits were nothing more than a group of marauding thieves. How could it escalate to this level? If only it were a different charge, he might have been able to negotiate a lighter sentence. But this charge? Who would dare plead on his behalf? This time, he was undoubtedly finished. "Take him away. The chief captain has ordered to administer house law." "What? House law? That is harsher and more vicious than national law. Even the most defiant would crumble under it and cry for mercy. And with the methods of the capture department, he would surely endure the suffering without respite. I merely took a little silver from the Jiangnan bandits. It cannot be that serious." "Wait, I have a question to ask." Shen Yu stopped the team preparing to leave, his gaze piercing with an extraordinary light that left He Tsuenchang already in a state of panic, feeling dizzy, as if his remaining consciousness was beginning to fade. "I want to know who sent you to deal with me." It was Su Mufeng, the governor. In his dazed state, He Tsuenchang unwittingly revealed his thoughts. "You killed his only son. How could Governor Su let this go unpunished? Coincidentally, we recently captured a notorious bandit. I made a deal with him to claim he had been colluding with you all along, thereby capturing you. Once you are apprehended, we can fabricate the charges as we please. You scoundrel, you have brought disgrace upon the capture department. Upon hearing those words, a nearby Iron Badge captain erupted in fury, delivering a powerful kick that sent Suanchong sprawling far away, jolting him from his daze. The notorious bandit Zhang Nan was a criminal, yet he, a respectable captain of the law, conspired with them for mere selfish gain. Such betrayal was truly despicable. It now appeared that this scoundrel had an audacity beyond measure. For the sake of trivial wealth, he dared to frame a court official. If word of this spread, what would become of the reputation of the law enforcement? The mere thought ignited a fiery rage within the Iron Badge captain, prompting him to charge forward and deliver several kicks. Had he not been restrained by those around him, he might have drawn his blade. Damn these scoundrels, utterly devoid of shame. Master Shen, your methods are astute. Rest assured, my department will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. After expressing his indignation, the captain regained his previous calm demeanor and inclined his head respectfully toward Shen Yu. However, a glimmer of wariness lingered in his eyes. Just a trifle, hardly worthy of note. The two captains have traveled a long distance. Let's extend the courtesy of hospitality. We, your humble brothers, are grateful for your intentions, Master Shen. However, we have pressing matters at hand and cannot linger. We seek your understanding. Dining? What a farce. Are we not already disgraced enough? No matter, please proceed. As he watched the group depart, Shen Yu slowly turned, allowing his smile to fade gradually, causing Sun Huoyang to feel a wave of trepidation. Master, I am but a victim of circumstance, forced to comply with their pressures. In that moment, I could only feign compliance. When the opportunity arises, I shall strike back and clear your name. Master, my heart has always been devoted to you, a sincerity that even heaven can witness. Once all outsiders had retreated, Sun Huoyang fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. To an unknowing observer, it might seem he had suffered a great injustice. Such acting, so genuine and unpretentious, truly a waste of talent. Sincerity? You? With a disdainful huff, Shen Yu patted his shoulder, the intent to kill unmistakable. He then turned his expressionless gaze towards Zhou Yuan and called, Zhou Yuan, Master, I am here. Please remind Sun Laoi once more. What is the punishment for slandering a court official? Yes, Master. After Suanchong was taken away, Zhou Yuan straightened his posture. The earlier blows forgotten. According to the laws of our dynasty, false accusations lead to counterpunishment. The crime of slandering a court official is treated with utmost severity. Given Sun Laoi's accusations, it qualifies as a capital offense. Moreover, this is not the first time he has slandered you, Master. That alone constituted a death sentence. I had previously warned him. Should he transgress again, it would be considered a willful violation of the law. Thus, Sun Laoi's actions constitute multiple offenses under the law. As for the specifics, Zhou Yuan cast a glance at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. It appears Sun Laoi's family may face dire consequences. The mere utterance of those words nearly sent Sun Huoyang tumbling to the ground, gasping in alarm. It seemed they intended to wipe out his entire family. This show captain, who usually appeared amiable, turned out to be ruthless. Sun Laoi, you are aware of your crime. I wish to assist you, but the law is merciless. Speak, how would you prefer to meet your end? I can accommodate your request. Please, Master, spare my life. Desperately scrambling to Shen Yu's side, Sun Huoyang bowed repeatedly, terror evident in his voice. Master, I recognize my mistakes. I truly do. As long as you show mercy, I am willing to comply with anything. Anything? Shen Yu raised a hand to halt Sun Huoyang's frantic gestures, smiling faintly as he inquired, Sun Laoi, are you truly willing to comply with anything? The malicious smile sent shivers down Sun Huoyang's spine, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, I am willing. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Currently, the populace is in turmoil, and soon a large influx of refugees will arrive in Bai'an County. I require you to expend your entire fortune to procure grain in preparation for their needs. Remember, it is to be your entire fortune. As he spoke, Shen Yu's voice rose sharply. Should I discover that you dare to keep even a single coin for yourself, I will take your life. As for choosing between wealth or life, Sun Laoi, The decision rests with you. Chapter 47. My trials are great, not a single coin can be kept. The choice presented by Shen Yu left son Huliang in turmoil. To choose between wealth and life was a grave dilemma, as his wealth was his lifeblood. Could he not keep even a little, just a smidgen? It seems son Lei is reluctant to part with his riches. Given the chance, you squander it. Who can you blame? Shaking his head in exasperation, Shen Yu called out to Zhou Yuan, "Take son Lei away and imprison him. Let him await his sentence." Wait. Master, I want to live." As Zhou Yuan approached without hesitation, son Huliang seized him, urgently shouting to Shen Yu, "Master, I am willing to part with my entire fortune." "I am." "Excellent, son Lei, I did not force your hand." Nodding with satisfaction, Shen Yu added, "Moreover, do not attempt to play tricks, otherwise I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant." "I would not dare." Prostrating deeply, son Huliang longed to weep. His struggles had been immense. This young county magistrate was merciless, demanding his hard-earned savings. "Very well, prepare as instructed." Patting his shoulder, noticing son Huliang's apparent despair, Shen Yu reassured him, "Rest assured, if you can satisfy me and the people of Bai'an County, perhaps I will leave you with a chance to rise again." Upon hearing this, son Huliang sprang to life, cautiously asking, "Master, do you truly mean it?" "Of course, rest assured, I am a man of my word." Good, you shall see, master. I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly." As he spoke, son Huliang excitedly stood, hurriedly preparing, accompanied by a cadre of guards to keep watch. "Master, this son Huliang is utterly worthless, repeatedly slandering you. Merely demanding he part with his wealth is too lenient." "Enough. The Sun family is the largest grain merchant in Bai'an County and holds significant influence in the entire Chongling prefecture. After years of operation, they certainly have their own channels. Through the Sun family's connections, we can acquire sufficient grain smoothly. We must ensure that Master Sun genuinely works for us. I have grand plans for the future, and a shortage of grain will not do." Shaking his head, Shen Yu remained unfazed. He cared only for the outcome. Keeping someone like son Huliang was far more beneficial than disposing of him outright. After all, while he lacked integrity, he possessed notable acumen in business. Grand plans? What sort of plans? Observing Shen Yu's enigmatic demeanor, Zhou Yuan was puzzled but refrained from voicing his inquiries. He was merely a subordinate, content to follow the magistrate's lead. Knowing too much would be of no use. "Zhou Yuan, you are commendable, though your martial skills leave much to be desired." After a prolonged silence, Shen Yu suddenly spoke, striking a nerve that left Zhou Yuan at a loss for words. His martial prowess was indeed lacking. He had previously been indifferent, believing the majority of county captains were of similar caliber. Yet now, he evidently struggled to keep pace. He yearned to improve, but reality was unforgiving. His aptitude and training were merely average. What could he do? "Forget it, follow my lead. From today onward, I shall teach you a few martial techniques. Do not embarrass me in the future." "Martial techniques?" Suddenly struck by an unexpected surprise. Zhou Yuan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to speak, but was momentarily unsure of how to express himself. After all, this was a matter of martial arts. A treasure coveted and closely guarded by every household, often passed down through generations with strict rules regarding inheritance. Many families adhered to customs that dictated passing such knowledge only to male heirs, or keeping it within the family, and any attempt at theft would result in dire consequences. He was merely a head constable serving a county magistrate, yet the Lord treated him with such generosity. Finally, Zhou Yuan managed to stammer a heartfelt thanks, pledging his unwavering loyalty to the magistrate. Time swiftly passed, and within just a few days, the provisions that Shen Yu had concealed in Floating Cloud Mountain were successfully retrieved. By this time, the constables and the black guards had already withdrawn from Mountain to confront the notorious bandits of Jiangnan. The black guards and the constables had mobilized a significant number of personnel and devised several contingency plans to ensure success, only to discover upon arrival that the Jiangnan bandits had already been eradicated. Shen Yu could only imagine the expressions on their faces at that moment, which must have been quite remarkable. After all this time in their line of work, they had never experienced such an effortless victory. However, their joy was short-lived. The once mighty Jiangnan bandits had left behind only a cache of weapons, while nearly everything else had been thoroughly looted and taken away. Not a single piece of gold or silver remained, and even the food supplies had been ruthlessly stripped from the site. It appeared that the bandits had fallen victim to their own kind. After scouring the area for quite some time, the spoils were disappointingly meager. The leaders of the Jianghu bandits and their treasures had already been carted off by Shen Yu, leaving only the paltry assets of a few lowly minions. Even if they were to clean out the remnants, there was little of value to be found. With a blaze consuming the Jianghu stronghold, the constables and the blackguards returned with less than satisfactory spoils, but in high spirits. Regardless, this was a windfall that had cost them nothing, and they could at least request a more substantial reward during the merit assessment. Meanwhile, in Bai'an County, the tide of refugees had begun to rear its ugly head. As the floodwaters receded, many were forced to flee their homes, and a steady influx of refugees poured into Bai'an County. Shen Yu officially commenced his infrastructure plans. With the provisions from the Jianghu bandits, combined with the supplies that he had arranged for the county office and the continuous shipments from the Sun family, the granaries of Bai'an County were nearly overflowing. He now possessed the confidence to confront any challenge. All incoming refugees were summoned to assist. The stronger among them were tasked with building levees, while others were engaged in constructing simple dwellings. The elderly, infirm, and children were responsible for cooking and washing. Under Shen Yu's meticulous planning, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. With ample food supplies, the common folk had little inclination to harbor any ill thoughts. Here, not only were they well fed, but they also received wages, a rare fortune they had never encountered before. This was no mere escape from disaster. It was a chance to prosper. In this place, no one would starve, and they could even earn a few coins to take home. Despair was replaced with hope in their formerly hopeless lives. Though their time fleeing had not been long, they had already resorted to foraging for grass roots and tree bark as their only sustenance, which was often scarce. Those who had never experienced such dire hunger could never comprehend its depth, a sensation they would never wish to endure again. At this point, even if someone incited trouble, they would be met with swift retribution. After all, they had finally found a refuge from their plight, and they would protect it at all costs. Each individual exerted themselves to the fullest. Having stumbled upon such good fortune, they could not bear the thought of being dismissed for failing to contribute. Moreover, the kindness shown to them warranted their labor in return. While the refugees toiled diligently, Sun Huliang lamented bitterly, lamenting that every coin spent was his own. These were mere refugees who could scarcely afford a meal. Providing them with food was already a kindness, let alone paying them with his own money. The bitterness in Sun Huliang's heart was indescribable. This little county magistrate was ruthless. He had indeed bankrupted him. Sun Huliang had calculated in secret, and if this spending continued, he would find himself reduced from the wealthiest man in Bai'an County to abject poverty. Watching the dwindling silver coins on his ledger and recalling his relentless toil, he was left with nothing but despair, having poured his entire fortune into this endeavor. Clutching his chest, he lamented, "I am truly in a dire situation." Chapter 48, Caution. My lord, the influx of refugees into our county is increasing. Do not worry. Our food supplies are ample. As Shen Yu watched wave after wave of refugees arriving, he was filled with a profound sense of reflection. The vivid descriptions in books paled in comparison to the sights before his eyes. He could scarcely fathom the sight of countless ragged citizens arriving in droves. Particularly heart-wrenching were the expressions of despair and numbness in their eyes. As the refugees continued to arrive, Shen Yu diligently inspected every area. He aimed to ensure that no one would falsify records or withhold supplies, and that the influx of refugees would not disrupt the existing order. Many shared Zhou Yuan's concerns, realizing that with such a large population, anything could occur, especially with the desperate and unpredictable nature of the refugees. However, Shen Yu remained unperturbed. He even wished for more arrivals. What he lacked now was manpower. The levees were still understaffed, and he intended to begin road construction. The more refugees, the better. To become prosperous, one must first build roads, a timeless principle. He understood that with improved roads, trade would flourish. Finding a stone to sit upon, Shen Yu instructed Zhou Yuan, select a group of capable individuals from among the refugees to maintain order. I do not wish for any disturbances. My lord is magnanimous. The people will be profoundly grateful and will not cause trouble. Zhou Yuan nodded, having completed this task many times before. Currently, Bai'an County had numerous strong individuals from the refugee population maintaining order. Additionally, he selected respected figures from the refugees to aid in management. Thus far, everything had proceeded without incident. Let's hope for the best. Shen Yu shook his head, fully aware that not all citizens were sincere. There would always be those who sought to gain without effort or who schemed for personal gain. As long as these individuals remain compliant, all would be well. However, should they dare to make any mischief, Shen Yu would not hesitate to unleash his wrath upon them. The sword in his hand was his greatest assurance. My lord, look. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan called out, startling Shen Yu. He looked up to see a large group of refugees, families in tow, making their way toward them. Each day had seen an influx of refugees, but the sheer number arriving today was unprecedented. A rough estimate suggested that there were likely thousands coming together. Another wave. Zhou Yuan, prepare some porridge and rice immediately. Let them have something warm to eat. Not that, my lord. Look behind these refugees. Following Zhou Yuan's direction, Shen Yu spotted a troop of individuals clad in black embroidered garments. They moved swiftly and efficiently among the refugees, seemingly searching for something. My lord, could these be the blackguards? With narrowed eyes, Shen Yu instantly recognized their attire. The formidable blackguards, a force that could instill fear in both the court and the underworld. How could they be mingling among the refugees? Are you the county magistrate, Shen Yu? Before Shen Yu could respond, one of the blackguards on horseback swiftly approached him. Observing the insignia embroidered on his black attire, it was evident that he was a centurion, indeed, a rank superior to my own. Indeed, it is I. I am Han Hao, centurion of the Blackguard, tasked with apprehending Su Mufeng, the governor of Bai'an County. Alas, this man is cunning and has eluded capture by fleeing into this throng of displaced persons. With so many individuals, distinguishing him is quite the challenge. Thus, I require your assistance, officers of Bai'an County. Glancing at his subordinates, who were still in motion, Han Hao spoke with urgency. Immediately summon all your constables and guards to aid in locating Su Mufeng and bring him to justice. This man is far too crafty. He must not escape again. That is easily accomplished. After a moment's thought, Shen Yu turned to Zhou Yuan and instructed, you must lead a team to encircle these displaced persons. No one is to leave without permission. Moreover, prepare some gruel. Be sure to mix in plenty of distasteful ingredients, such as bitter herbs and sand. In short, add anything unpalatable. Yes, my lord. Zhou Yuan acknowledged with a bow, but soon hesitated. My lord, that may not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? These people have been starving for so long that they would eat even dirt if it were edible. Adding sand will not deter them. However, our esteemed governor has lived in luxury for so many years. He may not withstand such hardship. I understand, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhou Yuan, having risen through the ranks to become a captain, quickly grasped Shen Yu's intent. Impressive. Han Hao could not help but commend Shen Yu for his swift response. Scrutinizing him closely, well, this county magistrate is quite youthful and cunning. He must be quite the seasoned player. Uncomfortable under un Ha's gaze. Shen Yu wondered about the nature of the admiration in his eyes, fearing he might suddenly express, the Blackguard requires individuals like you. Magistrate Shen, I am aware that you have slain Su Mufeng's only son. Indeed, this man deserved his fate for his wanton slaughter of innocents in pursuit of power. Shen Yu replied coolly, yet his brow furrowed slightly, uncertain as he raised his gaze. Does your lordship infer that if my plan fails, you would wish for me to act as bait? You misunderstand. I have never suggested such a thing. Han Hao's admiration for Shen Yu grew. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed straightforward. One need only hint, and they grasp the meaning. However, some matters must remain unspoken. Are you aware, Magistrate Shen, that no corrupt official targeted by the Blackguard has ever escaped? From the moment we set our sights on Su Mufeng, his fate was sealed. If I were him, I would certainly contemplate avenging myself, while there is still a chance. Thus, as long as Su Mufeng remains at large, you, Magistrate Shen, are in great peril. Ha! I comprehend. Shen Yu nodded with a smile. Fear not, my lord. I shall cooperate fully, but I prefer to handle this matter myself without the Blackguard's assistance. So you do not trust us? Very well. As long as we capture Su Mufeng, we have no issue with that. That is agreeable. Nodding, Shen Yu did not distrust them. Rather, he felt it prudent to act independently, for the Blackguard was notoriously ruthless, willing to sacrifice even their own to fulfill a mission. Trusting them would be far less secure than taking matters into his own hands. The conversation fell into silence. After a while, Zhou Yuan hurriedly returned. My lord, the gruel has been prepared as per your instructions and is being distributed. I see. Shen Yu waved his hand dismissively, his attention fixed on the displaced persons. Upon receiving the gruel, despite its unpalatable ingredients, the starving individuals devoured it voraciously. However, amidst the crowd, someone spat out the food, their face contorted in disgust. This moment of distaste was fleeting, quickly masked. Yet, the blackguard was astute. Han Hao promptly commanded that one, "Seize him." At his order, the blackguard sprang into action, surrounding the individual. Realizing the impending danger, he swiftly seized a frail elder to shield himself. "Stop! Do not harm him." As the blackguard prepared to act, Shen Yu dashed forward, positioning himself before them. His sword was drawn in an instant, and he deftly protected the elder, delivering a swift strike that sent blood gushing forth, eliciting gasps of shock. The entire sequence transpired in a flash, leaving Han Hao momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that this county magistrate possessed such formidable skills. "Are you unharmed, sir?" "I am fine, thank you, my lord." The elderly man, trembling, bowed his head in gratitude. Unbeknownst to Shen Yu, the seemingly frail elder's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. A dagger appeared in the elder's hand, thrusting toward Shen Yu's chest. "Watch out, my lord." Chapter 49. The bounty Shun Hengji. Did you not expect this? Who are you? As the dagger pierced his chest, Shen Yu furrowed his brow. The blade bore a swirling red and blue hue, clearly coated with some form of toxin. This elder was quite ruthless. "Shen Hengji, you kill my son. Who else could I be?" The elder's eyes widened with rage, shedding any semblance of frailty. From the force of the dagger, Shen Yu deduced that his assailant was at least a practitioner of the acquired realm. "Su Mu Feng, I did not realize you were also at that level," Shen Yu thought, wondering why the man had not noticed that his dagger had not drawn blood. Such intelligence raises questions about how he attained the position of governor. "At last, I have avenged you, my son." Su Mufeng, in his single-minded fury, remained oblivious to the world around him, fixated solely on Shen Yu, hoping to witness fear or panic on his face. However, he was met with disappointment. Shen Yu's expression remained one of derision. Su Mufeng's heart hardened, and he exerted greater force, attempting to drive the dagger deeper. Achieving vengeance before his capture had become his final obsession. Yet, Su Mufeng found that no matter how hard he pressed, the dagger would not penetrate further, nor would blood flow from the wound. Martial arts training. The realization struck Su Mufeng, and his face paled in horror, but by then, Shen Yu's sword had already pierced through him. Blood dripped on the ground, leaving Su Mufeng gasping in despair. That was Su Mufeng's steward. Han Hao, who had approached, remarked with a scoff, "Indeed, Su Mufeng is as cunning as they come. He even arranged for a decoy to mislead us." He then cast an intrigued glance at Shen Yu. It seems this young magistrate not only possesses impressive martial skills, but has also mastered the art of internal training. Otherwise, Su Mufeng's sudden attack could have cost him his life. However, Su Mufeng's cunning is truly profound. He clearly understood Shen Yu's temperament, orchestrating this entire ruse. Alas, it has backfired. "Shen Yu, do not revel in your triumph." Blood flowed uncontrollably from his lips, yet Su Mufeng struggled to rise, attempting repeatedly, but failing each time. His vitality and strength waned rapidly, and his consciousness began to fade. "Shen Yu, I am unafraid to confess that upon learning of the blackguard's pursuit, I wagered my last remaining fortune on the black market for your life. A staggering 300,000 taels. Ha ha! With such a generous reward, brave souls will undoubtedly emerge. Though I cannot exact revenge for Cheng'er myself, I shall never allow you to escape. Shen Yu, I await your fate. I await your fate." "Ah, cool. 300,000 taels?" A slight raise of his brow revealed Han Hao's astonishment as he glanced at Shen Yu. This one individual is deemed worth 300,000 taels? Even he felt a flicker of temptation. "So, I am valued at 300,000 taels. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yu displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he taunted. "Lord Su, if you were to offer me that sum, I would guarantee that I stand still for you to strike me for half an hour. Far more reliable than relying on the black market." Cough, cough. Yet now, Su Mufeng was gradually losing his ability to speak. His consciousness was fading, and he might soon slip into silence. At that moment, Shen Yu leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Lord Su, I neglected to inform you that I personally eradicated the bandits of Jiangnan. The evidence of your collusion with them was delivered by none other than myself to the blackguards. You should never have allowed your son to act with such impunity. Just look at what your precious son has done to you, his father. Ah, Lord Su, do not be angry. Yu puffed. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Su Mufeng could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. The crux of the matter was that if Shen Yu truly could annihilate the Jianghu bandits, it signified an extraordinary power beyond imagination, far from the capabilities of an ordinary person. Would he still have a chance for revenge? His only hope now lay in the hands of those on the black market. Otherwise, the fortune he had painstakingly amassed would be rendered useless. Lord Shen, that is 300,000 taels. Observing Shen Yu's apparent indifference, Han Hao could not help but interject. 300,000 taels is enough to tempt many. Even if you're a court official, there are numerous who would risk everything in the underworld. Besides, Lord Shen, you are merely a 9th-grade minor official. Your official attire cannot protect you. So, does Lord Han imply that joining the Black Guards will ensure my safety? Han Hao patted Shen Yu on the shoulder and earnestly said, Lord Shen, consider it. Not necessary. Although slightly tempted, Shen Yu shook his head. Following others leaves one without control over their own fate. What if he encountered a leader intent on betrayal? That would be a cause for despair. Moreover, while Han Hao seemed to offer goodwill, the fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes did not escape Shen Yu's notice. Wealth stirs the heart. He dared not gamble on it. What a pity. Lord Shen must hold steadfast. Should you ever reconsider, the Black Guards will always welcome you. Thank you, Lord Han. After a brief pause, Shen Yu continued, Lord Han, I wish to inquire about something. What caliber of experts might 300,000 taels summon? Would it attract those above the innate realm? Lord Shen, Yuyist. Han Hao could not help but chuckle, though he quickly regained his serious demeanor. Lord Shen, even innate experts in the martial world are esteemed individuals, let alone those above the innate level. To think 300,000 taels could entice such a master is akin to dreaming. They would only act in desperation, willing to forsake their reputation. Nonetheless, Lord Shen should exercise caution. Even below 300,000 taels, there will undoubtedly be many innate experts tempted. As he spoke, Han Hao cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yu. Shen Yu's swift strike had only occurred in an instant. Han Hao could ascertain that he was indeed a skilled fighter, possessing formidable martial arts. However, the extent of his ability remained uncertain. As for whether Shen Yu was an innate expert, Han Hao doubted it. How many youthful innate experts exist in the martial world? Each one is renowned for their exceptional talent from a young age. Furthermore, if he were truly an innate expert, how could he merely be a 9th-grade county magistrate? Fortunately, nodding slightly, Shen Yu felt a sense of assurance. At his current level, as long as he did not encounter someone beyond the innate realm, he believed he still possessed the means to protect himself. At the very least, even if he could not win, he could certainly escape. In terms of lightness of foot, Shen Yu held ample confidence. Among innate experts, few could outrun him. Contemplating the assassins that were soon to arrive, Shen Yu smiled gently. Were they truly assassins? They were but seasoned practitioners. He yearned to shout to everyone, let the storm come even fiercer. Lord Shen, Lord Shen, Lord Han, I apologize, I was lost in thought. No matter. Waving his hand, Han Hao could not resist casting another glance at Shen Yu. What kind of person was this? To be marked for death with a bounty of 300,000 taels, yet still maintain such mirth. This Lord Shen was indeed full of surprises. Lord Shen, Su Mufeng has been captured. I must return to report. I reiterate, should you ever come to your senses, you may find me at the Black Guards. I shall certainly keep that in mind. Can you not be a bit more sincere? Observing Shen Yu's demeanor, Han Hao felt exasperated and finally offered a courteous bow, saying, Then, Lord Shen, I take my leave. Until we meet again. Chapter 50. Mutual Harm System. Sign in. Sign in successful. Obtain the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, a flood of information surged into Shen Yu's consciousness. In an instant, he felt as if he had practiced the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds for years, even decades, until he had nearly mastered all its intricacies. The power of the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds was unquestionable. Alas, without the accompanying instrument, he could only wonder how much of its potency remained. With this newfound knowledge, Shen Yu was not greedy. Being able to personally eliminate Su Mufeng was already a considerable gain. Should he acquire the Heavenly Demon Q, it would be a true windfall. However, in the days that followed, Shen Yu found little comfort. The power of wealth became increasingly evident. For those in the martial world risked their lives for fame and fortune. Now, with 300,000 taels lay before them, how many could withstand the temptation? During this time, individuals lay hidden among the refugees, launching surprise attacks against them. From second-rate experts to the eventual involvement of innate masters, all were swiftly dealt with by Shen Yu. Now, even eating and sleeping felt uneasy as he sensed the ever-watchful eyes upon him. It was clear that Su Mufeng sought not merely to kill him, but to drive him to despair. Some even dared to storm the county office with blades. The prowess of innate experts astonished Shen Yu. The bounty of 300,000 taels had indeed attracted such formidable individuals. Yet, the audacity of these attackers was their downfall. They did not assess the situation beforehand and chose to confront him directly. Shen Yu decisively sent them on their way and subsequently hung the corpse at the city gates as a warning. Arrogance comes with a price. Did they truly believe him easy prey? Nevertheless, during this period, Shen Yu's gains were substantial, marking a blend of suffering and joy. Not only did he sign in for decades of internal strength, elevating his prowess to the 6th level of the innate realm, but he also acquired treasures such as the 7-star begonia and the minor returning pill. In addition, he obtained skills deemed less significant by Shen Yu, including intermediate musical skills, intermediate medical knowledge, and beginner tea art. Moreover, from that rather arrogant, innate expert, Shen Yu unexpectedly acquired the heavenly demon Q. He had secretly tested it, and when paired with the heavenly dragonate sounds, its power was nothing short of terrifying, rivaling few in the realm of soundwave techniques. Thus, for Shen Yu, the adage rings true. What cannot harm him ultimately serves to make him stronger. The joy of signing in is beyond your imagination. Night has fallen, and Shen Yu is engrossed in reviewing various official documents by candlelight when the color of the poison-warding jade beads on him suddenly changes. The deep blue hue of the beads indicates that this poison is exceptional. How clever of these people to conceal the poison within the documents. Although the intermediate medical skills Shen Yu acquired from signing in are insufficient to neutralize this poison, he can still roughly assess its toxicity. If he is not mistaken, this poison likely targets one's internal energy, rendering a person devoid of it without immediate detection. It activates swiftly upon the usage of internal power, leading to weakness and dissipating energy. Shen Yu stands up quietly and lights a candle, concealing within it the 7-star begonia he obtained from signing in. The poison of the 7-star begonia is colorless and tasteless. Previously, the notorious poison master Cheng Lingsu used this very method to eliminate a treacherous disciple. Today, he wonders who has delivered this poison to him. Since they resorted to such tactics, he might as well let them taste the bitterness of the 7-star begonia. However, Shen Yu is still uncertain about the poison's effect. Just then, 2 figures in black suddenly break through the roof and descend, but unlike other assassins, they do not rush in. Instead, they begin launching numerous hidden weapons, akin to money darts from a distance. Such vigilance. Shen Yu furrows his brow, realizing that the adversaries are forcing him to use his martial arts. The moment he channels his energy, the poison will swiftly take effect. Today, I shall make you rue your actions. With a silent scoff, Shen Yu feigns weakness and collapses to the ground, deftly evading most of the hidden weapons, though a few still strike him. Taking advantage of the moment, he observes his opponents and grows increasingly alert. Both individuals before him are innate masters, their energies intertwined and formidable. Such expertise, coupled with their caution, indicates they are elite assassins, trained meticulously and not to be underestimated. Kill. The 2 exchange glances, a flicker of delight in their eyes. The innate master previously displayed at the city gate had indeed made them wary. As top assassins, they have learned the art of caution, to act only when assured of kill. Their initial probing has confirmed that Shen Yu is without the strength to resist, and they envision the bounty of 300,000 taels beckoning to them. One to the left and one to the right, they cautiously advance towards Shen Yu, unwilling to relax their guard. Even in this moment, they remain resolute. When hunting a lion, one must exert full effort, even for a mere rabbit. Hold on. Observing the 2 approaching figures, Shen Yu suddenly calls out, I can offer you money. I have accumulated a fortune over the years. If you spare me, I shall gladly present you with hundreds of thousands of taels. His shout yields no response. The 2 continue their slow advance, showing no signs of halting. Wait, you have come all this way to kill for 30,000 taels. Now, with hundreds of thousands laid before you, are you not tempted? Humph. Regardless of your claims, even if you possess such wealth, it is likely kept close at hand. Once we eliminate you, the money will be ours, and we can trade your life for that 30,000 taels. How much better would that be? Oh, that logic sounds compelling. Shen Yu finds himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished at the intelligence of assassins in this day and age. Enough with the chatter. He is stalling for time. Act quickly, and do not let him find an opportunity. It is too late. With a gentle smile, Shen Yu stands up calmly and gazes at them with interest. Do you not sense that something is amiss? Amiss? What could possibly be wrong? Wait, you're not poisoned? Seeing Shen Yu appear completely unaffected, the two instantly raise their guard, uncertain if he is genuinely unharmed or merely putting on a brave front. What do you think? Shen Yu strides to the table, poking at the burning candle with a needle, and slowly states, "The 7-star begonia is colorless and tasteless. What do you two think of it?" Thud! At that moment, one of them suddenly collapses, a serene smile on his face, yet devoid of life in his chest. The poison of the 7-star begonia is indeed formidable. You poison me. The last remaining individual manages to utter before he too falls to the ground. In the spirit of reciprocity, why should only you inflict poison? Let us all share in the harm. With a casual glance at the fallen assassins, Shen Yu unsheathes his sword and drives it through their throats. From their bodies, he retrieves 2 tokens symbolizing their identities. Though he recognizes neither, he surmises they belong to a certain organization. Take these 2 away and hang them on the city wall as a warning. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Receive the Zhujing Ice Toad. Chapter 51. A gift for you at the Jianghu building in Tianzhou. 6 copper token assassins are reported to have met their demise in Bai'an County. Their bodies displayed at the city gate. Are you all worthless? In a grand hall within Tianzhou, a middle-aged man clad in a golden silk robe sits at the center, surrounded by dozens of black-clad individuals kneeling on the ground. Aside from the previous roar, the hall is so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Unbeknownst to many, this remote location is the Tianzhou branch of the Jianghu building, one of the most renowned assassin organizations in the southern Huayu region. Here congregate the most elite assassins of the Jianghu building. The Great Shang dynasty comprises 9 regions, with the southern Huayu located in the south. It is neither particularly prosperous nor entirely destitute. While the Jianghu building is not the pinnacle of power across the martial world, it holds considerable influence in the southern Huayu, especially in Tianzhou, where it inspires dread among its adversaries. The middle-aged man's face still bears traces of anger, his eyes glinting with a frightening, killing intent. The bounty of 300,000 taels has indeed stirred many within the Jianghu building. His 6 copper token assassins have responded swiftly, yet 3 remain engaged in other missions and have yet to act. The other 3, having ventured to Bai'an County, have not returned since. To add insult to injury, their tokens were hung alongside their bodies on the wall. Such humiliation. Now, everyone on the streets knows that the Jianghu building's copper token assassins have failed in Bai'an County and been displayed for all to see. This is not only a source of ridicule, but also threatens the years of hard work he has invested in building a reputation. Who would dare to seek the Jianghu building for commissions after this? He has toiled for years in Tianzhou to establish the renown of his 6 copper token assassins, only to see half of them rendered ineffective in such a short time. Killing is merely a matter of striking down, and yet they have hung their heads for all to witness. What is this? A grotesque display meant to instill fear? No, it is a blatant affront to the dignity of the Jianghu building. This is no longer merely a matter of losing 1 or 2 assassins. It has escalated into a matter of the entire Jianghu building's reputation. It is a slap in the face, a provocation against him and the Jianghu building. Convey my orders. Summon all assassins who are not currently on missions. Those already dispatched must resolve their targets swiftly and regroup in Bai'an County. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. I wish to see what kind of person the county magistrate of Bai'an County truly is, to be so troublesome. All right, you may all depart and prepare. We set out in an hour. Yes. As a gentle sound echoed, the people in the hall swiftly vanished. The entire process devoid of any noise, as if the multitude of figures that had gathered here was merely an illusion. Time passed slowly, and Shen Yu of Bai'an County remained entirely unaware that he had caught the attention of one of the most formidable assassin organizations in Tianzhou. During this period, the disturbances directed at him had noticeably diminished, with days passing without any attempts against him. It was not that they lacked desire. Rather, they were genuinely intimidated. The city walls bore the presence of 5 or 6 innate masters, which left them no room for further thoughts. Notably, many among them were well aware of the existence of the Jianghu Tower, renowned for its infallible bronze metal assassins, whose reputation resounded throughout Tanzhou. However, with 3 of them hanging upon the walls of the small Bai'an County, who would dare entertain other ideas? The county magistrate was certainly not a feeble scholar. He was a true man-eating tiger, and the money involved was anything but ordinary. Moreover, rumors had begun to circulate that Jianghu Tower had initiated a campaign of revenge, reportedly recruiting mercenaries in abundance. Whispers suggested that the tower had declared its intent to claim the life of the young county magistrate, with the 30,000 taels of reward offered entirely to those who would assist them. It appeared that this time, Jianghu Tower had truly been provoked, and the young magistrate was undoubtedly doomed. Consequently, many began to take action, drawn by the allure of wealth, always willing to take risks. My lord, something terrible has happened. Early in the morning, the head constable of Bai'an County, Zhou Yuan, rushed into the county office, his face a mask of panic. How frantic he appeared. Raising his head, Shen Yu set down his breakfast and wiped his mouth, saying, "Speak slowly. What has transpired?" "My lord, last night something occurred." After catching his breath, Zhou Yuan continued. "Last night, a group of the recently relocated refugees was captured, and their families are now rushing to the county office to seek your justice." Refugees captured? Who would dare? Shen Yu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed as to who would target the refugees. With floods ravaging the land, they were everywhere. For a morsel of food, one could exchange a young maiden, rendering the refugees the least valuable of all. Apart from Shen Yu's open arms, most places turn away refugees, for not every household possessed the wealth he did. Furthermore, a large influx of refugees, especially those who were hungry, posed a significant risk of chaos. Thus, in other areas, local officials were more than eager to have someone take the refugees away. However, Shen Yu's situation was different. He required labor for various projects and had ample grain supplies. With food to eat and work to do, the refugees would not have the leisure to cause trouble. Of course, those without resources should refrain from such endeavors, as labor required strength and consumed considerable food. Forcing the hungry to work would be tantamount to self-destruction. One would think that with refugees scattered about, capturing them would be easy. Yet the fact that the assailants chose Bai'an County raised suspicion. "Let's go and see." Shen Yu signaled Zhou Yuan with a wave of his hand and strode outside, coincidentally encountering a group of refugees. These individuals were mostly elderly, weak women and children, dressed in tattered clothing, struggling to support one another as they made their way forward. "My lord, you must help us. Last night, a large group came and abducted our families. Please, we implore you for justice." Upon seeing Shen Yu, a glimmer of hope ignited within them, and they began to weep loudly. In their desperation, they knelt in droves outside the county office. Lord Shen, at that moment, a figure clad in black approached slowly, pulling a cart, and called out to Shen Yu, "Lord Shen, do you wish to know who captured those people last night? Are you the one who acted last night?" Shen Yu, taken aback by the figure's boldness, scrutinized the man dressed in black. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that we indeed hold those individuals." The newcomer acknowledged without a hint of fear. "Lord Shen, our master wishes to invite you to the moonlit valley for a discussion, hoping that you might grace us with your presence. When you arrive, those people will naturally be returned." "My lord." Zhou Yuan leaned closer to Shen Yu and whispered, "Be cautious. The visitor does not come with good intentions." "Huh." The man in black merely scoffed at Zhou Yuan's concern and turned to Shen Yu, saying, "Lord Shen, this is a gift from my master." With that, he pulled back the black cloth covering the cart, revealing over a dozen individuals lying beneath, appearing lifeless. "Lord Shen, do let me know if this gift pleases you. My master has stated that should you refuse to honor our invitation, we shall execute 10 individuals for every incense stick that burns until you comply. I have heard that you care for your people. Surely, you cannot stand idly by while the innocent suffer, can you?" Chapter 52. Deceiveth the black bull my granduncle. That's Shao Yozi. Soon, a lamenting sound arose from the crowd, as they recognized the unfortunate souls on the cart. Particularly upon hearing the black-clad man's words, fear gripped the hearts of the townsfolk. "My lord, please save them. Save my poor child. My lord, my 2 children cannot be without their father." The cacophony of desperate pleas echoed around Shen Yu, especially from the elderly, weak, and women, their cries filled with sorrow, stirring within him a sense of agitation and compassion. Meanwhile, the man in black observed the scene with a smug smile, satisfied with the effectiveness of his psychological tactics. The captured young men were the very pillars of their families. Without them, the households would collapse, and the townsfolk's anxiety was palpable. Especially vulnerable were the remaining elderly, women, and children, easily swayed by emotions, their wailing growing ever more mournful. Witnessing their plight, even someone as resolute as Shen Yu began to waver. Scoundrel! Zhou Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the man in black. Do you not fear the wrath of the Imperial Army? The Imperial Army? Huh! Do the lives of refugees even matter? The man in black laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He regarded Zhou Yuan with the gaze reserved for a fool. The court will not mobilize forces for a handful of refugees, especially since they are a source of instability. If we eliminate a few, the court may even express gratitude. You scoundrels! Zhou Yuan's hand hovered near his weapon, ready to spring into action at Shen Yu's command, yet Shen Yu remained silent, merely observing. It appears that Lord Shen has chosen not to intervene. That is your own decision. However, rest assured, we shall uphold our word. Every incense stick's burn will see 10 lives extinguished until you agree. My lord, we beseech you. The remaining women and children, upon hearing the man in black's words, were driven to desperation, bowing fervently in supplication, pleading for Shen Yu to intervene and rescue the captives. With each incense stick, 10 lives are extinguished, and no one knows if the next moment will bring doom to their own kin. These are the pillars of their households. If the pillars fall, how will the family survive? Enough! An elderly man tremblingly stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at everyone and bellowing. The benefactor provides you with food and resources, ensuring you have enough to eat and money in your pockets. What a tremendous grace! Without the benefactor, your families would have perished from hunger long ago. What are you doing now? If you do not know how to be grateful, it is one thing. But to coerce the benefactor? Just look at yourselves. He commanded, all of you return at once. Old fool, you court death. Upon witnessing the sudden interference of the elder, a man in black felt a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, subtly gripping a silver needle in his hand. You insolent wretch! At that moment, Shen Yu's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his eyes radiating a fierce intent that froze the black-clad man's movements. The palpable aura of killing intent enveloped him, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, an acute chill coursing through his body. He sensed that any movement on his part would invite swift retribution. What a profound killing intent. What a formidable master. How could such a figure merely be a lowly 9th-grade county magistrate? Master Shen, the black-clad man declared, since I dared to come, I naturally fear not death. However, Master Shen, my superior has decreed that if I do not return, he shall execute 100 lives in retribution. I, however, am indifferent to this fate. Master Shen, you must consider carefully. Every incense stick burned means 10 lives lost. Once we finish this batch, we shall capture another until you are willing to grace us. Master Shen understands that in these times, the lives of the common folk are worth little, scattered everywhere. Before Shen Yu could respond, Zhou Yuan, unable to contain himself, drew his blade, itching to charge forward, only to be stopped by Shen Yu. Enough, step back. With a wave of his hand, Shen Yu regarded him coldly, causing Zhou Yuan to tremble and feel a chill, yet he still held his ground, aware that yielding would mean certain death upon returning. Go back and tell your superior that I, Shen Yu, will arrive shortly. Let him prepare himself. Very well, I shall convey Master Shen's words. The man glanced at Shen Yu, exhaled deeply, and hurriedly turned to depart, moving with all the urgency he could muster. Despite his bravado, his legs felt weak. If he did not flee swiftly, he feared he might not escape at all. Who could predict if they might change their minds? This encounter had been perilous. The numerous masters present had clearly not been a mere coincidence. Shen Yu silently observed the retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Master? Seeing Shen Yu's demeanor, Zhou Yuan hesitated, worry creeping in his voice. You cannot possibly intend to go, can you? Why not? They have already prepared the pit for me. If I do not go, it will be a grave insult. With a huff, Shen Yu's eyes flared with murderous intent. For the sake of 300,000 taels, This group dared to be so deranged, igniting his desire for vengeance. Moreover, their reluctance to confront him directly indicated they lacked the strength to overpower him, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. With the jade pearl that wards off toxins in his possession, he could neutralize most poisons. Even the most virulent toxins could be suppressed, preventing immediate onset. Furthermore, with the ruby-eyed ice toad, which could counteract myriad poisons, he was confident that few toxins could harm him. Not to mention, the toad itself was a treasure, regardless of the severity of internal or blade injuries. As long as he remained alive, a dose would swiftly mend his wounds. Akin to a miraculous elixir, coupled with his lightness of foot, escaping danger would not be a challenge. With restorative pills and numerous treasures at his disposal, he felt sufficiently emboldened. As long as he did not face an overwhelmingly superior master, even if he could not win, a safe retreat was assured. It was precisely this confidence that spurred him to take the risk. Otherwise, he might have hesitated in making his decision. Master, think twice. Master, you cannot go. For the sake of our lowly lives, you must not endanger yourself. Several elderly men, leaning on their canes, approached him, faces etched with sorrow. Upon reaching Shen Yu, they suddenly knelt before him. Master, you are a good official and should bring fortune to more people. We lowly folk can perish. You must take care. Old sir, please. Do not. The elders appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old, still kneeling before him. Shen Yu felt overwhelmed, quickly helping them to rise. But at that moment, the two elders he had assisted suddenly raised their heads, gripping his arms with surprising strength, causing Shen Yu to be momentarily taken aback. Not good. I've been deceived. Chapter 53. He has arrived. Act swiftly. With this thunderous command, several individuals surrounding Shen Yu lunged at him, and in an instant, countless hidden crossbows aimed at him, intent on turning him into a pincushion. Bold move. Shen Yu shouted coldly, his vital energy surging, enveloping him in the 8th layer of the golden bell, rendering him impervious to harm from sharp weapons. Presently, only a small area remained unprotected. Though these hidden weapons were formidable, as long as they did not strike that area, they could not breach his defenses. Nevertheless, Shen Yu smiled faintly, feigning injury from the projectiles, appearing somewhat weak and pallid. His seamless performance gave him the impression that he had nearly mastered the art of deception. Vigorous diamond palm. With his arms firmly gripped, Shen Yu first attempted to pull back but found it cumbersome, so he forcefully thrust 2 palms forward. The 2 men, caught off guard, failed to adjust their strength in time and were struck hard. With a clang, the Yuan Hong sword burst forth, a brilliant light illuminating the surroundings, emanating a chilling sword energy that pierced through the 2 men in an instant. Then, as the sword light flashed, the piercing energy rushed forward, its brilliance akin to thunder descending from the heavens, magnificent yet fearsome. This strike was as pure as the clear skies and as swift as a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, those who had assailed him were torn apart by the sword light, unable to even struggle against its might. What a terrifying sword technique! What a formidable swordsman! From a distance, 3 figures stood silently atop a roof, their gazes sharpened as they observed the scene, particularly as the sword light flared. However, he has been struck by hidden weapons. Even if the poison above cannot harm him, this injury will certainly leave him weakened for a time. Let us depart. The leader cast a glance in Shen Yu's direction, their eyes meeting. He offered Shen Yu a faint smile before swiftly turning away and leaving. Watching the retreating figures, Shen Yu snorted coldly. They had distanced themselves too far for him to pursue now, leaving him with nothing but resentment. Yet perhaps it was for the best. News of his injury would likely reach those behind them soon enough. Just wait. I shall not let you off so easily. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Acquiring the 9th layer of the golden bell. As a ray of light surged into his body, Shen Yu felt his vital energy rapidly swell. The power of the golden bell undergoing a qualitative transformation, his strength correspondingly increasing. Upon reaching the 9th level of the golden bell shield, even the falling leaves and drifting petals could inflict harm. Even if he encountered a master with superior internal strength, it would be impossible to sustain internal injuries. Divine weapons and sharp instruments could only graze the skin, leaving the muscles unscathed, unless they struck the singular vulnerable point, which could lead to death. With this assurance, his confidence surged, adding another layer to his trump card as he returned to the Moonfall Valley. Upon arriving at the valley, the trio swiftly made their way to the central area. It had already been meticulously arranged by the personnel of the Golden Rain Tower, filled with traps, mechanisms, hidden weapons, and poisons, all set to obliterate Shen Yu upon his arrival. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yu's strength had ascended to a new height. While they knelt reverently before a middle-aged man clad in a golden silk robe. Master of the tower, what news? An expert. His swordsmanship is formidable, truly formidable. Oh, for you, a distinguished shadow sword master, to declare it formidable, it must indeed be fearsome. With a slight furrow of his brow, Mo Shuesheng, the master of the Golden Rain Tower, inquired, have our people succeeded? Reporting to the master, this individual has likely been struck by a hidden weapon. Though it has not endangered his life, it should weaken him considerably. Well done. Nodding in satisfaction, Mo Shuesheng waved his hand and softly commanded, you may leave. Yes. With that, the three individuals vanished in an instant, leaving only Mo Shuesheng and a steward-like figure behind. Master, do you think he will come? Whether he comes or not is inconsequential. With a gentle smile, Mo Shuesheng cast a detached gaze at the young men imprisoned nearby, his eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with boundless indifference. They seemed to him no more than ants. If he does not come, we shall slay these men and proclaim the county magistrate as a self-serving tyrant who disregards the lives of the common folk. Does he not seek renown? I shall ensure he loses the hearts of the people. These simpletons are easily deceived. With but a slight ruse, they can be turned to our advantage. Then, with a gentle push, we can incite the masses to storm the county office. I am eager to see whether he dares to kill. At this juncture, Mo Shuesheng let out a cold snort, his murderous intent flickering momentarily, then continued coolly, if he resorts to killing, our men will blend with the crowd of commoners, using them as cover to surround and annihilate him at all costs. For us at the Golden Rain Tower, chaos is our element. Given his current injuries, the opportunity is ripe. Master is wise, but what if he indeed arrives? The steward expressed a hint of concern. This man, though merely a minor official, has become a liability by threatening the lives of these commoners. Should this incident spread, it may attract the attention of the authorities, such as the city guards and the black-clad guards, leading to complications. What is there to fear? The ones capturing the commoners are from the Flying Eagle Gang. We at the Golden Rain Tower have not intervened, so it is none of our concern. Furthermore, we did not seize the 300,000 taels. Why should it be claimed that we are responsible for his demise? Let those who took it be held accountable. Master, do you truly intend to forfeit the entire sum of 300,000 taels? The steward gasped, for that was indeed no trivial amount. While the Golden Rain Tower could afford it, allowing such wealth to slip away was disheartening. Are we to have gone through all this effort for nothing? Nothing for nothing? Mo Shuesheng chuckled coldly, saying, I have heard that the wealthiest man in Bai'an County, Sun Helling, has been coerced by that young magistrate to donate his entire fortune to aid the refugees. We will eliminate this man who demands his entire wealth, and in return, claim the majority of his fortune for our services. Is that unreasonable? However, I have heard that his assets have already been converted to grain, the steward cautioned. Fool! In this year of calamity, grain is life, grain is wealth. Mo Shuesheng's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if envisioning countless treasures laid before him. The devastation from the floods has only just begun. In a few days, grain prices will soar beyond imagination. As long as there is grain, many will be willing to pay. Master is astute. I can scarcely keep up. Enough with the flattery. He waved his hand dismissively, though he clearly relished the praise. It was due to his foresight that the Golden Rain Tower had achieved its current stature, a source of his pride. By the way, has the poison been distributed? Rest assured, Master, the poison has been administered. Once they exert their internal energy, it will erupt, rendering them the most frenzied of weapons. Your foresight is admirable. Master. At that moment, someone rushed in breathless and announced loudly, Master, he has arrived. Arrived? For a mere band of peasants, he dares to come? What audacity! Chapter 54. Something is amiss. Is this the audacious county magistrate? From atop the valley, Mo Shuesheng beheld Shen Yu racing towards them. Approximately in his 20s, tall and handsome. His swift movements were almost shadow-like, prompting even Mo Shuesheng to admire him as a remarkable youth. This young magistrate, armed only with a sword, had the audacity to invade the Moonfall Valley. Such courage! He attempted to conceal his approach. playing tricks in front of the assassins of the Golden Rain Tower. Was he not dancing on the edge of precipice? Youthful and inexperienced, he was bound to overestimate his abilities, forgetting the dangers of the world. Confidence is commendable, but excessive arrogance leads to demise. He mistakenly believed that a modicum of strength allowed him to dismiss the Golden Rain Tower. Such individuals ultimately find themselves undone by their own hubris. The prey has come before us. Let us strike. With Mo Shiweshing's nearly indifferent command, numerous mechanisms surged forth, arrows raining down like a tempest, all aimed at the ascending Shen Yu. Yet, with a sweep of his sword, Shen Yu deflected every mechanism with ease. He has detected the ambush. The sudden onslaught of traps compelled Shen Yu to abandon his concealment. His previous attempts at stealth had proven futile against these assassins. Thus, he resolved to charge through with force. The sharp energy of his sword seemed to pierce the heavens. Even from a distance, one could feel its chilling bite. The mechanisms of the Golden Rain Tower crumbled before his sword aura, as if nothing could withstand his next strike. A master indeed, truly a master. Yet, he bears injuries, and his stamina is waning. Mo Shiweshing observed Shen Yu's performance with a detached gaze, akin to watching a jester. The formidable sword energy astonished him, but alas, the more terrifying the swordplay, the greater the toll it exacts. Coupled with his injuries, it was evident that he was still a young man, prideful and overconfident, unaware of the perils of the martial world. Watching Shen Yu approach, drawing nearer to their position, Mo Shiweshing smiled faintly, especially as he noticed Shen Yu inadvertently clutching his chest, which only brightened his smile further. Despite his injuries, he persists, feigning nonchalance. Continue to pretend. I am eager to see how long you can endure. Let them go. Do they not desire those 300,000 taels? The person is here. Let them retrieve it themselves. Moreover, inform them that not only is he injured, but he has also been poisoned, rendering him at his most vulnerable. Now that the traps have drained a significant portion of his internal energy, it is indeed the opportune moment for them to strike. Yes, master. The individuals nearby responded with a nod and then moved towards a group that had been recruited by the Jianghu Tower. These recruits had come for the bounty, and it was time for them to depart. The Jianghu Tower would not relinquish the sum of 300,000 taels so easily. If they wished to earn, they must exert effort. There would be no free rides. Are you not going to take action? One could not deny the fear that surged upon gazing at Shen Yu, who was swiftly ascending. Though the reputation of this young county magistrate had always been formidable, witnessing his swordsmanship firsthand revealed that previous assessments had been woefully inadequate. This was not mere fear. It was a level of terror that was almost insurmountable. With their current strength, they would likely be torn to shreds before even getting close. Those masters who had hung around the county-s gates had met their fates unjustly. We at Jianghu Tower do not desire this money. But I assure you that if this man falls, the sum of 300,000 taels will certainly be in your hands. You should be well aware of Jianghu Tower's reputation. We would never sacrifice our credibility for mere coin. Are you all afraid? A glance at the hesitant individuals before him sparked a flicker of disdain in the eyes of the Jianghu Tower representatives. A rabble such as this dare to associate with them? If you are afraid, you may leave, but know this, you will not receive a single coin. Currently, this individual was ensnared by numerous traps, his strength nearly depleted, a mere shadow of his former self. Perhaps with but a gentle push he could be toppled. Very well. Ultimately, the group exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, responded in unison. That was 300,000 taels, enough to retire and enjoy a life of leisure. What was there to fear? Silently, they grasped their weapons, moving with quiet resolve, not uttering a word. Although Shen Yu's swordplay was daunting, the words of Jianghu Tower rang true. The energy consumed by such formidable techniques must be extraordinary, no matter how robust a young man has prowess. How long could he sustain it? If he managed to navigate through the traps, he would be left an empty shell. Thus, despite the terror he inspired, he posed little actual threat. As they reassured themselves, the group proceeded towards the end of the valley path, patiently awaiting Shen Yu's arrival. They were not foolish. They would take advantage of Jianghu Tower's mechanisms to wear him down. With a series of strikes, Shen Yu felt fatigue creeping in. He could not help but marvel at how much effort had gone into setting up these traps. They must have cost a fortune. Were it not for his protective barrier, he would not have dared to charge in so recklessly. At the end of the path, dozens lay in wait, concealed, ready to unleash a thunderous assault upon his arrival. Each person silently gathered their inner strength, awaiting the moment to unleash their full power. However, as they began to channel their energy, a rush of heated blood surged through them, and they felt an exhilarating increase in strength. Soon, they sensed their minds clouding from the thrill of battle, emboldening their spirits as fears dissipated. Shen Yu was no longer a source of terror. All thoughts of caution were discarded as they prepared for the impending conflict. Kill! At last, someone could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, prompting the others to follow suit, rushing forth without hesitation. The earlier thoughts of patience and conserving strength were completely cast aside. Their singular focus became the mantra of murder. What awaited them was a terrifying sword energy capable of freezing all in its path. As the sword energy sliced through the air like the most brilliant fireworks, several figures were pierced, blood spraying everywhere. Yet this did nothing to halt the advance of the others. Instead of fear, the group surged forward with frenzied determination. Their auras grew increasingly wild. Their movements became reckless, attacking without defense, like desperate warriors unafraid of death. The bloodshed was so overwhelming that even Shen Yu was taken aback, quickly realizing something was amiss. Chapter 55, A Delightful Surprise, What a Splendid Spectacle. Observing from a distance, Mo Shiweshing felt a growing sense of satisfaction. This was all his design. To witness his creation yield such significant effects was a profound joy. After consuming the blood poison he had meticulously crafted, these individuals would rapidly deplete their vitality, energy, and even their lifespan in exchange for a dramatic increase in power. Like fireworks, they would shine brilliantly before fading into oblivion. Moreover, the poison was insidious. Once ingested, it sealed their fates. They would either perish from exhaustion in their frenzy or succumb to the poison in the end. Master, your concoction is truly remarkable. The steward, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim. Initially, he had thought his master was merely indulging in fanciful experiments over the years. The usual flattery was simply to curry favor, as he never believed the potion would hold any real power. Yet today, he was astonished by its extraordinary efficacy. Indeed, this is the result of over a decade of careful cultivation. Alas, its effects last only an hour. After that, these individuals will be weakened to the brink of death. This potion was their trump card, and it must not be revealed. I understand, and no one shall escape alive. Excellent. Mo Shiweshing nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the unwavering Shen Yu. He frowned slightly. The strength of this young magistrate had indeed surpassed his expectations. It was no wonder that those masters surrounding him had met their demise. Master is wise. This county magistrate possesses unfathomable strength. These individuals fell to his hand. Though Jianghu Tower has aided them vigorously, it ultimately proved futile, resulting in the downfall of many comrades in the martial world. Very well. Nodding, Mo Shiweshing ceased his words and shifted his attention back to the battlefield, which did not appear as flawless as he had envisioned. Kill. As time wore on, Shen Yu felt the pressure mounting. The frenzy on the opposing side not only intensified, but their strength seemed to grow as well. Their eyes held no trace of reason. Resembling frenzied beasts driven solely by bloodlust, intent on slaughtering until death. They feared neither pain nor death, charging recklessly with little regard for their own lives. Their sheer numbers posed significant trouble for Shen Yu. Something is amiss. The blood is tainted. Blood dripped from his garments and hair, while the jade pendant he wore radiated a ghostly blue light, startling Shen Yu. In the chaos of battle, it was unavoidable to be stained by blood. Yet who would take notice? Unbeknownst to them, the blood of these individuals concealed lethal poison that could ensnare one without awareness. Their intention was clear. They had no desire for those engaged in battle to return alive. They were mere expendable pawns, sacrificing their lives to wear down Shen Yu's strength. Glancing into the distance, the sheer ruthlessness of their plan sent chills down his spine. He realized he had to conclude this battle swiftly. Fortunately, the number of these individuals was not exceedingly large, and over time, more than half had already fallen to their own blades. Among the remaining, Shen Yu resolved to strike decisively and swiftly. The sharpness of the Yuan Hong sword, combined with the ethereal brilliance of the celestial sword, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that cascaded like a rain of light, stirring waves of blood in its wake. The spiral 9 shadows of the 9 scripture were executed to perfection by Shen Yu as phantoms darted amidst the crowd. Each swing of his long sword shimmered with a heart-stopping luminescence akin to a long rainbow. With every glimmer that fell, several figures collapsed. The sword energy rampaged as if intent on sweeping away all before it, shattering the surrounding stones and vegetation. Time slipped away unnoticed until the final sword stroke was delivered. Shen Yu's complexion had turned pale, his body drenched in blood, and he gasped for breath. When he looked up, he saw that he stood alone, with no one else remaining. At that moment, he felt as if he could no longer hold himself upright, kneeling with the sword in hand, as if this was the only way to keep himself from collapsing. With such dramatic flair, he rated his performance a perfect score. Yet, the fatigue was real, though not as severe as he had imagined. The bait was set. He awaited the arrival of his prey. System sign in. Successful sign in. 30 years of internal strength acquired. Just at the right moment. As a fleeting light appeared in the haze, Shen Yu felt his true energy surging within him, like a mighty river stirring up tidal waves. In that instant, he sensed as though he had been cultivating in the void for decades, diligently honing his internal skills, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed, prompting him to open his eyes wide. The influx of 30 years of inner strength not only replenished his previously exhausted reserves, but also continued to rise at an astonishing pace. Innate level 8. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, Shen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Little did they know, those who sought to harm him could never fathom that he emerged not only unscathed but stronger than before. He longed to witness the expressions on their faces later. What a surprise it would be. He's still alive. Such formidable strength. Observing Shen Yu, who remained half-kneeling yet resolute, Mo Yuxing couldn't help but exclaim. Surviving the frenzied assault of numerous masters, this young county magistrate exhibited an extraordinary prowess for his age. Just then, Shen Yu stirred, pushing himself up with great effort, struggling onward. He appeared so fragile that even a gust of wind could topple him. An old actor indeed. He deserved an award for such dedication. Let us go and kill him. One called out. No need to rush. Let him crawl up slowly. Look at him now, like a pitiful and helpless stray dog. Mo Xuexing's eyes gleamed with madness as he looked down upon his foe. Even such an expert, in his eyes, was merely a jester, a plaything for his amusement. Panting heavily, Shen Yu finally reached the mountain's summit, his pale visage drenched in sweat and mingling with blood. Flowing down his face. I have arrived. Release those civilians. Very well. Very well. With Shen Yu so near, Mo Xuexing clapped his hands mockingly. However, I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to let them go. Bring them forth and execute them before Lord Shen. Do you dare? How could I not dare? With a disdainful smile, Mo Xuexing casually replied, What do you think, Lord Shen? Do you feel helpless and useless? I wonder how much strength you have left. You may try to save them if you can. Mo Xuexing had anticipated seeing defiance or hatred in Shen Yu's eyes, yet he was met with an unsettling calmness. Very well then, let us see. At that moment, Shen Yu suddenly smiled coldly. Unbeknownst to him, a remarkable guqin had materialized in his hands. No, kill him. Mo Yuxing's heart tightened instinctively, sensing something amiss, and immediately commanded the surrounding assassins. Instantly, countless figures soared into the air, charging toward Shen Yu, who was poised to play the guqin. At that moment, Shen Yu's fingers grazed the strings, unleashing a unique and terrifying aura. Invisible forces swept through the air, and the nearest 10 or so assassins were instantly torn to shreds. Sound wave technique. Are you unharmed? So you have been deceiving us all along? What do you think? Surprised? Astonished? Chapter 56. Who will step forward first? Ding. The haunting melodies emanating from Shen Yu's hands unleashed a dreadful force that swept across the surroundings. As he played faster, the encroaching assassins fell like moths to a flame, unable even to strive for a moment. The vast majority could not even approach him. The proximity felt as distant as the ends of the earth, and before they could draw near, they disintegrated under the power of his music. A crimson mist enveloped the verdant landscape, painting it in a thick layer of red. The attack of the sound wave technique, though intangible, was incomparably powerful and difficult to resist. This was their first encounter with such a fearsome technique, and even the battle-hardened assassins felt a twinge of fear. An expert? Suddenly, Shen Yu sensed a terrifying, murderous intent flash by. The abrupt surge of killing energy startled him. Had it not been for a brief revelation of intent, he would have remained unaware of the imminent danger. He turned swiftly, pulling the strings of the guqin with force, condensing his true energy upon it. The assailant charging at him had not even approached when the sound wave struck, reducing him to fragments. Curse it! Mo Yuxing's expression changed dramatically. One of his meticulously trained bronze-ranked assassins had fallen. Not only that, but these assassins were the fruits of his labor over the years. And now he faced a grievous loss. Since taking command of the Jianghu Tower in Tanzhou, he had never suffered such a catastrophic setback. It felt as though his heart were bleeding. Who could have anticipated that what seemed a foolproof plan would encounter such a formidable opponent? You little county magistrate! Pointing at the fleeing civilians, Mo Yuxing's voice dripped with cold fury. Should you dare to act again, I shall kill them. Ding dong dong. The response was not Shen Yu's capitulation, but a series of powerful notes from the guqin, erupting with terrifying force. The assassins surrounding the civilians were accurately eliminated, and soon a wave of power swept through, annihilating those who were slightly closer. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, Mo Yuxing realized Shen Yu's intention. This young magistrate would not cease his assault out of fear. He was determined to resolve the situation, leaving no one alive. The guqin's melodies rang out incessantly, and Shen Yu bore a cold smile. Did they truly believe him so naive? Only by eliminating them could the lives of these civilians be preserved. Suddenly, the ground beside Shen Yu erupted, and a figure emerged, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at him, startling him. How could they tunnel through the rock? Most of this ground is solid stone, and they reached within 3 feet of me without my notice. The skills of these assassins were indeed formidable. Zing! So close. Shen Yu could not evade in time. The blade struck his body but failed to pierce through completely. The assailant's face shifted in shock as he attempted to press harder, only to find he could not penetrate Shen Yu's form. Simultaneously, a counterforce flung him away. Is it due to his unyielding training? Suddenly, the assassin deduced that Shen Yu possessed formidable internal martial arts, as even the infused inner strength of his companion could not penetrate Shen Yu's defenses. Instead, there was a counterforce that sent him flying. The opponent's martial prowess was not only powerful, but had also been cultivated to a considerable depth, which posed a genuine challenge. The terrifying swordsmanship, combined with the dread-inducing sonic techniques, and most critically, the mastery of internal martial arts, created a formidable adversary, a veritable tank capable of both offense and defense. How were they to confront such a foe? What kind of person had they provoked? In this moment, Shen Yu was far from idle. With a fierce tug on the strings of his instrument, an invisible force pierced through the assassin. Observing the opponent quickly rise, seemingly intent on charging again, Shen Yu let out a cold smile, warning, "You have already fallen victim to my deadly strings. I advise you, do not employ your inner strength, for doing so would mean certain death." However, it was evident that Shen Yu's friendly warning did little to deter the assassin's resolve. Rising swiftly, he concealed himself once more, aiming to launch a surprise attack, as before. As a competent assassin, how could he relent before completing his mission? Yet, before he could advance, the assassin was abruptly shattered mid-air, dissolving into a mist of blood, leaving the remaining onlookers trembling in fear. Another one. Mo Yuxing glared at Shen Yu. His teeth gritted in frustration. He longed to pounce and tear him to shreds. With only one of his 6 elite assassins remaining, the loss weighed heavily on his heart. I warned you. Death awaits those who do not heed my words. Turning his gaze toward the remaining foes, Shen Yu's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Despite the considerable depletion of his strength, dealing with the few remaining should pose no issue. Great River Hand. With a sudden clap against the ground, Mo Yuxing unleashed his full power, the terrifying aura of a consummate innate master enveloping the area. A massive boulder, over 10 meters in length, was sent hurtling towards Shen Yu. Bang! As Shen Yu snapped the strings of his instrument, waves of force surged forth, obliterating the colossal stone. At that moment, a sword emerged from behind the rubble, striking towards Shen Yu before he could react. In the blink of an eye, the opponent unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes, each aimed directly at Shen Yu's vital points. The blades seemed to lurk in the shadows, rendering their origins nearly impossible to discern. Often, the swords would appear from the most unexpected angles, delivering devastating blows. Mo Yuxing sword, like a shadow that follows. The opponent was relentless, their swordsmanship unyielding. Mo Shueshing, eyeing his final trump card, nodded in satisfaction. Among his elite assassins, this shadowy swordsman was the most formidable. Even when facing them, a moment's inattention could lead to injury. This was his ultimate weapon, a relentless force. 8 sounds piercing the heart, ignoring the near unstoppable swordplay. Shen Yu withstood the onslaught using his wind god legs and golden bell shield, while simultaneously pulling hard on the instrument strings. If this swordplay is fearsome, then I must eliminate the wielder. I advise against moving. After 8 steps, you will surely meet your demise. With one hand on the instrument, Shen Yu evaded the relentless sword strikes while vigilantly keeping an eye on Mo Shueshing, not daring to relax for a moment. The opponent, clearly disregarding his warning, continued their assault. The blades fell like rain, their position shifting with each strike. However, after 8 steps, the adversary suddenly paused, then exploded in place, scattering blood and flesh in an instant. I told you not to move. Why do you all refuse to listen? Shen Yu sighed, glancing at Mo Shueshing and his butler-like companion nearby, a light smile gracing his lips as his hand rested on the strings. Now, only the 2 of you remain. Who will be the first to come forth? Chapter 57, Consumables, Shifting Shadows. As a soft command rang out, the butler-like figure who had been shadowing Mo Shueshing vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he stood not far from Shen Yu. Ding! With a sharp pluck of the instrument's strings, an invisible force surged forth, striking the figure and sending dust swirling into the air. Yet Shen Yu did not relax. He remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Though this figure had shattered, no blood or flesh had spilled, indicating it was merely an illusion. In the next moment, multiple figures materialized, encircling Shen Yu. It felt as though he faced a dozen identical opponents, yet in truth, there was but one. Despite this, that singular presence managed to envelop him completely. Shen Yu's expression remained steady as he swiftly manipulated the strings, sending waves of invisible energy outward, shattering the illusion surrounding him. Yet none revealed the true body. Illusion? Trickery? Lightness of foot? The scene before Shen Yu heightened his vigilance. Regardless of whether it was illusion or agility, it exuded an enigmatic difficulty. Up to this point, he had yet to discern the true location of the opponent's essence. Suddenly, the figure appeared before Shen Yu, striking down at the instrument in his hands. Instinctively, Shen Yu retreated, only to realize that the figure shattered once more, revealing a knife that had appeared behind him. His movement seemed akin to colliding with the blade. Clang! Clang! The sounds of steel rang out as the knife struck relentlessly, creating a cacophony of clashing metal. Although the blades failed to breach his defenses, they nonetheless caused Shen Yu to stumble forward. At that moment, Mo Shueshing, who had been watching intently from a distance, suddenly surged forth, his palms descending like mountains, unleashing a terrifying force. What the? Shen Yu's expression shifted as he evaded the overwhelming strike using the horizontal shift from the 9E manual, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Yet, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The combination of the opponent's elusive movements and domineering palm techniques unleashed a threat beyond imagination. Such a challenging predicament left Shen Yu feeling like a hedgehog bristling with spikes, unable to find an opening. At this moment, the adversaries provided him with no respite. They continued to weave around him with their uncanny agility, leaving him with nothing to do but grit his teeth in frustration. He could not distinguish which was the illusion and which was the true body. Damn it! Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sickly cat? System. Sign in. Determined, Shen Yu clenched his teeth. He had intended to eliminate everyone before signing in for a better reward. However, these two were pushing him too far, proving to be quite troublesome. Thus, he promptly abandoned his previous plan, opting to sign in to bolster his arsenal. If he were to draw something that countered them, it would be a tremendous gain. Sign in successful. Obtain the 10th layer of the Golden Bell Shield. Great. I just wanted something to resolve my current problems. Is that too much to ask? Even as Shen Yu lamented, he could not alter the outcome of the sign-in, resigning himself to acceptance. However, the 10th layer of the Golden Bell Shield seemed rather promising. As a beam of light surged into the void, Shen Yu felt his blood boil with newfound vitality. The power of the Golden Bell Shield surging within him as if undergoing a transformation. An invisible barrier enveloped him, providing steadfast protection. At this moment, even relying solely on the Golden Bell Shield, Shen Yu's strength was undeniably on par with a consummate innate master. The formidable force generated by the tenfold golden bell has now entered a state of pure essence, surging with immense power capable of effortlessly shattering sharp blades. Clang! Just as Shen Yu was momentarily lost in thought, his opponent had already advanced, relentlessly striking downward with a knife in hand. In the blink of an eye, numerous blows were delivered, each landing at different points, as if searching for a flaw in his defenses. Suddenly, a drastic change swept over the opponent's face. As the overwhelming rebound from Shen Yu's counterattack forced him back, an intense energy surged through Shen Yu's body, leaving him with minor injuries. Who is this person? Is he akin to a tortoise? The opponent's martial prowess was extraordinary. The faster and fiercer Shen Yu attacked, the stronger the recoil from the blade. The adversary seemed unharmed, while Shen Yu nearly spat blood. At this rate, it seemed that the county magistrate would not be the first to fall. He feared he might be the one to perish first. How could he continue fighting like this? Perhaps it was time to negotiate a truce. It was the wind. Suddenly, Shen Yu's eyes flew open. He felt he had discovered the key to the matter. Everything leaves traces, and even the most elusive movements must disturb the air in their approach. Although this intuition was still challenging to grasp, it was no longer as bewildering as before. Even if the opponent attacked 10 times, if he could discern the accurate position just once and retaliate, victory would still be his. A faint smile graced Shen Yu's lips as he sheathed the Tianma Qin and drew the Yuanhong sword. He awaited the next assault. The wind stirred. The sword sliced through the air with the movement of the wind, unleashing a dazzling sword aura that tore apart the figure before him in an instant. Alas, this strike was still not the one. No, it seemed he had already discerned the truth. The opponent, attempting to strike repeatedly, found that Shen Yu could swiftly locate his position. Were it not for his incredible speed, that terrifying sword energy would have surely struck him down. Attack! Do not retreat. At that moment, he heard Mo Shueshing's urgent voice, and with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Clang! The blade struck Shen Yu again, yet it failed to elicit any response. Just as he intended to withdraw quickly, a wave of palm energy struck him forcefully. In that instant, he felt as if he were engulfed in raging flames. His vitality, spirit, and everything he was seemed to be incinerated. It was akin to a spark igniting an oil-soaked pan, instantly erupting into an unquenchable inferno. Master? He turned back with great difficulty to gaze at the one he had faithfully followed, realizing that the recent blow had come from behind. He was all too familiar with the strength of that palm, familiar enough to be incredulous. Master, why? Why? Your movements have already been seen through by him. Do you not feel it yourself? In other words, you have become useless. Thus, you must fulfill your utmost potential. Mo Shueshing thrust his palms forward once more, striking him with overwhelming force. In that moment, he felt the flames within him spiral out of control, threatening to reduce him to ashes. Everyone believed that the Mo Ing sword was the sharpest blade in my possession, yet little did they know that you were my most potent weapon. I dedicated over a decade to shaping you into your current form, all for this very moment. My palm energy will ignite your essence, your spirit, and all your strength, condensing it into a singular point, ultimately erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. That terrifying power will far exceed innate potential. Yu. He could scarcely believe the uncontrollable sensation coursing through him, turning back with great effort to meet Mo Shueshing's gaze, now filled only with desolation. A decade of unwavering loyalty, 10 years of hardship and toil, transforming him into a ruthless and cunning figure, stained with the blood of countless lives, all culminating in this outcome. His so-called loyalty was nothing but a farce. It dawned on him that in his eyes, he was merely a consumable resource. Chapter 58, Annihilation. I saved you back then. Now it is time for you to repay me. With a fierce thrust forward, Mo Shueshing's palm energy erupted upon his opponent. The adversary's hair rapidly turned white. His visage aged drastically, yet his aura grew increasingly terrifying, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Boom! At last, the opponent's power surpassed his limits, erupting violently in place, causing the blade that had aimed at Shen Yu to shatter into countless fragments. A terrifying force enveloped Shen Yu in an instant, the shards of the blade forming a tempest of steel that surrounded him completely. In that moment, it felt as if the very heavens and earth had changed color. and the flora trembled in fear. No one could speak more authoritatively about the strength of this explosive force than Shen Yu himself. Even with the full manifestation of the tenfold golden bell, he could not fully withstand it. His body was hurled violently away, waves of terrifying energy ravaging within him. Puffed. Finally, Shen Yu could no longer endure. He coughed up blood, pain radiating from every part of his being, making him wince in agony. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had suffered such grievous injuries. Ha! Ultimately, victory belongs to me, the small county magistrate. Remember this in your next life. Stow away your pitiful compassion. Only those with a heart of ruthlessness can emerge victorious. Rushing forward, Shen stacked his palms, unleashing the full extent of his innate perfection. A force as terrifying as a mountain boar down upon Shen Yu, seeking to obliterate the small county magistrate once and for all. It was because of this wretched scoundrel that his meticulously nurtured subordinates had perished. Years of hard work lost in an instant. Now, he found himself a mere commander without troops, uncertain how long it would take to regain his strength. He even questioned whether he could continue to hold his position as the leader of the Jianghu Tower's Tanshou branch. Such deep-seated hatred could not be contained. After all, he was not one to forgive easily. Now, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was gravely wounded, he aimed to unleash all his pent-up fury. Small county magistrate, are you ready to endure my wrath? Is that so? Then let us see. In a moment, Shen Yu found himself wielding a gleaming golden cylinder, its brilliance captivating. Upon its appearance, Shen's expression shifted dramatically. Not good, retreat. Though he was unaware of what Shen Yu held, an overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to flee. Years of combat experience had bestowed upon him an uncanny instinct. That vague sensation of impending doom could not be mistaken. If he hesitated even for a moment, he risked being left behind. At that moment, all the maxims about preserving oneself and the wisdom of a true man flashed through his mind. Shen did not delay, sprinting away without a second thought. His frantic escape appeared laughable, as those unfamiliar with him would never suspect him to be the feared leader of the Jianghu Tower. Yet Shen cared not. In the world of martial arts, one's life was paramount. Reputation could wait until survival was assured. As long as he lived and remained strong, no one would dare question him. Only by preserving his own life could he hope to secure a future. Having navigated the treacherous underworld for years, rising from the lowest ranks of assassins to his current stature was not due to exceptional talent, but rather a profound desire to cling to life. How many who dared to risk their lives ever emerged unscathed? The scene before Shen Yu left him somewhat bewildered. He had merely drawn the peacock feather, and the other party had fled without hesitation, displaying none of the composure one might expect from a figure of their stature. It was clear to Shen Yu that if he allowed this person to escape, his own injuries would have been in vain. Determined to prevent their flight, he braced against the excruciating pain and lunged forward, pressing 2 buttons on the peacock feather. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, dazzling and resplendent, reminiscent of a peacock spreading its plumage. At that moment, Shen, who was desperately trying to escape, turned back just in time to behold the mesmerizing radiance. Before he could utter a single word, he felt a searing pain coursing through his body, though he continued to propel himself forward. The breath of life vanished the moment he laid eyes upon that blinding light. He fell abruptly from the air, hurtling forward. The formidable leader of the Jianghu in Tanzhou, a figure who inspired fear in countless hearts, met his demise in such an insignificant valley. The Jianghu in Tanzhou fell with him, extinguished entirely. In a lifeless gaze of Shen lingered resentment and disbelief. He had not anticipated that his seemingly foolproof plan would culminate in such a dismal fate. He could not accept it. System check-in. Check-in successful. 3 blood bodhi acquired. Blood bodhi. As the system's notification faded, 3 fruits of blood bodhi materialized in Shen Yu's hand. These fruits possessed remarkable healing properties, renowned in the martial world for their ability to mend wounds and replenish vitality. Not only could they heal injuries, but they also enhanced one's martial prowess, making them quite valuable indeed. He consumed one of the fruits, and an invigorating warmth surged through his body, nourishing him from within. His chi began to circulate rapidly, amplifying its strength. The efficacy of blood bodhi was extraordinary. In mere moments, his power surged, and his wounds healed significantly. Rising to his feet, Shen Yu approached the refugees. Some had already seized the opportunity to flee, while others hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The remaining few huddled together, trembling, afraid to even open their eyes lest they be caught in the chaos. To these wandering souls, life was deemed worthless, as it could be taken at any moment. Over the years, they had learned the harsh realities of survival, to conceal themselves, to refrain from resistance, and to regard even a modicum of martial skill as an insurmountable barrier. They understood that the disparity in strength was vast, rendering their struggles futile. They knew better than to invoke the old adage of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. For such proclamations only led to swifter and more brutal ends. In this world of high martial arts, where vendettas and strife were rampant, the true victims remained those at the bottom. They lacked the means to protect themselves, forced to passively endure whatever came their way. In the martial world, some reveled in bloodshed for sport, and they bore the brunt of it. Others practiced their skills through the suffering of others, and still, they were the ones who suffered. Even when martial experts clashed, the bystanders could find themselves swept into the turmoil. Life for them was undeniably bitter. As common folk, their singular wish was to live peacefully. Yet this desire proved elusive. When they saw Shen Yu approaching, fear gripped their hearts. His appearance was far from reassuring. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. To the refugees, his bloodied visage was particularly terrifying, and the unrestrained aura of menace radiating from him sent shivers down their spines. The county magistrate? The county magistrate has triumphed. Suddenly, one among the refugees recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, they believed that with the county magistrate's victory, hope had returned. Return home. All is well. The voice rang out like a celestial melody, igniting hope within everyone. Thank you, county magistrate. Hurry, let us leave. Chapter 59. This cannot be genuine intelligence. Bang! Within a grand estate in Chongqing City, the heart of the Nanhua domain, an elderly man dressed in plain clothes, approximately 60 years old, slammed a report onto the table, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, silent and composed. If Shen Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Mr. Chen, a figure he had encountered before. In the span of a year, 3 county magistrates had come and gone, one colluding with the underworld, while the fates of the other 2 remained shrouded in mystery. The martial community had descended into chaos, leaving the elderly man questioning their motives and whether they still acknowledged the law. In their eyes, the law was but a distant notion. Mr. Chen, standing by, bore a look of resignation, knowing all too well the unspoken truths of their world. Expecting the martial community to fear the law was as futile as hoping they would transform into virtuous citizens. Who could possibly take on this role now? Who would dare? After a moment of suppressing his anger, the elderly man exuded an air of authority, a demeanor cultivated only by those in positions of power for an extended period. His status was undoubtedly extraordinary. Mr. Chen, as my son's confidant, do you have a reliable candidate in mind? After a brief pause, Mr. Chen contemplated before responding, Old Master. I believe I know of someone who might be suitable, though I am uncertain if you will agree. Who? The elderly man's interest piqued, for he recognized that Mr. Chen did not make recommendations lightly. If he spoke, it would undoubtedly be for someone most fitting. The county magistrate of Bai'an, Shen Yu. I had a brief encounter with him when I was searching for the young lady in Bai'an. Upon reflection, he seems the most appropriate choice. Oof. The elderly man scoffed, clearly displeased. I have yet to voice my opinions on my precious granddaughter's marriage, and this ungrateful wretch dares to take matters into his own hands, causing her to flee and endure hardships. He believes he has gained independence and can act on his own accord. He deserves a lesson, a few more reprimands, and he will learn the consequences. Indeed, Mr. Chen sighed, aware that the old man's focus had shifted to the young lady rather than the matter at hand. The old man's temper was indeed as explosive as rumored. Furthermore, he bore some responsibility for the proposal of the union. Thankfully, the old man remained oblivious. Let him carry the burden alone. My lord, it is not that I refuse to assist, but I find myself powerless. Who could have anticipated that the young lady would not return home, but instead come directly to you to lodge a complaint? I had no knowledge of her penchant for reporting grievances. Given the old man's temperament, it was inevitable that the young lord would face consequences. After all, if one must be punished, it was better for one person to bear the brunt than for 2. Enough of this ungrateful child. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention back to the topic. This county magistrate of Bai'an, my precious granddaughter has mentioned him before. She spoke highly of him, noting that he tirelessly guarded the riverbanks, staying awake for several days to help the citizens stem the flood. While many regions suffered breaches in their riverbanks, Bai'an remained unscathed, thanks in no small part to his efforts. He is indeed a capable official. For the old man to offer such praise, acknowledging him as a capable official, was no small feat. However, Mr. Chen held a favorable impression of Shen Yu. Shen Yu's earlier ramblings had indeed left him somewhat dazed, prompting him to speak a few more kind words on his behalf. The old gentleman continued, moreover, following the flood disaster in Jianghu, countless refugees were left destitute. To my knowledge, this esteemed Shen promptly opted to open the granaries and distribute grain, additionally employing a method of labor for relief, organizing the displaced to construct levees and cultivate fertile land. This not only provided sustenance for the people, but also engaged them in productive work, preventing idleness that could lead to unrest. Presently, Bai'an County is accommodating thousands of refugees daily, and this number continues to rise. Yet, amidst such a multitude, Bai'an County has experienced no disturbances whatsoever. Oh, given your account, this individual possesses considerable capability. However, providing relief to disaster victims and constructing levees necessitates funds and resources. From whence does he acquire these? Could it be through oppressive taxation? The elder pondered for a moment, then incisively pointed out the crux of the matter, a concern that weighed heavily on his mind. If this were a man who resorted to unscrupulous means for political gain, it would be most despicable. Ah, esteemed elder, you may not be aware that upon his appointment, this individual uncovered a deficit in the county treasury and subsequently apprehended the chief culprit, County Vice Minister Kai Zhong. He also dealt with the county lieutenant, who was entangled with corrupt factions. Both were men of avarice, possessing fortunes in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, he later discovered collusion between Bai'an County's wealthiest individual and the wanted governor of Chongling County, seizing the opportunity to compel the former to donate all their assets for disaster relief. I can assure you, throughout this process, he engaged in no corruption and even contributed significantly from his own pocket to alleviate the fiscal shortfall. Oh, if that is the case, he indeed appears to be a capable official. The distinction between a competent official and a mere bureaucrat is vast, despite the subtle difference in terminology. This signifies that Shen Yu has secured a place in the elder's esteem. Given your profound understanding of him, you must have been following his progress closely and possess information regarding him, correct? Wise elder, indeed I do. Mr. Chen promptly presented the gathered information, which the elder scrutinized attentively. Indeed, he is both courageous and astute, neither obsequious nor arrogant, adaptable yet not rigid. He is undoubtedly an excellent candidate. However, to speak candidly, upon reviewing this dossier, the elder was suddenly filled with a desire to nurture talent. This very reason made him apprehensive. Elder, what concerns you? I worry whether he can withstand the pressures. With a deep sigh, the elder's gaze turned profound, as if he had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. I have encountered countless remarkable individuals. When they first entered the realm of governance, they were passionate and fearless, wholly devoted to their country and people. Yet, how many can maintain their original intentions until the end? Human hearts are treacherous, and they face a myriad of insidious tactics and countless traps. Often, one may fall into despair unknowingly, and by the time they realize it, it is too late to turn back. Esteemed elder, seeing the elder's heartfelt lamentations, Mr. Chen straightened his posture and added, yet they must ultimately overcome these trials. These challenges serve as a form of testing. Only the most resilient will emerge, like the finest gold through relentless refining. Alas, I am truly aging. In idle moments I often ramble. If that is the case, then he's indeed the one. Whether he can endure and where he ultimately ends up depends solely on him. Report, my lord, urgent news. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the air, sounding both urgent and tinged with excitement. Bring it forth. Yes. Nonchalantly receiving the urgent report, the elder glanced at it briefly before abruptly slamming his palm on the table, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. What a splendid Shan Hengji. Well done. Mr. Chen, you should take a look. The elder's demeanor had shifted from a stern countenance to one of mirth in an instant. Yet, upon receiving the report, Mr. Chen's pupils dilated in shock. The vast majority of the assassins from the Tianzhou branch of the Golden Rain Tower had been annihilated in Bai'an County. The perpetrator, County Magistrate Shen Yu. How can this be? Surely this must be false intelligence. Chapter 60. There is definitely something awry here. Incredulous. It was utterly astonishing. The Tianzhou branch of the Golden Rain Tower, while not the pinnacle of power, was certainly formidable. That Shen Yu could single-handedly obliterate the Tianzhou branch of the Golden Rain Tower, instilling fear among numerous assassins, indicated a prowess that was likely formidable, at least on the cusp of innate mastery. How little time had passed since Mr. Chen had seen him, when he was presumably still at the acquired stage. Were it not for the repeated confirmations that this could not possibly be false intelligence, Mr. Chen would suspect they were being deceived. Moreover, the report described his swordsmanship as flawless as white clouds, swift and sharp as thunder, nearly impeccable, truly terrifying. His sonic wave technique, produced by his qin, was equally unmatched, earning him the moniker of the dual master of qin and sword within the vast martial world, thus establishing a notable presence. Could this truly be the same Shen Hongji that Mr. Chen knew? Surely he had not been switched with another. I never expected such a remarkable figure to arise from Bai'an County. It has truly broadened my horizons. The elder could not help but praise again, suddenly feeling an immense fondness for this young man he had never met. Courageous and astute, with exceptional martial prowess. Unflinching even in the face of formidable forces like the Golden Rain Tower. Was he not the ideal candidate? No one could be more fitting than he. The dual master of qin and sword. Splendid, splendid. Should such a person venture to Sanshui, he would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. Suddenly, the elder slammed the table again, clearly having made a resolute decision. This esteemed elder was commendable in every regard, save for his impatience and penchant for striking the table, which had now become riddled with cracks. Another table had fulfilled its purpose, enduring a brief yet glorious existence. Fortunate that this palm did not strike me, or I would have suffered greatly. Mr. Chen, I shall prepare a transfer order immediately. Once the official documents arrive from the Ministry of Personnel, you must personally travel to Bai'an County. Remember to remind him to set off promptly. I cannot wait another moment. Esteemed elder, let us not rush. Your chosen candidate must be submitted, and then we await the Ministry of Personnel's documents. This process will inevitably take a month or two. We cannot hurry. I understand we cannot rush, but these martial figures are excessively brazen. If we had a county magistrate with such formidable skills who is unafraid of confrontation, they would be thoroughly vexed, if not destroyed. Very well, esteemed elder, as long as you are pleased. As time passed, Shen Yu in Bai'an County remained oblivious to the fact that he was already on someone's mind. Since he had vanquished the assassins of the Tianzhou Golden Rain Tower, no one had dared to attempt an assassination for 2 consecutive months. After all, 30,000 taels of silver may be enticing, but nothing is more valuable than life. That was the Golden Rain Tower, a luxurious ensemble of 6 elite assassins alongside an inscrutable leader, comprising over 100 top-tier assassins, all of whom had been utterly vanquished in a small valley of Bai'an County. This event had sent shockwaves throughout the martial world of Tianzhou, leading to Shen Yu's name circulating even in the entirety of the Nanhua domain. Yet, Shen Yu was entirely unaware of this. After all, he had not mingled with the martial world and had no acquaintances among its experts. Such news could not possibly reach his ears. At present, Shen Yu was wholly devoted to his endeavors, welcoming refugees and organizing them to repair levees, construct roads, cultivate wasteland, and clear waterways. Bai'an County seemed to be undergoing a grand construction spree. The refugees, in addition to grain, required various necessities. As they worked, Shen Yu also paid them wages, which naturally led to an influx of merchants, and in stark contrast to the desolation found elsewhere, Bai'an County was thriving. At this moment, only Sun Helling, the once wealthiest man of Bai'an County, silently wept. The money in his estate flowed away like water, and all that could be sold had been sold, primarily exchanged for grain. The fortune he had painstakingly built was nearly depleted. As a man who cherished wealth, nothing was more heartbreaking than watching it slip away before his very eyes. His heart felt cold and desolate, yet he had long since abandoned any thoughts of resistance. As the richest man in Bai'an County, he was one of the most prominent merchants in the entire Chongling prefecture. He had heard of the formidable reputation of Jianghu, a fearsome behemoth, and now that such a powerhouse had been vanquished by the county magistrate, he dared not entertain any other ideas. He could only hope that, recognizing his diligent efforts, the magistrate would fulfill his promise and leave him some capital to make a comeback. "My lord, this was originally barren land, but now it has been cultivated," said an elder among the refugees, standing respectfully beside Shen Yu and pointing out the newly reclaimed land. In the eyes of these displaced individuals, Shen Yu was their savior. As a county magistrate, he bore no airs and often labored alongside them. A man of such humility was indeed worthy of respect. "Shindarin, it has been a while since we last met, and you have made quite an impression." Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang in his ears. Shen Yu turned to see a familiar figure approaching. "Mr. Chun?" Shen Yu recognized him immediately and greeted him with a smile. "It has been some time. I see you are as charming as ever. What brings you to Bai'an County?" "I have come for you." "For me?" "Indeed." Mr. Chen nodded, smiling as he clasped his hands in respect. "Congratulations, congratulations." "Congratulations?" Mr. Chen's unexpected exuberance left Shen Yu somewhat bewildered. There has been no promotion, no wealth, and no marriage. What is there to celebrate? "Shindarin, congratulations. You have been promoted. The court's order will follow shortly." "Promoted?" Shen Yu could hardly believe Mr. Chen's words. Wasn't promotion typically based on a 3-year evaluation? Only those with outstanding performance would qualify for advancement, and even then, positions were scarce. He had prepared himself for another 3 years of diligent work, striving to transform Bai'an County into a prosperous and civilized region. Now, someone was telling him he had been promoted? It seemed implausible. He had only served as magistrate for half a year. Even if his performance had garnered attention, such rapid advancement was extraordinary. "Mr. Chun, what position could the court possibly grant me? A tongpan? A jifu?" "Shindarin, it is the county magistrate." "What? The county magistrate? Surely you jest. That is not a promotion. It is merely a transfer. And just when I have finally settled into my position in Bai'an County, they wish to move me? Do they think me easy to manipulate?" Seemingly perceiving Shen Yu's displeasure, Mr. Chun smiled gently. "Jianghu, Sanshui County, a top-tier county, with the position of a Zhengba Pin magistrate." "Sanshui County? Is it not the prosperous region where 3 rivers converge and 5 routes intersect?" Shen Yu's brow furrowed in disbelief. That place was affluent and thriving, incomparable to the impoverished Bai'an County. Sanshui County, situated at the junction of 3 major rivers, boasted advanced water transport and was crisscrossed by 5 major trade routes, making it a significant commercial hub. This county was even larger than some smaller prefectures, and its magistrate held the esteemed rank of Zhengba Pin, unlike his current position as a mere Jupin official. Thus, if this were true, it would indeed constitute a genuine promotion, an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, as a former impoverished scholar with no wealth, influence, or connections, how could such a fortune fall upon him? There must be more to this situation than met the eye. "Mr. Chun, do you know what has transpired in Sanshui County to warrant such an urgent transfer for me?" Such a substantial opportunity had unexpectedly landed in his lap. If there were no underlying issues, Shen Yu would find it hard to believe. After a brief hesitation, Mr. Chun candidly revealed, "To be frank, 3 county magistrates have died in Sanshui County over the past year, and the court is furious. They wish to send someone to rectify the situation, and you are deemed the best candidate. 3 magistrates have perished in a year? Is it not more perilous than Bai'an County?" Shen Yu gasped in disbelief. The very reason he had been assigned to Bai'an County was due to the previous deaths of 3 magistrates, leaving no one willing to take the post. As a newly appointed Jinsher, he had no power, influence, or connections, which was why he had been sent there. Now, he was being thrust into an even more dangerous position. "Shindarin, Sanshui County is prosperous and flourishing, but it is equally rife with competing factions, gangs, sects, merchant associations, and bandits. The interplay of these forces creates a tangled web of intrigue." Drawing a deep breath, Mr. Chen began to explain Sanshui County's complexities to Shen Yu, hoping to prepare him for the challenges ahead. It was a far cry from the simplicity of Bai'an County. To be candid, earlier this year, during an investigation into a human trafficking case, the trail led to the Chang'an gang in Sanshui County, only to uncover that the county magistrate was secretly aiding them. Consequently, that magistrate was executed for collusion with criminals. The second magistrate, upon assuming office, diligently assisted in the capture of the Chang'an gang, but was subsequently killed by their remaining disciples out of vengeance. The court then selected a capable official to serve as this year's third magistrate. At this point, Mr. Chen sighed. This last magistrate discovered that, while the surface appeared calm, the reality was chaotic. He sought to restore order, but was recently framed for molesting a woman and was killed by a passing hero who acted in defense of her honor. Each magistrate's fate seemed more tragic than the last. Shen Yu realized the depth of danger he faced. Take the second magistrate. For instance, was he truly slain by the Chang'an gang's remaining disciples? Perhaps not. The third magistrate's demise was even more suspect. To frame him with such a ludicrous accusation was to treat everyone as fools. If they cannot use me, they will eliminate me. If I do not comply, they will continue to replace magistrates until they find one who will. Bai'an County is a treacherous place indeed. Must I go? The court's order has been issued, and you must go. Moreover, it is you alone who can handle Bai'an County. Mr. Chen took a deep breath and then looked at Shen Yu. I have a few more pieces of advice for you, Shen Darren. Be discreet in your actions and keep a low profile. Preserve yourself to plan for the future. Shen Yu's prompt response left Mr. Chen momentarily speechless. The notion of humility in conduct and action suggests that your presence is not merely to conceal one's abilities, but to effect change. Lord Shen has misunderstood. Mr. Chen quickly interjected, shaking his head. I wish to convey to Lord Shen that Bai'an County is unlike Bai'an County. The circumstances there are intricate. The hearts of the people can be treacherous, and thus, your actions must be pondered with utmost caution. However, there is no need for excessive concession. You have the court behind you, providing steadfast support. Is that so? I am merely curious, aside from appointing a magistrate for Bai'an County. What additional support does the court provide? Perhaps a squad of elite guards or a battalion of soldiers? Does Lord Shen not wish to know who silently backs you? Mr. Chen, perplexed by Shen Yu's thought process, emphasized the importance of recognizing the support from behind. If you do not inquire, how can I reveal the expectations and backing from the elder statesman, evoking gratitude? Thus, a bond would naturally form. It seems that Lord Shen lacks an understanding of human relationships. Why does he not adhere to the expected norms? Moreover, you are to serve as a magistrate, not a governor. An 8th rank official seeking guards and soldiers is rather ambitious. Not all. Sensing something in Mr. Chen's expression, Shen Yu resolutely shook his head, clearly indicating that he felt compelled to risk his life without the expectation of gratitude. The court's support and robust backing. If the support were genuinely so steadfast, how could the previous 2 magistrates have been assassinated consecutively? There is no tangible aid, merely an expectation of gratitude. Can moral support disarm a sharpened blade? This is mere talk. It is likely that the previous 2 magistrates, having been swayed by such rhetoric, proceeded with confidence only to find themselves lost to the winds of change, never to return. What I truly wish to ascertain is who the fool was that recommended me. At this juncture, with 3 magistrates having perished, the atmosphere is rife with tension. Anyone who takes up the position will undoubtedly be under scrutiny. What a perilous predicament! Upon hearing Shen Yu's barely audible complaint, Mr. Chen felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that he was the one who made the recommendation. Who could blame him for being exceptional? Very well. Observing Mr. Chen's demeanor, Shen Yu understood who had been responsible for their knowledge of him. A scholar, indeed, with a heart inclined towards mischief. Shen Yu genuinely wished to express his gratitude. He had already contemplated a permanent residence in Bai'an County. Moreover, did they truly believe he had idly passed the time here? Hadn't they noticed that several bands of brigands had recently been eradicated? Those were actions he had undertaken clandestinely. In Bai'an County, he had quietly engaged in acts of righteousness and had planned to continue for another decade or so, perhaps becoming invincible in his own right. Who in their right mind would willingly seek out chaos? That would be dangerously reckless. Lord Shen, there is no turning back. The elder statesman has high hopes for you. You are renowned for your dual prowess in the guqin and sword. Your skills are exceptional, and you shall not disappoint the elder's expectations. As long as you can govern Bai'an County with order, a bright future lies ahead. Dual prowess? I was unaware of such a title. Shaking his head, he did not dismiss the name as lacking in prestige, but rather noted that historically, those with grand titles often turn out to be mere footnotes in history. Faced with the current Shen Yu, Mr. Chen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had praised the elder's expectations and the support available to rise to prominence. Yet the man before him chose to focus on a title, which was puzzling. even for someone with low emotional intelligence. Then Mr. Chen realized that Shen Yu did not wish to acknowledge this favor. Perhaps he harbored resentment. Yet, it was of no consequence. He must go to Transmigrated County. There was no choice in the matter. Ah, how dare you defy me? Chapter 62. Is there still a need for salvation? My lord, we have entered the territory of Transmigrated County. We should reach the county town within half a day. Good. Let us hasten, or Mr. Chen may truly lose his composure. With a gentle smile, Shen Yu swiftly departed with Zhou Yuan, leaving behind a scene of raging flames and fallen bandits. Blood had already stained this stronghold, nestled in a perilous location, the crimson hue stark against the flickering flames. Ever since receiving the edict, Shen Yu had disregarded Mr. Chen's repeated urgings, choosing instead to settle the refugees and conclude his affairs before setting out. He believed in completing tasks thoroughly and could not place all his hopes on his successor. Who knew what kind of person would take his place? It was better to resolve everything before his departure. This was the decision Shen Yu took pride in, and he vividly recalled the day he left. With throngs of people bidding him farewell, countless individuals had rushed to the news, nearly blocking the roads, a sight that left Mr. Chen envious. To achieve such status as an official was surely a life well lived. In his youth, he had dreamed of such splendor. Yet fate had led him to become someone else's aide, burying that dream deep within his heart. However, Mr. Chen never anticipated that, after leaving Bai'an County, Shen Yu would not race towards Transmigrated County as he had envisioned. Instead, he sought information about any notorious bandits nearby and unceremoniously dealt with them. Thus, in Mr. Chen's plan, the journey from Bai'an County to Transmigrated County, spanning thousands of miles, was expected to take about 10 days. Yet, Shen Yu had stretched this journey to over a month. He was enjoying himself, while Mr. Chen grew increasingly anxious. The elder statesman was renowned for his impatience, frequently inquiring about Shen Yu's whereabouts. Yet even he had no idea where Shen Yu was, as the latter had not followed the conventional route. Mr. Chen had recommended Shen Yu to the elder statesman, who had been a capable and diligent official in Bai'an County. The farewell from the populace left a lasting impression on Mr. Chen, leading him to praise Shen Yu upon his return. Yet, who could have foreseen that Shen Yu would have liberated himself immediately after leaving Bai'an County? What should have been a 10-day journey had inexplicably extended, and the elder's impatience was palpable. Little did Mr. Chen know that Shen Yu had been far from idle during this time, continuously suppressing bandits and signing in at various locations. These nefarious brigands were the stepping stones to his own advancement. Can he truly be blamed for traveling slowly? Transmigrated County is rife with factions and skilled individuals. His current abilities are insufficient to dominate the scene entirely. The so-called robust support that Mr. Chen mentioned was simply detailed intelligence about Transmigrated County. These insights indeed provided him considerable convenience, outlining the various factions and their distributions. But they merely prevented him from being completely in the dark. Beyond this intelligence, he was left with Mr. Chen's intangible moral support. As for tangible assistance, apologies, but the cord is stretched thin everywhere, especially skilled individuals who are often stationed in key locations and cannot be easily reassigned. In truth, the one truly striving is none other than himself. Thus, Shen Yu must act independently to ensure his own sustenance. If he could leisurely pass his days without a care, he would willingly venture out to engage in conflict. It is not an easy endeavor. Fortunately, during this period, he has made considerable gains, acquiring not only the frost fist and a lingbo weibu, but also a peacock feather. His internal strength, continually enhanced through diligent efforts, has reached the realm of innate perfection, elevating his capabilities to new heights. Additionally, he has obtained advanced skills in both musical artistry and gambling. Curiously, he has also received a collection of 300 tang and song poems, the inclusion of which in his rewards remains a mystery. System, sign in. As he swiftly made his way towards Transmigrated County, Shen Yu communicated with the system, eager to claim the rewards from his recent endeavor of eliminating a bandit stronghold. Sign-in successful, acquired basic mechanism arts. Great, yet another seemingly insignificant acquisition. His mind filled with knowledge about mechanisms, Shen Yu remained indifferent. This abstract knowledge could not be immediately put to practical use. What he truly needed were resources that could enhance his strength right away. Even something as lethal as the rain pear blossom needle. Accompanied by Zhou Yuan, Shen Yu successfully entered the county by afternoon. However, Shortly after their arrival, he caught a glimpse of a figure in distress, the sound of urgent cries for help drawing nearer. Moments later, a disheveled girl appeared before him, exclaiming, "Help! Help!" Hot on her heels were several pursuers, quickly closing the gap on the already weakened girl. Their menacing expressions left no doubt that they were far from virtuous. "Run! Why have you stopped? Keep running!" A burly man intercepted the girl, delivering a vicious slap that left her face swollen and bruised. "Stop!" Before Shen Yu could interject, Zhou Yuan, brimming with righteous indignation, shouted, "How dare you bully a defenseless girl under broad daylight? Do you have no regard for the law? Brother, you stole my lines." As Zhou Yuan began to assert himself, he swiftly delivered a punch that sent the assailant reeling, nearly incapacitating him. What kind of scoundrel disregards martial ethics? At least wait for me to finish before you strike. If you must hit, aim for the face. Brothers, attack. Show them the might of our water division. Zhou Yuan scoffed, stepping forward to deliver several powerful punches, each landing with precision. Despite their martial prowess, these thugs were mere amateurs in Zhou Yuan's presence, easily dispatched in mere moments. "Miss, are you all right? Why were they pursuing you?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. They were trying to abduct me." The girl, still trembling from her ordeal, continued, "They've built a manor within the city, imprisoning countless girls they have deceived. I managed to escape from there." "Oh." Zhou Yuan instinctively glanced at Shen Yu, realizing they had stumbled upon something significant mere moments after arriving in Transmigrated County. Shen Yu nodded in response. Having collaborated for so long, Zhou Yuan understood immediately and proclaimed, "Miss, where is this place? We shall rescue the others at once." Just then, a team of patrolling constables, having sensed the commotion, rushed over. From their attire, it was evident they were officials from Transmigrated County, led by a head constable. "What is happening here?" "Sir, you must be the head constable of Transmigrated County." Zhou Yuan saluted and pointed to the fallen thugs. "These men claim to be members of the Water Division, forcibly abducting women and detaining them in a manner. We implore you to assist us in eradicating this menace." "Is that so?" The head constable scrutinized the scholar like Shen Yu, then glanced at Zhou Yuan, a frail scholar, and this robust fellow must be his protector. What folly is this, daring to meddle in such affairs? "Hero, come here." The head constable beckoned, and without suspicion, Zhou Yuan stepped forward, eager to hear what he had to say. Suddenly, the head constable struck Zhou Yuan's neck with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious before he could comprehend what had transpired. Is this how the constables of Transmigrated County greet newcomers? In quick succession, the head constable turned to Shen Yu, delivering a similar blow. Shen Yu found himself in a dilemma. Should he fall, or remain standing against the weak force of the blow? In an instant, he decided to stagger and collapse, curious to see what these men intended. "Thank you, Head Constable Liu." The thugs, previously on the receiving end of Zhou Yuan's wrath, now helped one another to their feet, wearing obsequious expressions as they presented a small purse. "A token of appreciation. Please do not take offense." The head constable nodded in satisfaction, then coldly admonished, "The new county magistrate is arriving soon. Be on your best behavior. Do not cause me trouble." "Certainly, we shall not inconvenience Head Constable Liu." Meanwhile, feigning unconsciousness, Shen Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that even the head constable was in collusion with these criminals. Was there any hope for Transmigrated County's officials to be redeemed? Chapter 63. Setting a small goal. They've brought in another fine specimen. After Shen Yu and Zhou Yuan were knocked unconscious by Head Constable Liu, they found themselves alongside the girl, imprisoned in a hidden chamber within the manor. Upon entering, the gang members scrutinized Shen Yu as if appraising a piece of merchandise. He was soon placed in a slightly more comfortable room, where he found himself surrounded by strikingly handsome men. Yet, Shen Yu's appearance had transformed. His sword-like brows and starry eyes made him quite the dashing figure. Since his entry into the realm of innate perfection, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. He had spent this period reading and practicing calligraphy, further enhancing his poise. If only he had possessed such grace in his previous life, he might not have remained single for so long. But alas, no need to dwell on the past. It only brings tears to mind. Since being brought here, Shen Yu had been quietly observing his surroundings. The hidden chambers beneath the manor resembled dark prisons, densely packed with rooms. By listening closely, he discerned that each room housed numerous individuals. Among them were men, women, and even children, easily numbering in the hundreds. It was evident that anyone captured here would not meet a favorable fate. After all, these criminals had invested significant effort into their schemes and would expect returns on their investment. Visions began to swirl in Shen Yu's mind. The young men and women would be sold off, enduring relentless torment until they became mere playthings, victims of others' fleeting desires. Those who could not be sold might suffer mutilation, transformed into broken beings or grotesque figures, eliciting pity and extracting alms from passers-by. The mere thought of such horrors sent chills down his spine. He pondered how long these atrocities had persisted within Jianghu County. Beneath its facade of wealth and prosperity lay a filth far worse than he had imagined. No wonder the previous county magistrate had sought to maintain order. Youthful arrogance aside, he must have genuinely been unable to bear the sight of such injustices. Yet, the shadowy forces lurking in Jianghu County were numerous and formidable. Even the head constable had been compromised. A mere county magistrate stood no chance against such powerful adversaries. The previous county magistrate had just begun to make his moves when he was abruptly eliminated, leaving his demise shrouded in mystery. He was falsely accused of committing crimes against women, a grave injustice indeed. After all the henchmen had dispersed, Shen Yu suddenly sprang to his feet. In the dim light, he observed 4 or 5 young boys huddled together, each possessing delicate features, except for the chubby one in the center. They remained silent, curled up in their corners. The room enveloped in an unsettling stillness. It was evident that traces of fear and anxiety marred their faces. "How did you get in here?" Shen Yu broke the silence, smiling lightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps it was his amiable demeanor or the scholarly attire he donned that instilled a sense of trust in them. Finally, one boy ventured to speak. "I was knocked out while shopping for fabric and woke up here." Another chimed in, "I was hoping to find work in the county." A third voice added, "Coincidentally, someone offered to introduce me to a shopkeeper, but upon arriving, I realized I had been brought here." The chubby boy, adorned in noticeably finer clothing, glanced around with a hint of pride. "My family owns a tavern. They must have taken me to demand ransom from my father. Once the ransom is paid, they'll let me go." "Young lad, do not speak so confidently," another warned. "Among the kidnappers, how many truly return their captives unharmed? More often than not, they resort to tearing up the ransom contract." The naive, chubby boy, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, remained hopeful of freedom upon payment. Had he not encountered Shen Yu, his chances of escape would have been grim. The best outcome would likely have been being sold elsewhere. However, given his ample girth, the likelihood of him being killed for fattening was considerably high. Is it always this chaotic in Jianghu County? How can people be abducted in broad daylight? Shen Yu observed, and the chubby boy sneered, his silence echoing his disdain. Had he just been belittled by a mere child? Yet, under Shen Yu's subtle encouragement, the chubby boy and the others began to speak freely, initially boasting as if to showcase their worldly knowledge, a trait typical of youth, marked by a touch of vanity. The information provided by Mr. Chen outlined the general circumstances of Jianghu County, while the chubby boy and his companions represented the lower strata of society. By merging their accounts with his own data, Shen Yu gained a comprehensive understanding of the county situation. Despite its bustling commerce and convenient transportation, the lives of common folk remained fraught with difficulties. Small-time merchants, lacking connections, were forced to pay protection fees daily. The gang factions were numerous, and their territorial divisions were often ambiguous, compelling individuals to pay multiple extortion fees, rendering their lives unenviable. Even families like the chubby boys, seemingly prosperous with their tavern, faced hardships. They were required to meet daily quotas, and patrons often left without paying, sometimes even taking food with them. More alarmingly, disputes frequently erupted into violence, with taverns enduring repeated vandalism, leaving innocent diners injured in the fray. During the day, a semblance of order prevailed, as people generally adhered to societal norms and refrained from egregious acts under the watchful sky. However, darkness birthed wickedness. Nighttime served as a cloak for malevolence, allowing individuals to shed even the slightest semblance of morality. Gang skirmishes, debt collections, and home invasions led to countless families mourning their losses, while many others faced ruin. Beneath the facade of prosperity lurked an endless abyss of crime. Shen Yu understood that in this high martial world, formidable martial artists could easily disregard the laws of the court. Though the regime appeared to govern the land, it was ultimately at the mercy of numerous masters within the martial realm, struggling to maintain a fragile equilibrium, possessing lethal weapons and harboring murderous intent. The absence of moral and legal constraints led to predictable outcomes. The reputable sects still retained some dignity, but lesser factions seldom considered such proprieties. Perhaps in the hearts of these individuals, wandering through the martial world was merely an endeavor for freedom and wealth, leading them to pursue the quickest means to earn a living. The plight of the common people was all too evident. Nevertheless, Shen Yu was not yet powerful enough to lament the state of the world. Even if he wished to intervene, it would be beyond his capacity. However, as a local official, he felt compelled to benefit the region he governed. Since he had arrived in Bai'an County, he would not permit the existence of such brazen miscreants. Thus, he set a modest goal, to eliminate the audacious offenders within his jurisdiction, for he was determined to eradicate their presence. Chapter 64. A Trap Come Out. Just as Shen Yu conversed with the others, a commotion erupted outside. He witnessed several guards dragging two beautiful girls, around 15 or 16 years of age, from a concealed chamber. The girls struggled and screamed desperately, yet their resistance was feeble against the brute strength of the men. Their terrified cries elicited no response, and they could only watch helplessly as they were pulled away. Fear etched in their eyes. How dare you? The girls' struggles only fueled the guards' excitement, prompting them to act even more violently. It was evident what fate awaited the girls. One could easily surmise their grim destiny. Enough! Shen Yu's eyes narrowed as a surge of murderous intent welled within him. The Splitting Water Gang would serve as a stepping stone into Bai'an County. Bang! At that moment, the door to the chamber was violently kicked open, revealing a figure shrouded in black. In the dim light, Shen Yu could see that the ground was littered with the fallen members of the Splitting Water Gang. The guards rushed forward, recognizing that the intruder had come to wreak havoc. If they failed to neutralize this threat, their leader would ensure their demise. A post-mortal expert? Upon witnessing the intruder's prowess, Shen Yu quickly assessed their capabilities. The individual possessed a commendable swordsmanship that complemented their post-mortal level, an impressive sight indeed. The Splitting Water Gang members were no match for their skill. Yet, the silhouette seemed familiar. He felt a fleeting recognition but could not place it. He knew no one of significance in Bai'an County. After dispatching the Splitting Water Gang members, the figure hastily opened all the doors, urging everyone to flee. Is that you, Captain Liu? Shen Yu squinted, immediately identifying the voice he had heard only once before. Despite the black mask concealing his face, the voice was unmistakable. To his surprise, the county's captain, whom he thought had long fallen from grace, revealed an unexpected side. By day, he feigned compliance with gang members, while by night, he transformed into a dark hero rescuing the oppressed. Bai'an County had proven to be quite intriguing. With all the doors in the prison opened, the captives rushed out. Initially anticipating a future devoid of hope, the sudden appearance of the figure clad in black ignited a glimmer of optimism within them. They frantically sought to escape, a swarm of individuals hastily fleeing into the night. At this moment, countless torches suddenly illuminated the estate, casting a brilliant glow across the grounds. Numerous figures appeared atop the walls and buildings, their gleaming swords reflecting the flickering light, as if they had been meticulously prepared for this very encounter. The emergence of these individuals obstructed any hope of escape, transforming it into despair, leaving every face etched with sorrow. For they all understood the grim fate that awaited them should they attempt to flee and be captured. Leave now, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone to shudder in fear before hastily retreating. Among the crowd, a cloaked figure narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene, his expression tightening with caution. He did not wish to abandon his comrades, but the sheer strength of the foes before him rendered any attempt at rescue futile. Familiar faces loomed among the adversaries, each a formidable opponent, and a direct confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, he resolved to prioritize his own survival before plotting a more strategic approach. Captain Liu, since you have arrived, why the haste to depart? A seemingly benevolent middle-aged man, flanked by several armed guards, approached from the encircling disciples of the Water Division Gang, his gaze fixed upon the cloaked figure hidden within the throng. A smirk of triumph adorning his features, as it was clear they had long been aware of his presence. Captain Liu, cease your pretense. I have brought the elite of the Water Division Gang. Today, you shall not escape. How did you come to know it was me? Captain Liu, despite his earlier ignorance, now comprehended that he had been completely exposed. The deployment of the Water Division Gang's elite was a precaution against his evasion, perhaps even a trap laid specifically for him. Captain Liu, we have harbored suspicions about you for quite some time. For years, someone has been secretly undermining us, disrupting our operations. Despite our exhaustive efforts, we could not identify the culprit, leading us to suspect that the betrayal lay within our own ranks. With a dismissive chuckle, the middle-aged man spoke, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Yet you have been so accommodating, treating us as brothers, even using your position to shield us from scrutiny. We never suspected you. After all, a dog like you is too useful. But you made a grave mistake by associating with the former county magistrate. Had you not covertly assisted him, how could he have dared to act against the gangs? And how could we have ever suspected you? Do you have any idea how much we have lost because of you? His gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Captain Liu. The fade of benevolence swiftly morphing into a predatory snarl, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. For so long, you have been secretly investigating where we hide the abducted individuals. You thought you could rescue them? Look at your own capabilities. Today, I merely employed a minor stratagem to ensure you willingly walked into my trap. Help! Help! A familiar voice echoed as the girl Captain Liu had encountered earlier emerged from the ranks of the Water Division gang, her face contorted with mockery. At this moment, she was no longer the disheveled figure he had previously seen, but rather adorned in vibrant attire, nestling into the middle-aged man's embrace. He affectionately pinched her cheek, their expressions exuding an unsettling camaraderie. Captain Liu, how do you find my performance today? You wretched creature. It was indeed a trap. The realization struck Captain Liu. The girl as prior pursued had been nothing more than an elaborate ruse designed to lead him to the estate and expose himself. As a captain, he understood that if he indiscriminately killed based solely on suspicion, it would instill fear among those who collaborated with him, jeopardizing their operations. Thus, they required irrefutable evidence, something that would leave Captain Liu with no chance of redemption. It became apparent why, just after he and Zhou Yuan had rescued the girl. Captain Liu had arrived with a contingent of constables. It had all been meticulously orchestrated. They must have lured him here, ensuring he witnessed the girl being pursued by the Water Division gang. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Zhou Yuan had merely happened upon the scene. Captain Liu, why not simply play your part as a loyal dog and profit from it? Why must you seek to emulate the heroes of old? I am unlike you. At least I possess a conscience. A conscience? Huh, what worth is that? The middle-aged man erupted into a boisterous laugh, the sound grating and infuriating. Kill them. I want them torn to pieces and fed to the dogs. His voice turned frigid, and he bared his teeth as he issued the command. At his signal, countless disciples of the Water Division gang brandished their blades and surged forward. These were the elite, far superior to the ordinary guards. However, at that moment, a melodic sound emerged, capturing the attention of all present. Who was playing the qin here? In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, the sudden appearance of music unsettled the middle-aged man, igniting a tempest of irritation within him. He glanced upward and immediately spotted Shen Yu, who sat calmly playing the qin behind Captain Liu. In an instant, fury surged within him, uncontrollable and overwhelming. He despised such effete figures, particularly those who showcased their talents. They incited his deepest ire. In places like Dream Blossom Tower, the presence of such a dandy meant that the courtesans would have no use for anyone else. Now, in his own territory, this dandy dared to play the qin. He was courting death. Kill him. Kill them all. I want them both dead. Kill. At their leader's command, all but a few trusted warriors responded with a unified roar, charging forward with wild abandon. Captain Liu, armed and prepared for a fight, braced himself for a desperate struggle. However, against such skilled opponents, he felt utterly outmatched. Today, it seemed, would be his last. But just then, those rushing forward suddenly exploded, blood and flesh scattering across the courtyard, a crimson mist lingering in the air. The bizarre turn of events rendered the remaining members of the gang speechless. What had just transpired? How could over 100 elite fighters vanish in an instant, having fallen victim to my melody of the heart? They dared to flee. Did they not seek their own demise? Shen Yu had ceased playing, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Who are you? Who on earth are you? The middle-aged man gazed at Shen Yu, whose depth seemed unfathomable, terror flooding his heart, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Anyone witnessing the instantaneous slaughter of so many individuals, accomplished through an incomprehensible means, would instinctively succumb to fear. The rain of blood felt like a heavy blow to his psyche. Although he had taken lives before, he had never witnessed such a horrifying display. He felt fortunate to still be standing, not yet collapsed from sheer terror, nor had he soiled himself. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he finally stammered, This esteemed hero, we have no grievances between us, past or present. Your people capture me today, implying that the Water Division gang intends to sell me. You speak of having no past grievances? Before he could finish, Shen Yu interrupted him with a brusque tone, and the middle-aged man, now utterly intimidated, fell silent. Which fool captured such a powerful figure? If he seeks death, he should not drag the entire Water Division gang down with him. The Water Separation Gang is not a significant faction, though it boasts thousands of disciples. The true elite among them are merely a handful, meticulously nurtured by their leader. The sudden annihilation of such formidable figures is not something one can provoke lightly. Esteemed hero, what is it that you desire? Whatever the Water Separation Gang possesses, feel free to take it. Oh, is that so? If I were to borrow a few heads, would that be permissible? Be borrowing heads? Surely you jest. The middle-aged man forced a smile, yet his expression was more akin to that of a person on the brink of tears. He still had much to savor in life and did not wish to depart so soon. I usually do not jest. Jianghu bumming, the leader of the Water Separation Gang. Am I mistaken? With a cold gaze, Shen Yu's voice dripped with lethal intent. According to the information provided by Mr. Chen, this man could only be considered a third-rate character. Looking around the estate and observing the hundreds of girls and children imprisoned within, it was evident that countless lives had been destroyed before this moment, merely waiting for a chance to be sold. The atrocities committed by lesser figures are no less than those perpetrated by the powerful. As a local tyrant, you must possess substantial leverage against the various factions of Bai'an County, as well as the corrupt officials within the county's administration. I am particularly interested in your connections with other factions, among other information. Who are you, really? The man stammered, realizing that the information Shen Yu sought was not something he could easily part with. If he relinquished it, he might find himself facing dire consequences, as he would surely become a target of collective wrath. It appears he is indeed troubled. Shen Yu observed the man's expression closely and, with a soft snort, appeared before Jianghu bumming in the blink of an eye. The suddenness nearly shattered the man's already fragile resolve, causing him to stagger back several steps in panic. What do you intend to do? Look into my eyes. Raising his head, Shen Yu locked eyes with him, a mysterious glint shimmering within his gaze. Upon meeting Shen Yu's eyes, Jianghu bumming felt a disorienting haze wash over him, his willpower and defenses crumbling in an instant. Speak, where have you concealed the information? Within this estate, Jianghu bumming mumbled, his voice a mere whisper. There is a hidden compartment beneath the rockery, where I have stored all the intelligence I have gathered. Here, you are quite cunning, not even placing it within your gang. Most of this information was gathered inadvertently. It is safe in my possession, but should it leak, it would undoubtedly bring trouble. In this line of work, it is inevitable to attract enmity. Over the years, the Water Separation Gang has faced numerous raids from bandits. So, of course, I could not entrust it to the gang. You are aware of self-preservation, but it is a pity your intellect is misapplied. Shaking his head, Shen Yu casually picked up a knife and approached without hesitation, swinging it down. These scoundrels must atone for their sins. Run, quick, run. The remaining few realized that there was no mercy to be found. Seizing the opportunity while Shen Yu dealt with Jianghu bumming, they hastily fled. There was a slim chance of survival if they escaped now, remaining would lead only to death. Bang! Bang! Several dull thuds echoed as blood and flesh splattered at the entrance. The recently escaped individuals met the same fate as their predecessors, utterly obliterated in an instant. I warned you not to run when struck by the 8 sounds heart-piercing. You did not heed my words, so I cannot be held responsible. Shen Yu observed this scene coldly. Despite the multitude of lives taken, not a single ripple of emotion stirred within him. System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have received the Clear Heart Sutra. Clear Heart Sutra? What is this? Before Shen Yu could delve deeper into its significance, he felt a surge of mental energy, akin to a clear spring flowing into the depths of his heart. In that moment, he felt a jolt throughout his being, as if an invisible shackle within him had been shattered. Previously, he had been engulfed by murderous intent, unknowingly affected, leading to impulsive actions. If this continued, the influence would only deepen. The emergence of the Clear Heart Sutra cleansed Shen Yu of his bloodlust, preventing him from being swayed or controlled by such urges. The previous version of himself felt as if his inner depths were clouded by bloodlust. Now, with the power of the Clear Heart Sutra, that dust was swept away, leaving him with an indescribable sense of clarity. At this moment, he felt his heart was as tranquil as water, undisturbed, his entire aura seemingly undergoing a profound transformation. The Clear Heart Sutra possesses remarkable effects of purification, capable of cleansing distractions, concentrating will, and purifying body and mind. Most importantly, it can nurture and enhance one's spirit, solidifying one's resolve. With the Clear Heart Sutra, Shen Yu would no longer have to worry about being influenced by murderous intent. Furthermore, should he encounter any mental techniques, their effects on him would be minimal. This newfound acquisition held greater significance for Shen Yu than all his past endeavors combined. Feeling invigorated, he turned to the utterly dazed Captain Liu and offered a gentle smile. "Captain Liu, it seems we meet again. You. Captain Liu stammered, gazing at the familiar figure before him. He opened his mouth, unsure of how to express himself. Today, he had dared to confront this formidable figure. Observing the fate of Jianghu and his associates made it clear that this individual was not one to be trifled with. The decisiveness displayed in the slaughter of so many left him in disbelief. Who knew whether this person harbored animosity against him? Would the knife still in his hand be turned upon him? Who are you, really? I am Shen Yu, the newly appointed magistrate of Bai'an County. Chapter 66. Are you not afraid? A new magistrate? You are the newly appointed magistrate. He had never heard of a magistrate being so formidable. Typically, such positions were filled by weak scholars. After over a decade of service, the strongest magistrate he had encountered in Bai'an County was merely at the acquired realm. When had he ever seen someone so fearsome? However, the name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Wait, Shen Yu? Could it be the Shen Yu, the magistrate of Bai'an County in Jianghu? Unable to resist, Captain Liu scrutinized Shen Yu again, growing increasingly convinced that he resembled the magistrate from the intelligence reports. They had received news of a new magistrate being dispatched, yet the identity remained unknown. Could it truly be this individual? Captain Liu, do you recognize me? I do not know you personally, but the recent renown of the dual master, the Qin and sword is quite impressive. It is not the work of an ordinary person to annihilate the Jianghu Tower branch single-handedly. Such are merely rumors from the martial world. It is not as grand as it sounds. Shen Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing his name echo through Bai'an County. The title dual master of the Qin and sword felt excessively grandiose, almost shameful. It truly is you. Captain Liu did not deny it, which confirmed that this man was indeed the renowned dual master of the Qin and sword. It was astonishing that the court had dispatched such a figure to Bai'an County. Incredible. Simply incredible. Though Captain Liu had yet to witness Shen Yu's swordsmanship, he had personally experienced the terror of his musical talent. With the water separation gang's hundreds of skilled fighters, alongside several capable individuals, they had been utterly unable to escape, illustrating the sheer might at play. With such a formidable presence crossing the river, it seemed Bai'an County was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Captain Liu, I initially believed that the county office of Bai'an was irreparably corrupt and in dire need of dismantling. However, your presence has shifted my perspective. You are commendable, emerging untainted from the muck. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Liu Zhe felt fortunate that he had promptly come to the rescue today, thereby altering the impression the newly appointed county magistrate held of him. Otherwise, considering that he had personally knocked this esteemed gentleman unconscious and delivered him to the Feng Shui gang, the first order of business upon the magistrate's arrival at the county office would likely have been to target him. At that point, there would be no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He could claim he was merely feigning compliance, but who could prove it? All that was known was his insatiable greed, taking bribes without exception. In the eyes of others, if Liu Zhe were deemed a good person, there would be no bad people left on the streets. Feeling a twinge of fear, Liu Zhe realized that even if one pretended to collude with them, one should not overdo it. What if someone acted heroically? There would be no place to weep. Tianshuang fist. At that moment of embarrassment, Shen Yu had already approached the artificial hill and unleashed a punch towards it. The towering hill crumbled under the force of that strike, sending countless shards of stone cascading down, each enveloped in a thick layer of frost, sending icy chills coursing through the air. What a formidable technique! The sheer power of the punch made Liu Zhe's pupils contract. This magistrate was evidently not merely a master of both the qin and sword as rumored. At the very least, the martial arts he demonstrated today, along with his lightness of foot, were of the highest caliber, instilling a sense of dread. It was bewildering how someone so young could possess such prowess. Having crossed the threshold of 30, Liu Zhe found himself merely lingering at the threshold of the acquired realm. Once feeling like a figure of significance, but now, in an instant, his self-esteem had taken a severe blow. This person was not here to serve as a county magistrate. He was clearly here to provoke ordinary individuals like them. Indeed, right here, from a concealed compartment beneath the artificial hill, Shen Yu discovered what he was searching for. He casually opened it to inspect the contents. Inside were not only records of incriminating evidence against other gangs, but also a ledger detailing the financial dealings of the Feng Shui gang. According to the ledger, the gang was involved in various despicable activities, with some of the captured individuals being sold to brothels or to the secret dens operated by the Baijiu gang. The remainder was handed over to Changhe Tang, where designated individuals handled their training and market distribution. From top to bottom, it formed a complete industrial chain. It was evident that this group of scoundrels had been engaged in such activities for quite some time. Aside from documenting interactions with the Feng Shui gang, the ledger also contained various expenditure records. The most significant outlay was the bribes paid to the county office, as every level required financial lubrication. Among those receiving the most bribes, apart from the seemingly insatiable county lieutenant, was none other than the current head of the Liu department. If Shen Yu had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have mistaken him for a corrupt official and would have had him executed without hesitation. After a cursory examination of the ledger, Shen Yu turned his attention to other records. Most of them pertained to smaller gangs that had competitive relations with the Feng Shui gang. It was common for them to dig up dirt on one another and sabotage each other for trivial reasons. Moreover, due to their competitive nature, they were all very familiar with each other's backgrounds, and the records were detailed. As for the truly powerful factions, the Feng Shui gang did not reach that level. Even if they accidentally learned something, Jianghu would never dare to leave any trace. Fully aware that even a tiny amount of evidence would not harm the foundation of those larger powers. However, if they discovered he had secretly stashed any incriminating evidence against them, even if it were just a little, it would spell disaster for the Feng Shui gang. Furthermore, the Feng Shui gang engaged in the most laborious and despicable tasks. The larger forces controlled shipping ports and vital transportation routes, easily amassing wealth with minimal effort. The lower-tier groups resorted to the most underhanded methods, employing all sorts of tactics to make money. They coerced individuals into prostitution, set traps for deceit, and engaged in shocking schemes that could easily render families shattered. Just within Shen Yu's records, there were numerous instances of families driven to ruin by usury, selling their children to escape the clutches of debt. Stowing away these records, Shen Yu's expression darkened. A murderous intent had already taken root against the head of the Liu department. Dare to cause a stir in Sanshui County? Cause a stir? Sir, what do you intend to do? On a moonless night, as he gazed up at the pitch-black sky and tapped his fingers against the gathered intelligence, Shen Yu coldly declared, "Before dawn, I want these gangs to be reduced to ashes." Good heavens! The magistrate's intent for blood was evident, and it was clear he was not jesting. At this moment, even Liu Zhe had to tread carefully. "Sir, have you truly thought this through? Once you set things in motion, there will be no turning back. Consider the previous 2 magistrates. Are you not afraid? These smaller gangs, comprising nearly half of Sanshui County, appear to be nothing more than trifles to the magistrate. However, if they were all wiped out, the entire county might be engulfed in chaos the following day. The larger factions, those truly in control, would surely take notice. In their eyes, the destruction of these smaller gangs would be inconsequential, yet would unmistakably signal the new magistrate's stance. A magistrate so resolute was not what anyone desired. Fear? Nonsense. I intend to make it clear that now that I am here, their days of prosperity are over. Chapter 67. An extraordinary night, sir. This is the Baijiu gang. After Shen Yu made his decision, Liu Zhe had no choice but to offer his unconditional support. At this point, he was already exposed to the scrutiny of various factions, and his previous pretense had likely lost its effectiveness. Now, he had no option but to align himself with this new magistrate. The magistrate was intent on making a bold move right from the start, and, as the local authority, Lu Zhe assumed the role of navigator. Their first destination was the Bai'an gang, conveniently located nearby. It seemed they were unfortunate to be so close. Sir, the Bai'an gang primarily operates small gambling dens and brothels. They have several gambling establishments within the city and hundreds of hidden prostitutes. Each year, many women suffer and perish at their hands, and countless families are driven to ruin, selling their children to survive. In addition, the Bai'an gang boasted hundreds of skilled fighters, with their leader being a master of the acquired realm. Before Lu Zhe could finish detailing the situation, Shen Yu had already kicked the door open. Such an audacious entrance caused a stir among the Bai'an gang members who were merrily drinking inside, nearly prompting them to grab their weapons and confront the intruders. However, upon recognizing Lu Zhe behind Shen Yu, they relaxed, relieved to find it was merely a debt collector, sparing them from a false alarm. "Lu Captain, what brings you here?" A small-time leader from the Bai'an gang approached with a fawning demeanor. "Haven't we already settled the tribute for this month? Why are you here again?" Coughing awkwardly, Lu Zhe quickly glanced at Shen Yu beside him. "You lot are trying to ensnare me." "Lu Captain, I understand the rules." Misinterpreting Lu Zhe's cough as a hint, the gang member laughed and said, "Come, today we have a batch of new goods. Let Lu Captain have a taste." "Rascal." Noticing Shen Yu's expression, which seemed unfazed by the comment, Lu Zhe finally relaxed. He then forcefully extricated himself from the other's grip and unsheathed his blade with a swift motion. "I am the captain of Bai'an County. I stand against evil. You, the White Bamboo Gang, are steeped in heinous deeds. In the past, I merely engaged in feigned camaraderie with you. Today, you shall not presume to forge any ties with this captain." How absurd. Has Lu Zhe lost his senses today? If he were truly to oppose evil, would that not render every one of you a paragon of virtue? It appears that today, Captain Lu Zhe is not here for merriment, but rather to instigate chaos. Just two individuals, and they dare to cause a stir within our White Bamboo Gang? They must be out of their minds. Lu Zhe, I am graciously addressing you as Captain Lu. Should I choose to withhold my respect, what are you but a mere trifle? His gaze turned icy. The little leader silently signaled to his comrades, and the other disciples of the White Bamboo Gang immediately understood. They stealthily grasped their weapons and encircled him with ill intent. The White Bamboo Gang indeed. At this moment, Shen Yu unexpectedly spoke, a palpable killing intent emanating from him that sent a chill down Lu Zhe's spine, causing him to involuntarily shudder. The situation within the White Bamboo Gang was far more chaotic than Shen Yu had anticipated. Upon his forceful entry, he was confronted with a series of unsightly scenes. About a dozen disciples were gathered around a table laden with wine and meat, with several young maidens seated beside them. These disciples of the White Bamboo Gang showed no restraint, their hands roaming indiscriminately over the maidens, who, despite their pain, dared not raise their voices, only tears glistening in their eyes. Beside some tables, the disciples could no longer contain themselves and directly pursued their vile intentions. The maidens, in their anguish, cried out, and rather than receiving any compassion, they were met with raucous cheers and boasts, as if flaunting their depravity. Not a single one of these wretches deserves forgiveness. Ding dong. With an icy gaze, Shen Yu unexpectedly found a peculiar, yet extraordinary instrument in his hands, his fingers poised over its strings. The familiar melody resonated once more, prompting Lu Zhe to instinctively cover his ears. Though he knew it would prove futile, it provided a semblance of psychological comfort. Bang! A muffled grunt sounded, and the very leader of the White Bamboo Gang who had just greeted him now lay heavily upon the ground, blood streaming from his lips, his body convulsing sporadically. TSK. TSK. He is likely beyond saving, a fitting end for his arrogance. Bang bang. The relentless sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed in his ears. Lu Zhe could not help but glance up, witnessing disciple after disciple of the White Bamboo Gang collapsing, their once formidable presence crumbling under the weight of that terrifying melody. That familiar scene unfolded before his eyes once again. Even having witnessed it previously, its impact remained jarring and fearsome. Lu Zhe gaped at the spectacle, momentarily lost in disbelief. The White Bamboo Gang, in mere moments, was no more. Captain Lu, let us proceed to the next. Ah, yes, my lord, please follow me. The new county magistrate's cold voice reverberated in his ears like distant thunder, causing Lu Zhe's heart to quiver. Given this demeanor, It seemed this new magistrate was indeed a man of his word. For the gangs of Sanshui County, today would prove to be a harrowing and fearsome night. My lord, this is the Green Snake Gang. Oh, understood. Nodding at Lu Zhe, Shen Yu then kicked the door open with force, and once again, that familiar melody filled the air, leaving no doubt that the Green Snake Gang was destined for annihilation today. My lord, this is the Chanha Hall. My lord, this is the Baisha Gang. In a single night, Lu Zhe, accompanied by Shen Yu, traversed Sanshui County, confronting 7 or 8 gangs, none of which could withstand even a quarter of an hour. One must wonder, does this gentleman not require time to recover his strength? He seems to grow increasingly invigorated as the night progresses. By the end, even Lu Zhe himself had become numb, content to be merely his guide. In his heart, only one thought echoed. Monstrous, utterly monstrous. For the common folk of Sanshui County, this day unfolded like any other, devoid of change. Yet for the myriad forces within Sanshui County, the previous night was anything but ordinary, a tumultuous event that would leave the county restless for some time to come. As dawn broke, Shen Yu arrived at his final destination, the first stop of a new day, the county office of Sanshui. Captain Liu, summon everyone in the office to meet me. Yes, my lord. Please hold on. I shall dispatch someone to notify them. Captain Liu, who is this person? Observing Captain Liu striding confidently into the office with a young man, the officials were intrigued. If Captain Liu is showing such deference, surely this cannot be an ordinary individual. Who does not know that Captain Liu is most fond of weighing the worth of others? He scarcely acknowledges those of lesser stature. Moreover, the authoritative tone just now seemed to command rather than request. Could it be that some young master is idling in the county office? How audacious! This is Lord Shen, the newly appointed county magistrate. All of you, straighten up and show proper respect. A new magistrate? So young? Chapter 68. Who among you has any objections? The new county magistrate has arrived. Soon after the news of the new magistrate's arrival spread, the office staff abandoned their discussions regarding the events of the previous night, hastily setting aside their tasks to pay their respects to this new figure. Along the way, some familiar faces engaged in hushed discussions. It is said that the new magistrate is quite young. No wonder the news of his arrival has circulated for a month or two, and he has only just arrived. Young people are often unreliable. Young people are easier to manipulate. A little flattery will suffice, and our days will be less burdensome. Nonsense. Youth brings a penchant for mischief. We shall undoubtedly encounter troubles, much like with the previous magistrate. Silence. As the conversation veered into unfavorable territory, County Clerk and Jin Cheng's sharp reprimand silenced the group, compelling them to enter the county office in silence. Soon, all were presented with the newly arrived Shen Yu, alongside the reverently standing Lu Zhe. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, expressions of disdain filled the faces of the officials. This sycophant has an uncanny nose, even before our arrival. The captain was already here, fawning over the new magistrate, undoubtedly vying for favor. My lord, this is County Clerkin. Pointing to those present, Lu Zhe respectfully introduced Shen Yu, his demeanor betraying his obsequious nature. Yet little did they know, Lu Zhe's respect was genuine. It was not merely respect. It was tinged with fear, a sentiment of both reverence and trepidation. Anyone who had witnessed the previous night's events would likely display similar reactions. He would forever be haunted by the blood-soaked scenes, hundreds collapsing without even a struggle, the entire experience crashing upon his heart like a heavy hammer. My lord, this is Master Yan. While lost in his memories of the previous day, Lu Zhe continued introducing Shen Yu to the others, naming the county constable, Lord Han. Wait, Lord Han? Upon hearing this name, Shen Yu instinctively lifted his gaze to the constable, who bore a square visage and an austere expression, exuding an air of meticulousness. At first glance, the impression was undoubtedly positive, even evoking a sense of righteous integrity. Who would have thought that such a figure would be a cunning and ruthless villain? Though his appearance may suggest virtue, alas, he is merely a corrupt official. What? Shen Yu's words stunned everyone. It was unheard of for someone to openly accuse a person of being a corrupt official right from the outset. Do you not realize that such actions may cost you all your friends? The official chuckled, asserting, I have always conducted myself with integrity. I have never engaged in bribery or corruption. Surely, you have been misled by slanderous rumors. I implore you to see the truth. As he spoke, this Lord Han cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhe, suspecting that it might be he who had been secretly reporting against him. Just wait. You shall see what I have in store for you. Joking? I never jest with corrupt officials. With a dismissive flick, Shen Yu tossed a ledger onto the table. His voice cold as he declared, "Behold, everyone. This is irrefutable evidence of Lord Han's corruption and abuse of power, meticulously documented." He continued, "Han Mingyang, despite your position as county lieutenant, you have accepted bribes and disregarded human life. You are unworthy of holding office. Zhou Yuan, Lu Zhe, seize him. I shall report to the court and ensure this scoundrel is executed to restore public trust. You dare?" Shen Yu's words ignited a powder keg, and Han Mingyang erupted in fury. Who was this county magistrate, daring to challenge him? Such audacity! He would soon learn who truly held power in Bai'an County. However, what enraged Han even more was that Lu Zhe, his usual sycophant, dared to take action against him. This insolent fool was courting death. It seemed a new dog was needed to replace this one. With a fierce shout, Han Mingyang unleashed his strength, creating an invisible tempest in the hall, as if a mountain had descended from the heavens. The sheer force of his attack caused Zhou Yuan and his companion to pale in response. As the county lieutenant, his authority was not without merit. One must possess considerable skill to maintain control. Yet, this display of power filled Zhou Yuan and the others with dread. They had never anticipated that Han Mingyang would strike with such ferocity. To them, the oncoming force was not merely two hands but an immovable mountain, the peak of the post-heaven realm. With this move, Shen Yu surmised Han Mingyang's true strength. For an ordinary person, this level of skill was indeed formidable, certainly beyond the capabilities of Lu Zhe and Zhou Yuan. "Retreat. Take cover behind me." At Shen Yu's command, the two hastily complied. It was not that they lacked the will to assist. Faced with a true master, they were acutely aware of their limitations. It was far more prudent to rally behind the county magistrate and offer verbal support. Yet, Han Mingyang showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he charged directly at Shen Yu. Even as he consciously tempered his strength, the impending force remained formidable. Were he merely a delicate scholar, that strike could easily have cost him half his life. The malevolent intent behind Han's actions was unmistakable. "Han Mingyang, what do you intend?" Shen Yu retorted, "I am the county magistrate of Sanshui." "County magistrate? What do you think I intend?" Han scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for Shen Yu's status. With a casual remark, he sought to brush off the matter entirely, as if he had nothing to fear for his future. "My apologies, county magistrate. My martial prowess cannot be contained, and thus it is natural that I cannot restrain my strength. Worry not. I have made an effort to temper it to only 80%. The remaining 20% may not kill you, but it will likely leave you severely injured." As he spoke, Han Mingyang lunged forward, a vicious grin distorting his previously dignified demeanor. This insolent wretch dared to embarrass him in his own domain. If he did not teach him a lesson, the young magistrate would not know his place. In Han's eyes, this youthful county magistrate would soon be writhing beneath his grasp, and he could hardly wait to witness that moment. "Lieutenant Han," the county deputy hastily interjected, "come back at once. What are you thinking? Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. I do not wish to act thus, but I truly cannot restrain myself." Han Mingyang replied, grinning triumphantly as his palms surged toward Shen Yu, the fierce wind from his strike ruffling Shen Yu's garments. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the hall, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath. The crystalline noise jolted everyone from their stupor. In that instant, a dazzling light appeared before their eyes, accompanied by an unimaginable aura of lethal intent. The brilliance flashed past as swiftly as a fleeting shadow, leaving no time for reaction. At that moment, Han Mingyang, who had been charging toward Shen Yu, abruptly halted, clutching his neck with both hands. A fountain of blood erupted from his throat. Despite his frantic attempts to staunch the flow, he could not contain the crimson tide. Blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the floor, and Han Mingyang fell, his face a mask of disbelief. How could the lamb he had underestimated suddenly transform into a ferocious tiger? It was simply inconceivable. What? One sword strike? Merely one strike, and Han Mingyang, the county lieutenant, is dead? The spectators were taken aback, stunned by the suddenness of his demise. How could this young magistrate possess such terrifying martial prowess? Had the court truly dispatched such a formidable figure to take action? Lieutenant Han Mingyang, having engaged in corruption and disregard for life, not only refused to surrender upon exposure, but also attempted to assault me. In self-defense, I acted accordingly, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do any of you dissent? Chapter 69. Coercion and Temptation. Who dares to voice dissent? The new county magistrate had immediately established his authority. Did they not see the lieutenant lying lifelessly on the ground? Each of them had benefited from corruption in one way or another. Who among them could claim absolute innocence? With a casual motion, Shen Yu produced several more ledgers, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, instilling a sense of dread in them all. These are records obtained from the Feng and Bai'an gangs, detailing the bribes they have distributed. Each of you has undoubtedly received your fair share. What? Was it the county magistrate who orchestrated last night's events? At that moment, realization dawned upon all present. In the dead of night, several gangs had been eradicated, and they had assumed it was due to some external threat. Who could have guessed that it was this newly appointed magistrate behind it all? What did he intend? Was this a moment of impulsive action? Or was he attempting to shake the hornet's nest, to create chaos upon his arrival? Did he not understand the danger he was courting? The elimination of minor gangs might be inconsequential, but provoking more powerful factions could spell disaster for the entire county office. Yet, after the initial shock wore off, a palpable anxiety settled among the assembly. Their concerns had shifted from the broader implications to their own fates. With Han Mingyang already lifeless on the ground, their bodies still warm, what would become of them? They each had profited from the same corrupt practices. How would they escape their inevitable downfall? I am Shen Yu, and from this moment forth, I am the county magistrate of Sanshui. Past transgressions shall be forgiven, but henceforth, should anyone dare to engage in duplicity or corruption, I shall ensure that they face severe consequences. Shen Yu, the master of both the guqin and the sword, the county deputy, and Jin Cheng, discreetly raised his head to glance at Shen Yu, his eyes briefly flashing with a glimmer of sharp insight. What? Shen Yu? We are doomed. Upon hearing that name, the remaining individuals nearly collapsed in shock. In recent times, Shen Yu's reputation had begun to spread through the martial world. Sanshui County, a hub of commerce, had drawn countless merchants and martial artists alike. Many had discussed the matter, and naturally, they had heard of him. It is well known that Bai'an County has produced a formidable county magistrate, who, shortly after assuming office, decisively apprehended both the county lieutenant and the county clerk, instilling fear in the hearts of the assassins who once roamed Bai'an. It is said that in a single day, he slaughtered hundreds of elite killers. Such a ruthless individual has now arrived in Sanshui County, armed with their secrets, leaving a sense of dread for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, observing the varied expressions of those below, Shen Yu smiled gently, believing that the flames of chaos he kindled were still insufficient. Intimidation and temptation. How could one rely solely on intimidation? With Han Mingyang subdued, the position of county lieutenant cannot remain vacant. Henceforth, from this day, Captain Liu shall temporarily assume the role of county lieutenant. What? Upon hearing this announcement, Liu Zhe beside him was filled with uncontainable joy. As the captain of the county guard, he was merely an officer in the bureaucratic hierarchy, yet being appointed as the county lieutenant was a significant elevation in status. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to plunge into fire for you. Ah, Captain Liu, no, Lieutenant Liu. This is for the court and for the citizens of Sanshui County. Yes, it's all the same. What nonsense is this? Liu Zhe is temporarily the county lieutenant? Surely they misheard. Appointing someone like Liu Zhe, a sycophant, as county lieutenant is a mockery. No wonder he is so eager. When the new magistrate commanded him to act against Han Mingyang, he complied without hesitation, disregarding any potential repercussions. This magistrate possesses extraordinary resolve, indeed. Such blatant flattery has reached unprecedented heights. The position of county lieutenant is coveted, and they too wish to serve with loyalty. In an instant, a wave of envy swept through the crowd. Some cannot suppress their voices, my lord. Is this truly appropriate? What is inappropriate? Captain Liu is loyal to the court and diligent for Sanshui County. I am quite satisfied with this arrangement. Thus it is decided. He is diligent? Surely. They must be blind. Everyone internally scoffed. Who does not know that Captain Liu typically avoids trouble and is notorious for his corrupt practices? To elevate such a flatterer to the position of county lieutenant is an affront to those who genuinely work hard. My lord, at this moment, and Jin Cheng, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Captain Liu is merely a captain. Such a sudden promotion to lieutenant may not adhere to protocol. Protocol? My words are the protocol now, especially since Captain Liu is only temporarily assuming the role of lieutenant. I will soon recommend him to higher authorities. I have some influence in this matter. Shen Yu felt a measure of confidence, recalling Mr. Chen's prior assurances of support. The position of county lieutenant should pose no issues. My lord, such an appointment may not gain public support. I'm not consulting you. I am merely informing you. Shen Yu interrupted and Jin Sheng sharply, then turned to address everyone with a smile. As long as you diligently serve me, I shall remember your efforts. By the way, this is Captain Zhou Yuan, whom I brought from Bai'an County. He shall now serve as the captain of Sanshui County. Do any of you have objections? Objections? Given the circumstances, who could dare voice dissent? He is merely a captain, after all, and they could not challenge someone brought from a previous post. Lu Zhe, Zhou Yuan, my lord, both of you, take your men to patrol the streets. Should you encounter anyone oppressing the common folk, no matter who they are or what family they belong to, apprehend them all. From this day forth, I do not wish to see anyone oppressing the people. Yes, my lord. After watching the two hastily depart, Shen Yu turned his thoughts to the system. System, sign in. Having eradicated numerous gangs the previous night and dealt with Han Mingyang, the former county lieutenant, Shen Yu realized he had yet to sign in. After having the system for some time, he had discerned a pattern. The longer he waited, the better the rewards. He pondered what he might receive after such a lengthy wait. Sign in successful, pure yang body. What? A radiant light surged into his body, and Shen Yu felt a peculiar energy manifest within him, a warmth enveloping him entirely. It was as though he were immersed in a hot spring, waves of heat coursing through him, nurturing every inch of his being. Every muscle, every bone, indeed every cell seemed to rejoice in transformation. In that moment, Shen Yu felt as though he had merged with the very essence of nature. Unbeknownst to him, the flow of true energy within him accelerated, his meridians expanded, and his dantian surged, resulting in an astonishing metamorphosis. Moments later, as this transformation concluded, Shen Yu felt a refreshing clarity, acutely aware of the vast disparity in his abilities. Under the influence of true energy, his speed had increased tenfold. What once took him 10 arduous days of training could now be achieved in a single day. This was not merely a bicycle transforming into a motorcycle. It was akin to a bicycle becoming a race car, an extraordinary windfall. One must understand that the internal energy acquired from the system was reflective of his own training pace. 10 years of internal energy equated to his current state after a decade of practice. Had he obtained the pure yang body earlier, his speed would have multiplied tenfold. In reflection, he felt as though he had suffered a significant loss, leaving him with an inexplicable pang of regret. Chapter 70. We are different. Sanshui County truly is a shallow pond teeming with turtles. As Shen Yu perused the county records, criminal cases, and corresponding materials provided by Mr. Chen, he could not help but lament. The position of county magistrate in Sanshui County is not one that just anyone can handle. It requires adaptability and shrewdness. Previously, the former county lieutenant Han Mingyang was a direct disciple of the leader of the Great River Gate, while county clerk and Jin Sheng hailed from one of the three major merchant families, the Yin family. Each of them possessed formidable backgrounds. In Sanshui County, commerce is predominantly driven by the three major merchant associations, with businesses flourishing across the land. The sect of Nanyu Zong and the Great River Gate wield substantial influence. Other prominent families and wealthy merchants are also prevalent. Furthermore, due to its geographical advantages, Sanshui County has become a gathering place for wandering heroes, leading to a perpetual state of unrest. In this world, most individuals are quick to seek vengeance, and even a single misstep can lead to conflict. When outmatched, one might call for reinforcements, turning a duel into a brawl. As county magistrate, one risks incurring the ire of those skilled in martial arts. They often find themselves helplessly observing the chaos, unable to intervene without fear of collateral damage. If the interests of powerful factions are affected, even a shopkeeper can unleash a torrent of wrath upon them. They have no recourse, lest they provoke retaliation, leaving them to await their inevitable consequences. These factions are immensely powerful, with connections that extend not only throughout Jianghu, but also to the governor's office in the Nanhua region. Thus, few would grant the county magistrate any respect. Of course, if the magistrate is willing to cooperate and endure some indignities, there would be no significant issues. However, If one aspires to be an honorable official and uphold justice, one must carefully weigh the consequences. The average person cannot navigate such treacherous waters. Are you the newly appointed county magistrate of Sanshui? While Shen Yu contemplated how to manage Sanshui County, the door suddenly swung open. A young girl, approximately 17 or 18 years old, entered. She was strikingly beautiful, with clear eyes and an aura of freshness that captivated all who beheld her. However, her attire concealed her figure, leaving an impression of hardship. The individual before them appeared to be a member of the constabulary, adorned with an iron badge, signifying their rank as the head constable. What could be their purpose for coming here? Were they perhaps celebrating their new appointment? I am the magistrate of Sanshui County. With a nod, Shen Yu inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" The head constable merely sought to ascertain whether the events of last night were indeed the work of Shen Yu, who had reportedly annihilated the Feng Shui gang and the Baijiu gang. "Indeed, it was I," Shen Yu acknowledged with a nod, finding no shame in admitting it. Dismantling criminal syndicates is also the duty of the constabulary. Perhaps they might even present him with a commendation. Who authorized your actions? Do you comprehend the disruption you have caused to our significant undertakings? The constable glared at Shen Yu, unleashing a tirade of invective. The constabulary had been closely monitoring the Feng Shui gang and the Baijiu gang, and their sudden obliteration the previous night had not gone unnoticed. However, the constable was acutely aware that the individual before them possessed formidable martial skills, and due to uncertainty regarding their true identity, they hesitated to act rashly. This person could potentially be a threat, perhaps even an assassin. By following him, they might uncover the breakthrough they had long sought in their investigations. To their astonishment, this individual soon arrived at the county office, promptly announcing the new magistrate's ascension. It became clear that it was this new magistrate who had orchestrated the events of the previous night. Their indignation surged. This young magistrate had rendered their months of diligent effort futile. "I have delayed your vital affairs." Shen Yu nearly laughed in disbelief upon hearing those words. The Feng Shui gang and Baijiu gang were notorious for their numerous crimes. He found it implausible that the constabulary was unaware of their transgressions. For an extended period, they had allowed these gangs to run rampant, and now that he had eradicated this scourge, they dared to accuse him? What, pray tell, was their true intent? Was there an unspeakable connection between the constabulary and these gangs? "You know nothing," the constable shouted at Shen Yu, retaliating fiercely. "Recently, the constabulary dismantled the Chang'an gang, from whom we learned that individuals were covertly collecting young girls and boys of specific ages. Not only them, but the Feng Shui gang and the Baijiu gang were also involved in this heinous activity. Yet, they operated with such caution that our surveillance yielded scant results. Now that the Feng Shui gang has acquired more victims, we were poised to uncover the mastermind behind these abominations. But now, all of that has been ruined because of you. How utterly absurd. As far as I'm aware, the Chang'an gang has been eradicated for several months. Have you simply been twiddling your thumbs? Do you have any idea how many individuals have suffered during this time?" Shen Yu retorted. He understood that the victims of the Chang'an gang were far fewer than those afflicted by the Baijiu gang. The Chang'an gang had engaged in the trafficking of women, but their victims were predominantly from outside the region. Although their headquarters was in Sanshui County, their disciples roamed far and wide, targeting unsuspecting girls with appealing appearances, ensnaring them through deceit or force, and then delivering them to Sanshui County. After conditioning them, they sold these unfortunate souls to wealthy merchants and sons of affluent families. Sanshui County, being a hub of commerce, attracted many affluent travelers who were often generous but emotionally vacant. Each patron could yield substantial profit for the Chang'an gang. In conclusion, while the Chang'an gang operated on a qualitative basis, the Feng Shui gang and their ilk focused on quantity. It could be said that for every victim claimed by the Chang'an gang, the Feng Shui gang could victimize 10 or even dozens. Both were guilty of wrongdoing, but in terms of the magnitude of their offenses, the eradicated Chang'an gang had caused far less harm than the Feng Shui gang and Baijiu gang. However, the Chang'an gang's operatives likely acted without fully understanding their victims' backgrounds, leading to their downfall. The once mighty Chang'an gang, with its sprawling network across much of Jianghu, was swiftly dismantled by the constabulary's intervention. Though the Chang'an gang was no more, other gangs engaging in human trafficking persisted. The constabulary had merely eliminated one gang, while allowing others to continue their nefarious activities, preying upon the populace. Now, This female constable had the audacity to confront him about disrupting their operations. How brazen! Were they devoid of any sense of shame? They spoke of long-term strategies to catch bigger fish while watching innocent lives fall victim, remaining utterly unmoved. You. The girl faced Shen Yu defiantly, asserting, "Do you not realize how many lives will be lost if we fail to uncover the puppeteer behind this? What consequences will unfold? Do not attempt to intimidate me. I simply wish to know how long it will take you to uncover the true culprit. 3 months? 5 months? Or perhaps a year?" Meeting her gaze, Shen Yu felt a surge of disgust at the delicate features of her face. "Let me enlighten you. The accounts of the Feng Shui gang and Bai'an gang are in my possession. In a mere 3 months, they have harmed nearly 500 individuals. If you have been monitoring them closely, you must be aware of this. For the sake of a case that may take an indeterminate amount of time to resolve, you have allowed this malignant tumor to thrive. Ultimately, you seem more concerned with your own accolades than the well-being of the common people." With a scoff, Shen Yu continued, "To you, these ordinary citizens are nothing but ants, disposable and inconsequential. I, however, as the magistrate of Bai'an County, am duty-bound to advocate for the welfare of the people. You are short-sighted and utterly foolish," she retorted, unable to comprehend his perspective. "You care not for the suffering of those innocent girls, remaining heartless and unfeeling. Today, I have witnessed the true nature of the constabulary. You are mistaken. Our actions are solely to save more lives." Despite Shen Yu's vehement rebuttal, the young woman stood her ground, clinging to her final solace. To sacrifice a portion for the sake of many was a rationale she could accept. If she were to concede, it would render her steadfastness a mere jest, undermining their efforts thus far. "No, the fault lies with this magistrate. Our decisions have been sound. Nothing is more paramount than uncovering the truth behind these crimes. Do you comprehend the sacrifices we have made during this time? Countless individuals within the constabulary have devoted extensive resources and efforts to pursue the true puppet master, only for it to be obliterated under your actions. Should we fail to resolve this case, will you bear the responsibility? Have you witnessed the plight of the victims of the Feng Shui gang? Do you know their suffering?" In response, Shen Yu coldly scoffed, finding her persistence laughable. "You claim to save lives, yet you are acutely aware of which side possesses greater numbers. Should we ultimately fail to resolve this case, who will the victims of the Feng Shui gang turn to for solace? Will the constabulary continue to stand idle? You ought to heed the cries of despair that echo through the night, witnessing the shattered families left in the wake of such tragedy. Can you truly shoulder the blame for that? Is your insistence on solving this case merely a pretext to protect the interests of the powerful? You have observed the Feng Shui gang for so long, yet have turned a blind eye to their atrocities, watching as they harm others day by day. Is it incorrect to label you as cold-hearted?" With a single breath, Shen Yu unleashed his thoughts, leaving the young woman before him on the verge of tears. Her expression fraught with indignation. Anyone witnessing her plight would likely rush to comfort her tenderly. Regrettably, she found herself confronting Shen Yu. Apologies, but Shen Yu was not one to be swayed by such tactics. Instead, he chose to press on with unrelenting vigor, embodying the essence of a steadfast man. "What now? Are you left speechless? Do not cast blame upon others for your own inadequacies, nor should you allow countless innocents to bear the burden of your failures. You scoundrel!" At last, the young woman could no longer contain the fury boiling within her, and in a fit of rage, she flung her dagger, sheath and all, towards Shen Yu with great force. Suddenly, a sharp sound of unsheathing a sword pierced the air, and a flash of brilliant light erupted, dazzling like a radiant firework. Before the young woman could comprehend the situation, an exquisite longsword was already poised at her throat. The chilling aura of impending doom extinguished her anger in an instant. In that moment, she realized that the figure before her was not the playful brother she had once known, but rather the notorious iron-fisted county magistrate, rumored to be merciless in his dealings. She had recently heard whispers of this magistrate, known for his ruthless demeanor and refusal to show leniency to anyone. As the county magistrate, he had executed a killer without hesitation, even when it involved the son of his superior. If she were to cross his line, the likelihood of him showing her any compassion was exceedingly slim. "My Lord Shen, please refrain from taking action." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the doorway, and in the blink of an eye, a figure arrived with remarkable speed. Shen Yu was uncertain of the newcomer's strength, but their agility was indeed extraordinary. "My lord Shen, my sister has been spoiled, and I hope you will not hold it against her. No harm done. I had no intention of quarreling with a young lady." With that, Shen Yu retracted his sword and scrutinized the newcomer. The individual was a man in his 30s, appearing somewhat simple, yet with a glimmer of shrewdness in his demeanor, adorned in the attire of a constable embellished with silver trim. Wait a moment, silver trim? Upon noticing the silver trim on the constable's uniform, Shen Yu was jolted, and his gaze shifted downward to the silver badge adorning the man's chest. Indeed, he was a silver badge constable. The constabulary had dispatched a silver badge officer. It became evident that the case the constabulary was investigating was far from straightforward. "My lord Shen, you truly understand the greater good. I am Fong Zi. It is an honor to meet you. I apologize for my uninvited arrival. You are too kind, Officer Fong. A silver badge constable holds a rank far superior to mine." Although Fong's rank exceeded Shen Yu's, and his demeanor was quite sincere, it must be said that their impression in Shen Yu's mind was rather lackluster. The constabulary had long been watching the Feng Shui gang, yet had taken no action. Shen Yu understood the strategy of waiting to catch a bigger fish, but that was no excuse to allow the Feng Shui gang to continue harming others. "Please escort the young lady away. I have pressing matters and cannot keep you for dinner." "My lord Shen, wait." Seeing Shen Yu's dismissive attitude, Fong Zi remained calm and continued, "Surely, you are aware of our investigation. Through our efforts, it has come to light that the mastermind is likely within Bai'an County. This individual is abducting young girls and boys, presumably for their vital essence. Those unfortunate enough to fall into his hands may find no hope of survival. This person must be dealt with. May I have your thoughts on this matter?" Fong Zi's intent was becoming increasingly clear. Those ensnared by the Feng Shui gang might be subjected to torment, but at least they would still be alive, as the gang needed them for profit. In contrast, those who fell into the hands of the individual they were tracking would likely meet a grim fate. In this comparison, who could distinguish the weight of each? However, Fong Zi was not there to debate Shen Yu. He took a moment and then stated, "Our constabulary is limited in manpower, and to avoid alarming our quarry, we cannot conduct a large-scale search. Thus, we require your assistance. It is said that you care for your people as if they were your own children. Surely, you would not stand idly by in such a matter? If such a situation exists, I shall not shirk my duty." Meeting Fong's gaze, Shen Yu saw nothing but sincerity reflected back. "As the magistrate of Bai'an County, if such evil truly exists here, I shall do everything in my power to eradicate it. In that case, thank you, my lord. Should any news arise, I will be sure to inform you." At that moment, a constable rushed in with urgency, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble has arisen. Constable Liu, no. County Officer Liu has been surrounded. Who dares to be so bold? It is the infamily." The constable gasped for breath as he relayed the message. Today, County Officer Liu was patrolling the streets when he discovered a young master from the infamily harassing a girl. Officer Liu intervened, but was met with insults. When he tried to apprehend the young master, the infamily sent reinforcements and surrounded Officer Liu instead. "Let's go and see," Shen Yu commanded as he hurriedly followed the constable. Inwardly, he lamented the absurdity of these wealthy youngsters, who had nothing better to do than harass women on the streets when they could be enjoying the company of their beautiful maids at home. The infamily's actions were disgraceful. It was a case of dogs biting dogs. At this moment, Fong Zi, who had been nearby, could not suppress a light chuckle. "It seems Officer Liu is engaging with the infamily. Are they not allies? How amusing indeed." One wondered how this county magistrate would choose to handle the situation. Chapter 72. I'm always just. "Liu Zhe, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I one team make you suffer for this?" Such arrogance. Even from a distance, Shen Yu could hear the brash voice echoing. On his territory, such insolence was a sign of ignorance, a lack of understanding of the world's harsh realities. Upon arrival, Shen Yu saw Liu Zhe encircled by over a dozen guards, looking disheveled, blood trickling from his lip, clearly having endured a significant setback. Nearby, several constables huddled together, surrounding a trembling young girl. However, the constables appeared to be in a state of distress, trembling and struggling to maintain their grip on their weapons. "My lord magistrate." Upon sighting Shen Yu approaching, Liu Zhe was nearly brought to tears, as if he had finally found a savior. "What happened? Who struck you?" Shen Yu's cold gaze swept the area. Ever since acquiring the Clear Heart Sutra, he had refrained from losing his temper, yet the current situation was unsettling. How could a spoiled, rich heir dare to raise a hand against a county officer? Was he truly so brazen? Who might this be? The newly appointed county magistrate has arrived. It was I who did this. Clearly, the young master recognized the official garb of Shen Yu, but regarded him with utter disdain, embodying the very essence of spoiled brat. Just a dog. What does he think he is? He dares to impede my business. Striking him is merely a light punishment. Well, a young master of the family. Stepping forward, Shen Yu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The scene left not only the young master in shock, but also the guards and onlookers, who stood agape. This was the young master of the family, a prominent figure in Sanshui County, and never had anyone dare to strike him in public. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to strike me. Covering his already swollen right cheek, the young master of the family shouted frantically, "Beat me! Kill me! I dare you! I wonder who would be brave enough? I am a magistrate of Sanshui County. Should you lay a hand on me, it would be deemed rebellion, and I shall execute you without hesitation." In an instant, a palpable aura of menace was unleashed, akin to a chilling winter wind, enveloping them in an icy dread that penetrated to their bones. The terrifying presence left everyone trembling with fear. Even the young master's bodyguard, a skilled practitioner of postnatal cultivation who had just moments ago bested Liu Zhe, was reduced to a quivering state before this overwhelming aura. The newly appointed magistrate was formidable. With another swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a harsh slap to the young master's left cheek. The force of the blow knocked several teeth loose, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing the swelling on both sides of his face and the clear marks of his strikes, Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was much more symmetrical and thus more pleasing to the eye. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? My father is the third master of the family, and my uncle is the governor. Oh, the governor's nephew. Is that so? But what of it? Shen Yu retorted, casually brandishing a sword near the young master's neck. His gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion, causing the young man's heart to race. Do you know, when I was in Sanshui County, someone once boasted to me in a similar manner. He proclaimed his father was the governor and his uncle a marquis, believing that such connections granted him immunity from my authority. Do you know how that ended? Shaking his head, Shen Yu spoke in a detached tone, as if recounting a trivial anecdote. Because I have a notorious temper and cannot abide arrogance. In a fit of rage, I struck him down on the spot. What are you gasping for? I haven't even moved against you yet. The young master of the family was not just a rogue. He was also pathetically timid, a stark contrast to the elite he had imagined himself among. With such a feeble disposition, how dared he stir up trouble? So you're the young master of the family, are you? Not only do you harass virtuous women, but you also dare to assault a county officer. It would only be justifiable for me to end your life. It seems I must collect your life today. My lord magistrate, the young man stammered, staring at the sword's blade mere inches away, knowing full well the murderous intent was etched across Shen Yu's face. He had never felt so close to death before. Do you wish to live or die? I wish to live. I wish to live. Very well, then cooperate. Shen Yu clapped the young master on the shoulder, nodding approvingly. He enjoyed those who understood the gravity of the situation, as communication with them was effortless. Liu Zhe, fetch a wooden board. We shall hang it around the young master's neck. Write down his full name, his family lineage, and his misdeeds, harassing women, wielding weapons to harm others, and abusing the governor's name to bully the weak. Let all be known. Then, we shall parade this young master through the streets of Sanshui County, ensuring that all citizens are aware of such a character in our midst. From now on, should anyone dare to disturb the peace or harass the populace, they shall suffer a similar fate and be displayed publicly. With another resounding slap on the young master's shoulder, Shen Yu added, when Liu County officer takes you on your parade, you shall shout, I am not human, I was wrong. Make sure your voice is loud enough for all to hear. Shout this for 3 days, and then you shall be released. 3 days? What is that? Unwilling? Very well. Waving to Liu Zhe, Shen Yu nonchalantly remarked, Liu County officer, since the young master is reluctant, take him back and imprison him in the death cell, awaiting execution. Upon hearing this, the young master's legs turned to jelly. The earlier aura of menace was no farce. He could sense that Shen Yu was entirely capable of enforcing his words, and he hurriedly cried out, My lord, I agree. I agree. A heartless ploy. Hidden among the crowd, Fangzi narrowed his eyes slightly. This tactic was ruthless. For a prominent family like the ANS, reputation held immense weight. And Shen Yu's actions were akin to dragging the Yin family's name through the mud and trampling it repeatedly. For quite some time, the Yin family would serve as a source of amusement for the townsfolk. This young master was doomed. Upon returning home, he would either be beaten to death or left severely injured. With such an example set, other families would surely impose stricter controls over their offspring, ensuring that their honor was preserved, at the very least, until they could either topple Shen Yu or bring him to their side. They would not allow such incidents to occur again. My lord, magistrate, this is all a misunderstanding. A man rushed forth from the crowd, his brow glistening with sweat. I am the steward of the Yin family. This girl is one of ours, bound by contract. My lord, if you do not believe me, you may ask her. She is indeed one of the Yin family, and this does not constitute harassment. My lord, the girl is indeed a maid of the Yin family. At this moment, the girl surrounded by the constables suddenly spoke up, putting Lu Zhe and his fellows in a rather awkward position. If they were merely playing among themselves, what did it mean for them to risk their lives to protect her, as if they were mere jesters? Misunderstanding? The moment the steward approached with the contract, Shen Yu realized the document was likely authentic. Once the girl spoke, the matter was solidified. However, a moment's reflection made it clear that the Yin family was attempting to ensnare him, aiming to demonstrate their power to the newly appointed magistrate. So you wish to play games with me? Very well, I shall ensure your downfall. Oh, so you're the steward of the Yin family. I presume you have been here for some time. When this young master assaulted Lu County officer, you chose not to speak up. Now you claim it is a misunderstanding? I am afraid it is too late. I care not whether you are truly a family. The fact remains that assaulting a county officer is undeniable. Lu County officer, find a sign to hang around the young master's neck and continue the public display. And remember to omit the charge of harassing women. I am a man of justice. And should the crime not be committed, I shall not wrongfully accuse anyone. Yes, my lord, rest assured. I shall see to it that the matter is handled splendidly. Chapter 73. Temptation Lord Shen. After all, he is the young master of the Yin family. Could you not show some leniency? The steward pulled Shen Yu aside, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If the young master were to be paraded through the streets today, his position as steward would be at an end, and he might even suffer broken limbs and be cast aside. And what of the young master of the Yin family? In my eyes, all are treated equally. No one is afforded special privileges. Lord Shen, one must leave room for future encounters. What a farce! If one respects me by an inch, I shall reciprocate by a mile. Yet if one dares to offend me, they cannot blame me for my ruthlessness. Shen Yu shook off the steward's grasp, coldly scoffing. Since the Yin family dared to conspire against me, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. Lu Zhe, take him away. You're being too unreasonable. Should you continue to speak, I will arrest you as well. With a dismissive huff, Shen Yu personally led the young master through the streets. He intended to make it abundantly clear to all citizens that with his arrival, no one in Transmigrated County could act with impunity. By nightfall, just after Shen Yu had delivered the young master to the prison and returned to the county office, Lu Zhe hurried in. My lord, the heads of the 3 major merchant associations request your presence at the Menghua building for a banquet. My lord, having humiliated the Yin family today, they surely do not come with good intentions. It matters not. They are merely soldiers coming to meet their general. However, for Transmigrated County to remain stable, the 3 major merchant associations must not be thrown into disarray. Upon receiving the invitation, Shen Yu glanced at it before casually placing it in his bosom. The 3 major merchant associations were renowned far and wide, their accumulated wealth surpassing countless fortunes. He had long wished to witness their grandeur. This opportunity allowed him to meet the prominent figures of Transmigrated County. The county was a bustling hub of commerce, frequented by an innumerable crowd, and its nightscape, ablaze with lights, radiated vibrancy and clamor. Arriving at the Menghua Tower, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of singing and the harmonious notes of string instruments. Menghua Tower was the largest brothel in Transmigrated County and ranked among the best in the entire Jianghu region. Within its walls, a multitude of exquisite beauties resided, each well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Any one of these maidens, if showcased outside, could easily claim the title of the leading performer in another establishment. It was rumored that this place could ensnare one's heart, reminiscent of a dreamlike splendor. As soon as he stepped inside, A unique fragrance wafted towards him. Almost immediately, he found himself surrounded by several charming young women. Among the returning guests, few possessed the striking looks of Shen Yu, especially with his distinctive aura that captivated attention. Thus, upon his arrival, he had already caught the eye of multiple maidens. "Young master, is this your first visit to Menghua Tower? Allow me to attend to your needs." "Young master, do not listen to her. I am the leading lady of Menghua Tower. Choose me, and I guarantee you will be reluctant to leave." The enticing voices of the maidens filled his ears, leaving Shen Yu feeling somewhat exasperated. While the girls were indeed lovely, they were rather boastful. The leading lady welcoming guests in the hall? Who were they trying to fool? "Hey, speak as you will, but refrain from any inappropriate actions. Who dares to touch recklessly?" He quickly extricated himself from the throng of girls, straightening his slightly wrinkled attire before declaring, "I have an appointment at the Shanghai Pavilion." Shanghai Pavilion? Upon hearing this name, the young women who had been inching closer abruptly halted, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension. "Is young master here for a banquet at Shanghai Pavilion? Quick, please." The Shanghai Pavilion at Menghua Tower was not a venue that just anyone could reserve. Those who could gain entry were invariably affluent or of high status. According to their knowledge, the leaders of the three major merchant associations were currently at Shanghai Pavilion, seemingly awaiting someone. Could it be him? What manner of young man was he, to have the presidents of the three associations waiting for him? Guided by the attendants of Menghua Tower, Shen Yu ascended to the top floor of Shanghai Pavilion. The room was adorned with mountains and waters, and the vividly painted walls seemed to blend nature into this small space. Several enchanting maidens played the guqin and flute, their music harmonizing beautifully with the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of elegance and refinement. Yet, for someone like Shen Yu, the initial impression was not one of sophistication, but rather of immense wealth. An extravagant sum must have been spent to create such a spectacle. "Lord Shen, please take a seat." Upon seeing Shen Yu, the hosts greeted him with warmth, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. "Lord Shen." As soon as Shen Yu sat down, an elderly man beside him smiled and said, "Today, mine family's young ones have caused some trouble, and I hope Lord Shen will not hold it against me." So it was the head of the family. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Yu responded with a smile, "I did not expect the family to be so principled. However, I hope Chairman and does not blame me for meddling. Not at all. It is my household that has not exercised proper discipline. I am grateful to you, Lord Shen, for your guidance." A battle of wits began. Despite their cordial exchange, each had mentally labeled the other. The head of the family was particularly cautious. Contrary to the impression of the young man being reckless and impulsive, he perceived Shen Yu as a cunning fox. "Lord Shen, our family recently acquired a sword that can cut through iron like mud, yet we lack skilled swordsmen to wield it. This sword in our hands is destined to gather dust." As he spoke, the head of the family produced an exquisite long sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from the gleaming blade, radiating brilliance. Any swordsman encountering such a weapon would likely drool in awe. The allure of a premier sword was undeniably irresistible. Indeed, a sword should be gifted to a hero, and only a magnanimous figure like Lord Shen can truly showcase its brilliance. "I hope you will not reject it. Is that so? Then, Chairman, would you permit me to give it a try? This sword was intended as a gift for you, so please, feel free to test it." "Excellent." With a smile directed at the head of the family, Shen Yu casually unsheathed his own sword, the Yuan Hong, and with a swift motion, struck the sword with force. With a sharp crack, the once mighty blade split cleanly in two, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "Oh dear, Chairman, your sword is quite ordinary. Have you been duped? The seller must have taken advantage of your ignorance." "You." The head of the family glared at Shen Yu, nearly erupting in anger. If he were 20 years younger, he would have challenged him to a duel. He was acutely aware of the sword's authenticity. Such a remarkable weapon breaking so easily could only mean that Shen Yu's sword was far superior. "Ha! Chairman, do not be upset. Who among us has not faced deception in business?" Observing the displeasure on the head of the family's face, the head of the He family interjected with a smile. He Yuanchang, a rotund man in his 50s, appeared harmless when smiling. But anyone who underestimated him would find themselves swiftly devoured. "Lord Shen, I have heard much about your literary prowess and exceptional calligraphy. My He family is about to open the largest pawn shop in Bai'an County, and we hold it in high esteem. Thus, I shamelessly seek a piece of your calligraphy. Lord Shen, My He family is willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold as remuneration for your writing. Chapter 74. Respect those who show respect. 10,000 taels of gold. A grand gesture indeed. Gloating slightly at the two men beside him, He Yuanchang clapped his hands, and soon several servants entered carrying large chests. What gifts could possibly surpass the simplicity of cash? Why bother with pointless extravagance? As the chest opened, gleaming gold coins were displayed in perfect order, nearly blinding to behold. While saying 10,000 taels of gold might sound trivial, witnessing it in person was truly staggering. However, such wealth was burdensome, especially since he was not in need of money. Even with 10,000 taels before him, he was unperturbed. Lord Shen, what do you think? To be frank, my writing is not for sale, Chairman He. I do not lack for money. What? You, a mere scholar, act as if you disdain 10,000 taels of gold, clearly attempting to extort more from us. Witnessing this scene, the head of the Du family, Du Yi, chuckled heartily. Chairman He, Lord Shen is a refined gentleman. Do not sully his eyes with such mundane offerings. With a couple of sharp claps, Du Yi beamed with satisfaction, relishing the moment. Just then, a graceful figure appeared, captivating everyone's attention. The maiden before them possessed fair skin and a delicate aura. Her eyes resembled clear water, exuding innocence yet enticing allure, as if she were surrounded by an ethereal charm, radiating warmth and gentleness. Lord Shen, this is Meng Han, and she is indeed a pitiable soul. Recently, her family encountered misfortune, losing all their wealth, and her father passed away from worry. Meng Han, a devoted daughter, sold herself to bury her father when the family was in need. I happened to witness this and decided to purchase her. Lord Shen arrived alone in Bai'an County, and he needed someone to care for him during the long, lonely nights. Meng Han possesses a gentle disposition and is well-versed in the arts, capable of gracing the halls as well as serving tea and warming the bed, making her the perfect companion. Today, I shall present Meng Han to Lord Shen, for her presence will surely alleviate many of his burdens. I couldn't help but glance at him, and he seemed to feel the same, lowering his head shyly. This moment filled the room with a blossoming atmosphere, and those nearby couldn't resist feeling their hearts race. Shen Yu forced himself to turn away. Although the beauty before him was indeed breathtaking, he had waited so long for someone to employ such charms, yet he must restrain himself. This money felt like fire in his hands, and the beauty he held was equally overwhelming. Was it even appropriate to embrace her? Alas, the torment was real. While I appreciate the goodwill of Master Du, I shall keep my sword as my only companion through this long night. As a swordsman, one must be true to the sword and not allow other distractions to cloud one's focus. True to the sword? A sword enthusiast? To forsake such beauty? Even those who were accustomed to exquisite women could not help but feel moved by her. Surely, he must be foolish, clutching a sword when he could embrace a beauty instead. Yet, at that moment, Shen Yu was intently polishing his treasured sword, not even casting a sidelong glance. It was time to showcase his restraint. Such beauty was a pity to waste. Observers could only shake their heads in disbelief, realizing he was indeed quite foolish. With swords aplenty, gold cast aside, and beauty ignored, this new county magistrate was impervious. Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak candidly. The blade he polished gleamed ominously, raising the tension among the bodyguards nearby. The terrifying aura emanating from this young magistrate even instilled fear in them. As a newcomer, I require your assistance with many matters. I have always maintained that those who respect others will also be respected. Those who do not will face justice in kind. Casting my gaze around, I smiled slightly and continued. My requests are few. I do not concern myself with your past dealings. However, now that I am in office, any oppression of the common folk or corruption will be met with severe punishment. I stand alone and fear no threat. You may have heard, a swordsman bends neither to coercion nor treachery. Noticing the atmosphere had grown quiet, I added, I know that you have always adhered to the law and shall not make my duties difficult, correct? The three of them exchanged glances, with He Yuanchang smilingly assuring, Rest assured, my lord, our three merchant guilds are law-abiding, and we will keep our children in check. Should any wrongdoing occur, you may act without hesitation. We will not protest. Excellent. Then let us raise a toast. As I spoke, I lifted my cup and drank heartily. The prosperity of Bai'an County relies on the three major merchant guilds, and I shall inevitably depend on you in the future. As long as you operate within the law, We shall coexist peacefully. You speak wisely. Let us toast to the magistrate. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. To an outsider, it might seem they shared a close bond, yet only they knew the true nature of their thoughts. After some time, Shen Yu excused himself, citing his inability to handle more alcohol. Sitting with a few cunning foxes, he knew he could easily be ensnared, so it was best to limit his interactions with them. Observing the ladies outside Dreamhua Tower was far more pleasant than lingering with a group of elderly gentlemen. Once Shen Yu departed, the expressions of those remaining instantly turned cold. Previously, every county magistrate had treated them with utmost respect, yet this one dared to threaten them, and they felt powerless in response. Do you believe you can handle this? One of the elder members remarked, this man is formidable. Unless it involves a few key figures in the guild, we cannot contend with him. Even if we were to act, the outcome would likely remain uncertain. They exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual apprehension in each other's eyes. It was said that he single-handedly destroyed the Jianghu Tower's branch in Tanzhou, a testament to his prowess. However, having such a master become a county magistrate seemed rather absurd. For them, a county magistrate was not inherently frightening. Yet, if such an official possessed overwhelming martial prowess and stood alone, unafraid of any threats, then they would have to tread carefully. With their vast enterprises, attracting the attention of such a master could lead to inevitable repercussions. Master, and what are your thoughts? Our Du family guild has always adhered to the law, engaging in legitimate business practices. If this young magistrate can truly uphold his claims, we merely need to keep our own children in check. I certainly do not wish for my kin to be paraded through the streets as criminals. What do you mean by that? Master nearly flipped the table in response. I have a rather short temper, young man. Do not provoke me. You of the Du family still dare speak of lawfulness? Your words imply that our family conducts itself improperly. Gentlemen, let us not turn against one another. Since he has already spoken, we three families should merely keep our progeny in line. If he seeks peace, we shall conduct our business lawfully and without incident. He Yuanchang quickly intervened. Recognizing that such a magistrate, with both strength and intellect, will be difficult to deal with, especially since he was now overseeing them. Indeed, their connections were strong, reaching directly to the governor's office in Nanhua province. Yet they understood that a county magistrate's authority surpassed their influence. If he was determined to suppress them, they would be powerless to resist. Conducting business lawfully and keeping their offspring in check was easy, but it felt constraining. Very well, we are all reputable guilds. How could we oppose the imperial court? However, I have heard that the previous county magistrate, Han Mingyang, was a direct disciple of the Dejiang sect's leader. It is said that the leader cherished him greatly, even bestowing him the surname Han. At this moment, the news of Han Mingyang's demise had likely not reached the Jiang sect yet. With a slight smile, He Yuanchang remarked, our guild has dealings with the Jiang sect. I shall send someone to express our condolences and offer our sympathies to Master Han. Oh, He Yuanchang may not often take action, but when he does, it is quite impactful. However, they favor our guild due to its ties with the Jiang sect. Let us go together. The group exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other without words, and burst into laughter. Let us continue drinking. Chapter 75. By you men, what a relief it is to be outside. After exiting the Shanghai pavilion of Dreamhua Tower, Shen Yu stood on the stairs, curiously surveying his surroundings while expressing his admiration. This was his first experience in such a luxurious brothel. Indeed, Dreamhua Tower justly deserves its title as the finest brothel in Sanshui County. The quality of the women inside was beyond reproach, and merely observing them was a delight. The ladies, with their graceful movements and trained demeanor, captivated all who visited, rendering them utterly enchanted. Moreover, some of the women exuded a unique aura, unlike the typical courtesans, as they possessed a certain valiant spirit. She resembled a wandering heroine, and one could easily imagine the impact she would have on a gathering of distinguished gentlemen. The patrons here were not merely affluent merchants. Many were brave warriors from the martial world. Each one was generous, treating money with a carefree attitude. In this realm where power reigned supreme, it was evident that martial prowess translates swiftly into wealth. Ah, familiar face. Suddenly, Shen Yu spotted a well-known figure weaving through the crowd. It was the ironclad captain she had encountered before, the short-tempered young woman. Did she truly believe that affixing a couple of false mustaches could disguise her femininity? What sort of reasoning did these girls possess, thinking they could fool others? Even an unseasoned observer could discern her true identity with a mere glance. Following her lead, Shen Yu stealthily concealed herself behind her. Soon, the young woman arrived at the entrance of a room, peering through the window to observe the scene within. Shen Yu crept closer, peering through the crack of the window. What a stunning maiden! Before her stood a girl of 18 or 19, breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even the enchanting Menghan sent by the Du family. Such a beauty reduced to a life of vice. What a pity. Junior sister, let me take you away. I will lead you from this place. No need. I am here of my own volition. I have no intention of leaving. Voices drifted from within. One belonged to the young woman, the other to a valiant youth beside her. Shen Yu's mind raced, conjuring images of an elaborate emotional drama unfolding. You! The young woman nearly screamed upon noticing Shen Yu's sudden appearance, but quickly composed herself, raising a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Nodding in understanding, Shen Yu leaned in to listen closely. Junior sister, contemplate the life you are living. I cannot allow this to continue. Today, I will take you away. The youth seemed to grow increasingly agitated, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. In the midst of his fervor, he attempted to forcefully take her away. The young woman, evidently skilled in martial arts, resisted him, though it was clear her abilities had waned significantly. Junior sister, how has your prowess diminished? Over the years, I have neglected my training. It is only natural for my skills to deteriorate. With a sudden movement, the young woman drew a dagger, pressing it against her throat. Brother, if you truly care for me, do not force my hand. I refuse to leave. Why must you go to such lengths? The youth's heart ached, a pain palpable even through the window. The beloved girl, fallen into disrepute, remained unwilling to depart. Who could bear such a sight? Ah, a tale straight from an ancient romance. Go away. Do not seek me out again. Junior's sister. Faced with his beloved, the youth was torn between frustration and helplessness, ultimately choosing to leave after a moment of agonizing indecision. Once he departed, the young woman's sobs echoed from within, her pitiable state evoking a desire to embrace and protect her. At that moment, the girl beside Shen Yu tugged her away, and once they had distanced themselves, a look of disdain crossed her face. How could Lord Shen be here, arriving at a place like Dreamhua Tower right after taking office? So this is the esteemed Lord Shen. I am here for an investigation. An investigation, you say, and you've come all the way to a brothel? How amusing. Why you? She struggled to contain her rising anger. Each encounter with him ignited a desire to retaliate. If only she could overpower him, she would have long since dealt with him. Are you aware who that girl inside is? She is the star attraction of Dreamhua Tower, sought after by countless suitors. But she has a rule. She only entertains martial artists of great skill. Moreover, she bears another identity, the granddaughter of the former leader of Bai'an sect, and the current leader's junior sister. Oh, this revelation piqued Shen Yu's curiosity. A junior sister of such stature should be adored, yet she finds herself in such a plight. Is it possible that the internal strife within the sect has grown so severe? Bai'an sect, Non-Yu sect, and Dajiang sect were once the three great sects of the region. However, in recent years, Bai'an sect had slowly declined, reducing the trio to a mere rivalry between two. Bai'an sect appeared to have faded into obscurity, as if intentionally hiding from the world. Noticing Shen Yu's intrigue, the girl continued, do you know that Dreamhua Tower is a property of Bai'an sect? Moreover, over half of the brothels in the region have been acquired by Bai'an sect in recent years. Such a prestigious sect engaging in the brothel business. Most of Bai'an sect's female disciples have fallen into vice, forced to entertain nightly. Does Lord Shen not find this curious? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Upon observing the young women of Dreamhua Tower, it is no wonder I sensed an extraordinary aura about them. These are the disciples of Bai'an sect. What has become of Bai'an sect that it resorts to such measures? Or is it that the sect itself is in turmoil, coercing its disciples into such a life? If that is the case, I cannot ignore it. Lord Shen, take a closer look at the men emerging from those rooms. They are weak and drained, a clear sign of excessive indulgence. And so, I suspect this is a case of yang replenishing yin, where Bai'an sect exploits the brothel to practice such techniques. Wait, young lady, do you possess any common sense? It is entirely normal for men to emerge weak after such encounters. If they did not lose something, their visit would have been in vain. Yang replenishing yin? Surely you jest. Sensing Shen Yu's skepticism, the girl's face flushed, as she took a step back, eager to distance herself from him. Lord Shen may not be aware, but the evidence we have gathered in our investigation seemingly points toward Bai'an sect. Additionally, various clues indicate that young women from gangs, such as Fenshui and Chang'an, have also found their way into Bai'an sect. Is that so? His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of menace flashing across his demeanor. If Bai'an sect were indeed involved in the trafficking of young women, they could not be allowed to continue. Bai'an sect is a formidable power. I lack the strength to confront them alone, so I seek your assistance, Lord Shen. You possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing your limitations. Ianghu. She struggled to suppress her frustration. Each encounter with him tested her patience. Chapter 76. Indeed, there are issues on a tranquil night. With a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, Shen Yu stealthily infiltrated the territory of Bai'an sect, located on Shanshuan Mountain. Since learning of Bai'an sect's potential involvement in the abduction of young women, he had begun gathering information, only to be surprised by the sect's unusually low profile in recent years. Once one of the three great sects, Bai'an sect now seemed to have severed ties with the outside world, becoming almost invisible, as if it were deliberately concealing itself. Their intentional obscurity had led many to overlook them, rendering them inconspicuous. Yet, when one paid closer attention, it became evident that something was amiss with Bai'an sect. As night fell on the following day, Shen Yu resolved to investigate the White Feather sect. However, upon entering, he was met with an atmosphere of desolation and emptiness, far removed from the solemn grandeur he had envisioned, and devoid of the stature befitting a prestigious sect. Had he not chanced upon a few disciples anxiously awaiting something outside a room, he might have believed the sect had entirely relocated. These disciples, however, appeared feeble, their steps unsteady, faces drawn with exhaustion, exuding an aura of frailty. How could the White Feather sect's disciples be in such a state? Once a prominent force among the three major sects of Bai'an County, the disciples should not have been reduced to this pitiful condition. What tribulations had the White Feather sect endured to fall so low? Observing the sect's woeful state evoked an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and a gaunt, naked man was unceremoniously thrown out. His skin was ashen, age etched into his features, and he was clearly on the brink of death. Junior brother, junior brother. The disciples rushed to his side, their expressions betraying genuine concern. Yet, was this truly their junior brother? He appeared far too haggard, resembling a mere shadow of a person. Junior brother, it is my incompetence, they cried, cradling him as they watched his breath fade until there was no sign of life left. The emotional toll of this death was palpable, and after a brief silence, their grief transformed into rage. They stood, faces set with murderous intent, and violently kicked the door open, storming inside. Which, we will fight you to the end. By the dim light of the candles within, Shen Yu discerned the scene. A breathtaking woman clad only in sheer fabric, nestled in the arms of a middle-aged man. Her cheeks flushed with vitality, exuding an alluring charm. Master, she cooed, her voice like chimes, laced with a subtle seduction. Look at them, barging in here as if you are of no consequence. The middle-aged man remained silent, his gaze vacant and dazed. It was only when he heard her voice that he stiffly raised his head, confusion written all over his face. Which, return my junior brother's life, they shouted in fury, urging their sect master to awaken from her enchantment. Half of our brothers have perished at her hands. Do you wish to witness the demise of the White Feather sect? The words struck a chord, as struggle flickered in the man's eyes. Yet, the woman merely smiled seductively and blew softly towards him, extinguishing the remnants of his struggle, leaving only a profound haze. Master, look at their disrespect. Will you not eliminate them? Yes, eliminate them, he repeated, dazed, as he thrust his palm forward with devastating force, overwhelming the already weakened disciples in an instant. Mo Hanjian, the sect master of the White Feather sect, was clearly under some form of control. Concealed outside, Shen Yu observed the entire scene unfold with clarity. Mo Hanjian acted without hesitation, executing his own disciples with ruthless efficiency. However, after slaying them, the woman stepped out, slowly closing the door behind her, as if sealing the room from the outside world. At that moment, Shen Yu caught a fleeting glimmer of clarity and triumph in Mo Hanjian's eyes, a stark contrast to his earlier stupor. Mo Hanjian was undoubtedly a figure of intrigue. Just as Shen Yu contemplated stepping forward to investigate, a familiar silhouette darted past him, a figure he recognized as Bai Wuxia, the granddaughter of the former sect master, the younger sister of the current master, and the renowned courtesan of Dreamhua Tower. Senior brother, Bai Wuxia stealthily entered the room, producing a vial from her bosom and wafting its contents beneath Mo Hanjian's nose. Instantly, the fog of confusion lifted, replaced by profound remorse. Senior sister, I have failed you. You have suffered all these years. Upon seeing Bai Wuxia, Mo Hanjian's face reflected an unspoken affection. Leave, do not return. I will bear the burden for the sect. No, senior brother, you bear the true hardship. For the White Feather sect, I shall endure any suffering. She insisted. Time is of the essence. If that which returns, all will be lost. In that moment, Bai Wuxia began to shed her garments, revealing her flawless body. Senior brother, I have absorbed the essence of many powerful beings. I shall share it with you. Together, we can break free of these constraints and avenge our brothers. Why must he go to such lengths? He implored. This is our choice for the sake of the White Feather sect. We are willing to sacrifice everything. Soon, the air was filled with suggestive sounds, causing Shen Yu, concealed outside, to nearly exclaim in disbelief. So, this was their method of sharing energy, an exchange of vitality, a practice indeed peculiar to the White Feather sect. Despite the muffled sounds, for one of Shen Yu's caliber, the slightest noise was discernible. Yet, something felt amiss, an unease he could not quite articulate. After a long while, silence fell, and Bai Wuxia hurriedly departed, disheveled. At that moment, the woman from earlier reappeared, observing Bai Wuxia's retreating figure with a smirk of derision. I knew there was something awry here, she declared, stepping inside. However, this time, she did not present herself with the same arrogance, but instead knelt respectfully at Mo Hanjian's feet, akin to a kitten curling up beside its master. Master, congratulations on your progress. What is there to celebrate in such minor advancements? At this level, the path to improvement becomes increasingly arduous. Even if the remaining disciples were to provide me their collected energy, the gains would be negligible. As she spoke, Mo Hanjian caressed her face, an air of smugness in his demeanor. Tell me, are they not foolish? They believe everything I say. A mere lie can compel them to surrender all. How pitifully naive. They are not foolish. It is your unmatched cunning that has them dancing to your tune. Master, I too have absorbed some of the disciples' energy, hoping to assist you further. Chapter 77. How do you feel, esteemed master? This Mo Hanjian truly was formidable, as Shen Yu endured the rising heat within him. He pondered the sequence of events, filled with admiration for this individual. Undoubtedly, Mo Hanjian had the entire White Feather sect firmly within his grasp. He feigned being under the control of a woman, deceiving the entire Baiyu sect and weaving a ludicrous lie. The female disciples of Baiyu sect, for the sake of this deception, willingly descended into depravity, continuously absorbing the vital energy of others through the practice of yin-yang harmonization, only to return it to Mo Hanjian. As he exercised his control with precision, no one's life was endangered, allowing this charade to persist unnoticed for a prolonged period. As for the male disciples of Baiyu sect, they had been utterly reduced to mere sustenance for the woman's insatiable appetite. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that half of the disciples had already fallen victim to her voracious consumption. The more bloodshed she orchestrated, the greater the hatred from the sect. In the heart of the female disciples toiled. In their hearts, they clung to a final glimmer of hope. If they could help their master brother achieve a breakthrough sooner, they might save the entire Baiyu sect and their fellow disciples. Little did they realize that all of this was merely a complete fabrication, a lie that would ruin their lives. And lies inevitably reach a day of reckoning. Shen Yu could hardly fathom how these female disciples would confront the truth once their final pillar of hope crumbled. Perhaps death would become their ultimate choice. To outsiders, Mo Hanjian appeared to be under someone's control. Thus, even if all of this were to be exposed, the blame would rest solely on that woman, while Mo Hanjian would effortlessly absolve himself of any responsibility. Alas, one must concede that this scoundrel possesses a rather dark heart. But last it is over. May you regret this dearly. After waiting outside for a while, the tumultuous sounds within finally ceased. Shen Yu suppressed his inexplicable fury and redirected his attention inside. By this time, Mo Hanjian and his accomplice had donned their garments. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, Shen Yu observed Mo Hanjian pressing against the side of the bed, revealing a hidden passage beneath the floorboards. With the woman on tiptoe, they quietly slipped inside. A secret tunnel. After Mo Hanjian's figure vanished from sight, Shen Yu immediately stealthily infiltrated the passage. He was uncertain what secrets this hidden route might conceal. Arriving at the bedside, he began to fumble around. Fortunately, he had previously acquired knowledge of mechanisms and had observed Mo Hanjian's earlier actions, allowing him to successfully activate the mechanism after a few tentative attempts. Cautiously, Shen Yu descended along the narrow passage, which extended deep underground. Along the way, he discovered numerous traps, while they posed no real threat to him. Triggering them would undoubtedly alert Mo Hanjian. Though Mo Hanjian's character was questionable, his caution was commendable. It was no wonder he had managed to evade detection thus far. By the dim light of the flickering candles, Shen Yu beheld a disquieting sight in the depths of the passage, several dark cells housing countless terrified and dazed young girls. As he inspected each dark cell, he noted not only the girls but also young boys. In one cell, he was horrified to discover a pregnant woman. This scoundrel! Mo Hanjian, you truly are despicable. If I do not cleave you in 8 pieces today, I shall share your surname. Continuing cautiously along the passage, Shen Yu finally spotted Mo Hanjian in the innermost dark cell, alongside several elderly men bound by massive iron chains. Judging by the aura emanating from these elders, they were all innate masters, yet they were ensnared by chains and hooked by several coarse hooks that pierced their bones, rendering them powerless. Ancestor, esteemed elders, I have come to visit you once more, he declared. Upon Mo Hanjian's arrival, the faces of the elders darkened simultaneously, their expressions filled with unending hatred. Had they not been shackled, these old men would likely have devoured him whole. Why must you act in such a manner? Would it not be better to remain compliant? Mo Hanjian stepped forward, drawing a dagger from his garment and slashing it across their chests, blood flowing from the wounds. He collected the blood in a small bowl, proclaiming, "The blood of innate masters is a great tonic for my treasures. It must not go to waste. You wretched creature, you betray your master and ancestors. Everyone shall seek your demise." Huh, betray my master and ancestors? When I sought to preserve my life, what choice did I have? His cold gaze swept the surroundings. And Mo Hanjian exhibited no remorse, firmly believing he had committed no wrong. Had it not been for your attempts to cripple my martial arts, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Ultimately, my current plight is a result of your coercion. Mo Hanjian, how surprising that after all these years, you remain unrepentant. One elder roared in fury. Once your master brother, you not only forsook righteousness but also engaged in vile practices. You have brought shame upon Bai'an sect. Furthermore, you colluded with the Fan Shui gang and other factions to abduct people, even using the blood of young boys and the essence of maidens to nourish a monstrous flower. Had I not fortuitously discovered this, who knows how long your deceit might have continued? Your sins are numerous. One day, you will reap the consequences. Repentance? Why should I repent? Mo Hanjian approached the enraged elder, cutting his chest once more with the dagger and collecting the blood in the bowl. You old fools need not speak so sanctimoniously. Is your own conscience truly so clear? We are all equally culpable. You, taking a deep breath, the elders were consumed with fury. Yet they could find no means to retaliate against Mo Hanjian. He was not only cunning, but also excessively cautious. After all these years, they had not found a single opportunity against him. What has become of Bai'an sect now? Bai'an sect is thriving. The women have become courtesans, the men mere servants. All the brothers are united in their efforts for my breakthrough. What did you say? In an instant, the elders' eyes bulged with rage, the chains clattering as they struggled against their bindings. They had imagined countless scenarios, but never anticipated that Bai'an sect had fallen to such depths. As one of the 3 prominent sects in the region, how could their disciples have sunk so low? How could they not feel anger? How could they not feel hatred? Ultimately, it was their own folly. Shaking his head with a smile, Mo Hanjian spoke as if recounting an inconsequential matter. I merely informed them that I was under the control of a demoness, and they believed it. I taught them the methods of yin-yang harmonization, instructing them to endure humiliation and to absorb the energy of those martial experts, returning it to me. Thus, I could have a chance to break free from the demoness's grasp and even improve my own strength, ultimately slaying her and restoring Bai'an sect. They believed it. Tell me, are they not foolish? Each one willingly descends into depravity, all for the so-called Bai'an sect, especially your most cherished granddaughter, Bai Wuxia, who has now become a coveted courtesan. I wonder how you feel about that. Do you not feel hatred? Do you not feel rage? You wretched beast, I shall kill you. Chapter 78. I dare to kill you, ancestor. Are you not furious? Alas, you could do nothing now. I have already attained the consummate stage of innate mastery. Even in your prime, you would not be my match. Extending his right fist forward and then clenching it tightly, Mo Hanjian surveyed the surroundings with contempt, as if he held everything in his grasp. Ancestor, do you know? My current accomplishments are largely thanks to your beloved granddaughter, Bai Wuxia. What have you done to her? Upon hearing that name, the elder visibly grew anxious. If you dare lay a hand on her, I shall not spare you. Master, you misunderstand. How could I harm my beloved junior sister? Currently, Wuxia is the star of Dream Flower Pavilion, and countless heroes yearn for her affection. She alone is worth more than half of my other junior sisters. Once I have finished with her, I shall absorb the essence and power she has gathered through the art of yin and yang. I must say, the taste of your granddaughter is truly exquisite. You beast, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. Hearing Mo Hanjian's words, the elder at the forefront desperately waved his hands. But alas, he was restrained by the chains behind him. No matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as that loathsome grin continued to mock him, feeling utterly powerless. The pain coursing through his body could not compare to the heart-wrenching anguish he felt at that moment. She was his only granddaughter, his closest kin. In his lifetime, he had never felt so utterly helpless. Master, do not be angry. It would be a pity to harm your health. I need you all to live. For the blood of innate experts, such as yourselves, is a great tonic for my precious creation. Seeing the fury radiating from the individuals before him, yet knowing they were powerless against him, Mo Hanjian felt an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. Once they had sought to cripple him, and now they were merely paying the price for their past mistakes. Those who betray me shall ultimately be forsaken. All must face the consequences. The angrier they became, the more delighted he felt. Their rage only fueled his desire for the vital essence of their innate blood. After filling several bowls with blood from these individuals and sensing the faint essence within, Mo Hanjian nodded slightly, satisfied that his efforts to provoke these elderly men had not been in vain. My yin-yang flower requires the blood of a pure-hearted boy born in the yang year and month, along with the essence of a maiden born in the yin year and month, to nourish it during the full moon nights. On ordinary days, I use the blood of innate experts like you to sustain it. When it blooms, it shall be exceptionally vibrant, and you shall have a share in that glory. What? You must water that flower with blood during every full moon? Hearing this for the first time, the elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying unspoken concern. Mo Hanjian, how many lives have you taken over the years? Wait. One elder shook his head, uncertainty etched on his face. The blood of a pure-hearted boy born in the yang year and month is not easy to find. The maiden's essence can be used year after year. But how do you obtain the boy's heart blood? Once you extract it, how can he live? Heart blood can only be taken once. Finding a boy born on special days is indeed a challenge. After a moment, Mo Hanjian scoffed, but you seasoned old-timers should know. If you can't find it, simply create it. Create it? A wild thought suddenly flickered in the elder's mind. He was loath to believe it, yet the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Given Mo Hanjian's current disposition, such a heartless act was not beyond him. It seems you have guessed correctly. Indeed, I have been breeding a group of women here, and I only need to ensure they conceive at the right times. With a light laugh, Mo Hanjian's face shone with uncontainable pride. It is merely a matter of specific dates. As long as I desire it, I can have as many as I wish. No wonder, at this revelation, Shen Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. No wonder he had seen numerous pregnant women in this dungeon. They were all part of Mo Hanjian's scheme. It was likely that only a small fraction of the children held captive here had been abducted. The vast majority were probably born in this very place. This scoundrel is capable of such outrageous deeds. He is beyond redemption. Mo Hanjian. Shen Yu murmured the name, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Since arriving in this world, he had never encountered anyone who evoked such a strong desire to kill. For this reason alone, Shen Yu resolved to ensure his demise would be most excruciating. Hanjian, do not grow complacent. At that moment, an elder beside him coldly regarded him. Do you not fear that one day the truth will be revealed, leading to your disgrace and being reviled by all? Revealed? Huh, you think I waste my breath on you for no reason. You may not know this, but my precious flower blooms once every decade. In just 1 month, it shall blossom on the 15th day of the 8th month. Once it blooms, I will attain mastery. Once I become a master, I shall dominate the 3 rivers. It will all be worth it. A master is a realm beyond your reach. His boisterous laughter filled every corner, and greed was written all over Hanjian's face, as if he could already envision a future where he basked in glory. Adored and praised by all, once I seize control, who will know my true nature? They will only see me, Hanjian, cutting through obstacles to become a master. I shall be the greatest leader of the Bai'an sect. My name will echo throughout the martial world, revered by all. Ha ha, how laughable, truly laughable. Upon hearing Hanjian's words, one elder not only remained unfazed, but instead burst into laughter, mocking him. A mere jester dares to overestimate himself. Old man, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your impending doom, yet you remain oblivious. The elder's cold gaze pierced through Hanjian, embedding a sharp sting within his heart, igniting his unexplainable ire. Old man, say that again. I say you are courting your own destruction. Do you think that once you break through to mastery, you will be able to stop? Having grown accustomed to this method of acquisition, how can you diligently practice thereafter? As the elder lifted his head, the hatred in his eyes sent a chill through Hanjian's heart. The elder continued, you will surely concoct countless reasons to persist, and one day your deeds will be uncovered. You will be scorned by all martial experts and hunted down by the entire martial world. Ha ha ha. At this point, the remaining elders seemed to share a thought, unable to contain their laughter, tinged with a hint of sorrow. We await the day you are disgraced, hunted by the martial world. It is a pity that the century-old foundation of the Bai'an sect shall be destroyed by a scoundrel like you. A farce, simply a farce. In this world, the victor writes history. Every renowned master has countless bones behind them. What does my little scheme amount to? I stand here. Let us see who dares to kill me. Excuse me, I dare to kill you. Chapter 79. Did you not expect this? Who is it? The sudden voice threw Hanjian into disarray. Everything here must not be exposed. Whoever approached must die. I am Shen Yu, the magistrate of Transmigrated County. Emerging from the shadows, Shen Yu slowly stepped forward, sword in hand, his calm and indifferent gaze as frigid as ice. What nonsense, a magistrate. The title almost made Hanjian believe he had misheard. A magistrate? In this day and age, even magistrates come to the front lines? How arduous must your lives be? But wait, wasn't the magistrate of Transmigrated County an old man? When did it change to such a young fellow? You young man, did your parents never tell you not to wander off carelessly? Yet, despite his dismissive attitude, Hanjian remained cautious, his eyes fixed on the area behind Shen Yu, as if anticipating some hidden threat. A county magistrate is not to be feared. Rather, it is the skilled individuals lurking behind him that warrant concern. He has witnessed the shamelessness of these scholars, who, while appearing righteous, harbor malevolent intentions. Caution is essential. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that this young magistrate was indeed alone. With that realization, Hanjian felt a wave of relief wash over him, having initially feared that a multitude of experts had been sent by the court. Since there was but one individual present, what was there to dread? After all, he was merely a county magistrate, daring to engage in a duel, sword in hand, attempting to appear formidable. How naive, this young man, unacquainted with the harshness of the world. At this moment, everyone seemed to overlook how Shen Yu had arrived here. When he declared himself as the magistrate of Transmigrated County, he was met only with derision, even from the elderly men shackled nearby, who found it too embarrassing to watch. Just moments ago, they had anticipated someone would come to deal with Hanjian, only to be met with a mere magistrate. They had hoped he would at least bring a few constables along for support. What manner of death do you envision for yourself? Shen Yu stood silently, his sword brimming with latent energy, gathering strength for a final, resplendent strike. Are you serious? Hanjian scoffed, incredulous at the thought that this young man could pose a threat to him. Killing you is more than sufficient. Do you understand why I did not resort to ambush but chose to confront you directly? With that, Shen Yu leapt gracefully, raising his sword and bringing it down with tremendous force. The sword's descent was akin to a celestial phenomenon, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that illuminated the dark prison. I aim to strike you down when you are most confident, to shatter your illusions of invincibility, and to compel you to atone for your transgressions. The sword energy surged forth, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of reality, swift as a hawk and cold as frost, imbued with an inexorable killing intent. In an instant, Han Jian sensed the imminent danger, the razor-sharp aura sending shivers through his body before the sword energy even reached him. He quickly joined forces with the woman beside him, their combined energies forming a vortex, one yin and one yang, seeking to ensnare and consume everything in its path. As the sword energy clashed with the vortex, the two forces intertwined momentarily before the vortex shattered, leaving both combatants pale with shock as they hastily retreated. The lightning-fast blade, altered slightly in trajectory by the yin-yang vortex, still managed to inflict a deep cut upon them. "Who are you?" Han Jian gasped, having sustained a grave injury from merely one strike. "A magistrate? I can hardly believe it. Does your magistrate wander about wielding a sword with such proficiency? I have already stated, I am the magistrate of Bai'an County, here today to claim your life. Han Jian, your sins are numerous, and your death is well-deserved. To kill me, you think you can succeed?" Han Jian replied with a cold smile, striking the woman beside him. Once more, their energies coalesced into a vortex. But this time it sought to forcibly absorb her entire power for his own use. "Once I harness her strength, your life shall be mine." Montak Hanyan Kekut. Yet, to his surprise, the vortex formed between them failed to siphon any power from her. Instead, he felt his own energy rapidly depleting and flowing toward her. Han Jian, are you truly this foolish, or is an act? Have you not realized that those female disciples value their status far too highly? How many would sacrifice their lives for a mere sect? Had it not been for my guiding hand, they would not be so willingly devoted. With a decisive grip, the woman placed her hand upon Han Jian's head, her formerly alluring visage now devoid of emotion. "Even you, without my influence, would not have been able to awaken your own desires. With your rodent-like cowardice, how could you have committed such acts?" As she spoke, Han Jian felt the chilling sensation of his power dissipating. "So it was you. All my actions stemmed from your manipulation. I thought myself a righteous man, yet I have been merely a puppet." With this realization, a sense of relief washed over him. "You overestimate yourself. You are inherently selfish and self-serving. What good is your pretense of virtue? If you were devoid of such thoughts, even my influence would be powerless." She continued, her tone scornful. "You have simply been too timid to act, and I merely amplified your courage. What you have done springs from your innermost desires, a revelation even I find astonishing." As she regarded Han Jian, she was momentarily speechless. He genuinely believed himself to be virtuous. Just then, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, descending like divine retribution, leaving her pale with dread as she instinctively shielded Han Jian. In an instant, the radiant sword light sliced through the air, crimson droplets spraying forth, enveloping the scene in a mist of blood. In one swift motion, Shen Yu dispatched the leader of the Bai'an sect, leaving the woman behind wounded by the piercing energy. "Have you both prattled on long enough, believing I am inconsequential? There will be no respite for you." Shen Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the now silent Han Jian. It was regrettable. He had hoped for a more prolonged engagement, but it seemed he would not have that opportunity. Without further ado, Shen Yu swung his sword again, aiming directly at the woman. "One must pursue the fleeing enemy with vigor. I shall not grant you a moment's respite. For many have fallen victim to their own excessive chatter." "Wait!" Shen Yu's sword appeared to strike nothing but air. His expression shifted as he found only a torn garment where the woman had stood, her form seemingly vanished. She evaded my strike by substituting her clothing. Such a peculiar technique, reminiscent of ancient tales of ninjas. "Do you find me beautiful?" A lilting voice chimed beside him, as enchanting as the sweetest melody. A single glance ensnared him, ensorcelled by her gaze, as if he beheld the most exquisite vision imaginable. Her eyes sparkled like unfathomable depths, captivating Shen Yu in a moment of pure enchantment. "Ah, The youth of today, how easily swayed. My enchanting techniques not only beguile the heart, but also awaken the basest desires within. Unbeknownst to you, I shall wield you to my advantage. Approaching Shen Yu, she grasped his face, smiling sweetly. Such a handsome young man. Exchanging the Bai'an sect leader for a magistrate of such skill is quite the bargain. Suddenly, a resounding clash of swords erupted, akin to a celestial cascade, engulfing her entirely. The terrifying sword energy surged into her being, wreaking havoc within, tearing her apart as if she were mere fabric. You never expected this, did you? Surprised, are we? Were your enchanting tricks compared to my might? How dare you flaunt your skills before me? Chapter 80. You truly lack courtesy. The woman across from him could not even utter a word before being utterly annihilated by the piercing sword energy. The air was filled with sharp sword chi, leaving behind deep gashes in the stone walls of the dark prison. Inside her body, a tiny insect struggled frantically to escape, only to be crushed under the relentless sword energy. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within Bai'an County, a man suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the Bai'an sect, and slowly stood up. Such a valuable pawn wasted, yet that flower should be nearing bloom. Let's not squander its potential. At this moment, Shen Yu stood with his sword sheathed, a relaxed expression on his face. I haven't even exerted myself. And you have already fallen. System, sign in. Sign in successful. 30 years of internal energy acquired. As the system's voice echoed, a warm current flowed into Shen Yu's body. He felt his dantian boil with energy, the true chi within him circulating rapidly and increasing at an astonishing rate. At this moment, Shen Yu felt as if he had diligently trained for decades, now transformed beyond recognition. With the enhancement of his pure yang body, the benefits of 30 years of internal energy surpassed anything he had previously experienced. In mere moments, his aura surged infinitely, as if an invisible barrier stood before him. Waves of rapidly growing internal breath surged toward this barrier one after another. Alas, this barrier was exceedingly sturdy, resilient against each successive onslaught. With the infusion of 30 years of internal energy, the barrier finally began to show cracks, though it remained unshattered. However, Shen Yu's ascent could not continue indefinitely. Once the 30 years of internal energy was fully harnessed, the swift increase in true chi came to an abrupt halt, leaving a sense of wistfulness. Unfortunately, he could not maintain the momentum. Is this a breakthrough? The elderly men, suspended by chains, watched in astonishment as Shen Yu's aura rose dramatically, feeling as if they were caught in a tempest. The sheer force of his presence rendered them breathless. The young man was formidable. They exchanged glances, each acknowledging the shock reflected in their eyes. Though reluctant to admit it, they realized that even combined at their peak, they might not stand a chance against him. No, it was not merely a question of combat capability, but rather how long they could endure. This individual not only surpassed them in level, but also overwhelmed them with his swordsmanship. His technique, as pure and immaculate as white clouds, yet striking as thunder, was a sight they had never witnessed before. It was excessive for someone so young to be this powerful, especially in front of these old-timers. Young man, could you consider the feelings of the elders? They thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, this young man dispatched Mo Hanjing and his associates so effortlessly that it seemed he should not have been affected at all. Yet, his strength was rapidly escalating. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend if this was the distinction between them and true genius. In their youth, they too had been hailed as prodigies by their masters. Yet now it was clear that genius could vary greatly. Indeed, judging by his appearance, he could not be more than 20 years old. Yet his strength had already surpassed those who had toiled for half their lives. Any anomalies in his growth could be understood. After all, true geniuses always surprise us. Taking a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Shen Yu wished to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. This exhilarating sensation of rapid elevation was delightful. If he could encounter more individuals like Mo Hanjing, it would be splendid. Once the formidable aura was reined in, the elderly men finally exhaled, having nearly suffocated under the oppressive force moments earlier. At this point, Shen Yu remembered the elderly men still hanging from iron chains. What a transgression! Even in this world, the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly should not be forsaken. Hastily, he lowered them and checked their pulses. These elders had endured relentless torment over the years, their vitality drained, leaving them far weaker than before. Shen Yu assessed that under such severe injuries, even if they were innate masters, their endurance was questionable. It was likely that an Mo Hanjing's scheme, once that peculiar flower bloomed, he intended to use all their blood to nourish it, ensuring its vibrant bloom. At that point, their usefulness would vanish, and they would meet their end. Thank you, young master, for saving us from that wicked disciple. After Shen Yu rescued them, the elders trembled as they leaned on one another, their frail forms suggesting that even a gust of wind could topple them. Once, they were part of one of the three great sects of San Shui, but now, even a moderately strong postnatal master could easily annihilate them. Alas, what could be done when Bai'u's sect had such a leader? May I ask, young hero, who you are? We are eternally grateful for your assistance in reviving Bai'u's sect. I have already mentioned, I am the magistrate of San Shui County. Is he truly the magistrate? Even now, they could hardly believe that this young man was indeed the county magistrate. In these times, had the standards for appointing magistrates risen so high? If all county magistrates possessed such prowess, how could they, mere wanderers, continue in their ways? Perhaps it would be better to return home and farm instead. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment. However, they soon realized that regardless of his identity, he had saved them and Bai'u's sect, which was a fact that could not be denied. Moreover, having a magistrate on their side would be even better. Given the current state of Bai'u's sect, they, as weakened elders, could hardly hold the fort. Should outsiders learn of their vulnerability, Bai'u's sect would face utter annihilation. Countless factions and clans would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to devour the weakened sect, leading to dire consequences. With such a powerful magistrate in San Shui County, cultivating a connection with him would at least ensure Bai'u's sect's safety. Thank you, magistrate. After all, you are our guardian. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Bai'u's sect will mobilize all its resources to assist. Dear elders, you are too kind. At present, I truly have a matter I would like to seek your assistance with. Huh? You're truly not being polite. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, the elders, the youngest among them being at least 70 or 80 years old, suddenly wore expressions of distress. Though they were unaware of Bai'u's sect's current predicament, they could surmise from hints that it was likely dire. What remained of Bai'u's sect might require selling everything to repay such a favor. However, after exchanging glances, they steeled themselves and said, Magistrate, if you have a matter, please do not hesitate to bring it forth. We will certainly do our utmost to assist.